Chapter 1. The Hard Work Reward System. Arrival. Damn. It hurts. It hurts. Qin Lang suddenly sat up in bed, feeling as if his head had been trampled by 10,000 galloping alpacas. It was buzzing, accompanied by a needle-like pain. He looked around in confusion. This was not the familiar rental apartment, but a university dormitory? A simple iron-frame bed, with a desk and wardrobe beside it, and the air was filled with a peculiar mix of sweat and instant noodles. There were even a few posters on the wall, of muscular men. The big guy on the poster was striking various bodybuilding poses, with biceps bigger than Qin Lang's head. What's going on? Wasn't he just delivering a family bucket luxury urgent order? And to avoid an old lady running a red light, he had freely flown along with his little electric scooter. Qin Lang rubbed his temples, trying to sort out his chaotic thoughts. Could it be this is the legendary truck Ice Sky reincarnation luxury package, but in a youthful campus version? Not even a ding prompt the service is too subpar. Just then, a massive stream of information surged into his mind like a flood bursting its banks. The violent impact made his vision darken, nearly causing him to reincarnate again. This after quite a while, Qin Lang finally calmed down. His expression shifted from confusion to complexity. Finally, it settled into an indescribable annoyance. He, Qin Lang, a diligent delivery guy from the 21st century, had truly crossed over. He had arrived in a parallel world called Blue Star. The technological tree here was a bit skewed, and the air was filled with a substance called spiritual energy. Humans could cultivate to absorb spiritual energy, strengthen themselves, and practice martial arts to become powerful warriors that, in short, this was a high martial arts urban world, where the strong were respected and martial arts flourished. And now he was also called Qin Lang, a freshman at the Northwest Martial Arts Technical College. Just listen to that name. It carries a strong vibe of which excavator technology is the best. However, that wasn't even the worst part. According to the original owner's memories, this Qin Lang had a background that could only be described as a heavenly opening hand. His father, Qin Zhan, was a renowned head of the Qin family in the East Sea province, with a family influence so tangled that even a stomp could shake the East Sea. His mother, Su Wan, was the iron-fisted president of the Huangtian Group, one of the three major business conglomerates in Jiangnan province, a definite front-row beauty on the Forbes list. Simply put, the original owner was the theoretical version of a chosen one born with a diamond spoon. The reality was that the original owner was a martial arts failure. In this world where martial arts were paramount, talent almost determined everything. And the original owner had perfectly avoided all good genes, with martial arts aptitude so mediocre it was shocking. His parents had worried themselves sick over him. From top-tier gene potions to millennial ginseng, from the ice marrow of the vast sea to volcanic fiery fruits, all kinds of precious materials were thrown at him as if they were worthless. And the result? The effect was virtually zero. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has completed the strong body exercise once, proficiency 1. Current proficiency, 9999-910-0000. Hint, achieving 100000 proficiency will unlock hidden achievements. Qin Lang was stunned. Damn, a system? As a seasoned web fiction reader, he was all too familiar with this trope. Sure enough, a standard configuration for reincarnators. Qin Lang was so excited he almost jumped up, but soon he calmed down again. Wait, why does this system feel a bit simplistic? There were no flashy interfaces, no intelligent voice assistants, not even a manual. Just a simple proficiency prompt. Forget it. Having it is better than not having it. Qin Lang consoled himself. Moreover, that hidden achievement sounded very tempting. Just one more to go. Without hesitation, he immediately did the strong body exercise again. Detected that the host has completed the strong body exercise once, proficiency 1. Current proficiency, 100000100000. Congratulations to the host for achieving the hidden achievement 100,000 times of strong body exercise. Reward. Basic technique, strong body exercise, has evolved into 9 revolutions golden body technique. 9. Revolutions golden body technique effect. Each completion can enhance vitality and strengthen the body. Qin Lang felt a warm current surge into his mind. The originally simple, strong body exercise movements suddenly became profound in his eyes. Every movement contained mysterious rhythms, and the breathing patterns became more complex. This has it upgraded? Qin Lang couldn't wait to try it out. Following the new movement instructions, he began to practice again. This time, he clearly felt the difference. As the movements progressed, the weak vitality within him began to flow slowly, like a stream merging into a river. The muscle soreness gradually eased, replaced by a feeling of power. It's amazing. Qin Lang was overjoyed that he practiced the 9 revolutions golden body technique 3 times in a row, stopping only when he was drenched in sweat. Feeling the significantly enhanced vitality within him, Qin Lang couldn't help but grin. It seems that there is still hope for my martial arts journey. However, just as he froze in the last movement ding, a crisp and pleasant sound, as if coming from the depths of his soul, rang out in his mind. Qin Lang's whole body trembled, his eyes widened instantly. Damn! This familiar formula, this classic sound effect, the delayed Aigano system has finally arrived? Ding! Detected that the host has completed the 100,000 strong body exercise. The hard work reward system is officially activated. Immediately, a light blue virtual panel, like a UI interface from a sci-fi movie, abruptly appeared in his consciousness. The panel was extremely simple. Name, Qin Lang Realm. 9 grade, 1 heavy martial arts. Strong body exercise, great achievement. 0-1000 martial arts realm is divided from low to high. 9 grade to 1 grade martial arts levels are divided from low to high. Entry, small achievement, proficiency, great achievement, perfection. Strong body exercise, great achievement. Qin Lang was stunned. This thing even has realm divisions? And what's this proficiency bar behind it? While he was dazed, another system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected martial arts realm improvement. Host status refreshed to peak state. All hidden injuries and fatigue cleared. As the prompt sound fell, Qin Lang felt a warm current sweep over him, as if he were soaking in the highest grade hot spring. The headache from memory fusion and the muscle soreness and hidden injuries accumulated from long-term training vanished without a trace at that moment. He felt energized in an unprecedentedly good state, as if he could take down a cow with one punch. I am better. Qin Lang, feeling the changes in his body, could hardly believe it. He looked again at the panel showing strong body exercise, great achievement. 0-1000, his heart racing wildly. After 100,000 practices, had there finally been a qualitative change, and the system was activated? After great achievement, there is still perfection, requiring 1,000 proficiency. Qin Lang's breathing quickened. Could it be? Without any hesitation, he immediately got into position and began practicing the strong body exercise again. Still the flowing movements, still the 2-minute standard duration. When the set of exercises was completed again, the numbers on the panel changed to strong body exercise, great achievement. 11,000. Damn. It really works. Qin Lang was so excited he almost jumped up. 2 minutes equals 1 proficiency point. An hour equals 30 points. A day. If I can grind for a full 24 hours, that's 720 points. It would take less than 2 days to perfect this great accomplishment of gymnastics. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. Qin Lang excitedly waved his fists. The previous feelings of despair and confusion swept away. Who says foundational techniques are useless? Who says hard work can't make up for lack of talent? That's just because they didn't practice enough. As long as I work a little harder, one day I will take off. Martial arts college? It doesn't matter. I'll upgrade to a bachelor's. Martial arts failure? That's a thing of the past. From today on, I, Qin Lang, will be the coolest guy in this street. No, in this academy. He took a deep breath and once again assumed the stance of the strong body gymnastics, his gaze resolute. Time to grind. Chapter 2. Bold idea. Frank martial arts mastered. Strong body gymnastics proficiency 1 ding. Congratulations, host. Strong body gymnastics has reached perfection. No further improvement possible. Accompanied by the continuous alert sounds in his mind, Qin Lang felt that the weak blood energy within him had suddenly surged like a rocket. Whoosh! It skyrocketed. The once barely sensed blood energy now flowed joyfully like a rushing stream through his limbs and bones. An indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his body. He opened his panel again. Name, Qin Lang Realm. 9 rank 2nd level martial arts. Strong body gymnastics, perfect 9 rank 2nd level. I've broken through. Qin Lang clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power surging within him. Although he was still at the bottom level of the martial arts system, the 9 rank, he had jumped from the first to the second level in just one day. This speed was simply unbeatable for him. To know that the original owner had struggled for over a decade. Even with countless resources forced into him, he could barely maintain the first level. A slight lapse could cause him to fall back. Yet he merely took a little more than a day to grind his kindergarten calisthenics to perfection and even raised a small realm. What surprised him even more was that with the gymnastics perfected and his realm elevated, the exhaustion and muscle soreness accumulated from a whole day of high intensity. Calisthenics, even the faint hunger in his belly, all vanished in an instant. Full status. This system is simply amazing. Qin Lang's eyes sparkled. As long as I elevate a martial art to a new realm, I can instantly recover to full health and energy without needing to eat. He licked his lips, and a bold, even somewhat crazy idea quietly took root in his mind. What if I cultivate many different martial arts at the same time, as long as I ensure continuous breakthroughs in martial arts? Wouldn't that mean a human perpetual motion machine? Qin Lang dared not think further. The vision was too beautiful. Of course, this system had a second astonishing feature. Proficiency was quantified. This meant that as long as you practiced, there would be progress. No matter how poor your talent or how mystical the bottlenecks were, they simply didn't exist here. As long as you repeated like a bulldozer, the proficiency bar would steadily increase until it broke through. In short, just grind. Qin Lang shouted excitedly. This was simply a cheat tailored for someone like him, who could work tirelessly as long as there was a goal. Thinking of this, the memories of the original owner flashed in his mind. The seemingly concerned but actually disdainful gazes of the elders of the Qin family, and the outright humiliation from his talented cousins who had long stepped into higher realms. The waste of the Qin family, the stain of the family head, wasted so many resources. Even a dog is better than him. These harsh words echoed in his ears. A cold glint flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. Just wait. In half a year, it will be the Qin family's year-end clan meeting, right? At that time, I will give you all a big surprise. Taking a few deep breaths, Qin Lang forcibly suppressed his excitement and the temporarily unrealistic fantasies. The urgent task was to quickly enhance his strength and verify his bold idea. To achieve all this, he needed more fuel, which meant martial arts manuals. Library, here I come. The library was surprisingly quite impressive. Although it was a Northwest college located in a remote area, the Federation had never been stingy with investment in martial arts education. The collection was rich, ranging from basic theories to martial arts manuals, everything one could wish for. Qin Lang scanned his student ID and successfully entered. He then headed straight for the martial arts manual section. But soon, he encountered his first problem. Frank martial arts borrowing permission? Qin Lang looked at the prompt displayed on the identity authentication terminal, his mouth twitching slightly. Martial arts manuals were classified into 9 levels. F, E, D, C, B, S, SS, SSS based on their power and training difficulty. Frank was the lowest level, with low power and easy to grasp, belonging to common goods. His already perfected strong body gymnastics was at the bottom of the bottom among Frank. With an ordinary student ID, he could only borrow 3 Frank martial arts. To borrow higher level ones, he needed higher credits and permissions. Forget it. Frank, it is even a mosquito, is still meat. Qin Lang quickly adjusted his mindset. And my bold idea just happens to need a lot of low-level martial arts for experimentation. After wandering around, he quickly grasped the library's rules, one of which nearly made him jump with excitement. Trial Martial Room. This was a small training room equipped with basic sensing devices and safety protections. Students could briefly test read and practice martial arts inside. As long as they didn't take them outside, the permission requirements were not so strict. Perfect. Qin Lang immediately dove into an empty trial martial room. In the time that followed, Qin Lang fully transformed into a grinding emperor. Like a hungry glutton, he crazily absorbed the knowledge from the Frank martial arts area. Basic fist technique introduction, essentials of stone-breaking leg technique, initial understanding of willow fluff body technique, simple version of iron sand palm, 18. Styles of mountain axe. That he didn't seek deep understanding or power, he had only one goal: to successfully practice each type of Frank martial arts at least once. Activating the proficiency panel. Fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, finger techniques, body techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, even some basic practices of exotic weapons. He welcomed them all. Inside the trial martial room, Qin Lang's figure constantly changed, sometimes with the wind of fists howling, sometimes with steps drifting, sometimes with heavy palm shadows. Ding. Basic fist technique, introduction, proficiency 1. Ding. Essentials of stone breaking, leg technique, proficiency 1. Ding. Initial understanding of willow, fluff body technique, proficiency 1. The alert sounds kept ringing, and the martial arts list on Qin Lang's panel expanded at a visible speed. Martial arts, strong body gymnastics, perfect basic fist technique, introduction, beginner. 1,100 essentials of stone breaking leg technique, beginner. 1,100 initial understanding of willow, fluff body technique, beginner. 1,100 simple version of iron sampan, beginner. 1,100 dozens omitted. A day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. When Qin Lang successfully dinged all the frank martial arts he could access in the library, he finally dragged his exhausted body out of the trial martial room, swaying unsteadily. This time, he did not enjoy the system's refreshing benefits, because he only practiced each martial art once, gaining 1 proficiency point. He was far from the 100 points needed to break through the first beginner realm, hence unable to trigger the status refresh mechanism. This moment, Qin Lang's face was pale, his steps unsteady, and his eyes sparkled. His stomach was also growling with hunger. "I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death." Qin Lang leaned against the wall, feeling like he might faint at any moment. It seems that the perpetual motion machine plan needs a more precise strategy. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria to replenish his energy, an old voice echoed behind him. "Young man, while practicing, you also need to pay attention to rest. You look like you've hit a bottleneck." Qin Lang turned around to see an elderly man in a gray old-fashioned administrator uniform, with graying hair but a spirited demeanor. He was leisurely using a feather duster to clean the bookshelves. Seeing Qin Lang's dejected appearance, as if his energy had been drained, the old man smiled kindly, showing a hint of the wisdom of someone who has been through it all. Although Qin Lang felt dizzy from hunger, he still forced a smile and replied, "Thank you for your concern, sir. It's not a bottleneck. It's just I got a bit too engrossed in my practice and lost track of time. It's good for young people to have energy, but in martial arts, there must be a balance. You can't be too hasty." The old man chuckled and continued sorting through a cart of martial arts books. Qin Lang stole a glance and saw the old man pick up a slightly worn-out book with the title Shinshin Bengshin Quan written in traditional characters. His heart stirred slightly, as he had some impression of this style. "Sir, this book." The old man glanced at him and sighed. "This is one of the 11 martial arts with the highest borrowing record in the library, but also the fastest return rate. It's powerful but lacks versatility, requiring high physical fitness and vitality. Many students are overly ambitious and want to challenge it, but after borrowing it and practicing for a few days, they return it sheepishly." A level martial arts. Qin Lang's eyes brightened. He was currently in need of more advanced martial arts to raise his strength limit, and judging by this description, its power must be considerable. Regular student IDs can't borrow a level, but hey, race an opportunity. Qin Lang immediately took the chance, showing just the right amount of curiosity and eagerness on his face. "Sir, can I take a look?" "Just flipping through, I promise not to damage it. I'm particularly interested in this kind of powerful martial art." The old man raised his eyelids, looking at him with a half-smile, half-serious expression. "Young man, you're struggling even with level martial arts, and you want a challenge. The hardest a level. Aren't you afraid of injuring yourself?" "Not afraid, not afraid." Qin Lang patted his chest. "I just want to take a look, learn some ideas." As the saying goes, the stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade. "Sir, seeing how eager I am to learn, could you give me a chance?" As he spoke, he casually helped the old man straighten a few books that were leaning. The old man looked at Qin Lang, whose tired eyes still sparkled with a strange light, and fell silent for a moment. His murky eyes seemed to flicker, and he finally nodded. "All right, since you do have some discernment and persistence, we'll make an exception today," the old man said, handing the Bengshin Quan book to Qin Lang, while extending another hand. "However, rules cannot be broken. This A-level manual cannot be borrowed according to regulations. I'm making an exception for you to take it for study, but you must return it within a month. Your student ID will be held as collateral." Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, then immediately overjoyed, and without hesitation, took out his student ID and handed it over. "No problem. Definitely return it within a month. Thank you, sir. You're truly a modern-day Lei Feng, a guiding light in a martial arts world. Flattery flows freely. The old man took the student ID, casually glanced at the information on it, then pocketed it and waved his hand. Stop with the flattery. Hurry up and go. Remember, know your limits. Don't really wear yourself out if you do. We'll have to notify your instructor to carry you back. Thank you, sir. Qin Lang excitedly took the Bengshan Quan manual and quickly left, heading to the cafeteria to feast and study this newly acquired high-level material. What he didn't see was that after he left, the librarian returned to the duty room and didn't immediately rest. Instead, he held a steaming cup of tea and went to a monitor. On the screen, scenes of Qin Lang practicing dozens of level martial arts in the training room flashed by like a revolving lantern. The old man took a sip of tea, a hint of subtle surprise and amusement flashing in his eyes. Interesting young fellow ordinary students encountering unsuitable martial arts either feel dejected or discouraged. This kid, however, practices one style after another, and instead of looking disheartened, he seems to have discovered a new continent, getting more excited with each style. I've been in this library for decades, and this is the first time I've seen someone practice like this. Is he an exceptionally poor learner, or does he have another approach? The Bengshan Quan. Let's see if he can maintain this unusual excitement when faced with real hard challenges. Chapter 3. The Self-Cultivation of the King of Martial Arts, Perfecting the Crumbling Mountain Fist. The cafeteria is always bustling and filled with various peculiar smells. Qin Lang carries 2 XXXL trays piled high with food. Braised pork, large chicken legs, vegetables, rice. Even a lady at the serving window is stunned. There's no helping it. He's hungry. Finding a corner to sit down, Qin Lang begins to eat like a whirlwind. But he doesn't stop there. His other hand eagerly flips open the slightly old crumbling Mountain Fist manual. Hiss! Indeed, it's on a different level. After just a few pages, Qin Lang gasps. If F-level martial arts manuals are simple picture books with brief descriptions, this E-level crumbling Mountain Fist is like a soul-stirring abstract art piece with classical Chinese text. The routes for energy and blood circulation, techniques for exerting force, and the coordination of muscles and bones are far more complex and exquisite than any F-level martial arts he's encountered before. The amount of energy and blood required and the physical fitness demanded are significantly higher. No wonder those students borrow it and return it, without some foundation. Just understanding it is hard enough, let alone practicing it. After filling his stomach, Qin Lang wipes his mouth, carefully tucks the crumbling Mountain Fist into his clothes, and gets up to leave. Back to the dorm? No way. Previously, when he was grinding the strengthening body exercise, it happened to be the weekend. His few active roommates were either home or out on dates. He had the whole dorm to himself, which was convenient. But now it's a weekday. Although university life is free-spirited, the dorm is crowded and full of eyes. He doesn't want to expose his secret of being a grinding king or that potentially deemed insane perpetual motion cultivation method. Making a fortune quietly is the way to go. After finishing, Qin Lang heads straight to the back mountain of the school. The name of the Northwest Martial Arts Vocational Technical School may sound awkward, but the campus is indeed large. The back mountain is even more spacious and sparsely populated, with strange rocks and dense woods. It's a great place for students to talk about love and practice combat. Finding a secluded grove and confirming that no one is around, Qin Lang pulls out his phone. He finds his instructor's contact information and edits a leave request text message. Dear instructor, I am Qin Lang, a student, seeking a 1-month leave for focus training and breakthrough. I hope for your approval. Send. A few minutes later, the phone dings. Approved. Be safe and act according to your ability. Done. Qin Lang grins. As expected, as long as you don't cause trouble. The vocational school is more than happy for you to find a place to train, saving school resources. After all, the teachers likely don't expect these bottom-tier students to achieve anything remarkable. Everything is ready. Qin Lang takes a deep breath and lays the crumbling Mountain Fist manual on a clean rock, beginning his E-level martial arts struggle. Starting stance, horse stance punch. Energy and blood sink into the dantian, flowing through the right arm. He practices each move according to the manual's illustrations and descriptions. Indeed, the difficulty skyrockets. The same moves, due to the complexity of the energy and blood circulation routes and different techniques for exertion, are practiced clumsily, far less smoothly than when practicing F-level martial arts. The consumption of energy and blood is also several times faster. He patiently tries again and again, adjusting and comprehending. An entire afternoon passes, sweat soaking his clothes, his arms sore from repeated exertion, until the sun sets, dyeing half the sky red. Buzz. The energy and blood within him finally complete a full cycle along the crumbling mountain fist route. A burst of fierce and explosive fist intent begins to gather at his fingertips. Ding. Crumbling mountain fist, entry level 1000. Finally enter the entry level. Qin Lang exhales deeply, looking at the brand new 1 point of proficiency on the panel, feeling a sense of achievement. But this is just the beginning. Next comes the practical phase of his perpetual motion plan. A hint of madness flashes in Qin Lang's eyes. The plan is simple. Select a dozen relatively simple and low-consumption fist, leg, and body techniques from the dozens of F-level martial arts he studied in the library, grinding their proficiency to just 1 point away from breaking through the next minor realm. For example, entry level 100 points, which means 99-100. Then, focus entirely on the crumbling mountain fist. When he feels tired, hungry, or mentally exhausted from training the crumbling mountain fist and is about to collapse, he will immediately switch to a pre-prepared F-level martial art, quickly complete that last point of proficiency, and trigger a realm breakthrough. Using the system's refresh state benefits, he can instantly revive with full health and energy. Continue grinding the crumbling mountain fist. Such a cycle. Theoretically, he can achieve this without sleep, without food, pouring all his time into training. I'm truly a genius. Qin Lang is amazed by his own idea. Let us do it. In the days that followed, Qin Lang completely disappeared from the public eye on campus. In the small woods at the back mountain, only one figure remained, like an unwearied machine, frantically practicing various martial arts. Sometimes it was basic fist techniques, sometimes it was stone-splitting leg techniques, and at other times it was willow, cack, and body techniques. These F-level martial arts rapidly increased in proficiency under his hands. Of course, more often, he was training the crumbling mountain fist. The wind from his punches howled, carrying a fierce momentum, each punch seemingly ready to explode the air in front of him. When his body reached its limit, his mind blurred, and thunder rumbled in his stomach, he would immediately stop practicing the crumbling mountain fist. He would switch to a pre-prepared F-level martial art, smoothly completing a round. Ding! Basic fist technique entry level has been upgraded to minor achievement. 0500. A warm current surged, fatigue vanished, and his spirit was revitalized. Continue. Excitement sparkled in Qin Lang's eyes as he dove back into training the crumbling mountain fist. Time lost its meaning in this monotonous yet frenzied cycle. Days passed, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qin Lang, bare-chested, with a thin layer of sweat covering his bronze skin, his muscles smooth and powerful. He slightly closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and suddenly opens them wide. Crumbling mountain. With a low shout, he tightly clenches his right fist, steps forward, twists his waist, and an immensely condensed force of energy and blood explodes instantly, gathering at the tip of his fist. Boom! He didn't strike anything physical, but the air in front of his fist emitted a dull explosion. The air was explosively shattered. An invisible gust of wind spread out in a fan shape, lifting fallen leaves and dry branches off the ground and blowing them far away. Ding! Crumbling mountain fist has reached the perfect realm. No further improvement possible. Chapter 4. Flowing clouds piercing heart palm as the prompt sound faded. A surge of blood energy surged once again, washing through his meridians, and his bones crackled with sharp sounds. Qin Lang felt the power surging within him and opened the panel. Name: Qin Lang, realm, 9th grade, 5th layer, martial arts, strengthening body exercise, perfect, mountain shattering fist, perfect, basic fist technique, minor accomplishment, 3 500 stone shattering leg technique essentials, minor accomplishment 500 willow cack and body technique, initial understanding, minor accomplishment 6 500 iron sand palm, simplified version, minor accomplishment 8 500. Dozens of items omitted, 7 are at 99-100 in entry level. 9th grade, 5th layer. Qin Lang's eyes shone brightly. In 1 month, from the 2nd layer to the 5th layer, and he even perfected an E-grade fist technique. This speed would probably be hard to believe if he told anyone. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. It was time to return the books to the library and see if he could get some E-grade martial arts for free from the librarian. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly heard a series of violent, booming sounds coming from deep within the small grove, mixed with the hurried gasps of a woman and the faint, unstable fluctuations of her breath. Is someone practicing in there? Qin Lang felt curious and restrained his breath, quietly making his way over. Pushing aside layers of branches, he He saw an open space ahead where a tall woman in a tight training outfit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, was practicing a set of palm techniques. The woman had a beautiful face, but at that moment, her brows were tightly knitted. Her cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. The aura around her surged violently like boiling water, and the gusts of wind created by her palms were strong one moment and weak the next, incredibly unstable. Not good. This is a sign of blood energy deviation. She is about to go berserk. Although Qin Lang had almost zero practical experience, he still had theoretical knowledge. The woman looked quite young, probably just over 20, and she should be a senior student at the school. Her cultivation seemed to be quite high, at least stronger than his current 9th grade 5th layer. She was likely on the threshold of the 8th grade. The palm technique she was practicing was exceptionally exquisite and powerful, far surpassing the mountain-shattering fist. Likely at least a top-tier E grade, or even possibly a D grade martial art. Is she forcefully impacting her realm? Or is there a problem with her cultivation method? As he watched her aura become increasingly chaotic, with blood even seeping from the corner of her mouth, her body swayed unsteadily. Qin Lang no longer hesitated. Although his realm was not as high as hers, his advantage lay in the fact that he had trained in dozens of F-grade martial arts. These low-level martial arts, although not powerful, covered various aspects such as fists, palms, legs, and body techniques, embodying the most fundamental principles of martial arts. As the saying goes, all changes stem from the same source. While he might not understand the overarching principles, he had an extraordinary depth of understanding regarding the basics of blood energy operation and force application. Senior, sink the chi to the Yongquan point and focus on the lower abdomen. Your palm technique seems ethereal, but it actually contains hidden strength. The blood energy should not surge upwards to impact the heavenly gate. It should descend instead, using the waist and hips to drive the arms. With power arising from ground, Qin Lang's voice thundered like a clap of thunder at a critical moment. The senior woman shuddered all over, instinctively trying to adjust according to Qin Lang's guidance. Strangely enough, Qin Lang's advice was not particularly profound, even somewhat basic, but it just happened to hit the critical point of her chaotic blood energy operation. It was like gently nudging a misaligned gear back onto its correct track. The senior's previously chaotic aura miraculously began to stabilize, and her out-of-control blood energy was gradually guided back to its rightful place. A glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes, and her palm technique changed. Although it was still somewhat clumsy, it now bore a hint of fluidity. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from her body, causing the surrounding air to ripple. She successfully stabilized her injuries, and due to this misfortune, it seemed her bottleneck had loosened a bit. The senior slowly withdrew her energy, let out a long sigh of relief, turned around, and looked in the direction of the voice, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Thank you, Junior, for your help. If it weren't for your reminder just now, I might have reversed my blood energy, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. The senior clasped her fists in a salute to Qin Lang, her tone sincere. It was merely a small effort. Senior, you're being too polite. Before he could ask for her name, the senior was about to inquire when Qin Lang's gaze was drawn to the palm technique she had just practiced. He licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with desire, and directly interrupted, Senior, that set of palm techniques you practiced just now was quite impressive. Could you lend it to me for a look? The senior. The words of gratitude she had prepared were instantly choked back. Looking at Qin Lang's bright, sparkling eyes, as if he had seen a rare treasure, the senior's mouth twitched slightly. This guy, does he have a bit of an unusual thought process? After saving the beauty, shouldn't they get to know each other? Why is he directly asking to borrow a manual? However, he was her benefactor, and his earlier guidance had indeed been insightful, benefiting her greatly. The senior hesitated for a moment, but still took out a bound book from her bag, on which was written flowing clouds, piercing heart palm. This is our Liu family's ancestral palm technique, and it is not to be shared. However, since you saved me and guided me to break through my bottleneck, this is my own transcribed cultivation insights. It's fine to lend it to you for a few days. Great. Thank you, Senior. Qin Lang was overjoyed, taking it in one swift motion. You can rest assured, I will return it in 7 days. Saying that, he quickly reported his information as if afraid the senior would change her mind. My name is Qin Lang, a freshman. Goodbye, Senior. Before his voice faded, he hugged the flowing clouds, piercing heart palm, and with a whoosh, he disappeared as if a ferocious beast were chasing him, leaving behind the tall senior, who stood there with her hands still in the position of offering the book, looking bewildered in the wind. She stared in the direction Qin Lang had vanished, blinked her beautiful eyes, looked down at herself, and touched her face. Am I that scary looking? Just now. I think I wanted to invite him to dinner as a gesture of thanks. Chapter 5. Is the tea not tasty anymore, or is lying flat not appealing? After leaving, Qin Lang couldn't wait to open the newly acquired notes on Flowing Cloud, Piercing Heart Palm. The book is a handwritten copy with elegant handwriting, clearly from that senior sister. Inside, there are not only illustrations of the palm techniques and routes of qi and blood circulation, but also many of her personal insights and difficulty notes on cultivation. She even thoughtfully mentioned which low-level qi and blood potions are needed to nourish the meridians while practicing this palm technique to avoid hidden injuries. E-level top tier, just a thin line away from D-level. After carefully studying it, Qin Lang made a judgment. Although it wasn't the D-level martial arts he had imagined, he wasn't disappointed. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. After finishing the E-level inferior mountain collapse fist, jumping straight to D-level might be too big of a leap, risking injury. This E-level top-tier Flowing Cloud Piercing Heart Palm is just right as a transition. Moreover, this palm technique suits him quite well. Qin Lang stroked his chin. The mountain collapse fist is bold and fierce, but it consumes a lot of energy and isn't very durable. In contrast, the Flowing Cloud Piercing Heart Palm appears ethereal but contains penetrating dark energy, focusing more on technique and the exquisite control of qi and blood. It perfectly compensates for his shortcomings and enriches his martial arts repertoire. Coincidentally, the month-long period is also up. He should return the Mountain Collapse Fist and retrieve his student ID. Qin Lang carefully put away the Flowing Cloud Piercing Heart Palm and also began to consider ways to earn money and academic credits. Martial arts like the Flowing Cloud Piercing Heart Palm clearly require potion assistance, which isn't cheap. Furthermore, to borrow higher-level martial arts, upgrading the student ID privileges is essential, which requires a lot of credits. You can't keep relying on the administrator to break the rules, right? The original owner had a strong will. After leaving home, he didn't take a penny from his family and relied on meager work study and frugality to get by. Qin Lang inherited this body but felt embarrassed to immediately call those cheap parents for money, feeling it would devalue him. So he could only become self-reliant. Library. Qin Lang arrived at the administrator's duty room with ease. The old man was still leisurely sitting there, holding a purple clay teapot, squinting his eyes to savor tea, as if his posture hadn't changed since a month ago when Qin Lang left. Sir, I've come to return the book. Qin Lang offered the Mountain Collapse Fist manual with both hands. The old man lifted his eyelids, took the manual, flipped through it casually, and then looked up at Qin Lang, asking slowly, "How is it? Young man, did you understand the Mountain Collapse Fist? Did you injure yourself?" Qin Lang's heart tightened. The old man seemed casual, but his gaze was very sharp. He didn't want to reveal that he had fully mastered the Mountain Collapse Fist in just a month. Ahem. It's indeed quite difficult and profound. My aptitude is dull and I've barely understood a bit of the surface, but it has inspired me greatly. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. He tried to appear humble, low-key, and even somewhat dejected. Upon hearing this, the old man's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible arc. He took Qin Lang's student ID from the drawer and handed it back to him. His murky gaze lingered for a moment on the hands that Qin Lang had extended with the manual. Those hands had noticeably roughened at the knuckles and the edges of the fist compared to a month ago. One could faintly see the overlapping thick calluses of old and new. This was a clear sign of long-term, high-intensity practice of martial arts, not something that could be formed by merely understanding a bit of the surface. Moreover, that faint yet discernible condensed aura about the young man, although well hidden, it was still hard to escape the old man's keen eyes. Compared to the insubstantial appearance from a month ago, he was practically a different person. Well, it's good to know it's difficult. The old man nodded subtly, picked up the teapot, and said, in martial arts, one must avoid being overly ambitious. Once the foundation is solid, there will be plenty of opportunities to engage with more powerful techniques. Go ahead. All right. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. Qin Lang felt as if he had received a pardon, took his student ID, and quickly slipped away. The old man took a sip of the scalding tea, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Hey, the surface? This little guy is quite deep. This level of qi condensation, from 2 levels to 5 in a month. TSK. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have, or is he inherently a cultivation genius? A glimmer of brilliance passed through his old eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He shook his head and chuckled to himself. What does it have to do with me? I've been holed up in this northwestern Gobi desert for decades. Why should I meddle in such trivial matters? Is the tea not tasty anymore? Or is lying flat not appealing? On the other side, after leaving the library, Qin Lang first returned to the dormitory. Pushing open the door, all three roommates were present. One was laughing at the computer screen while playing games, another was wearing headphones listening to music and reading, and the last was applying a facial mask. Upon seeing Qin Lang enter, the three merely glanced at him casually and continued with their own activities, too lazy to even greet him. Qin Lang was happy for the peace. He hadn't returned to the dormitory in a month, and these so-called roommates were like strangers. Quickly rummaging through the closet for a set of clean clothes to change into, he stuffed his sweaty practice outfit into the cabinet. After changing, Qin Lang sat at his desk and took out his phone to open the School S app. The planet he was on was called Blue Star, over 10 times the size of Earth from his past life. The country he was in was still that colossal entity standing on the eastern continent, the Great Yan Federation. About 2,000 years ago, Blue Star underwent a dramatic change, known as the era of spiritual energy recovery. The world was filled with a strange energy called spiritual energy. While numerous unstable dimensional rifts appeared worldwide without warning, countless powerful and bloodthirsty beasts poured out from these rifts, dealing a devastating blow to human civilization. Under the pressure of survival, humanity began to research methods to absorb spiritual energy. Ancient martial arts were revitalized and gradually formed a complete cultivation system in conjunction with modern technology. Countless martial arts predecessors sacrificed their lives, charging forward one after another. Eventually, they drove most of the beasts back into the rifts and established strong defensive lines and cities around them. Nowadays, although large-scale beast tides are rare, the dimensional rifts have not disappeared. There are still sporadic beasts that find ways to break through the defenses and infiltrate the human world to create chaos. Therefore, martial arts flourish and the strong are revered, remaining the main theme of this world. The Martial Alliance, formerly known as the Great Yan Federation Martial Artists Alliance, is the highest martial force organization and management body of the Federation. It is responsible for coordinating various martial forces, guarding the rifts, exterminating beasts, issuing tasks, and assessing martial artist ranks, among other duties. The School S app is connected to the Martial Alliance S task release system, filtering out some lower-risk tasks suitable for students to undertake, posted on the campus platform for students to accept and complete in order to earn credits in federal currency. Qin Lang's goal was clear: to find a task that required action to test the results of his month of hard training, especially the practical power of the Mountain Collapse Fist. Chapter 6 Bully? A punch to obliterate Qin Lang quickly sifted through the task list. Task: assist the third farm in the West City to clear out the burrowing moles. Requirement: at least 9th rank, 3rd layer. Reward: 10 credits, 5,000 federal coins. Task: patrol the Gobi Oasis water source to prevent sand wolves from approaching. Requirement: team task, 3 to 5 people. Team leader must be 9th rank, 4th layer. Reward: 8 credits per person for 1,000 federal coins. Task: search for and hunt mutated iron-skinned wild boars. Location: outskirts of Blackstone Mountains. Requirement: 9th rank, 5th layer or above. Reward: 30 credits, 15,000 federal coins. Seeing the string of zeros behind the task rewards, Qin Lang couldn't help but click his tongue. The purchasing power of federal coins in this world is roughly comparable to that of soft sister coins in his previous life. The original owner had also done some part-time work for living expenses. For example, working in a school cafeteria or off-campus restaurants. The highest hourly wage was only about 20 federal coins. This was considered preferential treatment for martial arts students like them. But now, even the most basic task of clearing out an F-level beast has rewards starting in the thousands. No wonder everyone is eager to climb the martial arts ladder. The efficiency of earning money is in a completely different dimension. However, Qin Lang quickly came to terms with it. The status of a martial artist is transcendent, and the income is substantial. But all of this is ultimately built on high risks. Every task may come with life-threatening dangers. Moreover, the consumption for martial artists is extremely exaggerated. These thousands and tens of thousands may not even be enough at the 9th rank stage. The burrowing moles are too weak and lack challenge. The sand wolves require a team, which is troublesome. The iron-skinned wild boars, F-level mid-tier beasts, are equivalent to 9th rank, 5th or 6th layer. Qin Lang's gaze locked onto the third task. I am currently at the 5th layer. Plus the perfected mountain-crushing fist, I should be able to handle it. The reward is also quite good. He quickly accepted the task. Done. Blackstone Mountains, let's go. Qin Lang put away his phone, took nothing with him, and pushed the door out. However, as soon as he stepped out of the dormitory building, He ran into a few people. The leader was a tall and robust young man with a buzz cut and a defiant look in his eyes. He was dressed in a branded training outfit, followed by 2 student lackeys. As soon as these people saw Qin Lang, their faces immediately broke into mocking and malicious smiles. "Oh, isn't this our cheerful little brother? I thought you had gone into seclusion, practicing so hard that you died in some corner," the buzzcut youth said in a sarcastic tone, blocking Qin Lang's way. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his brain quickly searching through the original owner's memories. Instantly, he remembered. The leader of these people was named Zhao Feng, who seemed to have some minor background and often bullied others at school. The original owner, due to his stubborn personality and being a waste, only knew how to practice hard and had often been troubled by these people. He had even been cornered in the bathroom and taught a lesson a few times, with some training resources taken from him. They could be said to be one of the few enemies of the original owner at school. "Is there something you want?" Qin Lang's voice was flat, but his gaze had turned cold. He was no longer the original owner, and he had no interest in playing the role of being humiliated by these clowns. "Can I just say hello?" Zhao Feng scoffed, sizing Qin Lang up. "I heard you haven't shown up for a month, hiding away and working hard. What? Do you want to make a stunning debut in the final assessment? Don't be ridiculous, no matter how much you practice that radio calisthenics." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Lang moved. No nonsense, no warnings. Since the other party had taken the initiative to provoke him and had a history of bullying, there was nothing more to say. "Just right. I'll use you to test my perfected mountain-crushing fist." Qin Lang shifted his foot, his body slightly sinking. And a powerful and fierce aura suddenly erupted. The blood chi of the 9th rank. 5th layer surged out without reservation, looking for death. Zhao Feng didn't expect Qin Lang to dare to strike first. His face twisted. He also unleashed the aura of the 9th rank, 5th layer, and threw a punch at Qin Lang's face. He practiced an E-level martial art, which emphasized speed, accuracy, and brutality. However, in the face of Qin Lang's perfected mountain-crushing fist, all of this seemed so pale and powerless. Mountain-crushing. Qin Lang did not dodge or evade. His right fist struck first, enveloped in a fierce momentum as if it could collapse mountains, and ruthlessly met the attack. Bang! A muffled sound. Zhao Feng's fist collided solidly with Qin Lang's fist. The next second, the sneer on Zhao Feng's face instantly froze, replaced by horror and pain. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. A tremendous force, like a flood from a broken dam, crushed his fist strength and surged up his arm. Zhao Feng let out a piercing scream, his whole body flying backward as if hit by a speeding truck, landing 7 or 8 meters away. With a thud, he fell to the ground, clutching his deformed right arm in agony, his face pale and cold sweat streaming down. The 2 lackeys were directly stunned, frozen in place, staring at Qin Lang, who was holding his fist with a cold gaze, as if looking at a monster. This is still the little brother who could be easily bullied. With just one punch, and he disabled Zhao Feng, who was considered a minor expert. Qin Lang shook off his slightly numb fist, feeling the power of the perfected mountain-crushing fist, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, quite powerful. He cast a cold glance at the 2 stunned lackeys. "Do you want to continue?" The 2 shivered all over, terrified, and shook their heads wildly. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to these clowns, and stepped past them, heading straight for the school gate. The little Karami and the like are not worth worrying about. Hunting iron-skinned wild boars, earning my first bucket of gold and credits, is the first step in conquering the stars and the sea. The Blackstone Mountains, located 100 miles east of West Gobi City, is the largest mountain range nearby. Named for its black-brown rocks and the presence of certain special metal minerals, the area features complex terrain and dense forests, making it a frequent haunt for various low-level, ferocious beasts. It is classified as a low-risk training area by the Martial Alliance. Qin Lang took a bus to the edge of the mountain range, and after getting off at the designated stop, plunged into the vast forest. Following the map and directional instructions provided in the task briefing, he moved swiftly. With blood chi far surpassing that of martial artists of the same rank, and some agility from the willow cack and body technique he had just begun to comprehend, he navigated the rugged mountain path with ease. After about half an hour, he gradually approached the area marked for iron-skinned wild boar activity. However, before he could find his target, a faint sound of conversation wafted through the wind. Qin Lang immediately became alert, slowed his pace, concealed his aura, and quietly moved towards the source of the sound. Parting a dense thicket, he saw 3 people standing in a relatively open glade ahead, 2 men, and 1 woman. These 3 were quite young, probably around his age, 18 or 19. They were dressed in matching deep blue training outfits, with a powerful martial character badge embroidered on their chests, accompanied by a line of small text. Northwest Martial University. Chapter 7. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. While the Yellow Sparrow is behind not from our school. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened slightly. The uniform of the Northwest Martial Arts Technical School was a dull yellow, jokingly referred to by students as earth color. However, this deep blue uniform, embroidered with the character for martial, represented the top martial arts academy in Zagobi City, Northwest Martial Arts University. It was a key undergraduate institution, not the top in the entire Northwest, but certainly a prestigious one in Zagobi City. Those who could gain admission were considered exceptionally talented. The 3 individuals exuded a calm aura, their chi and blood fluctuations significantly stronger than Zhao Feng, who had just been sent flying by Qin Lang with a single punch. In particular, one tall and stern-looking young man gave Qin Lang the impression that he had likely reached the 8th rank. TSK is an undergraduate powerhouse here to fish. Qin Lang secretly moquet. He overheard the 3 speaking quietly. Liamo, the intel is correct. It really is a group of iron-skinned wild boars. The drone has already confirmed it, and there are probably 5 or 6 ordinary iron-skinned wild boars, plus one that is significantly larger, likely the mutated wild boar king. The speaker was a round-faced, lively boy named Zhang Hao. The only girl among them, Lin Wei, who was beautiful with a slightly cold demeanor, interjected, the wild boar king. This is an unexpected bonus. The mission system only shows the hunt for ordinary piglets. I didn't expect there to be an adult mutated species here. If we can take it down, the mission rating could at least be upgraded to medium level, and the credits and rewards would be substantial. The stern young man, known as Liemo, nodded, his voice deep. Moreover, according to the data, this area is close to the edge of the small crack numbered 73. The appearance of the wild boar king here likely indicates it's guarding something, perhaps a companion spirit, herb, or ore. Taking it down might yield additional rewards. Hearing this, Qin Lang felt a stir in his heart and immediately opened his phone to check the task list again. Sure enough, his task panel still only displayed the hunt for iron-skinned wild boars and made no mention of the wild boar king or higher rewards. He glanced at the glaringly 0 credits on his personal information interface and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. This task system has a protective mechanism. As a newbie with 0 credits who has just registered, the system automatically filters out high-risk information that exceeds my current strength or permissions to prevent reckless newcomers from seeking death. I have to say, this design is quite humane. However, Qin Lang's eyes flickered. The wild boar king? An E-level ferocious beast? And it might be guarding spirit herbs? That's a lot of information. The round-faced boy Zhang Hao rubbed his hands excitedly. So what are we waiting for? Let's go straight in. If we take down that wild boar king, we'll make a killing on this trip. Don't be impulsive, Zhang Hao. Liemo frowned. Although the wild boar king is only an E-level ferocious beast, it's tough and powerful, close to the strength of an 8th rank martial artist. Plus, it has several wild boar guards, so rushing in could be dangerous. Linwei agreed. Liemo is right. The charge of iron-skinned wild boars is very strong, and being surrounded could be troublesome. We need to come up with a plan. It's best to lure away the smaller ones first, and then concentrate our strength on the wild boar king. Exactly, let's do it this way. Liemo began to quietly lay out tactics, and the 3 huddled together to strategize. Clearly, they were not reckless and understood that even a lion uses full strength to catch a rabbit. Qin Lang hid in the shadows, listening intently while quickly searching for information about the wild boar king on his phone. Beast name, wild boar king, mutated species, level, strength assessment, 8th rank, characteristics, huge size, skin hardened like iron, incredible defense, terrifying strength, skilled in charging and tusk attacks. Weaknesses in the eyes and softer areas of the abdomen. Remarks, leader of a pack of ferocious beasts, usually accompanied by ordinary iron-skinned wild boar guards. Close to the 8th rank, Qin Lang stroked his chin, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. With his current strength at the 5th level of the 9th rank, a direct confrontation was certainly out of the question. Even with a perfected mountain-crushing fist, he probably couldn't break through that iron defense and might instead be impaled by a hoof or tusk. But he glanced at the 3 who were earnestly discussing tactics. Let them go first, draw the fire, wear out the wild boar king's stamina. I'll hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to pick up the spoils. A bold idea formed in Qin Lang's mind. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow is behind. Although it might be a bit unkind, Everyone is out here to make money from tasks, and each relies on their own abilities. Besides, I'm just a small fry from a junior college. I can't compare to these undergraduate high achievers. Using a little cleverness isn't too much to ask, right? Li Mo, Zhang Hao, and Lin Wei cautiously traversed the forest, gradually approaching the wild boar king's lair according to the route relayed by the drone. It was a small valley nestled between several massive black stones, with gnawed animal bones and the smell of excrement scattered at the entrance. Deep in the valley, a massive beast far larger than an ordinary wild boar lay sprawled on the ground, covered in dark iron-gray bristles, with tusks protruding like short daggers, feigning sleep. Underneath it, something seemed to be pinned down, while 5 or 6 smaller, ordinary iron-skinned wild boars wandered around, keeping watch. Not far from the wild boar king's resting place, a peculiar plant was growing tenaciously by a rock crevice. It was deep red all over, resembling ginseng but with more twisted roots. At its top, several rice-sized, translucent fruit glimmered like rubies, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. Moreover, the spiritual energy around it seemed denser than elsewhere. Qi Yuan Ginseng. Lin Wei's beautiful eyes lit up as she gasped softly. It's at least 50 years old. No wonder this creature is guarding it. Qi Yuan Ginseng, a D-level spirit herb, can significantly replenish qi and blood, refine the body, and has remarkable effects for 9th-rank martial artists. Its value far exceeds the rewards of their current task. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Mo and Zhang Hao's eyes. The plan begins, Li Mo said in a deep voice, signaling to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao nodded, took a deep breath, and pulled out a specially made metal disc from his backpack, throwing it forcefully towards another dense forest area, away from the valley entrance. Boom! The metal disc struck a boulder, producing a deafening noise while simultaneously simulating a sharp, piercing sound, reminiscent of a fierce bird's call. Roar! The disturbed wild boar king suddenly sprang up from the ground, its copper bell-sized eyes flashing with a violent red light. It sniffed the air and let out an angry roar, charging towards the source of the sound. With powerful strides, it barreled forward like an uncontrollable heavy truck. The ordinary iron-skinned wild boars immediately followed their king, rushing into the dense forest with a roar. Success. Chapter 8. The clam and the snipe compete. And Qin Lang gains the benefit. Zhang Hao excitedly clenched his fist. Quick battle, quick decision, Li Mo shouted, rushing towards the red Yuan Ginseng, followed closely by Lin Wei and Zhang Hao. The three formed a triangle, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, just as Li Mo's hand was about to touch the red Yuan Ginseng, whoosh, 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 3 piercing sounds suddenly rang out. 3 crossbow bolts, shimmering with a cold blue light, shot towards Li Mo's hand reaching for the ginseng, as well as towards Lin Wei's throat and Zhang Hao's chest. Careful! Li Mo's face changed dramatically. In a split second, he withdrew his hand and retreated, drawing his long sword from his waist. With 2 crisp clangs, he deflected the bolts aimed at himself and Lin Wei. Zhang Hao reacted a bit slower, but rolled to the side in a panic, the bolt grazing his arm and drawing blood as it embedded into the ground behind him. Who are you? Zhang Hao shouted angrily, clutching his bleeding arm. 3 figures suddenly emerged like ghosts from the shadows of the nearby woods, blocking the way to the red Yuan Ginseng. These 3 wore tattered yet mobile leather armor and had hideous masks on their faces. The leader was a burly man with a massive cleaver slung across his back, exuding a fierce and violent aura. The other 2 wielded poisoned short blades, their eyes cold. Blackwind, 3 scoundrels. Li Mo's pupils constricted as he recognized the cleaver and the mask of the leader, exclaiming in shock. Weren't you committing crimes in the North Mountain mining area and wanted by the Martial Alliance? How did you end up here? Hey. The burly man let out a harsh, unpleasant laugh. You chose the path to hell when you didn't walk the road to heaven. The new generation of Northwest Martial University is average in strength, but your eyes are sharp. Since you recognized us, don't think you can leave alive. Leave that red Yuan Ginseng, as well as everything on you. Before his words fell, he abruptly drew the massive cleaver from his back, creating a gust of wind as he swung it down towards Li Mo's head. The other 2 also grinned and lunged at Lin Wei and Zhang Hao. These 3 were all peak 9th-grade martial artists, and the burly man's aura was so strong that it even faintly reached the 8th grade. Bastard! Li Montauk shouted angrily, swinging his sword to block. Lin Wei and the injured Zhang Hao immediately joined the fight. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, blades flashed, and energy surged. Although the students of Northwest Martial University had relatively little combat experience, Their techniques were exquisite and their foundation solid. In contrast, the Black Wind Three scoundrels were seasoned cutthroats, their moves ruthless and their experience vast. For a moment, the battle was intense and evenly matched. Roar! At that moment, a more furious roar echoed from afar. The ground shook. The iron-skinned wild boar king, which had been lured away, had clearly realized it was tricked and was now charging back with even greater speed. Filled with boundless rage, it quickly spotted the two sides locked in fierce combat, and the red yuan ginseng still emitting its alluring fragrance from the crevice. Invaders. All should die. The wild boar king's massive body charged into the fray like a cannonball, tusks swinging wildly, trampling the earth, attacking indiscriminately. Damn it! That beast is back. Forget about them, block that pig. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The trio from Northwest Marshall University had to split their focus to withstand the Wild Boar King's charge. The Black Wind Three scoundrels were also thrown into disarray by this sudden turn of events, similarly facing the Wild Boar King's assault. A three-way melee ensued. Blades flashed. The beast roared, and human shouts intertwined, dust swirling and stones flying. Amidst the chaotic battlefield's edge, a figure slipped out from the bushes like the most inconspicuous shadow. It was Qin Lang. He had been lurking nearby, witnessing everything that had just transpired. Good opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on each other and the rampaging wild boar king, creating a vacuum around the red yuan ginseng. He suppressed his breath to the utmost, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, moving silently like a weightless willow fluff, swiftly bypassing the edge of the fierce battle and approaching the crevice with the utmost speed. His movements were lightning fast, without a moment of hesitation. His right hand accurately grasped the root of the red yuan ginseng. A surge of energy erupted. With a soft pop, he pulled the entire plant out of the ground, the roots still carrying moist soil. With no time to examine it, Qin Lang immediately stuffed the ginseng into his clothes, wrapping it up, then turned and dashed away from the battlefield like a cheetah, heading in the opposite direction. He skillfully integrated the full realm's mountain-crushing fist energy circulation technique into the rudimentary willow fluff movement, and although it was still not particularly advanced, the explosive speed had increased significantly. In just a few breaths, he had leaped dozens of meters away, his figure quickly disappearing into the dense jungle. Huh? Where's the red yuan ginseng? The precious herb was gone. Someone just now. Who? Almost simultaneously, as Qin Lang vanished, all three parties in battle suddenly sensed something was off. The red yuan ginseng, emanating its enticing fragrance, had inexplicably disappeared. In the chaos just now, there was actually a fourth party lurking. Chase, Li Mo, Lin Wei, Zhang Hao, and the Black Wind Three scoundrels all shouted in unison, temporarily abandoning their fight to pursue the direction where Qin Lang had disappeared. However, think you can get away? Too late. The leader of the Black Wind Three scoundrels, the burly man, sneered, stomping his foot. Buzz, buzz. The ground trembled lightly, and several preset runes suddenly lit up. Clang. A specially made net, shimmering with a metallic sheen, fell from above, perfectly ensnaring the iron-skinned wild boar king that had just broken free from the battle and was preparing to chase. The net quickly tightened, causing the wild boar king to roar frantically, but it found it difficult to escape. At the same time, beneath Li Mo and the other's feet, several extremely concealed alloy wires suddenly tightened and sprang out, wrapping around their ankles like venomous snakes. Traps! Li Mo's face changed dramatically as he swung his sword to cut through a few wires, but more wires wrapped around him, causing him, Lin Wei, and Zhang Hao to stumble and lose their balance. These Black Wind Three scoundrels were indeed seasoned veterans, meticulous in their planning. Having long set up targeted traps in the area, they had originally intended to use them against the Wild Boar King after securing the ginseng, but unexpectedly, they were now deployed here. With just this delay, Qin Lang's figure had completely vanished into the depths of the dense forest, leaving not even a shadow behind. Damn it! That kid got away. The second in command of the Black Wind Three scoundrels, the tall and lean man wielding a poisoned dagger, cursed in frustration. Boss, that pig is about to break free. The third shouted urgently, as the metallic net groaned under the weight of the iron-skinned wild boar king's terrifying strength. Second and third, you hold that beast steady. The leader of the Black Wind scoundrels cast a vicious glance at Li Mo and the others, who were temporarily entangled by the alloy wires, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Since the treasure was taken by someone else, we might as well collect some interest. These students from Northwest Marshall University must have plenty of good stuff on them. Killing them won't be a loss. Chapter 9. Keeping the bottom line. Madman tactics, he directed all his anger over not being able to seize the Qiyuan ginseng onto these 3 troublesome college students. Roar. The iron-hide wild boar king, stimulated by the trap, struggled and roared even more frantically, the metal net tightening to the brink of tearing apart. The second and third brothers had no choice but to exert all their energy to reinforce the trap, while also dodging the wild boar king's gusts of air and the tearing of its tusks from a distance. For a moment, they had no time to spare. Meanwhile, the Black Wind boss, grinning savagely, raised his mountain-splitting knife. The terrifying aura of the 8th grade, first level bursting forth without reservation, locking onto the trapped Li Mo and the others. The chilling killing intent pressed down like a tangible weight, draining the color from Li Mo and the others' faces. They were already exhausted, and now bound by the trap. They were utterly powerless to resist against a full-force strike. Boom! Just at that critical moment, a wildly fierce punch, like a cannonball, suddenly blasted out from the dense forest on the side. The target was aimed directly at the Black Wind boss's vital flank. No warning, no chatter, only a thunderous punch. It was Qin Lang, who had returned. He could have left with the spiritual medicine. The law of the jungle had nothing to do with him. But he simply couldn't do it. Watching these college students fall, because of him, even indirectly, touched his bottom line. Using his brain was one thing. But to see someone die and not save them, that wasn't his style. The Black Wind boss's expression changed. He never expected this kid not only dare to come back, but also to launch a sneak attack. He twisted his waist sharply, abandoning the knife aimed at Li Mo and the others, and slashed back with a horizontal cut to meet that furious punch. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. Qin Lang's figure burst out from the forest, his fist colliding with the knife edge. The tremendous recoil sent pain shooting through his arm, his blood surging, but his gaze remained icy, showing no signs of retreat. Seeking death, the Black Wind boss pushed Qin Lang back with a knife, his eyes greedier and more murderous as they fixed on the Qiyuan ginseng in Qin Lang's hand. The next moment, Qin Lang moved. Like a tiger descending the mountain, he lunged at the Black Wind boss again, still using the mountain-crushing fist. But this time, his approach had changed. Facing the fierce knife edge coming from the Black Wind boss, Qin Lang actually did not dodge or evade, allowing the blade to slice through his shoulder, spraying blood. At the same time, his other fist, containing the terrifying power to crush mountains and shatter stones, struck heavily at the Black Wind boss's chest. Poof! Bang! Both men let out muffled groans. Qin Lang now bore a deep knife wound on his shoulder, blood instantly soaking half of his body. Although the Black Wind boss had the protection of his blood energy, he was still hit hard by Qin Lang's powerful punch. Feeling a heaviness in his chest, his blood surging, his steps unsteady. Madman! The Black Wind boss was both shocked and furious. He was risking his life. The trapped Zhang Hao in the distance gasped in shock, and Lin Wei and Li Mo also looked horrified. This style of completely ignoring defense and trading injury for injury was nothing short of suicide. Qin Lang was only at the 9th grade, 5th level, and his physical strength and blood recovery ability were far inferior to the 8th grade, 1st level Black Wind boss. If this continued, he would be the first to die. However, Qin Lang seemed completely oblivious to the pain, his gaze cold and crazed. He utterly ignored the bleeding wounds on his body, like a maggot clinging to a bone. He pressed in again. Mountain crushing, mountain crushing, mountain crushing. He abandoned all defense, pouring all his energy into his offense, using his shoulder, his arms, his chest to withstand the opponent's knife strikes and palm blows, all to hammer his fist, charged with all his blood energy, again and again against the Black Wind boss. The scene turned bloody and brutal. Qin Lang quickly accumulated 7 or 8 varying depths of wounds on his body, blood gushing, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. His breath became heavy from blood loss and intense movement, his complexion turning frighteningly pale. But his eyes remained strikingly bright, like burning flames. The Black Wind boss was also suffering. Although he had landed several knife strikes on Qin Lang, he had also been struck multiple times by Qin Lang's astonishingly powerful fists. His internal organs shaken, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his knife-wielding hand trembling slightly. He had never encountered such a crazed opponent. This was not a battle. This was a fight to the death. Damn it. I'll see how long you can hold out. The Black Wind boss was completely enraged. a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. His internal blood energy surged madly, and a thick layer of blood-colored light enveloped the mountain-splitting knife in his hand. Gale slash. With a furious shout, the mountain-splitting knife transformed into a blood-red afterimage, carrying the momentum to sever everything, and swung down towards Qin Lang's head. This strike, he used all his strength. Qin Lang's pupils constricted, sensing the deadly crisis. He wanted to dodge, but trading injuries had already placed a tremendous burden on his body, slowing his speed by a beat. Poof! Bloodlight burst forth. The mountain-splitting knife struck fiercely into Qin Lang's left chest. Although he managed to block it with his arm at the last moment, dissipating some of the force, the blade still tore through his muscles, severing several ribs. It left behind a terrifying, grotesque wound deep enough to see bone. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ugh! Qin Lang let out a suppressed groan of pain, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling a few times but unable to rise. His injuries were too severe. The intense pain and massive blood loss made his vision darken, and his consciousness began to blur. In the distance, Lin Wei couldn't help but cry out. Liam O and Zhang Hao felt their hearts sink. It was over. He ultimately couldn't hold on. Hey, haha. The Black Wind boss looked at Qin Lang, who lay in a pool of blood, having also paid a considerable price. He panted heavily, but a victorious grin spread across his face. Madman, to fight me. You're still too young. He dragged his heavy steps, inching closer to Qin Lang, raising the mountain-splitting knife in his hand. He prepared to finish off this troublesome little brat once and for all, and then take back the Qiyuan ginseng. Just as the Black Wind boss stood before Qin Lang, grinning savagely and raising his slaughter knife to strike down, the originally lying Qin Lang, gasping for breath and on the brink of death, suddenly burst forth with astonishing brilliance in his eyes. His body, on the verge of collapse, exerted force in an extremely strange posture. His left leg swept along the ground like a whip, while his right leg firmly planted itself down like an old tree rooting. This was not an attack, but a finishing stance, an extremely standard F-grade basic leg technique, sweeping leg final pose, before deciding to return and fight for his life. Qin Lang had rehearsed this countless times in his mind. He integrated a technique that had long been leveled up to 99-100 proficiency, the sweeping leg, into the previous combat action, just short of this final finishing movement. Ding! Sweeping leg has been upgraded to minor completion 0-500. Ding! Host status has been refreshed. An indescribable warm current surged through Qin Lang's entire body like a volcanic eruption, under the horrified gaze of the Black Wind boss and the distant Li Mo trio. The terrifying, grotesque, bone-deep knife wound on Qin Lang's chest crazily healed at a visible speed. The gushing blood instantly stopped. The torn flesh quickly wriggled, closed up, and scabbed over. Other large and small wounds on his body also rapidly restored at the same time. His previously pale face quickly regained its rosy hue. His previously lethargic breath instantly became vigorous and powerful, even stronger than before. In just a second, Qin Lang transformed from a near-death state back to his peak. In fact, he had surpassed it. No, it's impossible. The sneer on the face of the Black Wind leader instantly froze, replaced by an indescribable terror and confusion. His eyes bulged wide, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. What did he see? A dying man suddenly fully revived? Wounds healing automatically? What kind of sorcery is this? And just as the Black Wind leader lost his composure, completely stunned by this extraordinary scene, Qin Lang moved. He held a stance of retracting his leg technique, but his eyes were as cold as a blade. His body sank slightly, and his right fist shot out like a cannonball. Boom! Mountain! This time, there was no reservation, no embellishments. It was the strongest punch concentrated in his peak state. The target, the heart of the Black Wind leader. Thud! This time, there was no clash of metal. Only the dull sound of the fist piercing through the chest cavity, shattering bones, and pulverizing organs. The terror and confusion on the Black Wind leader's face instantly froze. He looked down at the palm-sized transparent hole in his chest. Then, in disbelief, he looked up at Qin Lang. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, confusion, and a hint of fear before death. He never understood how he was defeated, what kind of monster his opponent was. Thud! The Black Wind leader's corpse fell straight back, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Only the heavy breathing of the trapped Li Mo and the others, along with the Wild Boar King's frenzied roar, remained. Chapter 10. Bountiful Harvest. Qin Lang killed the Black Wind boss in the blink of an eye. Just as the Black Wind boss's body fell, a piercing sound of metal snapping echoed. The iron-skinned Wild Boar King, trapped in a specially made metal net, finally tore through its bindings after a relentless struggle. Roar! The freed Wild Boar King, covered in blood, with eyes as red as drops of blood, unleashed a terrifying aura. Big brother. Not good. This beast is out. On the other side, Black Wind's second and third brothers, who were desperately trying to maintain the trap and suppress the Wild Boar King, witnessed their boss being killed by an unknown kid with a single punch, leaving them shocked and horrified. In this moment of distraction, the freed iron-skinned Wild Boar King seized the opportunity. Its massive body charged like a cannonball towards the nearest Black Wind second brother. Puff! The Black Wind second brother didn't have time to react before being struck by the Wild Boar King's unmatched force. His bones shattered, flying out like a broken sack, lifeless in midair. Second brother. The Black Wind third brother's eyes widened in rage, but before he could react, the Wild Boar King's gleaming tusks pierced through his chest like two curved blades. Die with me. In his final moments, the Black Wind third brother's eyes flashed with madness and resentment as he pressed the detonator he had prepared in his arms. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. A blinding white light instantly consumed everything, and a violent shockwave swept through like a hurricane, toppling trees in swathes. Smoke and debris shot into the sky. At the center of the explosion lay the Black Wind third brother and the iron-skinned Wild Boar King, both of their bodies charred and mangled, clearly unable to survive. Qin Lang observed this scene, raising an eyebrow. It saved him a lot of effort. He stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and scanned the battlefield. All three wanted criminals were dead. The iron-skinned Wild Boar King was gone as well. It was time to tally the spoils. Qin Lang first approached the Black Wind boss's corpse and began to search it without hesitation. Soon, he found a rather crude-looking manual. He tucked the manual away, then happily picked up a fierce-looking, hefty mountain knife. This was a good find. Next, he walked to the edge of the explosion's deep pit, searching near the mangled remains of the two wanted criminals, and found over 10,000 scattered valuables and several poison crossbow bolts. At the waist of one corpse, he also found a plain-looking stainless steel dagger that appeared quite sharp. As for the iron-skinned Wild Boar King, besides a few broken tusks and some charred hide that might fetch a bit of money, the most valuable blood and flesh essence had been mostly destroyed in the explosion. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to cut it up. Finally, he carefully took out the intact red yuan ginseng from his pocket, checked it for damage, and, satisfied, put away. This was the biggest gain of this trip. After completing all this, Qin Lang turned his attention to Li Mo, Lin Wei, and Zhang Hao, who were still trapped by alloy wire not far away. At this moment, these three prodigies from the top martial arts university in West Gobi City looked at Qin Lang with a complex expression. Shock, gratitude, confusion, and a hint of indescribable awe filled their eyes. What had just happened completely overturned their understanding. Not only had he stolen their coveted spiritual herb, but he had also returned at a critical moment to save them. Moreover, he had killed a level 8 wanted criminal who was far stronger than him in an almost insane and unbelievable manner. This felt like a dream. Qin Lang ignored their complex gazes and walked straight up to them, pulling out his phone and bringing up the payment QR code interface. Given that you helped me divert the Wild Boar King, I'll give you a discount on the rescue fee. Qin Lang said flatly, expressionless. One person, 10,000 federal coins. Scan it. Huh. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback and froze. Lin Wei frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting him to ask for money directly. Only Li Mo, after a brief moment of shock, quickly reacted, a wry smile appearing on his face, but more relief than anything. 10,000 federal coins for a life, especially saved in such a dire situation, was a bargain. Compared to the red yuan ginseng they had lost and the task reward, it was hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, his straightforward approach to discussing money made them feel more at ease. It's only right. Li Mo nodded without hesitation, took out his phone, and scanned Qin Lang's QR code. Ding. Transfer successful. The phone chimed, and Qin Lang smiled broadly, seeing that the captain had paid. Zhang Hao and Lin Wei quickly took out their phones to scan and transfer as well. They knew clearly that if Qin Lang hadn't returned, they would probably have ended up as the Black Wind boss's victims. Ding. Transfer successful. Ding. Transfer successful. 30,000 federal coins were received. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. He then opened the camera and took several clear photos of the Black Wind boss, the second brother, the third brother, and the remains of the iron-skinned Wild Boar King. These were important proofs for completing the task and claiming the bounty. He skillfully opened the app, categorized the photos, uploaded them, and submitted the task of exterminating the Iron Skin wild boar and the bounty application for killing the 3 Black Wind Bandit wanted criminals. According to the task information, the original reward for exterminating the Iron Skin wild boar was 30 credits and 15,000 federal coins. However, since it involved the Wild Boar King, the task difficulty was deemed higher, and the reward was doubled to 60 credits and 30,000 federal coins. As for the Black Wind brothers, as F-class wanted criminals, each head was worth 50,000 federal coins, totaling 150,000 for all 3. Qin Lang stood there patiently waiting for the app's backend to review. Shortly after, his phone received several notification messages. Ding. Task: Exterminate the Iron Skin Wild Boar has been confirmed complete. Reward of 60 credits and 30,000 federal coins has been credited to your account. Ding. Bounty: Kill Wanted Criminal Black Wine Boss has been confirmed complete. Reward of 50,000 federal coins has been credited. Ding. Bounty: Kill Wanted Criminal Black Wind Second Brother has been confirmed complete. Reward of 50,000 federal coins has been credited. Ding. Bounty: Kill Wanted Criminal Black Wind Third Brother has been confirmed complete. Reward of 50,000 federal coins has been credited. A total of 60 credits and over 220,000 federal coins made Qin Lang smile even broader. This was the true completion of his mission. Confirming that all rewards had been credited, Qin Lang put away his phone. He then tossed the stainless steel dagger he had just found over to them. The dagger is for you. Cut the ropes yourself. Qin Lang said lightly and turned to leave. Watching Qin Lang, who carried the mountain knife and quickly disappeared into the forest, Liu Mo, Lin Wei, and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. This guy. Zhang Hao looked at the dagger on the ground, then at the direction Qin Lang had vanished, murmuring, "What a strange person, but quite trustworthy." Liu Mo pulled the dagger from the ground and began to cut the alloy wire wrapped around him, while solemnly saying, "No matter who he is, today, we owe him a life. Remember this favor." Lin Wei silently nodded, watching the direction in which Qin Lang disappeared, her beautiful eyes flickering with a strange light. Not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 11. Drug use. Qin Lang carried the confiscated machete, agilely weaving through the dense forest, quickly distancing himself from the chaotic battlefield. After confirming that the surroundings were safe and far enough away, he found a hidden cave and entered, preparing to tally up the spoils of this adventure. The first and most important trophy was the Crimson Yuan Ginseng. Qin Lang carefully took it out. Its deep red roots were thick and powerful, and the few ruby-like fruits at the top emitted a faint, enticing fragrance along with rich spiritual energy fluctuations. What a good find! Qin Lang's eyes lit up. This thing not only could be consumed directly to boost vitality, but it was also said to be a main ingredient for crafting higher-grade pills worth a fortune. It wasn't the time to use it yet. He found a clean cloth bag, carefully wrapped it up, and stored it close to his body. Next, he took out the rough manual he found on the corpse of Black Wind's boss, Storm Blade Technique. The cover was made of some kind of animal skin, with crooked lettering. Qin Lang opened it for a closer look. The drawings and text inside appeared very rough and hasty, but exuded a sense of fierceness and dominance. This set of knife techniques emphasized powerful, sweeping movements, pursuing an unstoppable momentum and instantaneous explosive power. It was a low E-level technique, slightly inferior to Mountain Crumbling Fist, but it excelled in weapon enhancement. Qin Lang quickly made his judgment. Just right, what he lacked now was a weapon-based attack method. Without hesitation, he immediately began to practice. With a solid foundation in Mountain Crumbling Fist, along with the experience from previously grinding through dozens of F-level martial arts, this E-level knife technique, which also followed a vigorous path, wasn't too challenging for him. After about half an hour, accompanied by the internal circulation of vitality along a specific route, he successfully executed the first move. Ding! Storm Blade Technique Beginner 1000, another martial art he could grind. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction, temporarily putting away the manual and machete. He also checked the miscellaneous items he had scavenged from the other 2 wanted criminals. Aside from some odds and ends and over 10,000 federal coins, there were a few poison crossbow bolts and a fine steel dagger. He gave the dagger to Liu Mo and the others, keeping the crossbow bolts as a backup. Finally, he checked his account balance and credits. Federal coins, over 220,000. Credits, 60. Finally, he had a bit of money. In a good mood, Qin Lang began to consider his next training plan. He took out the insights on flowing cloud, piercing heart palm given to him by his senior sister. It was a top-tier E-level palm technique, with a higher training difficulty than mountain crumbling fist and storm blade technique. The insights mentioned that using auxiliary medicine appropriately could nourish the meridians, accelerate the recovery of vitality, and improve training efficiency, especially when breaking through bottlenecks. Now that he had money, he couldn't skimp on himself. Qin Lang made up his mind to gather all the spoils, determine the direction, and head back towards West Gobi City. Martial Arts Supply Street. Here, shops lined the streets, offering everything from weapons and armor to pills and manuals. It was a place frequently visited by martial artists and also a gold-sucking den. Qin Lang walked into an old pharmacy named Bai Chao Tang. The store was filled with a strong medicinal aroma, and behind the counter sat a spirited old pharmacist, while several young staff members in uniforms were busy. "Hello, what do you need?" A clever-looking young employee approached. "I need some auxiliary training potions, F level. The ones with the strongest effects that can maximize vitality and enhance training results." Qin Lang stated his purpose directly, emphasizing the need for the strongest effects. The strongest F-level vitality-enhancing potions? The employee was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "We have F-level vitality powder, F-level bull strength potion, and F-level boiling blood essence. The vitality powder has the mildest medicinal properties and the least side effects, suitable for daily assistance. But its enhancement effect is limited. The bull strength potion is stronger, providing a noticeable acceleration of vitality, but it may leave you feeling somewhat weak afterward. As for the strongest effect," the employee glanced at Qin Lang. "It's the F-level boiling blood essence. It can forcibly elevate your vitality to an extreme limit, with astonishing explosive power, theoretically the highest training efficiency. However, its side effects are enormous. After the effect wears off, the mild case could lead to chaotic vitality for several days, while severe cases could damage the foundational meridians, leaving permanent hidden injuries. Moreover, its potency is extremely domineering, and the body will rapidly develop a strong resistance. Generally, martial artists only dare to use one or two when breaking through bottlenecks, and would never risk it for daily training. This one costs 8,000 federal coins, 2,000 more than the bull strength potion. All three potions have a duration of 24 hours. The employee explained in detail, intending to dissuade Qin Lang, as such potent potions were not to be used lightly. The resources consumed in martial arts training were already immense, and one misstep could ruin one's future. However, after hearing this, Qin Lang's eyes brightened even more. Side effects? Damage to the foundation? Resistance? These were not problems for him. His status refresh was invincible. This was exactly what he wanted. The boiling blood essence. Qin Lang decisively said, "I'll take one to try." "Huh, are you sure?" The employee confirmed once again, seeing Qin Lang's determined gaze. Reluctantly, he took out a test tube containing a dark red, viscous liquid that looked like magma. Qin Lang readily paid 8,000 federal coins, took the seemingly dangerous potion, and turned to leave Bai Chao Tang. He quickly found a training venue and rented the cheapest single room. After closing the door, Qin Lang looked at the boiling blood essence in his hand, unscrewed the cap without hesitation, and downed it in one go. An indescribable burning sensation instantly surged from his throat to his stomach, followed by a violent torrent of heat erupting like a volcanic explosion, sweeping through his limbs and bones. Qin Lang felt as if all the blood in his body was truly boiling, with veins bulging under his skin and his heart pounding wildly. A terrifying sense of power filled his entire being, as if it would explode his body. So fierce, Qin Lang endured the discomfort in his body. But his eyes were exceptionally excited as he immediately took a stance and practiced a small completion of F-level fist technique, Fierce Tiger Fist. Hoo! Ha! The punch wind exploded, carrying a fierce and violent momentum. Under the extreme stimulation of the boiling blood essence, Qin Lang felt his control over vitality reach an unprecedented level. Every punch he threw seemed capable of tearing through the air. In just a few minutes, after completing a set of Fierce Tiger Fist, Qin Lang immediately checked the panel. Fierce Tiger Fist, small completion 52,500. Before practicing, the proficiency of this fist technique was at 50 points. Holy crap! Qin Lang's eyes widened suddenly, his heart racing wildly. 2 points. Proficiency increased by 2 points. Previously, whenever he practiced any martial art, he only gained 1 point of proficiency after completing a full set. Now, after consuming the strongest, but also most dangerous F-level boiling blood essence. Practicing Fierce Tiger Fist actually yielded 2 points of proficiency. The efficiency doubled directly. This was simply a tailor-made cash accelerator for me. Qin Lang's breathing quickened, and his eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. He finally understood why, despite the high cost and risks of pills, martial artists still flock to them. For ordinary people, with limited aptitude and slow training, even a slight increase in efficiency was worth a huge price to pursue. Such potent potions were indeed weapons for breaking through bottlenecks. For someone like him, who has a proficiency panel and a status refresh ability, taking drugs for cultivation is like opening the door to a new world. And if he's going to take them, he has to take the most potent ones. He must buy them all. At this moment, the effects of the drugs have just begun, and Qin Lang can feel a sharp pain from within his body and the groans of his meridians. But he doesn't care at all. He can't waste it. Chapter 12, Perpetual Motion Machine, Liver Exploitation Plan 2. 0. The effect of the blood-boiling essence lasts a full 24 hours, and only a few minutes have passed. How could it be wasted? Qin Lang immediately focused his mind and threw himself back into frenzied training. In the training room, Qin Lang's figure transformed into a series of afterimages. Tiger Fist, Stone Shattering Leg, Iron Wire Fist, Swift Wind Steps. One by one, the F-grade martial arts he had already mastered but had yet to achieve great success and were being tirelessly practiced over and over again. Under the powerful stimulation of the blood-boiling essence, his vital energy surged like a rushing river, each repetition bringing a double increase in proficiency. Tiger Fist, minor success 54,500. Tiger Fist, minor success 56,500. Stone Shattering Leg, minor success 101,500. Stone Shattering Leg, minor success 103,500. Time flew by. Qin Lang was completely immersed in the thrill of rapid advancement, forgetting fatigue and the body's instinctual warnings. His eyes were solely focused on the constantly changing proficiency numbers. 1 hour, 5 hours, 10 hours. Approaching a day, Qin Lang had pushed 7 entire F-grade martial arts, including Tiger Fist, Stone Shattering Leg, Iron Wire Fist, Swift Wind Steps, Stone Breaking Hand, Wandering Palm, and Forest Crossing Leg Technique, all to the brink of minor success, 499,500. Just one more point of proficiency was needed to advance to the proficient realm. However, at that moment, the 5-hour effect of the blood-boiling essence was finally nearing its end, and its terrifying side effects surged in like a tide. Qin Lang suddenly stopped his movements, his face turning pale, beads of sweat rolling down like pearls. An indescribable intense pain spread from deep within his limbs, as if countless red-hot steel needles were frantically piercing his meridians. Blood was no longer a gentle energy, but had turned into scalding magma, threatening to burn his blood vessels. Dizzy and disoriented, with a heart racing followed by a suffocating heaviness, every muscle in his body was convulsing and moaning. This was the price of the blood-boiling essence. Overdrawing potential and forcibly raising the activity of vital energy ultimately resulted in a devastating blow to the body. An ordinary martial artist enduring this level of backlash would either be bedridden for months with a regression in cultivation or suffer severed meridians, becoming a cripple. Here it comes. Qin Lang gritted his teeth against the soul-rending pain, but a fierce smile of anticipation appeared on his face. He quickly summoned the system panel, locking his gaze onto an F-grade martial art. Seizing Hand, entry level 99, 100, now's the time. With a thought, Qin Lang practiced without hesitation. Ding! Seizing Hand has been upgraded to minor success. Almost the moment the system notification sounded, a refreshing, warm, and life-filled strange energy appeared out of nowhere. Like a nourishing rain from the heavens, it instantly washed over his limbs and organs. The unbearable pain, the scalding burn, the piercing agony in his meridians, the dizzying weakness. All the negative states caused by the side effects of the blood-boiling essence vanished in an instant under the cleansing of this strange energy, like ice and snow melting in the sunlight. In just 1 second, Qin Lang returned from hell to heaven. He let out a long sigh, feeling the vital energy in his body regain its calm and become more refined. Along with the sense of fulfillment brought by the 7 F-grade martial arts on the verge of breaking through, an extremely excited and satisfied smile appeared on his face. 8,000 federal coins each for double the training efficiency. What a bargain. This amount was simply not enough. His eyes sparkled with the light of spending money and grinding, and he couldn't wait another moment. Excitedly, he straightened his clothes and strode out of the training room, heading straight for the apothecary. Hello. About that F-grade blood-boiling essence from yesterday. Qin Lang rushed to the counter, pointing his finger. The young clerk, seeing Qin Lang return, still wore a shocked expression, managing to force a smile. You want more? The blood-boiling essence really shouldn't be used too much. Qin Lang took a deep breath, interrupting him. Give me 25 bottles. Cough, cough, cough. The clerk was genuinely choked by his own saliva this time, coughing violently, staring at Qin Lang in disbelief. How much? 25 bottles. What did you say? Even the old pharmacist behind the counter, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his sharp gaze landing on Qin Lang, filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Young man, the clerk regained his composure, his voice cracking as he hurried to dissuade him. 25 bottles of blood-boiling essence? Are you serious? This stuff costs 8,000 each. 25 bottles total 200,000 federal coins. That's not even the main issue. The main issue is its side effects. Not to mention 25 bottles. Even using 3 in a row. Forget about 9th grade. Even 8th grade could result in your meridians exploding and dying on the spot. This is not meant for daily training. You're playing with your life. The old pharmacist spoke slowly, his voice aged and grave. Young man, in the path of martial arts, haste makes waste. Overdrawing your potential is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It will completely ruin your foundation. I advise you to think twice. However, as Qin Lang listened to their advice, a confident smile appeared on his face. Ruin my foundation? Not a chance. The refresh method is fantastic. As for the price, although 200,000 stings, it's worth it compared to double the training efficiency. Thanks for the reminder. This isn't for me. Qin Lang waved his hand, his tone exceptionally firm. Just 25 bottles. Scan the code. He placed his phone on the counter. With a balance of over 210,000, it was more than enough to pay. The clerk and the old pharmacist exchanged glances, seeing helplessness and confusion in each other's eyes. They simply couldn't understand why this young man was so reckless and confident. In the end, the transaction was completed. 200,000 federal coins were deducted, and Qin Lang's account balance instantly dropped to just over 10,000. He carried a heavy bag filled with 25 dark red, dangerous potions, walking out of the apothecary, fully satisfied while ignoring the complex expressions of the clerk and the old pharmacist behind him, as if they were looking at a monster or someone about to self-destruct. No. Wait, the perpetual motion machine plan 2.0 is activated. Qin Lang's eyes burned with fierce flames as he returned to the training ground. A new round of even crazier and more expensive training was about to begin. Chapter 13. 9 grade, 10 levels. The first of the newborn's time in training is irrelevant. The drug emperor does not know years. Well, actually, only a month has passed. He bought exactly 25 F-grade blood-boiling essences from Herb Hall. Like free candy, he poured one after another into his stomach. The violent medicinal power that could cause ordinary 9-grade martial artists to explode was completely transformed into rolling proficiency and rapidly increasing cultivation under the perfect feedback loop of his perpetual motion plan 2.0 while taking drugs. In the training room, or rather, his temporary drug-taking room, Qin Lang's figure moved so quickly that it almost left afterimages. At times, the palm winds flowed gracefully like drifting clouds, subtly carrying a sharpness that could pierce the air. At times, the knife light howled, as if stirring up a storm, tearing apart all obstacles. Flowing clouds, penetrating heart palm, raging wind blade technique. These two E-grade martial arts, under double efficiency and the uninterrupted drug emperor mode, saw their proficiency soar like a rocket. Of course, F-grade martial arts were not left behind. Every time the medicinal power of the blood-boiling essence was about to be exhausted, just before the backlash hit, he would precisely switch to a prepared F-grade martial art to complete the last point of proficiency and trigger a system refresh. Instantly resurrected with full health, perfectly avoiding side effects. A month passed in a flash. When the last blood-boiling essence was drained, Qin Lang refreshed his status again with a breakthrough in the F-grade iron wire fist, letting out a long breath that carried a faint bloody smell. Refreshing. Feeling the unprecedented power within him, Qin Lang opened his panel. Name, Qin Lang, realm, 9 grade. 10 levels, martial arts, strong body exercise, perfect. Mountain crushing fist, perfect. Flowing clouds penetrating heart palm, perfect. Raging wind blade technique, perfect. Basic fist technique, entry level. Proficient 88 1000 stone shattering leg technique essentials. Proficient 65 1000 iron sand palm, simplified version. Proficient 102 1000. Omitting dozens of F-grade martial arts. All reach proficiency. Swift wind step. Small success 499 500 steel opening hand. Small success 499 500 floating body palm. Small success 499 504 is penetrating leg technique. Small success 499 500 capturing hand. Small success 499 509 grade. 10 levels. Only one step away from breaking through to 8 grade martial artist. For perfect martial arts, 3 of which are E grade. Dozens of F-grade martial arts have reached proficiency. Moreover, 5 F-grade martial arts are at the peak of small success, ready to be used for recovery at any time. This terrifying progress, if seen by outsiders, would surely drop their jaws. Who would have thought that just over a month ago he was a struggling 9 grade? 1 level waste, and now has reached the end of 9 grade? 200,000 federal coins spent well. Qin Lang felt the power, and a surge of confidence arose in his heart. Although he was broke again now, strength is fundamental. Of course, this month of high-intensity drug-taking training not only boosted his strength, but also significantly enhanced his understanding of combat. The power of perfect realm E-grade martial arts is far beyond that of F-grade. Moreover, the ethereal and dynamic flowing clouds, penetrating heart palm, and the relentless raging wind blade technique perfectly complement the fierce mountain-crushing fist. It's time to return to school and return the flowing clouds, penetrating heart palm, to that senior sister. He had missed the 7A appointment and needed to hurry back. Furthermore, he received a mass text from the school in the morning. Academic notice. Attention all freshmen. This semester's midterm martial arts assessment will be held tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the school's Central Martial Arts Arena. Please participate on time. The results of this assessment will count towards credits, and the top 3 will receive generous rewards. Please prepare seriously and strive for excellent results. Midterm martial arts exam? Tomorrow? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, just in time. It was also a chance to test the strength he gained from all that effort. He tidied up and left the training area, heading towards the school. As he reached the school gate, he found a crowd of people ahead. It was packed tightly with layers of people, and the noise of cheers and discussions never ceased. TSK, is there a commotion to watch? Relying on the swift wind step technique, Qin Lang skillfully squeezed into the crowd. In the center of the martial arts arena, 2 young figures were fiercely clashing. One of them, tall and handsome, was wearing an expensive custom training suit. His punches and kicks were bold and steady, with blood energy surging around him. He was evidently emanating the aura of an 8-grade martial artist. He was using an extremely exquisite palm technique, with shadows of palms falling heavily, subtly accompanied by sounds of wind and thunder, clearly of high grade. Chu Tian is indeed recognized as the first of the new students. In just over a month since enrollment, he has already broken through to 8th grade, 2nd level. It is said that he has a strong family background and practices D-grade martial arts thunderpalm. Hiss, D-grade? Much stronger than the F-grade we practice. The other person appeared somewhat unruly, with a robust figure and sharp, vicious attacks. He mainly targeted Chu Tian's lower defenses and gaps, also at the 8th grade level. His aura was equally strong, clearly a fierce character. That's Wu Yi, right? I heard he and Chu Tian have been rivals since high school, always refusing to acknowledge Chu Tian. Wu Yi is also quite strong, having mastered the D-grade venomous snake whip leg to perfection, but unfortunately, he falls short against Chu Tian. With the midterm martial arts exam tomorrow, is Wu Yi trying to dampen Chu Tian's spirit before the test? Qin Lang stood among the crowd, watching the twos sparring with great interest. Chu Tian, 8th grade, 2nd level, solid foundation, and high-level martial arts. Wu Yi, 8th grade, 1st level, experienced in actual combat. These two undoubtedly represent the top combat power of this year's new students at the Northwest Martial Arts Vocational Technical School. Qin Lang watched intently, while his mind was racing. Chu Tian's palm technique was fierce, with strong blood energy. A single palm strike was powerful. There was a flaw in the center. If I use the guide technique of flowing clouds, penetrating heart palm, to deflect, then follow with the charge technique of mountain crushing fist to counterattack, I can break through. Wu Yi's leg techniques were crafty, with tricky angles, like a venomous snake striking. He was fast enough, but his lower body transitions were slightly stagnant. The combination of swift wind step and stone-shattering leg for blocking and counterkicking could make him suffer a great loss. As he watched, he subconsciously put himself in their place, using the dozens of martial arts he had mastered to simulate counterattacks in his mind. The more he simulated, the broader the smile at the corner of his mouth became. This sparring lasted for more than 10 minutes. Ultimately ending with Wu Yi being unable to continue, allowing Chu Tian to seize a flaw and push him back several meters with a palm strike, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Chu Tian wins. The referee announced the result. Chu Tian stood with his palm withdrawn, a hint of pride on his face, and cupped his hands towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi, thank you for the lesson. Your venomous snake whip leg has improved, but unfortunately, there's a gap of a small realm between us that is hard to cross. Wu Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shot Chu Tian a cold glance, snorted, and turned to leave. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and discussions, all praising Chu Tian's strength. Qin Lang, however, stroked his chin, already forming a judgment in his heart. This Chu Tian, 8th grade, 2nd level, with a solid foundation and high-level martial arts, is indeed a formidable opponent. But, Qin Lang grinned. If it were a formal arena spar, with rules to follow, relying on his 3 perfect E-grade martial arts and dozens of proficient F-grade martial arts, along with his 9th-grade, 10-level martial arts cultivation, he should be able to match Chu Tian evenly. He might even have a slight edge due to the diversity of his martial arts. But winning wouldn't be easy, as there was still a significant gap in realms. But if it's a life-and-death struggle, a glint of coldness flashed in Qin Lang's eyes, something only he understood. He had at least 17 ways to incapacitate his opponent within 3 breaths. A quick kill shouldn't be a problem, and he wouldn't even need to exchange injuries. Qin Lang thought confidently. This is the confidence of a gutsy champion. The combat instincts and skills built up from dozens of fundamental martial arts are far beyond what a genius who excels in only 1 or 2 advanced martial arts can compare to, especially in a life-and-death fight. Tomorrow's midterm martial arts exam seems a bit interesting now. Qin Lang licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the spirited Chu Tian and the surrounding students who looked on with envy and awe. I wonder how generous the rewards for the top 3 are? Just right, my perpetual motion machine plan is short on funds. He turned away from the crowd, planning to return the flowing cloud-piercing heart palm to that senior sister first. As for the martial arts exam, he would give everyone a surprise tomorrow. Chapter 14. The Bully's Hammer in the Back Mountain. It was still that secluded little grove. Qin Lang glanced at the time. It had been more than 20 days past the agreed date for returning the book. He took a deep breath, carrying the prepared gift, and walked deeper into the woods. Fortunately, the senior seemed to have just finished her training and was sitting cross-legged to adjust her breathing. Hearing the footsteps, the senior opened her eyes, her cold gaze falling on Qin Lang, her brows slightly furrowing. Senior, I'm really sorry. Qin Lang huaritli apoachet. I've been too absorbed in my training lately and lost track of time, and I've returned the manual much later than I should have. I truly feel bad about it. As he spoke, he carefully took out a delicate wooden box from his pocket and handed it over. This is a mild auxiliary liquid with minimal side effects that I specially selected from Baichao Hall. I hope it can slightly make up for my mistake. Lu Qingyao raised an eyebrow, and the slight displeasure in her heart instantly dissipated. She accepted the wooden box and revealed a faint smile. Junior, you are too polite. It's actually no big deal if you're a few days late. Qin Lang nodded slightly, and then handed over the flowing cloud-piercing heart palm manual. This palm technique is exquisite and has benefited me immensely. Thank you, Senior, for your generous borrowing. The senior flipped through the manual casually, confirming everything was in order, and was very satisfied with Qin Lang's careful attitude in preserving it. I'm glad I could help you. By the way, last time you hurriedly left, I didn't get the chance to introduce myself. My name is Lu Qingyao, a junior. Hello, Senior Lu. Qin Lang nodded. You seem to be in good spirits. Your energy is refined. It seems you've made some progress. Lu Qingyao's beautiful eyes flashed with more obvious surprise. I remember when you borrowed the book over 20 days ago. You seem to be at the 5th level of the 9th rank, right? Now, your aura has faintly reached the peak of the 9th rank, and it even shows signs of breaking through to the 8th rank. Just a lucky breakthrough, Qin Lang replied vaguely. Lu Qingyao was even more surprised upon hearing this. In a month, from the 5th level of the 9th rank to nearly the peak, this speed, both your talent and efforts are truly remarkable. Moreover, your aura is stable and your foundation solid. It doesn't look like you're forcing progress. Her evaluation of this strange junior rose a few notches, and she couldn't help but say a few more words. Junior, your talent is astonishing, but in martial arts, one must avoid impatience. Only when you break through to the 8th rank and your energy undergoes a second transformation can you be considered to have truly entered the door. After that, it will be the 7th rank transforming Qi realm, where you can project your energy outside. Its power is incomparable. I only recently managed to break through to the 7th rank thanks to your guidance. 7th rank. Qin Lang's heart jolted. He remembered that last time when Lu Qingyao's aura was unstable, she seemed to have barely touched the threshold of the 8th rank. He didn't expect that she was already a solid 7th rank warrior. The 7th rank transforming Shirelm, projecting energy outside. That was a qualitative change. He had underestimated her. In an instant, Qin Lang instinctively simulated in his mind. Lu Qingyao at the 7th rank, adept at flowing cloud piercing heart palm, projecting energy outside, increasing attack distance, and penetrating power. With my current strength at the 10th level of the 9th rank, for fully mastered E-rank martial arts, and dozens of proficient F-rank. Purely head-on, my odds of winning are less than 1 in 10. If I use swift wind steps and the environment to engage in guerrilla tactics, looking for gaps in her energy transition, and then ambush with the explosive power of crushing mountain fist, or attack her weak defense with the hand techniques of Gale Blade technique. Maybe I could have a 2 in 10 chance. A strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries might yield some unexpected results. But at most it would only increase my odds by 10%, provided she underestimates me. Qin Lang's gaze drifted, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin, completely immersed in the battle simulation, not noticing Lu Qingyao's gradually strange expression. This guy, what is he daydreaming about again? Lu Qingyao looked at Qin Lang's absent-minded demeanor and couldn't help but interrupt his thoughts. Junior Qin, what are you thinking about? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Qin Lang came back to his senses. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance and previous generosity. I still need to prepare for tomorrow's midterm martial arts exam, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned and left, walking hurriedly. Lu Qingyao. She watched Qin Lang's retreating figure, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Could it be that I've been too busy with my training lately and neglected my appearance, causing my charm to decline? Lu Qingyao touched her face somewhat unconfidently, took out her phone, and skillfully opened the school's internal forum. On the pinned popularity voting list for school flowers, her name, Lu Qingyao, was still far ahead in first place, with votes far outpacing the second place, followed by a bunch of comments praising her beauty. Phew! Lu Qingyao let out a slight sigh of relief. At least her popularity hasn't dropped. But then she thought again and helplessly rubbed her forehead. This Qin Lang. Could he be some sort of mountain dweller? Does he never browse the school forum? Not a single reaction. If only she knew that Qin Lang had not been daydreaming just now, but seriously simulating how to fight her and calculating a 2 to 3% chance of winning. The expression on the face of this #1 school flower would surely be quite something. After leaving the back mountain, although Lu Qingyao's 7th rank cultivation had given Qin Lang a slight blow, it more so ignited his fighting spirit. 7th rank. There's still a long way to go. He decided to return to his dormitory, meditate properly, adjust his state, and prepare to face tomorrow's midterm martial arts exam in the best condition. However, when he reached the entrance of the dormitory building, the anticipated quietness did not occur. Instead, there was a commotion. A crowd of students had gathered in front of the dormitory building, forming a circle around a few people, the atmosphere tense. At the forefront was a tall young man with a defiant expression, his aura clearly stronger than the surrounding students, revealing that he was an 8th rank warrior. Beside him stood a pale-faced person with a dodging gaze who was trying to appear calm. It was Zhao Feng, the bully who had been defeated by Qin Lang a few days ago. Upon seeing Qin Lang appear, Zhao Feng seemed to have found his backbone and hurriedly said to the tall senior beside him, "Brother Kuan, this is Qin Lang. He the one who injured me." The sophomore senior Zhou Kuan slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle, sizing up Qin Lang with a look of scrutiny and disdain. "You are Qin Lang? You dare to touch someone under my protection?" Zhou Kuan was at the 3rd level of the 8th rank, a well-known expert among sophomores, and was a backing for Zhao Feng and his small group. After Zhao Feng was beaten, he naturally went to Zhou Kuan to complain, embellishing how Qin Lang had been arrogant and domineering. Zhou Kuan initially hadn't taken a first-year way seriously, but upon hearing Zhao Feng mention that Qin Lang seemed to have made some progress, and with the midterm martial arts exam approaching, he decided to bring people to confront Qin Lang. One reason was to stand up for Zhao Feng and assert dominance. The other was to see what kind of sudden breakthrough this junior was, and to teach him a lesson to prevent him from becoming arrogant in the future. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, many recognizing Zhou Kuan and Zhao Feng. Also having heard about how Zhao Feng was taught a lesson by Qin Lang a few days ago, and they began to discuss among themselves. It's senior Zhou Kuan. He is actually at the 3rd level of the 8th rank. Zhao Feng even invited Zhou Kuan over. Qin Lang is in trouble now. Sigh, he was too impulsive. Offending Zhou Kuan will make things tough for him in school. Qin Lang's gaze calmly swept over Zhao Feng's face, which was filled with hatred and fear, before finally landing on Zhou Kuan. He could clearly feel the sense of oppression coming from the other person. the 8th rank, 3rd layer, was indeed much stronger than his current self. I did it, Qin Lang said in a flat tone, as if stating a trivial matter. The bully deserves to be hammered down. Chapter 15 Midterm Martial Arts Exam Good. What a deserved outcome. Zhou Kuan laughed in anger, his voice suddenly rising. It seems you don't take me seriously? Fine, since you have the guts, dare to take on my challenge? The surrounding students immediately held their breath. An 8th grade, threefold expert attacking a first-year student who has just reached the peak of the 9th grade? Isn't that too much bullying? Qin Lang's lips curled into a playful smile as he scanned the increasingly gathered crowd. You're a senior, right? An 8th grade, threefold master is now going to attack me. A peak 9th grader? Are you not afraid of being laughed at when this gets out? Zhou Kuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat unpleasant. He didn't want to give Qin Lang a show of strength, but with so many people watching, directly attacking did seem a bit like bullying the weak. It seemed Qin Lang could see through his thoughts and continued. How about this? 1 month from now, I challenge you formally on the martial arts stage. How about we have a proper fight then? Wow. The crowd erupted in excitement. Did I hear that correctly? Qin Lang want to challenge Zhou Kuan in a month? A peak 9th grader challenging an 8th grade threefold? And only asking for a month to prepare? Is he crazy? Is he scared silly? Or does he really have confidence? This is going to be a good show. Zhao Feng was also stunned. He didn't expect Qin Lang not only to not back down, but to propose an even crazier challenge. He looked at Zhou Kuan with questioning eyes. Zhou Kuan was caught off guard by Qin Lang's sudden move, but looking at Qin Lang's arrogant demeanor and feeling the various gazes from the surrounding students, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. A month? Even if you had a year, you wouldn't turn the tables. This is a perfect opportunity to completely crush him and establish my authority. All right, Qin Lang, you brought this on yourself. I'll be waiting for you in a month. I hope you won't be too scared to come on stage then. He deliberately raised his voice, afraid others wouldn't hear, as if he could already foresee Qin Lang being trampled underfoot in a month. Zhao Feng and the others also showed a gloating smile. Seeing Zhou Kuan agree, the students watching the excitement became even more thrilled, discussing the upcoming challenge. However, at that moment, Qin Lang suddenly turned his head and his gaze landed on Zhao Feng, who was secretly pleased. The playful smile on his face deepened. Zhou Kuan's matter can be discussed in a month. Zhao Feng, it seems our matter isn't over yet. Is it? Zhao Feng's smile instantly froze. Under Qin Lang's cold gaze, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He remembered the fear of being pressed to the ground by Qin Lang a few days ago, instinctively taking a step back and hiding behind Zhou Kuan, saying weakly, Qin Lang, what? What do you want? Kuan Gu is still here. Qin Lang's lips curled into an evil arc as he slowly stepped forward. What do I want? Zhou Kuan said he would guide me in a month, but you seem to have forgotten that tomorrow is the midterm martial arts exam. Since I will most likely be in the hospital in a month, why not? Send you in away from me first? At this, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared at Qin Lang in shock. A threat, a blatant threat, and, knowing he might be severely injured by the 8th grade threefold master in a month, he still wants to take someone down with him? The barefooted aren't afraid of the shot. This is a wolf's den. He did this on purpose. How ruthless. This is a breaking point. Wanting to drag Zhao Feng down with him. Zhao Feng has really hit a brick wall this time. At this moment, Zhao Feng was pale, trembling all over like a leaf. He never expected Qin Lang to become so terrifying and unpredictable. He desperately grabbed Zhou Kuan's arm, pleading with a cry. Kuan Gu, save me. You want to cripple me. You have to act now. Cripple him right now. Zhou Kuan's face turned ashen, looking extremely grim. He glanced at Zhao Feng, who was terrified and like a pile of mud, then at the cold-eyed, evil-smiling Qin Lang. He felt a surge of anger stuck in his chest, almost causing him to spit blood. Act. He had just accepted Qin Lang's challenge for a month in front of everyone. If he were to act against Qin Lang now, wouldn't he be slapping his own face, proving that he was afraid of Qin Lang's counterattack in a month? How could he establish his authority then? He originally wanted to gather people to watch Qin Lang back down and embarrass himself, but now, what a self-inflicted wound. So constant fiercely a Qin Lang. His eyes seeming to want to eat him alive, his teeth grinding, but he couldn't get a word out. Junior, what a scheme. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. You too. Only then did everyone realize that Qin Lang had taken the initiative to challenge Zhou Kuan. Perhaps it wasn't arrogance, but a deliberate plan. He had anticipated that Zhou Kuan would accept the delayed challenge due to his self-importance. Then he could free up his hands to deal with Zhao Feng, this clown. The little interlude quickly passed. Zhou Kuan with a grim face and a group of equally embarrassed lackeys, left resentfully, casting a deep glance at Qin Lang, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, was completely disheartened, pale as a ghost. Being supported by 2 followers, his steps unsteady as he disappeared into the crowd, his gaze towards Qin Lang filled with pure fear. Qin Lang, however, seemed as if nothing had happened, even carrying a hint of a relaxed smile on his face. To him, the earlier conflict was merely an appetizer before the meal. The real feast was the midterm martial arts exam tomorrow. In a good mood, he returned to the dormitory that he hadn't been to for a long time, rare enough to take a nap and adjust his state to the best. The next day, early morning, as the sun rose, its golden rays did not fall on the familiar campus martial arts arena, but illuminated the entrance of a tightly monitored dimensional rift near the school. After a joint cleanup by the authorities and the school, this originally dangerous rift has been confirmed as a relatively safe low-risk area, making it suitable as the battlefield for this midterm assessment. Thousands of students had already been guided into 3 different energy field areas according to their grades, clearly demarcated. The rift entrance, dark and deep, faintly radiated unusual energy fluctuations, filling the air with excitement and tension far beyond the norm. After all, this is a real dimensional rift. Even after cleaning, it is 100 times more stimulating than a simulated arena. On the temporary high platform next to the entrance, school leaders and main instructors sat solemnly. Dozens of senior students served as judges and staff, conducting final adjustments at the edge of the entrance energy field to ensure that the monitoring equipment and isolation fields were foolproof. Listen up. A responsible instructor's loud voice echoed throughout the venue via amplification equipment. This midterm martial arts assessment will take place in the dimensional rift ahead. The rift has been divided into 3 independent areas by the energy field, corresponding to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years. The goal of the assessment is simple: points. Chapter 16. Representatives from 3 grades within the Fisher area. A large number of energy beacons are scattered, and picking them up will earn corresponding points. At the same time, some F-rank ferocious beasts remain in the area, and successfully killing them will automatically record points on your wristband. Remember, the rules allow you to compete for beacons. You can choose to cooperate or choose to defeat your opponents and seize all the beacons they have worked hard to collect. The criteria for being defeated are losing combat ability or voluntarily admitting defeat. A referee will confirm this through the display status of your wristband and teleport you out of the arena. However, the points gained from hunting ferocious beasts are bound to individuals and cannot be taken away. The assessment time is 12 hours. When time is up, rankings will be based on the total of beacon points and hunting points. The top 3 from each grade will receive generous rewards from the school. As soon as the announcement finished, the huge screen beside the podium immediately displayed the specific details of the rewards, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the venue. First place, 150 credits, 1 D-rank blood replenishing pill dragon muscle tiger bone pill, and 1 standard D-rank weapon of choice. Second place, 70 credits, 3 bottles of E-rank recovery potion strong vitality ointment, and 1 standard E-rank weapon of choice. Third place, 40 credits, 5 F-rank boiling blood essence, and 1 standard F-rank weapon of choice. Hiss, dragon muscle tiger bone pill, D-rank pill, and D-rank weapons. The school has really put in a lot this time. 150 credits. That's enough to exchange for a D-rank martial art, right? The crowd erupted, especially those top-tier students aiming for victory, their eyes shining with fervent light. Even the older students showed excitement upon seeing the D-rank pills and weapons. This reward is enough to make practitioners of the 8th or even 7th rank feel tempted. The D-rank Pill Dragon Muscle Tiger Bone Pill. It refines muscles and bones, greatly enhancing blood quality, which is very helpful for breaking through to the 7th rank. D-rank weapons. They're definitely stronger than my current low-quality mountain cutting knife. With it, my combat power can increase again. 150 credits, plus my current 60. If I exceed 200, I can borrow E-rank techniques. Qin Lang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. First place must be his. This reward is of great significance to him, almost paving the way for him to reach a higher realm. His perpetual motion machine plan too. Zero can benefit from these resources, and his improvement speed will definitely soar again. On the podium, several teachers looked at the excited crowd below and nodded in satisfaction. Director Wong, who do you think will take the lead among the freshmen this time? Young Teacher Lee asked again. Director Wong stroked his beard, his tone firm. Chu Tian, under the temptation of D-rank rewards, he will definitely go all out. With his 8th rank 2nd level cultivation, plus the family inheritance Thunder Palm, his advantage is too great. Although Wu Yi has also reached the 8th rank, it is difficult to shake Chu Tian. Then, their attention turned to the sophomore area. The competition there will probably be less intense than in the freshman area. Director Wang stroked his beard, his gaze somewhat scrutinizing. Lei Hao, 8th rank, 7th level. The top student of the sophomore year, with the family inheritance layered wave palm, whose palm power accumulates layer upon layer. Once he seizes the opportunity, opponents will find it hard to catch their breath. Teacher Li nodded in agreement and added, "That's right, and Lei Hao is stable in character, with particularly solid fundamentals." Finally, their gaze shifted to the junior area, filled with anticipation and affirmation. As for the juniors, Director Wang showed a hint of a satisfied smile. Xiao Zhan, 7th rank, 2nd level, is undoubtedly the leading figure of our school's current batch. With the C rank overseas spear technique practiced to a great level, his spear moves like a dragon, powerful yet agile, and fellow practitioners of the same rank cannot last more than 10 moves against him. Moreover, he has rich practical experience, having represented the school in a martial arts competition among universities in 5 provinces in the Northwest last year, where he fought his way into the top 200 in individual battles, bringing honor to the school. This D-rank reward is an enhancement for him. Whether it's the Dragon Muscle Tiger Bone pillating his breakthrough or the D-rank weapon increasing his combat power, it's all icing on the cake, and he will undoubtedly strive to obtain it. Director Wang's tone was filled with appreciation and confidence in Xiao Zhan. Teacher Li also praised. Xiao Zhan is indeed a rare talent, not only strong in power but also firm in will and clear in goals. I heard he has already caught the military's attention. However, he smiled. One of our school's twin pearls, Lu Qingyao, is also quite extraordinary. Oh, Lu girl? Director Wang looked toward Lu Qingyao's direction, tall and with a neat ponytail. She just broke through to the 7th rank recently, with a solid foundation and indeed impressive talent. Her family inheritance flowing cloud-piercing heart palm is known for its elegance and unpredictability, specializing in vital points. Her movements are agile and hard to catch. Although she is slightly behind Xiao Zhan in realm and practical experience, once her palm technique hits, its penetration power is very strong, and its destructive power cannot be underestimated. If they engage in combat in complex terrain, she may pose a threat to Xiao Zhan. The competition between her and Xiao Zhan will undoubtedly be the biggest highlight of this junior assessment. Others will probably find it hard to intervene in their rivalry. Zhu Diang, Wu Ye, Li Hao, Xiao Zhan, Liu Yingyao. These names were repeatedly mentioned, each representing the top combat power of their respective grades. They are recognized as strong contenders for the championship, each with distinct characteristics and powerful abilities. As for Qin Lang, in the eyes of these teachers representing the school's authority and focusing on the talents, he was just a little transparent. Ding! At this moment, the penetrating sound of a metal gong rang out again, announcing the official start of the assessment. The assessment begins. Enter the fissure, with a referee's command. Students from all 3 grades surged into the glowing fissure entrance, divided by an invisible force field, like a flood breaking through a dam. Under the temptation of D-rank rewards, everyone appeared even crazier and more proactive. In an instant, various movement techniques were displayed, energy fluctuations surged. Small-scale conflicts erupted almost at the moment they stepped into the fissure, in the chaotic area near the entrance, and the intensity far exceeded usual. However, in the freshman area, Qin Lang did not rush to join the melee. He stood in the shadow of a twisted rock at the entrance, his gaze sharp as an eagle, quickly scanning the chaotic crowd. Soon, he locked onto 3 familiar figures, Zhao Feng and his 2 lackeys, who had lost face yesterday. These 3 did not panic like yesterday. Instead, they formed a simple triangular defensive formation. Cautiously avoiding the crowd and obvious traces of ferocious beasts, they made their way toward a stone wall corner covered with strange moss. Zhao Feng held a brand new F-rank alloy short knife, wearing a facade of calm pride. This is an interdimensional fissure with a complex terrain and ferocious beasts lurking. What does it matter how strong Qin Lang is? Chapter 17. Lone Wolf faced with Qin Lang's gaze. As well as the intense pain and fear from having his wrist brutally broken not long ago, Zhao Feng's last bit of resistance vanished completely. Qin, brother Qin. Zhao Feng's voice trembled, tinged with a cry, instinctively trying to appease this ruthless figure. He shakily offered the brand new F-class short knife with both hands. This is to honor you. I surrender right away. Please show mercy, don't. A cold glint flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. Before Zhao Feng could react, he moved like lightning, closing in suddenly. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was clear, accompanied by Zhao Feng's pig-like wail of agony. The wrist that had just healed was again brutally broken by Qin Lang, with even greater speed and force. The excruciating pain made Zhao Feng's vision go dark. Cold sweat instantly soaking his back. I said I'd make you lie in the hospital, and I will. Qin Lang looked down from above at Zhao Feng, who was writhing in pain on the ground, his tone flat. At that moment, Zhao Feng's fear of Qin Lang reached its peak as he looked at his deformed wrist. He had no doubt that if he hesitated any longer, the other party would not hesitate to incapacitate him further. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, he activated the student wristband with his other intact hand, trembling as he chose to surrender. A faint light flashed, and Zhao Feng was teleported to the elimination area outside. The single point of score he had was naturally reduced to 0. Only then did Qin Lang bend down to pick up the F-class short knife that had fallen beside Zhao Feng. Weighing it in his hand, he casually tossed it into his backpack. Even a mosquito is still meat. Then, without any pause, he activated Swift Wind Step to its fullest, his figure moving like a wisp of smoke, quickly leaving the area. He stealthily made his way deeper into the fissure, heading toward a more remote and complex terrain. He deliberately avoided areas dense with energy beacons where conflicts were likely to occur. Concealed by the twisted rocks and strange vegetation, he soon disappeared from mainstream sight. Meanwhile, in another area, a fierce battle was underway. Chu Tian, dressed in blue combat gear, wielded his hands with the sound of thunder, showcasing his family's D-class martial art thunderpalm. Like a commander on a battlefield, he led 4 formidable teammates, forming an efficient combat team. To the left front, 3 o'clock. 2 corrupted claw beasts. Will you? Take care of them. Conserve your stamina. Yes, Brother Chu, a teammate replied. Everyone, follow me. There are 3 isolated beacons up ahead, and a team wants to grab them. Chu Tian's gaze sharpened, exerting force under his feet as he rushed forward. The team worked in perfect harmony, their attack and defense orderly. Against another 5-member team, Chu Tian took the lead, his 8-rank second-level blood energy erupting as Thunder Palm struck fiercely, overwhelming the opposing team leader in just a few exchanges. The other teammates quickly took down their opponents, easily seizing the beacons and eliminating all 5 of the enemy. Soon after, the teammate who had dealt with the corrupted claw beasts returned successfully, and their wristband scores increased significantly. Well done. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction, continuing forward while remaining vigilant. On the other side, the team led by Wu Yi was also performing impressively. Although Wu Yi was slightly inferior to Chu Tian in martial arts, he was rich in combat experience and was more ruthless. Their team had even more members. With a total of 7, they adopted a strategy of steady, gradual encroachment. Whenever they encountered isolated students, they would directly surround and snatch the beacons. If they met small groups of beasts, they would unhesitatingly pounce to hunt for points. In no time, wherever they passed, chaos ensued, and their points skyrocketed. Outside the fissure, a huge screen displayed real-time battle footage and score rankings from various areas. The students and parents in the audience watched with excitement. Chu Tian is so strong. He truly deserves to be the top of this cohort. Look at how powerful Thunderpalm is, and their teamwork is so coordinated. Wii isn't bad either. Look how steadily their team is advancing. Their points are closely contested. The quality of the new students this year is really high. Meanwhile, in the elimination area, Zhao Feng, just teleported out, along with his 2 bruised lackeys, stared resentfully at the screen. Damn it, that bastard Qin Lang is ruthless. Brother Feng, that guy is too cunning. Your hand was broken twice in a row. Won't there be after effects? Just wait. He's a lone wolf, enjoying himself now. But when he runs into Chu Tian or Wu Ye's team, he won't even know how he dies. Once they find him, he'll definitely be beaten to a pulp, and all his points will be snatched away. They cursed fiercely, as if only by doing so could they slightly relieve the frustration and fear in their hearts. Time passed second by second, and the assessment had been ongoing for nearly half the time. The battles within the fissure grew increasingly intense, with students being eliminated due to failed fights or ambushes by ferocious beasts, and the number of people in the elimination area continued to rise. The score rankings on the screen were also constantly changing, with Chu Tian and Wu Ye's names firmly occupying the top 2 spots, leading by a wide margin. However, gradually, some of the spectators noticed a strange phenomenon. Hey, look at the score chart. That Qin Lang is constantly gaining points, and he's almost catching up to the 10th place. Qin Lang? Which Qin Lang? I've never heard of him. How is he getting points? He hasn't appeared in the main monitoring area at all. On the high platform, Director Wang and Teacher Li, who have been focused on Chu Tian and Wu Yi, also noticed this anomaly. This Qin Lang. Director Wang frowned, pulling up Qin Lang's personal information. Enrolled at the 9th rank, first level, not an ordinary waste. He hasn't appeared in the main monitoring area since the assessment began. How is his score rising so fast? It's nearly 50 points now. Teacher Lee was also somewhat surprised. It's a bit strange. Logically, avoiding crowds and acting alone should yield low-scoring efficiency. Could it be that he's lucky and found high-scoring beacons? Doesn't seem like it. Director Wang shook his head, pointing at the curve of Qin Lang's score increase. Look, his score is steadily and continuously increasing. Each increment is not high, but the frequency is quick. This doesn't seem like picking up beacons. It looks more like, Teacher Lee speculated, like he's continuously hunting low-level ferocious beasts. As soon as this guess was made, many sharp-eared students and teachers nearby heard it, causing a wave of discussion. Hunting ferocious beasts? Have they gone mad? Exactly. Those low-level beasts left behind, like corrupted claw beasts and stone-skin lizards, only give 1 point each, and they're tough to kill, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. That's right, hunting ferocious beasts is too exhausting. If he runs out of stamina, gets targeted by others, or encounters a slightly stronger beast, he'll be directly eliminated. With that time, he might as well find more beacons or look for opportunities to ambush isolated people. It's much more efficient. Is Qin Lang a fool? For a few measly points, putting himself in danger and wasting stamina, I really don't understand. Most people thought Qin Lang's actions were both risky and unwise, purely a case of working hard without reward. Only Director Wang, gazing at the screen where the name remained in a weak signal area, unable to be clearly monitored, yet steadily rising in points, furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, is this student named Qin Lang really just wasting his efforts? Or does he have plans that others haven't noticed? Chapter 18, Strange Behavior. Due to the intense battles and high mental tension, everyone felt that time was passing quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had already passed since the assessment began. At this moment, the thousands of students who entered the rift had dwindled to just a few remaining in their respective grade areas. In the first area, only 3 forces were left. The 5-member team led by Chu Tian, the 7-member team led by Wu Yi, and the lone survivor, Qin Lang, who had stubbornly persisted until now. The elimination zone was overcrowded. Most students wore expressions of either reluctance, frustration, or relief at not being seriously injured. They gathered in front of the energy screen, watching the final competition inside the rift. On the screen, the scores of Chu Tian's team and Wu Ye's team alternately rose, far ahead of the others. Chu Tian's team, relying on their top-notch individual skills and exquisite teamwork, skillfully hunted ferocious beasts and seized high-score beacons, securing the first place. Wu Ye's team, on the other hand, took advantage of their numerical superiority and steady advancement, firmly occupying the second position. Interestingly, it seemed that these 2 strongest teams had reached some sort of understanding. They each occupied a relatively resource-rich area and no longer clashed as fiercely as they did in the early stages. Instead, they focused on scavenging the remaining beacons and clearing out scattered ferocious beasts. Were Chu Tian and Wu Yi planning to stop fighting? They probably felt it was unnecessary. A hard clash would consume too much, and if both sides were injured, it would be bad if someone else took advantage of it. Someone else? Who else in the first year could take advantage of this? That Qin Lang? The focus of the discussion inevitably fell once again on the unexpectedly surprising name on the leaderboard. Qin Lang, score ranking 3rd. This result left many people dumbfounded. 10 hours. This guy, who had disappeared after the assessment began, had actually survived until the end as a lone wolf. Moreover, his score had climbed to 3rd. Although his score was still over 100 points behind Wu Ye's team in 2nd place, it was already astonishing. This guy really knows how to survive. 10 hours. How did he manage to keep his score steadily rising? Wasn't he tired? I don't know, but if you look at the surveillance footage, he hardly appeared in open areas, always wandering in those nooks and crannies. He probably picked up some scraps, and, with good luck, didn't he run into strong teams or fierce beasts? TCH, relying on dodging and luck to climb to 3rd. What's there to admire? Just a coward. A real man should confront head-on, like Chu Tian and Wu Yi. But it can't be said that way. Being able to achieve 3rd place in such an environment is already a skill, right? At least, it's much better than those of us who were eliminated early. In the audience, there were both admirers and despisers. But regardless, Qin Lang's name had successfully etched itself into the minds of all the spectators. On the high platform, the teacher's expressions shifted from initial surprise and confusion to seriousness and attention. This Qin Lang is not simple. Director Wang looked at the leaderboard. his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Surviving alone in the rift for 10 hours and securing third place demonstrates a mentality, endurance, and adaptability to the environment that far exceeds that of ordinary students. Indeed, Teacher Lee nodded in agreement. We misjudged him before. His score growth has been very steady. Although the points earned at once are not high, the consistency shows he has been actively seeking targets. Immediately, assign a drone filming unit to focus on him. Director Wong decisively stated, I want to see how this dark horse is doing it. Soon, a hovering drone that had been circling near Chu Tian's team adjusted its direction and swiftly flew towards the last signal area where Qin Lang had been vaguely sensed. The high-definition footage, specifically locked on Qin Lang, was quickly transmitted back. Finally, it was clearly displayed in a corner of the big screen. This was a privilege usually reserved for geniuses like Chu Tian and Wu Yi. In the footage, Qin Lang's figure appeared in an area filled with strange vines and jagged rocks. He suddenly darted out from behind a rock, just avoiding the scythe-like forelimb of a mantis-like ferocious beast that pounced from the vines. With a swift motion, he slashed his long knife, accurately cutting into the gap in the beast's neck shell. With a splatter, green blood sprayed. The ferocious beast, which had at least mid-level F-class strength, didn't even have time to let out a shriek before it convulsed and fell to the ground. Qin Lang didn't even glance at the corpse. He skillfully wiped the blood from his knife on the beast's body and then quickly retrieved a flickering 2-point energy beacon from a nearby concealed crevice. The entire process was fluid, with not a single extraneous movement, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Hiss! What a fast knife! This movement, the timing and angle of strike, simply perfect. His grasp of the beast's weak points is so precise. The teachers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This foundation, so solid. Director Wong's eyes lit up. His basic knife techniques and movement skills have been honed to an almost art level. Every ounce of strength is used on the blade, with no waste. Yes, watching him hunt ferocious beasts is simply a pleasure. The movements are concise and efficient, and he controls his stamina remarkably well. Teacher Lee also marveled. This control over the rhythm of battle is simply not like that of a freshman. How do we not discover such a gem before? They began to reflect on whether they had been too focused on those with exceptional talents and prestigious backgrounds, neglecting these quietly hard-working and solidly grounded gems. But while they admired him, most teachers still held a pessimistic attitude regarding whether Qin Lang could shake Chu Tian and Wu Ye's positions. What a pity. He's just one person. No matter how efficient he is at hunting ferocious beasts, he cannot compare to the speed of team collaboration in clearing them and seizing beacons. That's right. And the point gap is too large, over 100 points. With just 2 hours left, relying solely on killing these low-level ferocious beasts, it's impossible to catch up. A lone wolf is still a lone wolf. The power of teamwork is mainstream. That he could achieve third place is already a miracle. Just when everyone thought Qin Lang would continue to survive until the end of the assessment, satisfied with his third-place result, he made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He crouched down and began to smear the warm green blood of the mantis-like beast he had just slain on his arms, neck, and face without hesitation. Soon, he was covered by a layer of green blood that emitted a faint fishy smell. What is he doing? Is he crazy? Smearing beast blood on himself? Doesn't he find it disgusting? This smell? Could it be that he wants to use the beast scent to mask his human odor? It's possible. Many ferocious beasts in the rift hunt by scent. This might help him avoid being targeted by some powerful beasts. No, wait. Look at the direction he's moving. Someone with keen eyes pointed at the screen and exclaimed. After smearing the beast's blood, Qin Lang moved stealthily again. But this time, his target direction was no longer those remote corners, but straight towards the area where Wu Ye's team was located. My God, he can't be thinking of charging at Wu Ye's 7-member team all by himself. How could he possibly take on 7 people? Wu Yi himself is a level 8 expert, and his teammates are not weak either. This guy is really insane. Or what, does he have some hidden cards we don't know about? The entire viewing area erupted in an uproar. Everyone's attention was drawn to the split screen showing Qin Lang. Those who had mocked him for hiding now felt their cheeks burning. Those who admired him clenched their fists tightly in tension. On the high platform, Director Wong and Teacher Lee also suddenly stood up, their eyes fixed on the screen, filled with disbelief and a hint of anticipation. Qin Lang, who had always been ignored by them and considered a mere opportunist, actually made such a crazy and bold move at the last moment. What on earth does he want to do? Chapter 19. I am from Chu Tian. Just as everyone was discussing and speculating about Qin Lang's intentions, an unexpected change occurred. Those low-level, ferocious beasts that had been wandering around the cracks, or were wary of each other due to territorial instincts, seemed to have caught a whiff of something extremely enticing and began to stir restlessly, especially in the area where Qin Lang had just passed. Several stone-skinned lizards and clawed beasts that had been lurking in the shadows suddenly raised their heads, their crimson eyes fixed intently on the direction Qin Lang had left, letting out deep growls from their throats. And it wasn't just them. From even farther away, more ferocious beasts were attracted by the rich, mixed scents of various beast blood. They turned around as if they had smelled blood, chasing after Qin Lang. Wait, those beasts. They all seem to be going after Qin Lang. The beast blood on him. That isn't ordinary beast blood. Just now, the area he passed through seemed to be a territory dispute between stone-skinned lizards and clawed beasts. Damn it, he deliberately mixed the blood of two opposing ferocious beasts and smeared it on himself. This is a provocation to all the beasts that smell the scent. Not only that, he also killed so many. That bloody smell is practically a lighthouse in the night. The spectators finally realized Qin Lang wasn't just simply masking his scent. He was actively luring them. He used the hostility and bloodthirsty instincts between different ferocious beasts to turn himself into a moving hate attractor. In just a few seconds, the number of ferocious beasts chasing after Qin Lang increased from a few to over a dozen, and it continued to rise. Clawed beasts, stone-skinned lizards, and even a few faster ones like shadow-clawed beasts that resembled cheetahs. A dark mass, amounting to 30 or 40, formed a small tidal wave of beasts. They roared and howled, following the shadow of Qin Lang. Crazy. This guy is definitely insane. He's playing with fire. So many ferocious beasts. Even if he is made of iron, he can't withstand it. Is he trying to lead the disaster east? To draw this group of beasts to Wu Ye's team. Everyone was stunned by Qin Lang's shocking move. This was no longer just a matter of survival or picking up scraps. This was a blatant conspiracy, a crazy plan that risked his life. At this moment, Wu Ye's team was still unaware of this. They had just cleared a small area of beacons and were taking a short break to recover their stamina. Boss, there isn't much time left. Should we explore a bit further? A team member asked. No need. Wu Yi shook his head, a hint of confidence on his face. Chu Tian's strength is formidable, but our team is small, and their looting efficiency in the later stages may not be higher than ours. Maintain our current advantage and hold steady to the end. Keep vigilant. We can't capsize at the last moment. Just then, the team member on guard's expression changed drastically. Boss, something's wrong. The ground is shaking. It seems like a large number of ferocious beasts are coming. Wu Ye's face changed, and he stood up abruptly, looking in the direction of the tremor. In the distance, a cloud of dust rolled up and through it. Dozens of fierce figures could be seen rushing towards them at high speed. And at the very front of that beast horde was a figure covered in green blood, running for his life. Who is it? Causing the beast tide? Wu Ye's pupil shrank, instantly understanding Qin Lang's plan. Damn it, this guy wants to bring the ferocious beasts over. Everyone, form up. Prepare to face the enemy. He shouted, both surprised and angry. The 7 team members quickly reacted, forming a defensive formation back-to-back, gripping their weapons tightly. However, Qin Lang's speed was too fast. Moreover, he seemed utterly unconcerned with Wu Ye's team's defensive formation. When he was just 20 or 30 meters away from Wu Ye's team, instead of slowing down or dodging, he let out an unintelligible roar and charged straight at Wu Ye's formation. His F-grade long knife was swung wildly, lacking any form or technique. It seemed as if he was merely venting his fear and anger at being chased by the beast horde, aiming at the 2 nearest members of Wu Ye's team. Seeking death. The 2 team members were both shocked and angry. Had this guy gone crazy? He dared to charge straight at them? Without hesitation, they swung their weapons, ready to eliminate this madman who had come to their door. Wu Ye's eyes narrowed, about to step in for support. But in that split second, puff! Qin Lang's seemingly insane flailing revealed an extremely tricky angle. He deflected one person's attack while leaving a deep, bone-visible wound on that person's arm. Then his body twisted strangely, taking the blow from the other person's staff on his shoulder. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his long knife shot forward like a venomous snake, striking lightning fast towards the throat of the first injured team member. That team member was horrified, trying to dodge, but it was already too late. Damn it, are you crazy? Wu Yi roared, leaping into action, his war knife slicing through the air towards Qin Lang's back. He could not let Qin Lang harm his team members in front of him, although the assessment did not allow killing. Serious injury was enough to eliminate a team member from combat. It was as if Qin Lang had eyes on his back, or perhaps he never intended to actually kill. Just as Wu Ye's blade was about to strike his body, he suddenly gave up the attack. His body twisted at an impossible angle, using the back of his knife to block Wu Ye's strike. Clang! A loud noise erupted. Qin Lang's F-grade long knife snapped in half. A massive force surged through, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. After struggling a few times, he could no longer get up. At that moment, the beast tide made up of 30 or 40 ferocious beasts finally roared forward. They crashed into Wu Ye's team, which had just formed a defensive formation and had not fully recovered from Qin Lang's charge. The sounds of screams, clashing weapons, and the roars of the beasts instantly filled the area. The scene descended into chaos. Wu Ye had severely injured Qin Lang, but his heart was filled with doubt. In that brief moment of confrontation, Qin Lang had displayed combat instincts and adaptability that simply did not seem like someone being chased madly by a horde of beasts. Moreover, the timing of him being sent flying by Wu Ye was too precise. It was right before the beast tide arrived. He suppressed his doubts and commanded his team to fend off the frenzied beasts while rushing a few steps to the incapacitated Qin Lang, pressing his war knife against his throat and sternly asking, "Who are you? Why did you bring the beast tide to attack us?" Around them was a chaotic battlefield. The team members were already struggling against the onslaught of the beast tide, perilously close to collapse. Qin Lang lay on the ground, coughing violently, his face smeared with blood and dirt, yet his gaze was remarkably clear. He looked at Wu Ye, his lips struggling to form a perplexing smile. In a voice only the two could hear, laced with blood foam, he said intermittently, "You think I'm risking my life? For whom?" "I am." From Chutian. As his words fell, Qin Lang's head tilted, as if he had completely fainted, and the student wristband on his wrist began to flicker with light. Wu Ye was struck as if by lightning, instantly frozen in place. From Chutian. This reckless delivery was actually sent by Chutian. He led the beast tide to attack them, even willing to sacrifice himself to be eliminated, just to wear down his team's strength, allowing Chutian to sit firmly in first place. Chapter 20. The Weak Overcoming the Strong. Victory before battle. Wu Ye's head was buzzing. That crazy guy who was willing to self-destruct just to hold back his team turned out to be sent by Chu Tian. An uncontrollable rage instantly shattered his reason. "Chu Tian, you're something else, Chu Tian. Before the competition, we agreed to keep our distance and let the points decide the winner. Behind my back, you resort to such despicable tactics? Summoning beast tides, suicide attacks. For the first place, you're really willing to go to such lengths." Looking around, his team members were already suffering heavy casualties under the frenzied attack of dozens of ferocious beasts, with several being torn apart by claws, blood spilling on the spot, forced to trigger their life-saving mechanisms to be teleported out. The remaining three were all injured and struggling to hold on. All of this was thanks to Chu Tian. Outside the rift, the crowd watching was also in an uproar. Wu Ye's team was entangled by the beast tide. What about Qin Lang? The camera had just given him a close-up, spitting blood. Perhaps Wu Ye had been too heavy-handed and eliminated him directly. What a pity. This kid, though crazy, could really stir things up. Everyone discussed, thinking Qin Lang had been eliminated. The focus was on how Wu Ye's team would deal with the beast tide and Wu Ye's furious expression. The drone's camera naturally shifted away from the soon-to-be eliminated Qin Lang, focusing instead on a more intense battle and Wu Ye's movements. Roar! Wu Ye howled to the sky, his eyes turning red, the frustration and anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. He kicked away Qin Lang, who had passed out beneath him, his wristband flashing as he was about to leave the arena. "Brothers, hold on, I'm going to take care of that scum." Chu Tian. Wu Ye dropped this line, his blood surging with anger. Like an enraged bull, he directly broke away from the struggle with the beast tide. He charged full speed towards the direction where the drone had previously locked onto Chu Tian's team. He needed to settle the score with Chu Tian. Even if he couldn't secure first place, he absolutely couldn't let that despicable person, Chu Tian, comfortably claim victory. The remaining team members looked at each other, watching their leader leave in a fit of rage, then glancing at the still crazed beast horde around them, revealing bitterness and despair on their faces. With the leader gone, how could they possibly hold on with their numbers? Soon, the signals of Wu Ye's team members began to disappear one by one from the leaderboard. Just 2 seconds after Wu Ye stormed off in anger, the drone's camera followed him and turned towards Chu Tian. Ding! Mountain Shattering Fist has been upgraded to Mastery 0-1000. Ding! Host status has been refreshed. In just an instant, Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, and there was no trace of the previous weakness and pain. His gaze was clear and sharp. All set. He glanced at the direction where Wu Ye's remaining team members were being overwhelmed by the beast tide, then caught a glimpse of Wu Ye's furious back as he stormed away, muttering to himself. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. This combination of faking death and sowing discord had been planned long ago. If the original host, before encountering the system, only focused on practicing the body-strengthening exercise, then the one who had crossed over understood the importance of using both brains and strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang leapt up like the most agile cheetah, gathering the scattered beacons after Wu Ye's team was wiped out, while following after Wu Yi. At this moment, Chu Tian's team was riding high. They had just found several hidden 5-point energy beacons, and the points were steadily increasing. The first position was almost a certainty. Brother Chu, it seems something has happened on Wu Ye's side. The point growth has stagnated for a long time, and just now several team member signals disappeared, a team member reported, looking at the information on his wristband. Hearing this, Chu Tian's mouth curled into a proud smile. It was expected. Although Wu Yi had more people, their cooperation was rough. When facing a tough opponent or being surrounded by ferocious beasts, it was only a matter of time before they flipped over. It was nothing to worry about. He gazed towards the rift's exit, as if already envisioning the glory of receiving his D-grade reward. However, at this moment, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a roar filled with rage. Chu Tian, you despicable coward. Wu Yi charged in front of Chu Tian's team like a madman, covered in blood, his clothes in tatters, his eyes filled with a crazy, killing intent. Chu Tian and his team members were stunned. Wu Yi, what are you going crazy about? Crazily? Wu Yi laughed in anger, pointing at Chu Tian. You still have the face to ask me? Sending someone to summon the beast tide to attack my team, and using a suicide attack to hold us back. Chu Tian, you really have no shame to win. What are you talking about? Chu Tian's expression darkened. When did I send someone to summon the beast tide? Wu Yi, if you can't take the loss, just say so. Don't slander me here. Still dare to quibble? Wu Yi thought of Qin Lang and became even more furious. That madman said it himself before being eliminated. He is your man. Chu Tian, stop pretending. Today it's either you die or I die. Before his words fell, Wu Yi had already erupted with full force, launching the D-grade Viper Whip leg with a fierce gust of wind aimed straight at Chu Tian's face. Crazy. Chu Tian was both shocked and angry. Although he didn't understand who the madman Wu Yi was talking about, as the top student of the freshmen, he would not allow Wu Yi to provoke him like this. With his blood chi fully activated at the second level of the 8th rank, he boldly countered with Thunderpalm. Boom! The fists and legs collided, producing a dull roar. Both were top-tier freshman warriors, and at this moment, their anger fueled their power, which was astonishing. The members of Chu Tian's team immediately surrounded him, ready to assist their captain. An all-out battle that shouldn't have happened had completely erupted. Meanwhile, the instigator Qin Lang hid in the shadows. Watching the chaos he had instigated with a satisfied smile on his face. This psychological warfare and strategy were far superior to merely relying on brute force. Since crossing over, although his realm had been rapidly approaching the 8th rank through relentless training in martial arts, facing 2 8th rank warriors along with other team members, it was still an irrational choice to confront them head-on. But as the military strategy says, the weak can defeat the strong by winning first and then fighting. Through meticulous planning and perfect execution, he not only compensated for the gap in realms, but also played these 2 geniuses like puppets. All of this stemmed from the comprehensive combat quality and adaptability brought about by his relentless training in various martial arts. The fight had started. Wu Yi really went to confront Chu Tian head-on. Was what he said true? Did Chu Tian instruct Qin Lang? That didn't seem right. Chu Tian's expression didn't look fake. Who cares? This is going to be exciting. The 2 hotshots were going at it directly, and just as everyone's attention, including the drone's camera in the sky, focused on this top-level showdown, a name that had been silent for a long time, even thought to be eliminated, suddenly began to soar up the leaderboard at an incredible speed. Qin Lang, points 127. Qin Lang, points 130. Qin Lang, points 250. Qin Lang, points 300. Chapter 21, first place. In hand, what the hell? Qin Lang. Wasn't he knocked away by Wu Yi with a punch, and his wristband flashing red light? How come his points are still increasing? And it's rising so fast? Damn it. He wasn't eliminated? Then, just now. Wait, look at that corner at the edge of the battlefield. Someone exclaimed, pointing at an inconspicuous corner on the screen, and the director seemed to sense something unusual, quickly switching to an overhead view from a backup drone. In the footage, a figure was seen using the smoke, energy remnants, and complex terrain generated by the fierce battle as cover, like the most agile cheetah or a ghost on the battlefield. He quickly darted around the outskirts of the combat zone between Chu Tian and Wu Yi. Wherever he passed, the energy beacons scattered on the ground from the fight, which no one had attended to, were picked up by him with an extremely efficient and precise method and then immediately transferred to the next target point. It was actually Qin Lang. His movements were agile and his body swift. Where was the appearance of being severely injured and on the verge of death? The entire venue fell into an instant silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then, an uproar erupted, more intense and unbelievable than ever before. He wasn't injured? He was pretending to be dead? My God, this acting is incredible. Just now, when he spat blood and fell to the ground, with his wristband flashing red light, I really thought he was finished. He acted so convincingly. Not only did he fool us, but even Wu Yi, the person involved, was deceived by him. This scheming, this planning. Did he calculate everything from the beginning? Deliberately feigned weakness, angering Wu Yi, leading Wu Yi to trouble Chu Tian, and then he himself hid behind, reaping the benefits of the fisherman. Old silver coin. This is definitely textbook level old silver coin. Madman, not only ruthless to the enemy, but even harsher on himself. In the elimination zone, Zhao Feng and his 2 subordinates, who had just regained their composure, turned pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Looking at the figure on the screen, their eyes were filled with indescribable fear and relief. Fortunately, he only broke his wrist twice. What he provoked was not a person, but an old silver coin in human skin. Go. Hurry, take me to the hospital. Right now. Immediately. Zhao Feng urged his subordinates, trembling. Qin Lang said he would be hospitalized if he came out after the assessment and saw himself still standing here. He didn't dare to think about the consequences. On the high platform, Director Wang and Teacher Li exchanged a glance, speechless. This kid, Director Wang rubbed his swollen temples, feeling that his decades-long understanding of genius students was shaken like never before. Truly a talent. This tactical mind, this psychological quality, not go to the tactical command department would be a waste. But this approach is a bit too wild. Teacher Li also sighed with a bitter smile. I was worried that he was impulsive and irritable, prone to losses, but now it seems we were all deceived by his naive appearance. This kid is terrifyingly calm and quite cunning. Ding! Just as the discussions and shock of the audience reached their peak, the loud gong signaling the end of the assessment finally rang out. 12 hours, the assessment officially concluded. Inside the rift, including Chu Tian and Wu Yi, who were still subconsciously attacking each other, all the students were enveloped by a gentle and irresistible force, and the light in front of them flashed. In the next moment, they reappeared outside the entrance of the rift in that familiar square. Almost simultaneously on the huge screen, the final score ranking was completely fixed. First place, Qin Lang, total score, 865 points. Second place, Chu Tian, total score, 412 points. Third place, Wu Yi, total score, 295 points. A shocking gap in the lead. Qin Lang's final score was more than the combined scores of second place, Chu Tian, and third place, Wu Yi. The square fell into dead silence again. A more complete silence than when they discovered Qin Lang was pretending to be dead. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that name and score far ahead. Then they subconsciously looked towards the edge of the crowd, where Qin Lang had just been teleported out, dusting himself off with a calm expression. Chu Tian had just steadied himself, glaring angrily at Wu Yi out of habit, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the score list. When he saw the name of the first place and that outrageous score, combined with Wu Yi's furious accusations when he rushed over and his inexplicable involvement in the exhausting battle, he suddenly understood something. A surge of anger rushed to his head, his vision blurred, and his face turned ashen. He was played. He almost squeezed out those 3 words through clenched teeth, his fists cracking from the pressure. A strong sense of humiliation and anger at being fooled almost drove him mad. Wu Yi finally calmed down slightly from his furious battle with Chu Tian and turned his gaze to the score list. When he saw the extreme disparity in scores, seeing Qin Lang's 865 points, then looking at the scores of himself and Chu Tian, which were still far behind. Finally, he saw Chu Tian's almost murderous gaze, mixed with a hint of "you big fool" meaning. He understood everything. Qin Lang was not Chu Tian's man at all. Everything he said to himself earlier was just divisive nonsense. He was used as a pawn, foolishly charging at Chu Tian. resulting in that cunning and treacherous kid reaping all the benefits. He personally handed the easily obtainable first place over to that waste. Qin Lang. Wu Yi could no longer suppress the suffocating feeling inside, the anger and humiliation. He threw his head back and let out a howl more mournful and filled with resentment than before. The sound pierced the clouds and shattered the stones, echoing throughout the square. And as the instigator of all this, Qin Lang stood at the edge of the crowd. He did not shy away from the almost palpable killing intent from Chu Tian and Wu Yi. A satisfied and joyful smile appeared on his face, a smile only he could understand. First place in hand. Chapter 22. Seed Plan. Aim for invincibility. The commotion in the square did not immediately subside. Instead, it reached a new climax due to Wu Ye's roar and Chu Tian's face, which was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. Chu Tian and Wu Yi, two prominent figures who had been in the spotlight since their enrollment, stood there with clenched fists, their nails almost digging into their flesh. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting with teachers present, they might have rushed forward to settle things with Qin Lang without a second thought. But now, they could only glare at Qin Lang with fiery eyes, deeply engraving this humiliation in their hearts. In the upperclassmen area, some sophomores and juniors, who had originally paid little attention to the freshman assessment, were now captivated by this dramatic outcome. Interesting. Setting aside the strength for now, this mind is sharp and ruthless enough. Not just sharp, it was practically rubbing Chu Tian and Wu Yi, the two leading freshmen, into the ground. Yet, these two had taken a huge, silent loss and couldn't express their frustration openly, which was infuriating. Among the crowd, Lu Qingyao, the school beauty, wore a slightly concealed expression of surprise and amusement on her lovely face. She had only been casually interested in the freshman assessment, but did not expect to witness such a scene that subverted her understanding. So it was him. Remembering the precise and seasoned advice Qin Lang had given her before, along with their later meetings, she couldn't help but smile faintly. This junior really knows how to keep a low profile. On the other side, a tall and robust sophomore student with a somewhat rough appearance looked quite displeased. He was Zhou Kuan, who had previously accepted a challenge from Qin Lang at Zhao Feng's recommendation. He stared intently at Qin Lang's name on the leaderboard, feeling the ambiguous and strange looks from those around him who knew about their upcoming duel. His face felt hot, and his heart raced like it had a dozen rabbits inside. He was nervous and restless. Damn, this kid, not only is he a lunatic, but also a cunning old fox. Zhou Kuan cursed inwardly, his palms starting to sweat unconsciously. Previously, he thought Qin Lang was just an arrogant rookie who had no idea how high the sky was and that he could easily teach him a lesson to establish his authority among the new juniors. But now, what Qin Lang displayed was not just the combat power of a peak 9th rank, but also the cunning style of an old hand, which made him feel an unprecedented pressure. Who knows if this kid will use some underhanded trick to take him down in a month's time. For the first time, he felt deep regret and unease about the duel he had voluntarily taken on. Amidst all this, Qin Lang remained indifferent, still wearing that faint, harmless smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked straight to the podium to receive the rewards meant for the victor. Qin Lang, congratulations. You have won first place in this freshman midterm martial arts assessment. Director Wang personally handed him the reward, his expression still somewhat complex and difficult to read. He patted Qin Lang's shoulder heavily and, in a voice only they could hear, said earnestly, "Kid, being clever is good, and knowing how to use rules in people's hearts is also a skill. But in martial arts, you ultimately need to rely on solid strength. Your foundation must be strong, and your intentions must be upright. Taking shortcuts might give you temporary success, but it won't last in the long run. Thank you for the guidance, Director. I will remember it." Qin Lang replied humbly, calmly accepting this kind admonition. He then steadily received the rewards: a D-grade elixir, Dragon Tenon Tiger Bone Pill, a D-grade weapon, Gray Eagle, Alloy War Knife, and 150 academic credits. The credits were directly credited to his student app account. Having previously completed the Iron Skin Wild Boar task for 60 credits, combined with this reward, his total credits had now reached 210 points. He now had free access to all E-grade and lower martial arts in the library. Achieved, seeing the rewards in Qin Lang's hands. The crowd erupted again with gasps of envy and jealousy. Chu Tian and Wu Yi received the second and third place rewards respectively. Although they were also substantial, compared to Qin Lang's, they were utterly dim, and the gloom on their faces deepened. The awards ceremony ended. However, many people's gazes still lingered on Qin Lang, Chu Tian, and Wu Yi, clearly waiting for a good show. Sure enough, just as Qin Lang stepped down from the podium and He had the chance to leave. A cold voice called out to him. Qin Lang. Shu Tian approached, and a few of his team members surrounded him with unfriendly looks, subtly blocking Qin Lang's way. Shu Tian fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, his face expressionless, with only the suppressed anger and killing intent in his eyes. I've noted this down. I hope you can keep being lucky in school, and that I won't catch you off guard. Before Qin Lang could respond, another figure filled with violent energy approached. Wu Yi's expression was even uglier than Shu Tian's. Almost gritting his teeth, he said to Qin Lang slowly, Qin Lang, you're quite something. Very impressive. I couldn't take you down in the assessment. Consider yourself lucky. But this matter is not over. Let us wait and see. Faced with the blatant threats and hostility from the two geniuses, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Many students were sweating for Qin Lang. Offending both of them would likely make life difficult in the future. However, Qin Lang merely smiled slightly. You two are flattering me. In the assessment, it was all based on ability, and the scores spoke for themselves. As for the rest, I'm always open to guidance. His attitude seemed humble, but he was not backing down an inch. His calmness only fueled the rage burning in Shu Tian and Wu Yi's hearts. Shu Tian snot gun li. Knowing it was impossible to make a move here, he stared deeply at Qin Lang, as if wanting to engrave his image in his mind, then turned around and left angrily with his team. Wu Yi also shot Qin Lang a venomous glare, saying nothing more, and turned to leave with his few remaining teammates. Watching their departing figures, Qin Lang's smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming calm and profound. Trouble? Perhaps a little. But did he care? Not all. For him, the threat from these two clowns was far less important than the tangible rewards in his hands. The urgent task was to quickly convert these resources into strength. He weighed the gray eagle, war knife in his hand, and the dragon tendon tiger bone pill in the jade bottle emitted a rich spiritual aura. His plans for the future became clearer. Threats? Wait until I plant all the E-grade martial arts seeds in the library and use the elixirs to boost my strength. Who threatens whom is still uncertain. Qin Lang no longer paid attention to the various gazes around him, nor did he care to guess the astonished feelings of those nearby. He turned to leave. Where was he going? That direction seemed to be the library. What's going on? Just received such generous rewards and not going to celebrate, but heading to the library for what? The crowd looked at Qin Lang's retreating back with puzzled expressions. Only Qin Lang himself knew what he was about to do. The D-grade elixir and D-grade weapon were indeed precious and could directly enhance his strength. But for him, the most fundamental and limitless way to elevate his potential was always his Heavenly Tao Rewards hard work proficiency system. The best way to activate the system's potential and lay a solid foundation for future growth was to learn new martial arts. The more, the better. The library housed at least 50 types of E-grade martial arts, covering fists, palms, legs, knives, swords, body techniques, and body refining. Enough for him to use at this stage. The first step is to go through all accessible E-level martial arts, reviewing each one and achieving at least 1 point of proficiency to successfully input them into the system, planting seeds. The second step, after planting all the seeds of E-level martial arts, is to find ways to make money and gather resources to purchase more blood-boiling essence like last time, and then enter seclusion and work hard to nurture all these seeds. A foundation, incredibly solid, far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. This is what will propel him to higher realms, widening the gap between him and Shu Tian, Wu Yi, and even higher-level geniuses. Ultimately, it will be his greatest support in standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Invincible in the world. Chapter 23. F-level, full completion, 8-rank 3rd layer next. The library became Qin Lang's main arena. During the day, he frantically flipped through various E-level martial arts manuals in the reading area like a sponge absorbing water. Fist technique, palm technique, leg technique, knife technique, sword technique, body technique. He explored every E-level martial art allowed by his permissions, regardless of whether they were obscure or popular. After reading each manual, he would immediately practice in a martial arts trial room equipped in the library. He didn't need to master or even become proficient. He only needed to rely on his far superior martial arts foundation to feel the unique methods of exertion and the flow paths of qi and blood. This allowed the system to successfully record it, adding a new skill bar on his panel, followed by a meager proficiency of 1. He was like an unwearied machine, investing all his time, energy, and resources into this frenzied sewing. Eating and sleeping? Not a thing. His state refreshed endlessly. Socializing? Not needed, just focused on hard practice. Entertainment? Cultivation was the greatest entertainment. Thus, densely packed, he had sown over 50 seeds of E-level martial arts. During this time, Chu Tian and Wu Yi sent people to check on him a few times, using provocative words to try to anger him or probe his true capabilities. But Qin Lang either ignored them completely or made it so they couldn't even find him. After several attempts, the two seemed to temporarily lower their flags. After all, the duel between Qin Lang and Zhou Kuan was the focus of everyone's attention. They were more than happy to see how Qin Lang would embarrass himself then. As for Zhou Kuan, he avoided mentioning the duel altogether, and even when he heard people discussing it on campus, he would subconsciously take a detour. Clearly, he was somewhat psychologically impacted by Qin Lang's madman temperament and his operation during the assessment. Time flew by in this nearly self-abusive grind. A month later, when Qin Lang walked out of the simple training room in a library that he had booked for the month, it was already close to evening. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking like frying beans. His eyes, which had seemed slightly tired from the intense training, were now astonishingly bright, like stars in the night. Feeling the surging qi and blood within him, which had multiplied several times compared to a month ago, along with the explosive power hidden in his limbs and bones, Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. He had reached the 8th-rank 3rd layer. Yes, just 3 days ago, thanks to the feedback from fully mastering all F-level martial arts. He had effortlessly broken through the peak of the 9th rank and officially entered the ranks of 8th-rank martial artists. Moreover, he had broken through 2 small realms, reaching the 3rd layer. Kid, finally willing to come out? A hoarse voice with a hint of mockery sounded from the side. Qin Lang turned to see an old man with white hair, responsible for guarding and cleaning the library, leaning against a nearby bookshelf with a feather duster in hand. Smiling at him, this old man was named Wang. He had been at the school for many years and was known for his eccentric personality. However, he was very kind to students like Qin Lang, who frequented the library. Hello, Grandpa Wang, Qin Lang greeted with a smile. Over the past month, he had almost daily encounters with the old man. Grandpa Wang's murky eyes scrutinized Qin Lang for a moment, and his casual expression suddenly turned serious. He leaned in a bit closer, sniffed, and a meaningful look appeared on his face. Kid, you broke through to the 8th-rank 3rd layer. A month ago, you were still at the peak of the 9th rank. Although you ranked first in the assessment, that was more due to your brains and scheming. But just a month, you broke through from the peak of the 9th rank to the 8th rank, and it's the 3rd layer? Even if you took a D-level potion, it wouldn't be this fast, would it? Just luck, Qin Lang humbly smiled, but inside he was calculating other matters. He walked over to Grandpa Wang, casually offering him a cigarette he had pulled from somewhere. Grandpa, look, my progress is rapid, and I have extraordinary talent. I'm the future pillar of the school. Grandpa Wang took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear, glancing sideways at him. Speak plainly, what are you trying to scheme? Qin Lang rubbed his hands together. Grandpa, I've already read through all the E-level martial arts. I feel like they don't contribute much to my improvement anymore. Could you do me a favor and grant me access to D-level martial arts? Just one book. No, half a book will be fine. Let me feel out first. Although he had enough credits to read E-level martial arts, the access required for D-level martial arts was much higher. Either one had to reach a certain position or status, or they needed an extremely large number of credits, a full 1,000 points. After all, this was just a martial arts college, and the highest level of martial arts in the library was D-level. Qin Lang was still not enough. Earning 1,000 points would take a lot of time. He was hoping to find a backdoor from Grandpa Wang like last time. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Wang looked at Qin Lang as if he were a fool. Kid, do you think D-level martial arts are something you could just look at? Besides, you just broke through to the 8th rank. Your foundation isn't stable. Your qi and blood are still floating. Instead of solidifying your realm, you're thinking of reaching too high to look at D-level martial arts. You can't chew too much. You know, what you should do now is properly digest the E-level martial arts you've studied, integrate them into your own combat system, and solidify your 8th rank realm, instead of thinking about getting something for nothing all day. Oh, come on, Grandpa, I understand all that. Qin Lang began to use his persuasive skills. But time is of the essence. Think about it. I broke through from the peak of the 9th rank to the 8th rank in just a month. What does that signify? It shows I have extraordinary talent, unique bones, a rare martial arts genius. The mere E-level martial arts can no longer satisfy my growth rate. Besides, there's Zhou Kuan waiting outside for a duel with me. If I don't hurry to learn something powerful, I'll be embarrassed if I get knocked down. Grandpa Wang gently tapped Qin Lang's head with a feather duster. Stop trying to pull one over on me. Zhou Kuan is at the 8th rank 3rd layer. And so are you. You think you're something? Wait until you can practice an E-level technique to perfection. Then come talk to me. After saying that, Grandpa Wang ignored Qin Lang and went back to sweeping the floor, leaving Qin Lang looking dejected. TCH stingy. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. While he expressed disappointment verbally, he was secretly pleased. Practicing an E-level technique to perfection? Just right. If the old man knew that he hadn't just studied E-level martial arts, but had actually mastered all of them, he probably wouldn't have set such simple conditions. Chapter 24. The Inheritance Project, a gap as deep as a chasm. Meanwhile, on the main road of the campus, a luxurious, sleek, all-black bus had stopped at an unknown time. The lines of the bus exuded a sense of futuristic technology, making it stand out against the slightly outdated campus buildings. The most eye-catching feature was the striking and flamboyant emblem on the bus, a sword piercing the sky, accompanied by 4 grand characters. Qingbei Wuda, Qingbei Martial Arts University, the Federation's top martial arts institution. Oh my god, how could they come to our school? Look at this scene. It's definitely not a small matter. This bus is incredible. Quick, look, someone is getting off. Under the complex gazes of countless students from the Northwest Martial Arts Technical School, filled with curiosity, envy, awe, and even a hint of self-deprecation, the bus door slid open silently. Several students, dressed in uniform attire, exuding calmness and sharp gazes, were the first to disembark. They discreetly spread out, subtly forming a protective circle. Following them was a girl clad in a well-tailored fiery red outfit. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with striking looks and an alluring figure, but her face bore an unmistakable expression of arrogance and impatience. As soon as she stepped off the bus, she wrinkled her nose in disdain. Next came another girl, dressed in a simple moon-white long dress. She had a graceful figure and an ethereal quality. Her beauty was otherworldly, resembling a fairy under the moonlight, untouched by the dust of the world. However, her beautiful eyes held a hint of detachment and indifference, as if nothing in the world could move her. The appearance of this girl in the moon-white dress immediately caused some informed students to gasp in surprise, recognizing her identity. It was Zhou Qinxue, ranked 33rd on the Federation's talent list, 5th on the campus beauty list, the jewel of the Zhou family in the capital. It's really her. Why is she here at our school? The girl in red. Seems to be Qinwei, although she didn't make it onto the talent list. She ranked 18th on the campus beauty list. Qinwei withdrew her gaze and complained directly to Zhou Qinxue. I don't understand you, Qinxue. To break off the engagement with my useless cousin, you had to personally come to this godforsaken place. Why not just let the family send a letter to annul it? What is the point of going through all this trouble? Qinwei's words were like a thunderclap on a calm lake. The crowd instantly erupted into a buzz of conversation, the murmurs rising like a tide. Although they tried to keep their voices low, together they created a buzzing noise. Wow, this is big news. Zhou Qinxue came to our school to break off an engagement, and according to Qinwei, that useless cousin is a student at our school. Oh my god, who is it? Who is so lucky to be engaged to the young lady of the Zhou family, yet so unfortunate to be publicly annulled? Shoo, lower your voice. Can't you see their imposing presence? No matter who it is, this is a huge embarrassment. The Zhou family from the capital, one of the top families in the Federation, and Zhou Qinxue, the pride of the heavens, came all the way to our godforsaken place to break off the engagement. TSK. This matter is not simple at all. Not just not simple, it's downright humiliating. To say it in front of so many people is incredibly disrespectful. However, Zhou Qinxue appeared quite calm. She truly was someone who had seen grand occasions. Various speculations, astonishment, and schadenfreude began to circulate among the crowd. Many even started to secretly search for suspicious targets that fit the labels of the Qin family and useless. Zhou Qinxue's cold gaze swept around, seemingly oblivious to the discussions around her. She replied in a flat tone, "Some matters are better settled face to face." It's also to let him recognize reality. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit stepped down from bus. He appeared to be around 50 with a refined appearance, but his deep-set eyes carried an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. The previously dispersed Qingbei Wuda students, upon seeing him, immediately bowed and respectfully called out, "Professor Liu." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and walked to Zhou Qinxue's side, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. "Qinxue, your foundation is solid. Just one step away from the 5th rank. This retreat is crucial. This long-standing engagement is indeed a potential obstacle to your mental state. It must be resolved today, leaving no ties behind, so you can focus entirely and break through smoothly. Do not let a moment of hesitation affect your martial arts future. Zhou Qinxue nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. A deeper resolve flashed in her cold eyes. The Inheritance Project is an important national policy of the Federation, aimed at promoting the joint progress of martial arts institutions at all levels and establishing a mechanism for communication between the upper and lower tiers. Professor Liu smiled and said to Principal Sun of the Northwest Martial Arts Technical School, "Every year, Qingbei Wuda sends outstanding students to various schools for exchange visits. And we also welcome talent from various schools to study at Qingbei." Principal Sun nodded repeatedly, accompanied by a group of faculty and several talented students, all wearing smiles. "What you said is exactly right. It is indeed an honor for Qingbei Wuda to come to our Northwest Martial Arts Technical School for exchange." "You're too polite." Principal Sun, Professor Liu responded humbly, but the students from Qingbei Wuda couldn't even be bothered to put on a facade. One of them yawned openly in front of everyone, while another took out their phone and began playing. Principal Sun hurriedly introduced, "This is our school's third-year leader, Xiao Zhan. Second rank, second level. This is Lu Qingyao, first rank, first level, and Lei Hao, seventh rank, seventh level." A Qingbei student laughed out loud. "An eighth rank can be called a leader? You're killing me. Even our Qingbei freshmen start at fifth rank." "Exactly, second rank? I'm already at eighth rank and about to break through to sixth rank." Another Qingbei student said disdainfully. Xiao Zhan and Lei Hao's faces instantly turned pale, their clenched fists trembling slightly, yet they had no strength to rebut. Professor Liu lightly cleared his throat and timely took over the conversation. "All of you are excellent students. While martial arts cultivation is certainly important, everyone's growth environment and resource allocation are different." "Professor Liu, don't bother giving them face," Qin Wei directly interrupted. "If they're inferior, they're inferior. Why make excuses?" The students and teachers from Northwest Martial Arts Technical School were so enraged that their faces turned red. Professor Liu quickly waved his hand, signaling the two young women behind him. "This is Zhou Qinxue, fifth rank, 10th level, about to break through to the fourth rank. This is Qin Wei, sixth rank, 10th level. They are accompanying me this time, mainly to handle some private matters." "Wow, what?" Principal Sun's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. "Fifth rank, 10th level. Sixth rank, 10th level." Director Wang exclaimed in shock. All the teachers and students present were dumbfounded. Xiao Zhan even took 2 steps back in disbelief, his lips trembling, unable to speak. The strongest student in their school was only at the 7th rank, yet these 2 girls, clearly freshmen, were already 5th and 6th rank martial artists. This was no longer just a gap, it was a chasm. Keep in mind, the strongest genius in the entire Northwest province was only at the same level as Qin Wei. Chapter 25. The strong must also have a sense of awe. How is this possible? Lei Hao murmured to himself, a 5th rank. Whether we can reach that in our lifetime is questionable. A frog at the bottom of the well is just a frog at the bottom of the well, a student from Qingbei scoffed. We have many 5th rank students in our 2nd year at Qingbei Martial University, and even a few 4th rank students in our 3rd year. Zhou Qinxue is about to break through to the 4th rank, and she is the top student in our 1st year. People from your 3rd-rate school will never reach our starting point in their lifetime. Exactly. A leading figure? In our place. You wouldn't even be worthy of carrying someone's shoes, another Qingbei student added. I wonder why the 2 of you have come here. Principal Sun tentatively asked, his voice trembling slightly. I heard that a student named Qin Lang is studying at your school? Zhou Qinxue spoke directly. I came to see him. Principal Sun was taken aback, then suddenly realized, oh, Qin Lang. He is indeed a freshman at our school, and he performed quite well in the midterm assessments recently. Performed well? Qin Wei couldn't help but scoff. As a member of the prestigious Qin family, he has fallen to such a level. He is indeed a complete waste. I broke through to the 7th rank when I was 14. Principal Sun and the teachers present exchanged glances, all shocked into silence by her words. It wasn't just Qin Wei's talent that astonished them, but also Qin Lang's identity. I'll have a student find him right away. Principal Sun said awkwardly. No need. Principal Sunday, Zhou Qinxue said indifferently. I could go see him myself. Please send someone to guide me. I'll lead the way. Lu Qingyao stepped forward. I happen to know where he often goes. Thus, under the complex gazes of everyone, Lu Qingyao led Zhou Qinxue and Qin Wei toward the library. The 3 walked side by side in silence for a short distance. Qin Wei could no longer hold back her temper and broke the silence first. Hey you, a mere student from a junior college, only at the 7th rank. You seemed quite capable just now. What? Trying to curry favor with us? Or we just wanted to get familiar with us? Lu Qingyao continued walking without looking sideways, her tone calm and unwavering. You're joking. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a host. Guiding visitors, nothing more. Host duty, huh? Qin Wei did not hide her disdain. I really can't understand how a member of the prestigious Qin family has fallen to this trash school. It's a disgrace. Qin classmate, you are mistaken. Lu Qingyao smiled lightly. Background is important, but personal effort is fundamental. Although our school is a junior college, we have produced many talented individuals. Talented individuals? Qin Wei sneered. People like you are qualified to be called talented? Do you know what a genius is? I started training at 5, broke through to the 8th rank at 10, and entered the 6th rank at 15. People like you 1T catch up to my current achievements even in 100 years. Lu Qingyao, however, was not angered but instead smiled. You are right, Qin classmate. We really cannot compare to the geniuses of Qin Bei. However, life is long. Who can predict the future? Some people may start high but may not laugh last. Some may start low but could soar to great heights. Soar to great heights? Qin Wei scoffed. People like you, from a junior college, will only ever look up at our backs. Lu Qingyao smiled slightly. Since you were so excellent, I believe you must have achieved your current accomplishments through your own efforts, and not relying on your family's resources and background, right? Qin Wei's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? Nothing much. Lu Qingyao's tone remained calm. Just that true, strong individuals should be humble. The higher one stands, the more one should understand the importance of respecting others. After all, no one can stand at the peak forever. Are you lecturing me? A flicker of anger flashed in Qin Wei's eyes. A 7th rank waste dares to point fingers at me? I'm just stating facts. Lu Qingyao replied. Pride and complacency are the biggest taboos on the path of martial arts. Throughout history, how many geniuses have fallen due to their arrogance? Conversely, some ordinary starters have achieved extraordinary success through hard work. Easy to say. Qin Wei coldly snorted. People like you only know how to use these cliches to comfort yourselves. The fact is, we are born superior to you, determined by bloodline and talent. Lu Qingyao shook her head. Qin classmate, if talent truly determines everything, then why does Qin Lang, who shares the same Qin family bloodline, differ so much from you? Junior, I apologize, I meant no harm. I'm just simply annoyed by you, my cousin. You. Qin Wei was choked by this statement, and her anger flared further. That waste doesn't even deserve to carry the Qin surname. He is a disgrace to the Qin family. Disgrace? Lu Qingyao's eyes narrowed. How can someone who relies on their own efforts to train become a disgrace? Rather, some people who are arrogant because of their family background are the true disgrace. Aren't they? You're asking for it. Qin Wei was completely enraged. Her blood surged, and the pressure of her 6th rank cultivation was released unabashedly. A mere 7th rank dares to be arrogant in front of me? Do you believe I can show you what the gap really is right now? Lu Qingyao was slightly pale under the pressure, but still stood tall. What? Are you going to make a move just because you can't argue? Is this the elite demeanor cultivated by Qingbei Martial University? You. Qin Wei was furious and was about to strike. Enough, Qin Wei. Zhou Qinxue finally spoke, her cold voice carrying undeniable authority. Withdraw your pressure. Sister Qinxue, I said enough. Zhou Qinxue frowned slightly. The Fire and Flame plan is for exchange and learning, not for you to show off your power. Besides, Lu classmate is not wrong. The strong must also have a sense of awe. Qin Wei reluctantly withdrew her pressure, glaring fiercely at Lu Qingyao. Consider yourself lucky. Zhou Qinxue turned to Lu Qingyao, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Lu classmate, your insights are remarkable and admirable. She thought to herself, although Lu Qingyao's strength is not strong, her temperament and courage far exceed that of ordinary people. Facing a 6th rank powerhouse like Qin Wei, she showed no fear and was able to retort sharply. More importantly, she showed no awe towards Qin Wei's background. Not simple. Chapter 26, Remember Your Emotions. Never regret, just as Qin Lang was chatting with old Wang, pondering how to take advantage of more advanced martial arts. A slight commotion arose at the library entrance. Lu Qingyao, accompanied by Zhou Qinxue and Qin Wei, walked straight through the somewhat worn-out bookshelves. As soon as she caught sight of Qin Lang, Qin Wei's bright yet sharp face immediately revealed her disgust and disdain without reservation. She didn't even wait for Lu Qingyao to introduce her, stepping forward to stand in front of Qin Lang, raising her chin like a proud peacock. Qin Lang? Qin Wei's voice was icy and condescending. It really is you. Staying in a place like this seems quite comfortable. You're truly embarrassing our Qin family. Qin Lang was slightly taken aback and looked up. When he recognized Zhou Qinxue and Qin Wei, the The sealed memories of the original owner surged back into his mind. Zhou Qinxue, the young lady of the Zhou family in the capital, a celebrity on the federal talents list. She was also the original owner's nominal fiancée. Beautiful as she was as cold as ice, as if nothing in the world was worth her attention. Qin Wei, the daughter of the original owner's uncle, was his cousin. Gifted since childhood, she was highly regarded by the family. Her personality was arrogant and domineering, looking down on the original owner as a waste. Seeing that Qin Lang was just looking at them with calm eyes, without the panic, inferiority, or anger she had expected. Qin Wei felt even more displeased, and her tone grew sharper. What are you looking at? Waste. We're here today to inform you that Sister Qinxue has come personally to dissolve this ridiculous engagement. You, a waste, aren't even worthy of a strand of Sister Qinxue's hair. Be sensible and sign the papers quickly. Don't cling on and embarrass yourself. As she spoke, she pulled out a gilded card and a pre-prepared document from her designer bag, disdainfully throwing them onto the table in front of Qin Lang. This contains 50 million federal coins as compensation. Take the money and get lost, and never show up in front of us again. Let alone think about clinging to the Zhou family. Qin Wei continued to rant, humiliating him to the utmost. You a waste. Getting this money is your luck from 8 lifetimes. Aren't you going to kneel down and thank us? You. All right. Qin Lang shouldn't spoke, interrupting Qin Vai's tirada. His voice was calm, even carrying a hint of a smile, as if discussing something trivial. Both Qin Wei and Zhou Qinxue, who had been watching coldly, were stunned. Lu Qingyao also looked at Qin Lang in surprise. What did you say? Qin Wei couldn't believe her ears. I said, I agree to dissolve the engagement. Qin Lang picked up the document, didn't even glance at it, and directly signed his name. Then he pushed the 50 million card back. However, I don't want a single cent. Qin Lang raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the astonished faces of Qin Wei and Zhou Qinxue. I only have one request. What request? Zhou Qinxue's cool eyes finally showed a hint of ripples as she looked at her nominal fiancé for the first time. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, his smile carrying an inexplicable meaning. I hope you both, especially Miss Zhou, will remember your emotions at this moment and remember every word you've said today. He paused, his tone becoming significant. Never, ever, regret. Regret. Qin Wei laughed as if hearing the biggest joke, shouting, We will regret? Regret not clearing our relationship with you. A waste, sooner? Qin Lang, are you out of your mind? Zhou Qinxue frowned slightly. Qin Lang's response completely exceeded her expectations. She had thought she would see a boy who was either angry, pleading, or self-abased, but instead found him so calm, even carrying a hint of warning. That's all I have to say. Qin Lang stopped speaking, picked up the pen, and swiftly signed his name on the document before tossing it back to them. You can take your things and leave. I won't see you off. Qin Wei wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Zhou Qinxue. Zhou Qinxue glanced deeply at Qin Lang, her expression complex and difficult to decipher. In the end, she said nothing, picked up the document and card, and turned to leave. Although Qin Wei was unwilling, she also felt something was off about Qin Lang today. Unable to retort, she could only stomp her foot angrily and hurriedly follow Zhou Qinxue out of the library. Watching the two women leave in defeat, Lu Qingyao walked over to Qin Lang, gently patting his shoulder and comforted him softly. Junior, don't take it to heart that. I'm fine, senior sister. Qin Lang smiled, interrupting her. They're just clowns. Not worth paying attention to. Lu Qingyao looked at the genuine calmness and confidence in Qin Lang's eyes, slightly taken aback. Then she smiled in relief. Perhaps this junior was indeed stronger and more unfathomable than she had imagined. Not far away, Old Wang observed everything, a trace of subtle appreciation flashing in his murky old eyes. This kid, facing humiliation, remained neither humble nor arrogant, responding appropriately. His temperament is indeed quite good. In a good mood, Qin Lang immediately seized the opportunity, moving closer to Old Wang with a grin. Old man, look, I just solved a big problem and maintained our school's dignity. Shouldn't I get a reward? Old Wang shot him a sideways glance. Thinking about D-grade martial arts again? Old man, you are wise. Qin Lang rubbed his hands together. Look at my rapid progress. E-grade really can't satisfy me anymore. Old Wang was almost amused by him. This kid really has thick skin. Just as he was about to refuse again, he saw the eager and confident look in Qin Lang's eyes, along with how he had just handled the situation, and his heart stirred. This kid is indeed a bit extraordinary, progressing at an unbelievable speed, perhaps. No, Old Wang ultimately shook his head. The rules cannot be broken. However, he changed his tone. Since I find you somewhat pleasing to the eye, I'll lower the standard a bit for you. As long as you can reach the proficient level in an E-grade martial art, I'll take charge and let you borrow a D-grade martial art, whichever you choose. The conditions had indeed been lowered, from perfection to proficiency. Qin Lang's eyes instantly lit up. Proficient, fearing old Wong would go back on his word. He immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Old man, just you wait. 7 days. Just 7 days. I promise to master an E-grade martial art. Don't you dare go back on your word then." Old Wong looked at Qin Lang's excited demeanor, his lips twitching as he waved his hand. All right. Hurry up and scram. Don't be an eyesore here. If you can't do it in 7 days, don't even think about getting anything good from me in the future. Got it. Qin Lang responded excitedly and turned to run. Watching Qin Lang's eager departure, Old Wong shook his head, a trace of a smile flashing in his murky eyes. 7 days to master an E-grade martial art? This kid really dares to say it. Chapter 27. Picking up trash? Found the boss room. Qin Lang left the library with great confidence. Mastering an E-level martial art within 7 days? This might be difficult for other college students, but for him, who had a system, it was a piece of cake. However, he stroked his chin and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Old Wong had no idea that he had already perfected 3 E-level martial arts: Crushing Mountain Fist, Flowing Cloud, Piercing Palm, and Furious Wind Blade Technique. If he casually showcased any of them now, it would probably shock Old Wong's beard off. Nevertheless, he was a person of integrity. If he said he would practice something new, he would practice something new, never taking shortcuts. Qin Lang mumbled to himself, thinking, well, he had attack techniques and palm techniques, but he was missing a movement technique. Oh no, he meant a body technique. It was crucial for survival, so he had to get that sorted out. He immediately decided that his goal this time would be to master an E-level body technique. Here he opened his personal panel, scanned quickly, and soon locked onto a body technique with a name that sounded very ethereal. All right, it's decided. Flowing Wind Steps. Qin Lang made up his mind that he had to master Flowing Wind Steps within 7 days. But cultivation also required resources and practical experience. He couldn't just rely on mindless practice. He opened the school's app again and skillfully entered the task center. Looking at his impressive 210 credits, he straightened his back significantly. Sure enough, with this level of credits, the task list had been completely refreshed. No longer were there trivial tasks. The difficulty and rewards had both escalated. Task: Patrol the periphery of the Dimensional Rift, IDG 74. Recommendation: 8th rank, 4th level and above. Reward: 30 credits. Several low-level beast materials, optional exchange. Task: Assist the research department in collecting glowing grass. Location: Abandoned factory in the Western District outside the city. Lightly polluted area. Recommendation: 8th rank, 5th level and above. Protective gear required. Reward: 40 credits, 30,000 Federation coins. Task: Enter the Dimensional Rift, IDC 137, for preliminary exploration and sample collection. Recommendation: 8th rank, 7th level and above. Reward: 150 credits, 50,000 Federation coins. Chance to obtain rare materials, depending on harvest. Death compensation of 500,000 Federation coins. Qin Lang's attention was immediately drawn to the last task. 150 credits, and it was just preliminary exploration? This reward was too generous. Although it was a bit dangerous, he was now at the 8th rank, 3rd level. And with his perfected fist, palm, and blade techniques, it should, probably, maybe, be fine, right? Mainly, that death compensation made him a bit uneasy. But then he thought, fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. It was just right to go in and practice my Flowing Wind Steps. Who knows? He might even encounter some reckless beasts that could contribute some attribute points to him. Qin Lang, driven by the high rewards, mainly scared of being poor, hardly hesitated, clicked, and accepted the preliminary exploration task. The task location was at the edge of the Western Desert City, in a military-controlled area. Qin Lang successfully passed several checkpoints with his student ID and task voucher and arrived at a huge cave covered by an energy shield. In the center of the cave was an unstable rift, emitting a strange glow with unsettling energy fluctuations in the air. Is this the Dimensional Rift? It looks scarier than the one at school. Qin Lang swallowed hard, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the rift as instructed. After a slight feeling of dizziness, Qin Lang found himself in a dim, humid, unfamiliar jungle filled with the stench of rotting plants and unknown creatures. The air was thick. The light dim and towering, bizarre plants blocked out the sun. The environment is a bit harsh, but it fits the dimensional theme. Qin Lang cautiously surveyed his surroundings while recalling the task requirements. Preliminary exploration, sample collection. All right, just wandering around the outskirts, looking for some flowers or plants he had never seen before, or some unknown insect corpses. Collect enough samples, and then leave. He carefully pushed aside the vines blocking his way, using his blood energy to sense the surroundings while paying attention to the plants beneath and nearby. Not long after, his eyes suddenly lit up. Huh, is that F-grade glowing moss? At the base of a twisted, ancient tree, he found a small patch of moss emitting a faint green glow. Although this stuff was low level, it could sell for a few hundred Federation coins in the city. The key point was that it perfectly met the sample collection requirements. A great start. Qin Lang's mood instantly improved as he carefully collected a sample with his tools and placed it in the sample box. After taking a few more steps, he made another discovery. A broken alloy dagger? The break was still fresh, and there were a few drops of dark brown blood nearby. Has there been a fight here? Qin Lang frowned slightly, his vigilance heightening. He bent down to pick up the half-dagger, weighed it in his hand. F-grade trash. Probably dropped by some unfortunate soul. However, just as he was about to change direction for exploration, he caught a glimpse of something shiny in the grass nearby. Pushing aside the grass, he found a small piece of F-grade energy fragment. Although most of the energy had dissipated, it could still be worth a little money. Hey, not bad luck. Qin Lang happily collected the energy fragment. Next, it was as if he had triggered some lucky switch. Every time Qin Lang moved forward a bit, he would discover some small surprises. At one moment, it was a small bottle of unused F-grade healing spray, and at another, a few hard spines from an F-grade beast. He even found a damaged fragment of a simple map that recorded the distribution of some unknown or, what the heck? What day is it today? Has the god of wealth possessed me? Qin Lang was overjoyed as he collected everything. This was not preliminary exploration. This was simply a scavenger's paradise. At this rate, let alone 150 credits, just picking up trash could earn him a small fortune. Although he felt a slight sense of unease in his heart about how there could be so many things casually discarded on the ground. He was so overwhelmed by this stroke of luck that his vigilance unconsciously relaxed. Following the direction of these scattered spoils, he unknowingly ventured deeper, long deviating from the safe perimeter. After happily scavenging for nearly half an hour and reaping a bountiful harvest, Qin Lang was just focused on examining a piece of beast bone with a peculiar pattern when, run! A heart-wrenching scream, filled with terror, suddenly echoed from the dense forest not far ahead. Immediately after, a figure stumbled out, rolling and crawling. The person was covered in blood, their face filled with horror, one arm twisted unnaturally, desperately fleeing toward the entrance of the rift. Qin Lang was startled by this sudden turn of events and was just about to ask what was wrong when he saw the person fearfully pointing behind him, their lips trembling as if they wanted to say something. But before they could speak, thud! A sickening sound echoed. A thick, hideous, slimy black bone spur shot out from the shadows behind the person like lightning, precisely piercing through their back. The person's body suddenly stiffened, and with disbelief, they looked down at the bone spur protruding from their chest. Then, with a thud, they fell straight to the ground not far from Qin Lang, their eyes wide open, unable to close. Blood quickly stained the ground beneath them. Qin Lang's pupils suddenly constricted, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He stiffly raised his head and looked in the direction where the person had fallen. From the shadows of the dense forest, a massive creature slowly emerged. Its size was comparable to a small truck covered in dark red scales. 3 crimson eyes, like spotlights from hell, locked onto him, with fangs bared and fresh chunks of flesh still hanging from the corners of its mouth. A demon ape? A D-grade ferocious beast? A 3-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape? Qin Lang's mind went blank in an instant. He finally understood what those free lunches were about. It was not luck at all. It was the stuff that this unfortunate fellow had dropped or discarded while being chased. He had foolishly followed the death markers all the way to the boss. Initial exploration? Sample collection? A scavenger's paradise? I'm picking up your grandma's leg. Qin Lang roared madly in his heart, nearly wetting himself on the spot. The excitement and joy from picking up trash had vanished, leaving only boundless panic. The 3-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape had dealt with its target and was now curiously eyeing Qin Lang, the new, seemingly weaker toy. It opened its massive, bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. Run! The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Without thinking, Qin Lang abruptly turned and sprinted with all his might towards the direction of the fissure entrance he remembered. All thoughts of the wind walk movement technique and the dignity of a martial artist were thrown out of his mind. He just wanted to run faster than a rabbit, wishing he could sprout wheels under his feet. In his frantic rush, his foot got caught on a gnarled tree root, nearly sending him into a faceplant, almost performing a perfect Kennedy maneuver. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, clumsily steadied himself, and continued to flee for his life. Roar! The roar behind him, heavy footsteps, and the sound of trees snapping grew closer and closer. Help me! As Qin Lang ran so fast that his shoes were almost falling off. He howled in despair in his heart. What happened to the initial exploration? This is straight to the king of hell following the navigation. The school app's task description is a scam. False advertising. I want to complain. I must complain, provided that I can survive to go back and complain. Just moments ago, Qin Lang was still feeling proud of picking up trash. Now he was experiencing the most thrilling and embarrassing life and death speed of his life. That 150 credit reward and the grand plan to practice wind walk? Now it seemed like a death warrant. Surviving is more important than anything else. Chapter 28. Is the protagonist template about to be activated? The roar of the three-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape behind him sounded like a death knell, and each heavy footfall felt as if it were stepping on Qin Lang's heart. His lungs burned with pain, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Relying solely on a will to survive and the occasional refresh of a tiny bit of stamina from the system to hold on. Damn it! Why is it fixated on me? As Qin Lang ran, he frantically complained to his heart. Wasn't it just picking up some junk he didn't want? Is it really necessary to pursue me so relentlessly? In his panic, he remembered the things that the previous unlucky guy had dropped, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Or rather, in a desperate bid, he began to imitate. Then, he threw the F-grade energy fragment he had just picked up, hoping that the weak energy fluctuations would attract the demon ape's attention. Roar? The demon ape's footsteps seemed to pause for a moment, but then it let out an even angrier roar, completely ignoring that little snack and continued its chase. Damn, an F-grade fragment 1T work? How about this? Qin Lang threw the half-broken F-grade alloy dagger. The demon ape simply stepped over it without even looking. Qin Lang was so angry he almost cursed out loud, and he completely understood the despair and helplessness of the previous person. Throwing these broken things might work against lower-level beasts, but trying to fool this obviously intelligent D-grade beast? That was simply wishful thinking. What terrified him even more was that he realized the demon ape was not chasing him in a straight line. Instead, it seemed to be intentionally flanking him from the sides or blocking off certain paths that looked like possible escape routes, driving him deeper into the jungle. Holy crap, this bastard knows tactics. It knows I'm trying to run to the crack entrance and is deliberately not letting me go back. This is completely over. Not only could he not outrun it, but now his escape routes were also restricted. Time passed second by second, and Qin Lang felt like a rabbit being toyed with by a hunter, repeatedly hopping on the edge of death. If it weren't for him using his F-grade martial arts to refresh his state every so often, just when his stamina or spirit was about to break, he would have probably turned into the demon ape's dung by now. Even so, the feeling of this cat-and-mouse chase on the line of life and death kept him highly tense. Roar! The demon ape seemed to lose patience. Its speed suddenly increasing a few notches, its rancid breath almost reaching the back of Qin Lang's neck. My life is over. Qin Lang felt a chill in his heart, almost ready to give up resisting. Just at that critical moment, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of something unusual not far ahead beneath the cliff. The light there was somewhat distorted, and he could vaguely see a more than 2-meter-tall arched entrance radiating a faint blue glow, completely out of place with the surrounding dark and damp environment. What does it matter what it is? A dead horse can be treated as a live one. The instinct to survive erupted once more, and Qin Lang used his last bit of strength, practically leaping toward the blue glow. He felt as if he had passed through a layer of cool water, and the scene before him changed in an instant. Bang! Almost at the same time he dashed in, a heavy muffled sound came from behind, along with the furious roar of the three-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape. Qin Lang, still in shock, looked back and saw that the fierce demon ape had crashed into the blue glow he had just passed through, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Being forcefully bounced back several steps, its three eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. It stubbornly tried to charge a few more times, but was easily repelled each time by the seemingly weak barrier. Roar! The demon ape roared madly at the barrier, but was helpless. Oof, oof. I'm scared to death. Qin Lang collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, his heart racing wildly, his back already soaked with cold sweat. The feeling of surviving a disaster washed over him like a tide. He looked at the furious degrade beast outside, unable to contain his sarcasm. Hey, big guy, can't get in, huh? If you're capable, try to break through the wall. I almost lost my life to you, beast. This damn mission, 150 credits, almost cost me my life. What a loss. After cursing a few times and calming down a bit, Qin Lang began to examine the place that had saved his life. He seemed to be at the entrance of a passage. The passage was made of a grayish-blue, unknown rock with smooth walls, and he could even see some vague, seemingly artificially carved ancient patterns. The air was dry and fresh, in stark contrast to the damp and foul environment outside, filled with a faint, sandalwood-like, strange aroma. The passage extended inward. Although the light was dim, he could see the scene ahead clearly, as if it were not a naturally formed cave. Where's this? Qin Lang leaned against the wall to stand up, filled with doubt and curiosity. Could it be the legendary cave dwelling? Thinking of the plots in those online novels, his heart involuntarily raced even faster. Being chased by a degrade beast and accidentally entering a mysterious place. Is this the protagonist template about to be activated? Qin Lang sat on the ground, watching the three-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape futilely crashing into the blue barrier, roaring, feeling incredibly satisfied in his heart. Hey, scream all you want, it won't do any good. If you can, come in and fight me, you idiot. He even had the leisure to bare his teeth and make a face at the outside, releasing the pent-up frustration from being chased. After venting, Qin Lang finally calmed down and carefully observed the mysterious passage that had saved his life. The grayish-blue rock felt icy to the touch, carrying a sense of the passage of time. The vague patterns on the wall, upon closer inspection, didn't seem randomly carved. He could faintly make out some humanoid figures and scenes of battle. Curiously, he walked deeper into the passage, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent environment. After walking about 100 meters, he suddenly found himself in a spacious stone chamber. The center of the chamber was empty, but the walls surrounding it were covered with even clearer and more magnificent murals. The main character of the murals was a heroic woman holding a spear that sparkled like stars. She was clad in silver armor, her face somewhat blurred due to the carving style, but the aura of looking down on the world and being proud of her peers came rushing at him. The murals depicted her scenes of conquering all, challenging giant dragons, shattering mountains with her fists, and standing alone against a tidal wave of dimensional beasts. There were even images of her standing under the starry sky, refining herself with the power of the stars. What the hell? This is... Qin Lang stared in shock, his mind shaken. These murals were ancient and grand, filled with an indescribable sense of power. Beneath the main mural, he also discovered a line of inscriptions written in ancient federal script. Although some of the characters were already blurred, combined with the content of the murals, Qin Lang still managed to decipher a few key pieces of information. Falling stars, martial god, suppressing demons, here. Starfall female martial god. Chapter 29. The falling star Valkyrie. The whole process felt strange. Qin Lang took a deep breath. This name was not unfamiliar to him. 1,000 years ago, it was a dark era when humanity first made large-scale contact with the dimensional rifts, where fierce beasts ravaged the land and civilization was on the brink of collapse. During that time, a group of exceptionally talented martial arts experts emerged, using their flesh and blood to build the first line of defense for humanity. The falling star Valkyrie was one of the most dazzling legends of that era. Legend has it that she appeared out of nowhere, slaying countless powerful dimensional lords with her invincible stance, quelling several world-ending beast tides, her strength unfathomable. Revered as a martial god by later generations. As for her origins, there are many tales. The most widely circulated one claims that this legendary Valkyrie was born in what is now the Northwest Provincial Region. Could it be that this place was one of the training grounds of the falling star Valkyrie 1,000 years ago? Qin Lang's heart raced, his eyes becoming fervent. This is it. This time, I'm really going to hit the jackpot. Just casually picking up a cup or a stool used by the Valkyrie back, then could sell for a fortune as an antique, right? Who knows? I might even find some secret martial arts manuals or unparalleled divine weapons. Thinking of this, he immediately started to search the stone chamber and the connected side rooms meticulously, channeling the excellent tradition of picking up what others have left behind, not sparing even the corners, eager to pry open the floor tiles to see if there were hidden treasures beneath. However, the reality was harsh. The stone chamber was empty. The side rooms, which looked like training rooms or lounges, were equally vacant. There wasn't even a single hair left, let alone divine weapons or manuals. No way. Was the Valkyrie so stingy? Or had someone already gotten there first? Qin Lang wore a disappointed expression, but unwilling to give up, he wandered around the main stone chamber again. Just when he was about to give up, his gaze fell on a stone platform engraved with inscriptions right below the main mural. The stone platform looked ordinary, but adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, he reached out to knock and feel it. When his finger touched an inconspicuous depression in the center of the stone platform, he felt a strange sensation. He pressed down hard. With a crack, a soft sound was made, and a gap opened in the surface of the stone platform, slowly revealing a palm-sized recess, inside which lay a ring that was ancient in design and entirely silver-white. A spatial ring? Qin Lang's breath hitched, his eyes instantly widening. This is a treasure. A spatial ring? Qin Lang's gaze sharpened, his breathing slightly quickening. The Federation's spatial technology has developed significantly by now, but spatial backpacks, wristwatches, and rings still belong to high-end goods. Moreover, judging by the ring's material and style, it clearly carried a strong, ancient aura, far from a modern industrial product. Could this be an artifact passed down from the Valkyrie era? Qin Lang felt excited. Although the spatial technology from 1,000 years ago might not surpass modern top-tier technology in terms of capacity and stability, such ancient, exquisite items imbued with historical depth often cannot be measured solely by their capacity. Not to mention, spatial equipment in ring form is still considered high-end today, known for its portability and concealment, typically fetching a high price. He carefully picked up the ring. It felt cold to the touch, and a faint psychic force entered it. The internal space of the ring was about the size of a bedroom. Not particularly huge, but quite considerable for personal use. Inside were some ancient-style bottles and jars. Not bad. Not bad, I just got a spatial ring for free, and it's an antique. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction as he pulled everything out in one go. Upon closer inspection, they were all potion bottles, the labels faded. However, judging by the faint energy fluctuations emitted from the liquid inside the bottles, they were all F-grade primary blood recovery potions and primary stamina recovery potions. Qin Lang counted them. There were at least 30 to 40 bottles. The Valkyrie's legacy. Is this it? Too ridiculous. But it's fine. Although I can refresh my state through proficiency upgrades during my training, I don't really need these stamina recovery potions. But blood recovery potions are always useful. Plus, it's better to be prepared for emergencies or to sell later. Having them is better than not having them. This adventure, just the historically significant and practically valuable spatial ring, along with these potions, already counts as a substantial gain. The roar of the D-grade demon ape outside was intermittent, clearly still not giving up. Qin Lang simply put the ring on his hand and sat down cross-legged. He decided to take advantage of the safe environment here to enhance his strength and complete the bet with Old Wong. His attack methods were temporarily sufficient. What he lacked most now was the ability to save his own life. Recalling the panic of being chased by the demon ape, Qin Lang felt a lingering fear. He must max out his escape skills. If I can't fight, can I not run? He immediately exchanged for 2 E-grade movement techniques from the martial arts library, Phantom Shadow and Wave Walking, in addition to the previous wind step. Next, Qin Lang began his efficient and focused training. He completely immersed himself in the practice and comprehension of the movement techniques. Whenever he practiced a movement technique to a certain bottleneck and felt a massive drain on his blood and energy, he would refresh his state. Not only did the consumed blood and stamina instantly recover, but even some muscle soreness and mental fatigue accumulated during training vanished without a trace. He felt rejuvenated and invigorated. Powerful. Those F-grade stamina potions were simply weak compared to his cheat. Thus, Qin Lang tirelessly trained. Wind Step went from beginner to proficient, then to perfect. Phantom Shadow went from beginner to proficient, then to perfect. Wave Walking went from beginner to proficient, then to perfect. Each breakthrough in Realm was accompanied by a complete state refresh, allowing him to seamlessly transition into the next stage of training, achieving frightening efficiency. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, without sleep or rest. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, the brilliance in them was reined in, and his breath was long. His entire demeanor had undergone a subtle change, appearing lighter and more agile. All 3 E-grade movement techniques had reached perfection. With 3 perfected movement techniques, now if I encounter that big oaf again, even if I can't beat him, think he can catch up to me? Dream on. Qin Lang felt the surging blood within him and the control brought by the movement techniques, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, producing a series of crackling sounds. His gaze turned towards the still, bright blue light curtain at the entrance of the passage, and beyond the light curtain. The three-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape, who seemed to be losing patience, occasionally scratching at the ground with its claws. He took a deep breath, preparing to step out and meet this old friend. However, just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly froze, his brows slightly furrowing. Something was off. Very off. As a person, while he couldn't be called the type to tread carefully and be extremely cautious, he was definitely not the reckless and impulsive type either. But this time, looking back since he accepted this task deep in the wilderness, it seemed to have been permeated with a hint of strangeness. Why did he choose this task? At the time, it seemed like the rewards were decent and the difficulty was moderate. But upon closer inspection, the cost-performance ratio didn't seem to be the highest. There were plenty of other tasks that were more stable and offered similar rewards. Then there was the journey deep into the wilderness, seemingly a search for the task target, yet inexplicably drawn in by some fragmented, low-value junk. Step by step, I deviated from the original route and eventually found myself in front of this peak to level, three-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape while picking up trash. This feeling was like someone had intentionally scattered breadcrumbs, and I, like a foolish deer, followed and nibbled. The most absurd part was the demon ape's reaction while being chased. Clearly strong, yet it couldn't catch up with me, instead appearing to be drawn by some inexplicable emotion, forcing it to charge into this cave. Throughout this entire process, my emotions seemed to be a bit excited, or perhaps it was some kind of amplified greed and desire for adventure. It made me overlook many potential risks and unreasonable aspects. Qin Lang's eyes flickered, and alarms rang in his heart. This feeling was very bad, like my puppet being pulled by invisible strings, step by step walking toward a predetermined script. I even began to doubt whether discovering this stone chamber, suspected to be a relic of the Starfall Valkyrie, was also part of the script's arrangement. Qin Lang shook his head, trying to dispel this discomfort. Now is not the time to delve into these matters. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy or unknown forces influencing me, the predicament before me was very real. That D-level demon ape was still guarding outside, eyeing me closely. Things that couldn't be figured out could wait to be pondered once I was safe. The urgent matter was to deal with the trouble at hand first. However, with this vigilance, Qin Lang's mindset quietly underwent some changes. The confidence that had inflated due to his significant power increase settled down, becoming more calm and cautious. He looked at the demon ape outside the light curtain, his gaze sharp and carrying a hint of coldness. No matter whether you're being used by someone or whether I was influenced by something before now, you are my way. Chapter 30. The combination of money and effort is truly fragrant. Qin Lang took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then shot out of the azure light curtain like an arrow. Son thief, your grandpa is out. As soon as he emerged, he shouted at the three-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape, which was clearly stunned for a moment before instantly erupting in rage. Roar, waiting for prey for 3 days, only to find that the target not only didn't die, but became stronger. The three-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape felt its dignity was provoked. Its 3 crimson eyes instantly locked on Qin Lang, filled with overwhelming anger and murderous intent, as its massive body charged like a tank. Come on, try to chase your grandpa. Qin Lang grinned. With Wind Walker activated, his figure slid sideways like a ghost, easily dodging the demon ape's powerful pounce. Immediately afterward, Ghostly Shadow was activated, leaving an afterimage in place while his real body appeared over a dozen meters away. Too slow. Have you not eaten for 3 days? Making your legs uncoordinated? Qin Lang taunted while running. The combined effect of 3 E-level body techniques at the perfected stage was far from just 111. At this moment, Qin Lang's speed and agility had improved more than just a notch compared to 3 days ago. Although his straight-line sprinting speed might still be slightly inferior to the full-force D-level demon ape, in terms of small area maneuvering and changing directions, he was as agile as an eel. The demon ape was completely enraged, roaring incessantly. Its massive body crashed through the jungle, breaking countless trees and kicking up clouds of dust, relentlessly chasing Qin Lang. Meanwhile, Qin Lang was like a skilled matador. He always managed to evade the demon ape's attacks at the last moment using exquisite movements, continuously changing directions and leading it in circles through the jungle. While he was leading the demon ape, he was also secretly observing and planning. A direct confrontation was definitely not an option. This demon ape had tough skin and incredible strength. One swipe from it would send him to see Yama. He needed to use strategy. During his previous desperate escape, and this moment of leading the demon ape, he had roughly figured out the nearby terrain. He remembered that not far away, there was a seemingly flat area, but in reality, it was covered with thick humus, and the central area seemed to have quicksand. Got it. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. He deliberately revealed a flaw, slightly slowing down to lure the demon ape into a straight chase. Then, he suddenly accelerated and changed direction, charging toward that swampy area. The demon ape indeed fell for it, roaring as it pursued closely. With the technique of wave walking, Qin Lang skillfully jumped forward at the edge of the swamp, trying to step on solid tree roots or stones as much as possible. However, the massive weight and tremendous impact of a three-eyed, blood-patterned demon ape meant that as soon as it stepped into the swamp, it immediately felt something was off. Roar! The demon ape's huge paw sank deeply into the mud, and its speed drastically decreased. Now's the time. Qin Lang seized the opportunity, turned around, and pulled out the half-broken F-level alloy dagger from the space ring he had just obtained. Although it was ragged, at least it was sharp. Take this flying knife. He used all his strength to throw the dagger toward the demon ape's vertical pupil in the center of its forehead. This throw was extremely close and completely unexpected. Although the demon ape sensed danger, its body was stuck in the mire, slowing its reaction by half a beat. Thud! The intense pain caused the demon ape to let out a thunderous wail. It struggled frantically, its immense strength churning the entire swamp as if it were boiling. But the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Especially in that quicksand area, it acted like a vortex of death, continuously dragging it down. Seeing this, Qin Lang immediately applied some grease to his feet, retreating far away and hiding behind a large tree, nervously observing. With one eye destroyed and now trapped in quicksand, the intense pain and fear caused this D-level beast to completely lose its rationality, only digging wildly in place and roaring. However, all of this was in vain. The quicksand mercilessly devoured it, and the mire restricted its movements. After about 10 minutes, the demon ape's roars gradually weakened, ultimately leaving only half of its head above the mire, its three eyes losing their luster, and it entirely ceased to breathe. Done. Qin Lang let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although the process was thrilling, he finally managed to eliminate this major threat. He cautiously approached, and after confirming the demon ape was dead, he excitedly began to loot the corpse. D-level beasts are treasure troves. That dark red scale armor is excellent material for making armor. The fangs and bone spurs can be polished into weapons. Its essence blood is a great tonic, containing immense energy. As for the most valuable, it is naturally the energy core beast core that only D-level beasts can condense. Qin Lang exerted tremendous effort, enduring the foul smell, to drag part of the demon ape's body out of the mire, and then began to disassemble it with the tools he carried. Scales, fangs, bone spurs, extracting essence blood, and finally he dug out a fist-sized, dark red beast core from the demon ape's head, exuding a rich bloody aura and energy fluctuations. Striking it rich. Qin Lang looked at the mountain of materials piling up in his space ring, his eyes shining with excitement. This adventure was worth it. He quickly cleaned up the scene, then followed the route he remembered. After spending some time, he safely found the entrance to the fissure to return and dove out. Back in the familiar military-controlled area, Qin Lang first went to the mission center to submit his task. He only said he had completed the preliminary exploration and collected some samples. He didn't mention anything about the Valkyrie's cave or the D-level demon ape. He vaguely said he encountered some dangers, but fortunately escaped. The staff member in charge of registration didn't ask further, as entering the dimensional fissure was inherently full of variables, and returning alive was already quite good. 150 credits and 50,000 federal coins were successfully credited. Leaving the school, Qin Lang headed straight to a street of martial arts supplies. He found a material shop that looked sizable, named Wanbao Building. He took out the scales, fangs, and bone spurs of the D-level demon ape. The shopkeeper was a shrewd, middle-aged man, and upon seeing so many high-quality D-level beast materials, his eyes lit up. After some haggling, Qin Lang successfully sold these materials for 1 million federal coins. He temporarily did not sell the D-level beast core and more than 10 bottles of essence blood, as these items were too precious, planning to keep them for himself or wait for a better opportunity. With a large sum of money, Qin Lang felt like he was walking on air. He immediately went to buy Kayatang and lavishly tossed out cash. Give me 20 bottles of E-level body quenching liquid. I want the best quality. E-level body quenching liquid is the most common auxiliary training potion on the market, costing 50,000 federal coins per bottle. And its effect is much stronger than that of F-level. Without returning to school, Qin Lang eagerly rented a training room equipped with facilities. He opened a bottle of E-level body quenching liquid, poured it into the hot water in the bathtub according to the instructions, and then soaked himself in it. The medicinal power quickly penetrated his skin, and a warm, comfortable, slightly tingling sensation spread throughout his body, as if all his limbs and bones were being gently tempered and strengthened. He immediately calmed his mind and began to circulate his chi and blood while also practicing the new E-level martial art Iron Cloth Shirt. This Iron Cloth Shirt is an external hard skill focused on tempering the flesh and bones, enhancing resistance to blows. Although it is only the basic version of E-level, practicing it to a high level can make the body as hard as steel, difficult for ordinary blades and swords to injure. It perfectly compensates for his current defensive shortcomings. As the chi and blood circulated according to the Iron Cloth Shirt method, combined with the medicinal power of the body-quenching liquid, Qin Lang felt that his skin, muscles, and even bones were slightly heating up, swelling, and filled with a sense of power. Iron Cloth Shirt Basic Proficiency Level 5. After practicing for less than a minute, the system's prompt made Qin Lang open his eyes wide in shock. Wow, 5 proficiency points at once. He was stunned. It's worth noting that when he practiced hard before, he only gained 1 proficiency point at a time. Now, using this E-level body refining liquid, his training efficiency skyrocketed by 5 times. Ha ha ha. Spending money on training is so enjoyable. Qin Lang was so excited that he almost jumped out of the bathtub. This E-level body refining liquid is incredibly effective. At this rate, won't I soon be able to max out this Iron Cloth Shirt Basic? With money, high-efficiency training resources, and an overpowered system, Qin Lang seemed to see a bright future for himself as an all-powerful overlord. He immediately suppressed his excitement, filled with determination, and continued to immerse himself in the painful yet pleasurable experience of the medicinal bath training. The combination of money and effort is truly delightful. Chapter 31. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Challenge. Qin Lang had dealt with the D-level beast and made a fortune, his pockets bulging and his confidence soaring. He had practiced the Iron Cloth Shirt to the brink of mastery at 999-1000, just as the effects of the medicine were fully absorbed. So he tidied himself up and headed to the school library. Old Man Wong was still in his usual lazy posture, half reclining in his rocking chair, holding a yellowed, ancient book, squinting his eyes and dozing off. Old man, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Qin Lang approached with a grin. Old Man Wong didn't even lift his eyelids. Oh, just a few days? Kid, blowing your own horn isn't easy. Clearly, he didn't take Qin Lang's boast of mastering an E-level martial art in 7 days seriously. Qin Lang didn't waste words, taking a deep breath, his steps instantly becoming erratic. The wind walking technique activated, his figure leaving several afterimages like willow catkins. Although he had perfected 3 body techniques, he only displayed the proficiency level. Even so, it was astonishing. Old Man Wong's eyes, which were originally squinting, suddenly widened, a gleam of surprise shooting from his cloudy old eyes. He sat up straight, scrutinizing Qin Lang from head to toe as if meeting this kid for the first time. Good kid. You really mastered the E-level body technique? In just 3 days? Old Man Wong's tone was filled with disbelief. For an ordinary student, even a genius, being able to get started in 7 days was impressive. Mastery? Are you a freak from Qingbei Martial University? Such a thing happening to a junior college student was simply a fairy tale. Old man, how about it? I didn't lie to you, right? Qin Lang rubbed his hands proudly. The D-level martial art you promised me. I must admit you've got some skills. Old Man Wong snorted, though he couldn't hide his surprise. He pulled out an electronic reader from under the counter and called up the list of D-level martial arts. Pick one, you know the rules. You can only choose one, and it can't be shared. Qin Lang took the reader, his eyes quickly scanning. The D-level martial arts were indeed much more profound than the E-level, with techniques like Fire Palm, Ice Finger, and Thunderblade technique dazzling him. Ultimately, his gaze settled on one technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. This technique emphasized not just skill, but also the balance of internal and external training. It primarily focused on strength and foundation, and it was said that when practiced to a high level, one could possess the immense power of a dragon and elephant. With endless strength and long-lasting vitality, and an incredibly solid foundation. This is it. Qin Lang's eyes sparkled. He now had both attack and movement techniques. What he lacked was a powerful skill to solidify his foundation and enhance his overall quality. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was tailor-made for him. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill? Old Man Wang raised his eyebrows slightly. Kid, your choice is quite good. This technique has great potential. However, it is notoriously slow to cultivate, resource-intensive, and extremely difficult to start. Are you sure about this? Absolutely. This is it. Qin Lang replied decisively. Slow cultivation? Resource-intensive? For him, with his cheat-like abilities, these were not issues. Old Man Wang nodded, said no more, and helped Qin Lang complete the borrowing procedures. He transferred the technique information to his student card and once again reminded him not to share it. With the D-level technique in hand, Qin Lang left the library, feeling satisfied, and entered his perpetual motion mode again. With a 5-fold proficiency boost from the body refining liquid, he quickly accumulated proficiency. This cycle continued, and the proficiency of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill steadily increased at an astonishing rate. Although this D-level technique was indeed much harder to practice than the E-level martial arts, under the dual support of his financial ability, his progress still far exceeded ordinary expectations. Of course, the price was that his freshly acquired 1 million federal coins were rapidly depleting like flowing water. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. At the Northwest Martial Arts College, the Central Training Arena was bustling with activity today. This was the day when sophomore genius Zhou Kuan was set to duel with that old silver coin, Qin Lang. In the center of the arena, Zhou Kuan, dressed in a brand-new branded training outfit, stood tall with an unabashed expression of pride and confidence on his face. Kuan Ge is mighty. Today, we must teach that old silver coin a lesson. Exactly. I heard Kuan Ge broke through again a few days ago and is now at the 8th rank, 5th level. What can Qin Lang compare to that? Qin Lang? Haha, he probably doesn't dare to show up, right? I told you. Schemes and tricks are nothing but paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. The surrounding discussions reached Zhou Kuan's ears, making the smile on his face even broader. Over the past month, he had indeed not been idle. With the support of family resources and his own efforts, he had successfully broken through to the 8th rank. 5th level. He felt terrifyingly strong now. As for Qin Lang, just a guy who barely managed to get first place in a midterm martial arts exam through luck and underhanded means. Even if he had been cultivating this month, how much progress could he possibly make? Moreover, as time passed, Qin Lang had almost disappeared from view in these 20 days. People's impressions of him gradually reverted to the notion that he was weak and merely relied on tricks. Especially now, as the agreed time was fast approaching. Qin Lang had yet to show his face. See? I told you he wouldn't dare to come. He must be afraid of Kuan Ge running away at the last minute. What a shame. Old silver coin is still old silver coin, not worth mentioning. The discussions grew louder, and even some originally neutral students began to think that Qin Lang might really be afraid of the fight. Among the crowd, Lu Qingyao frowned slightly, looking at the empty entrance of the training arena, her eyes flashing with worry and confusion. She understood Qin Lang's character. Although he sometimes seemed out of touch, deep down, he shouldn't be the type to flee without a fight. But why was he late? Zhou Kuan stood in the middle of the arena, listening to the surrounding discussions. A look of triumph almost overflowing from his face. He cleared his throat, ready to say a few words about Qin Lang's cowardice and surrender. What's the rush? A lazy voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, suddenly came from the entrance of the training arena, clearly cutting through the noisy discussions. Swish! All eyes turned in unison towards the source of the voice. There stood Qin Lang, hands in his pockets, strolling in at a leisurely pace as if he were taking a post-meal walk. A faint smile graced his face, his gaze calm and undisturbed, as if what was about to commence was not a highly anticipated duel, but an inconsequential game. He has arrived. The entire training arena fell silent in an instant. Chapter 32. Strength is always the hardest truth. The appearance of Qin Lang was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly silencing the entire martial arts arena. All eyes were focused on him, filled with astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. So Kuan looked at Qin Lang, who seemed relaxed and indifferent, as if he didn't take this duel seriously at all. His original pride and arrogance were instantly replaced by rage. He had waited so long and prepared so much just to defeat Qin Lang convincingly in front of everyone. Yet his opponent was late and acted this way. Qin Lang, you finally dare to show up? Suppressing his anger, Zhou Kuan said coldly, I thought you were too scared and turned into a turtle, too afraid to come. Qin Lang seemed to ignore the sarcasm in his words, lazily lifting his eyelids and yawning. What's the rush? I'm here now, aren't I? In a hurry to reincarnate? You. Zhou Kuan was momentarily speechless, his face turning red, still being stubborn even when facing death. Qin Lang, don't think that just because you won the last martial arts exam by using underhanded tricks, you can consider yourself a character. Today, I will let you know that in the face of absolute strength, your petty tricks are utterly useless. He suddenly puffed out his chest, releasing his aura of the 5th level of the 8th tier without reservation, creating a significant sense of pressure that swept toward Qin Lang. 8th tier, 5th level. It's real. Qin Lang is doomed now. This aura is much stronger than that of Chu Tian, the top freshman. Let's see how he responds. He is probably going to use some tricks again, right? Feeling Zhou Kuan's powerful aura, the surrounding students began to murmur again, looking at Qin Lang with pity and glee. However, in the face of Zhou Kuan's pressure and the discussions around him, Qin Lang's expression showed no change, still looking lazy. He didn't even lift his eyelids much, as if Zhou Kuan's proud aura was just a gentle breeze passing by. Without rebutting, he silently and slowly drew a long knife from behind him. It was a simple, entirely black alloy long knife, narrow and long. Under the illumination of the arena lights, it reflected a cold metallic sheen. It was the E-grade battle knife Grey Hawk, awarded by the school. Seeing Qin Lang draw his weapon, a hint of disdain flashed in Zhou Kuan's eyes. What? Finally decided to stop talking? Drawing your sword, 1T help. Today, I will make you understand how great the gap between us is. With that, Zhou Kuan shouted loudly, exerting force under his feet, his figure darting out like a cheetah. His right hand formed a fist, creating a sound of wind, heading straight for Qin Lang's face. He wanted to defeat Qin Lang in the most direct and overwhelming way to prove his strength. Just as Zhou Kuan's fist was about to reach him, Qin Lang moved. Without any extra movements, no flashy techniques, and it was even unclear how he drew his blade. Everyone felt a black flash of lightning tear through the air. Clang! A piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Immediately after, thud! Zhou Kuan's sinister smile and confidence were still frozen on his face. But he was suddenly sent flying backward, as if hit by a high-speed train. The E-grade gauntlet in his hand shattered, and his arm twisted unnaturally. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He then crashed heavily onto the ground about 7 or 8 meters away, struggling for a moment to get up. But he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out another mouthful of blood, fainting right there. Meanwhile, Qin Lang remained standing in place, maintaining the posture of having drawn his knife. The black long knife hung slightly down, not a drop of blood staining it. One strike. Just one strike. Kuan, who had attracted attention and was fiercely confident, having just broken through to the 8th tier, 5th level, was defeated in a single blow. Severely injured and unconscious without even touching the corner of Qin Lang's clothing. The entire martial arts arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the figure holding the knife and the distant Zhou Kuan lying on the ground, their minds blank. What? What just happened? This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't it said that Qin Lang only knew how to use underhanded tactics? Wasn't it said that Zhou Kuan's strength was overwhelming? How? How could this happen? That incredibly fast and domineering strike was deeply etched in everyone's minds. It was not some conspiracy or trick. It was pure, crushing strength. In the crowd, Lu Qingyao also covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement. Although she believed Qin Lang wouldn't lose, she never expected his strength to have reached such a level. The might of that strike even made her, a 7th-tier practitioner, feel a bit shaken. Qin Lang slowly sheathed his knife, not even glancing at the unconscious Zhou Kuan. His gaze calmly swept over the astonished, dazed faces around him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc. Anyone else? He asked softly, his voice not loud, but clearly resonating throughout the silent martial arts arena. No one answered. Those students who had been mocking and discussing earlier instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. In any world, strength is always the hardest truth. I didn't see wrong, did I? Zhou Kuan was defeated in one strike. That strike was too fast. I didn't see clearly at all. Is this really the Qin Lang who only knows how to use underhanded tricks? How could his strength be this strong? Astonishment, confusion, and shock. Various emotions spread through the crowd. A few medical staff hurried onto the arena, clumsily lifting the unconscious, arm-broken Zhou Kuan onto a stretcher and quickly leaving. Qin Lang scanned the area, seeing everyone's ghostly expressions, feeling secretly pleased. But on the surface, he remained composed, sheathing the long knife on his back and turning to leave this place of trouble. Qin Lang, wait a moment. A clear and pleasant voice rang out. And Lu Qingyao gracefully approached Qin Lang, her beautiful face showing a mix of complex emotions. There was surprise, curiosity, and a hint of disbelief. Senior Lu, is there something you need? Qin Lang stopped, looking at this senior who had been quite nice to him, his tone much more polite. You. Lu Qingyao organized her words, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Lang. How did your strength improve so quickly? I remember during the entrance exam, you barely reached the first level of the 9th tier, and now. She looked Qin Lang up and down, her eyebrows twitching. 8th tier, 5th level. In just a few short months, Qin Lang's strength had risen from the first level of the 9th tier to the 5th level of the 8th tier. This rate of improvement was simply astonishing. The power of that strike even made her feel a hint of trepidation. Hearing this, Qin Lang displayed an expression of hard work, seriously saying, "There's no secret. My progress today isn't too bad. It's just about working hard, and then hard again." Chapter 33. 8th rank, 10th layer. Returning to the Qin family as soon as these words came out, the students around who had just regained their composure nearly fainted again collectively. Effort? What a joke. Who doesn't work hard? Can anyone really jump from the first layer of the 9th rank to the point of being able to instantly defeat the 5th layer of the 8th rank in just a few months? It's clear he's just pretending. This guy must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter or used some underhanded methods. Everyone obviously didn't believe Qin Lang's nonchalant words, thinking he was either showing off or deliberately hiding something. Lu Qingyao also frowned slightly, feeling that Qin Lang was brushing her off. Just then, a boy with glasses in the crowd weakly spoke up. I seem to remember something. They're a free training room open to regular students in the school library. I often go there to read, and it seems that since about 4 months ago, that training room has almost never been free. Every time I checked, the indicator light was on, showing in use. Right. I noticed that too. Another student immediately chimed in. The last time I wanted to use it, I waited for a long time, but no one came out. I thought it was broken. From months ago, continuous use? Could it be? All I suddenly focused on Qin Lang again. 4 months ago was exactly when Qin Lang enrolled. Continuous use of the training room, coupled with what he just said about effort, and more effort. An unbelievable, yet seemingly reasonable guess emerged in everyone's minds. Could it be that when Qin Lang mentioned effort, he wasn't talking about practicing for a few hours every day, but rather, he had really been training nonstop in that training room for 4 months? As this thought crossed their minds, everyone gasped in shock, and their gazes toward Qin Lang completely changed. If this were true, then he was no mere old silver coin, nor a lucky fool who stumbled upon fortune. He was a training fanatic with willpower as strong as steel, someone who pushed himself to the brink. No wonder his strength had increased so terrifyingly. This was all achieved at the risk of his health. In an instant, the previous doubts, mockery, and disdain toward Qin Lang transformed into deep respect and a hint of fear. A person who can be so hard on themselves is truly frightening. Lu Qingyao was also stunned. Looking at Qin Lang's face, which still bore a faint smile, she suddenly understood that his earlier words might not have been insincere, but rather the truth. The sacrifices behind that truth were just too heavy to imagine. Her gaze became more complicated. In addition to shock, there was now admiration. Qin Lang sensed the change in the surrounding gazes, shrugged his shoulders, and didn't offer further explanation. He turned around and waved his hand. Nothing much. I'll go practice first. See you later. As they watched Qin Lang's departing figure, the training ground fell silent again. But this time, the silence was filled not with astonishment, but with a heartfelt respect for a dedicated training addict. The label of old silver coin might still be there, but it had been forcibly supplemented with a few more eye-catching labels. Ultimate overachiever, training maniac, frenzied training addict. Qin Lang didn't care about the thoughts of the people behind him. He was in a good mood, having easily dealt with the small trouble of Zhou. He also showcased his strength in front of everyone, feeling that his thoughts had become much clearer. He glanced at the time. There were only 2 weeks left until the school's winter vacation. 2 weeks. Qin Lang stroked his chin. Although it wasn't too long, he should still be able to improve his strength a bit more. According to tradition, every year during the spring festival, the Qin family would hold an annual family meeting, which would inevitably lead to comparisons and displays among the various branches. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the so-called family glory, he also didn't want to go back and be looked down upon. He definitely didn't want to disappoint his parents who cared about him. Just in time, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was also about to break through to the minor completion stage. During these 2 weeks, he would push himself harder and strive to elevate his strength before returning home. 2 weeks later, Nama, Qin Lang, Aiktank. 10th layer, martial arts, dragon elephant prajna skill, minor completion 46820, 50,000. Collapsing mountain fist, perfection. Flowing cloud, penetrating heart palm, perfection. Gale blade technique, perfection. Wind walking step, perfection. Ghost shadow mysterious track, perfection. Surfing walk, perfection. Omitted 48 E-rank martial arts, all mastered. Omitted dozens of F-rank martial arts, all perfected. 8th rank, 10th layer. Just 1 step away from the 7th rank. Qin Lang looked at his realm, lost in thought. The 48 E-rank martial arts were all just a bit short of breaking through to perfection, and breaking through a few more would naturally allow him to step into the 7th rank. However, he didn't have time to practice the dragon elephant prajna skill now. He couldn't waste a chance to refresh his status. Thinking of this, he closed the panel and headed straight for the airport. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the southwest province of the Federation, outside the imposing gate of Southwest Martial Arts University, a smoothly designed, deep red Bentley Continental GT, with its paint gleaming under the sunlight, slowly pulled over to the roadside. Its elegant yet powerful design, along with the unique double-wing B logo, immediately attracted the attention of all passing students. Wow! ISNT, the Mulliner customized version of the Bentley Continental GT, the globally limited edition. I heard just the options alone cost nearly 20 million Federation coins. My God, this car is so extravagant. It's way more impressive than the car of our Southwest richest person. Which top-notch rich second generation is this? They must be here to pick someone up. I wonder which department's beauty or campus flower has such a high profile. It must be our school's recognized #1 campus flower. Only someone like her, a true pride of heaven, is worthy of being picked up in such a top luxury car. Amidst the envy and speculation, the door of the driver's seat opened silently. A young man in a high-end tailored suit, exuding an aristocratic aura, stepped out. He was tall and handsome, wearing a discreetly luxurious Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. With a perfectly timed smile, he calmly scanned the entrance of the school, seemingly waiting for someone. The students' murmurs grew louder as they speculated about which beauty this evidently extraordinary rich and handsome man was waiting for. Just then, a similarly tall and handsome young man, but with a sharper and more rebellious aura, strode out from the school, surrounded by a group of students who seemed to regard him as their leader. "Brother, you're here." The sharp young man smiled as he saw the man by the car and quickened his pace toward him. "Qin Hao, he called that top rich guy brother? My God, he asked the #1 genius of Southwest Martial Arts University. Qin Hao, his brother is just as impressive. No wonder they can afford such a car. So it's Qin Hao's brother." The surrounding students instantly realized, their gazes toward the pair of brothers filled with awe. Qin Hao, the undisputed top genius of Southwest Martial Arts University. He entered as a freshman already at the 5th rank, 5th layer, and now, after a semester, he had already reached the 10th layer of the 6th rank, renowned among the younger generation in the entire Southwest region. His brother, with such an astonishing presence, was clearly not an ordinary person. The Qin family had unfathomable depth. Qin Feng, Qin Hao's elder brother, and the son of Qin Lang's third uncle. It's vacation time. Dad asked him to pick you up on the way home," Qin Feng said, patting Qin Hao's shoulder, his eyes showing a hint of subtle satisfaction. "Not bad. Your aura has stabilized a lot. It seems like there's hope for you to break through to the 5th rank this time. It's just a 5th rank, just a matter of time." A confident smile curved at the corner of Qin Hao's mouth. "This time when I go back, I will definitely show Qin Wei that I, Qin Hao from the Southwest, am not worse than her. In the entire Qin family, apart from my brother Qin Feng, Qin Wei is my only rival. However, I have always been overshadowed by Qin Wei since childhood. Now that I am catching up, my confidence is naturally soaring. Ambitious." Qin Feng smiled gently, opened the door to the passenger seat, and casually mentioned, "By the way, I heard from Xiaowei a few days ago that our uncle's son, Qin Lang, has been performing very well at the Northwest Martial Arts College, which is a bit unexpected." "Qin Lang?" Qin Hao paused as he got into the car. Then a look of undisguised disdain and sneer appeared on his face. "Ha! That useless person who can only hide in a corner and secretly cry? He can perform well? A college is just a college." Qin Feng started the car and smoothly merged into the traffic, his tone still gentle. "People can change. Perhaps he has made his own efforts and had some opportunities in the past 6 months. After all, he is still a member of the Qin family. Any progress is a good thing." Progress? With him? Qin Hao snorted coldly, a trace of hostility flashing in his eyes. Brother, you are too kind. That kind of useless person thinks he can shine with a little sunlight. Wasn't enough that I beat him up when we were kids? If he really dares to come back for the clan meeting this time, I want to see how much he weighs. I must personally guide him and let him understand what it means to know his place, and what things he should never dream of. This way, he won't embarrass our Qin family's reputation in the future. When Qin Hao spoke about what he should never dream of, Qin Feng's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel. A faint glimmer of light flashed from the depths of his eyes, so fast it was hard to capture. A clear and ethereal figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Xiaoqin Shui. She was the girl he had cherished since childhood, but had early on been promised to Qin Lang, the most useless young master in the history of the Qin family. Yet his smile remained gentle, showing no signs of being affected by his brother's words. He simply glanced at his brother through the rearview mirror. We are all family brothers. It's normal for young people to spar and communicate. However, since the elders will be present at the clan meeting, everything must adhere to the rules. Keep it moderate and don't go too far to avoid putting our uncle, the head of the family, in a difficult position. His words sounded like advice. A reminder for Qin how to maintain propriety and uphold family harmony, perfectly fitting his gentlemanly image. However, this subtle reminder, combined with his earlier reaction, seemed more like a tacit approval of Qin Hao's thoughts, even a hidden encouragement. As long as it was within the rules, helping Qin Lang see reality and stop his delusions was completely acceptable. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, brother. I know how to measure. Chapter 34. Finally home. The plane landed smoothly at Donghai City International Airport. Qin Lang walked out of the corridor, taking a deep breath of the humid air infused with a familiar ocean scent, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Donghai City is the economic jewel of the Dian Federation. It is also the place where he grew up and the core stronghold of the Qin family. Here lies the most memories of the original owner, intertwined with warmth and bitterness. The Qin family status in Donghai City is extraordinary. The head of the family, Qin Zhan, Qin Lang's father, is a renowned leader of the Qin clan in the Donghai province. The family's influence is deeply rooted in the military, politics, and business sectors, wielding significant power. Saying that a stomp of the foot could shake Donghai is no exaggeration. His mother, Su Wan, is the iron-fisted president of the Huantian Group, one of the three major business giants in Jiangnan province. She consistently ranks high on the Forbes billionaire list and is a respected figure in the business world. A seemingly ordinary black business car, which has undergone top-level modifications and possesses the highest safety standards, was already waiting outside. It took Qin Lang back to the Qin family mansion located in the upscale residential area of Yunding Villa in Donghai City. The cars silently passed through layers of sentries and ornate iron gates, traversing the vast expanse of Su-style gardens meticulously maintained by famous designers. It finally stopped in front of a grand main building that blends classical and modern styles. As Qin Lang just stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp butler uniform, with meticulously combed hair and around 50 years old, walked out from the shadow of the porch. He wore a professional fake smile, but deep in his eyes lurked ingrained pride and disdain. This was the family's old butler, Wang Fu. Wang Fu sized up Qin Lang with a glance, briefly lingering on his ordinary clothes, and the corner of his mouth curled into an almost imperceptible sneer. He himself was a 7th-tier martial artist, far above Qin Lang, who was merely a 9th-tier first-level waste, so naturally, he looked down on him. Oh, isn't this our young master who ran away from home to explore the outside world? How is it? The outside world isn't easy to navigate. So you've come back with your tail between your legs? His tone was filled with mockery, completely disregarding Qin Lang as his master. In his eyes, Qin Lang was just a hopeless case. This time he returned, it was likely he had hit a wall again. Just right for him to ridicule and also show his loyalty in front of the master and mistress, according to the original owner's memories. When faced with a long-standing tyrant like Wang Fu, he would only turn pale, lower his head submissively, and dare not retort. But this time, Qin Lang merely lifted his eyelids and calmly looked at Wang Fu. His gaze was as calm as a still lake. Yet deep within it seemed to harbor the murderous aura of a blood-soaked battlefield. That was the momentum he had honed through countless extreme trainings and confrontations with D-class beasts in the dimensional rift. Wang Fu felt his heart skip a beat from that gaze, a chill racing from his feet to the top of his head. He distinctly sensed that the opponent's aura was still weak, far inferior to his own. Yet the terrifying pressure emanating from that gaze made even him, a 7th-tier martial artist, feel a pang of fear. It was as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast ready to pounce. The sharp words he had prepared to say were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. What do you think you are? Qin Lang's voice was as cold as ice. I'm back in my own home. What right do you, an old dog, have to bark here? Wang Fu was startled and enraged, surprised by Qin Lang's transformed aura and furious that he was frightened by a waste. Moreover, he was called an old dog. Qin Lang, you are being outrageous. You, a useless person who can't even cultivate, dare to be disrespectful to me. Let me tell you, this family is not up to you. Shut up. Without waiting for Wang Fu to finish, a cold light flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. His figure moved like a ghost, stepping forward with a raised hand, delivering a resounding slap. Slap. The speed of this slap was beyond imagination. Although Wang Fu was a 7th-tier martial artist, he had lived in comfort for too long. Coupled with being intimidated by Qin Lang's aura, he was half a beat slow and couldn't dodge. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the courtyard. Wang Fu was spun around by the tremendous force, his cheek instantly swollen, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, several teeth mixed with blood flying out. He collapsed on the ground, covering his face, his eyes filled with disbelief, intense pain, and fear. How dare this waste lay a hand on him? And how could he be so strong? Just then, the heavy solid wood doors of the main building were pushed open, and Qin Zhan and Su Wan walked out with stern faces. Qin Zhan was tall and imposing, exuding an aura of authority from long-standing power. Su Wan was elegantly dressed in a high-end suit, exuding a capable and gentle charm. Behind them were several guests with extraordinary presence, clearly interrupted from their conversation by the commotion. Wang Fu, seeing them, felt as if he had found a savior. Scrambling to Qin Zhan's feet, clutching his pants leg, crying out dramatically, "Master, madam, you must stand up for your old servant, the young master. He is unreasonable and struck me for no reason. He even insulted me as an old dog. I've been loyal to the Qin family for decades. And even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. How could I have suffered such a humiliation? Isn't he just bullying us servants because he is the master?" Woo-woo. As he cried, he secretly observed the expressions of Qin Zhan and his wife, feeling a cold laugh in his heart. He knew too well how disappointed this couple was with their son. Now, Qin Lang was committing violence in front of the guests, beating an old servant. He was simply ruining the Qin family's reputation. The master and mistress would surely be furious. This waste was doomed. Qin Zhan looked at Wang Fu on the ground with an expressionless face, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Su Wan frowned tightly, her eyes darting between Qin Lang's overly calm face and Wang Fu's wailing. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Seeing this, Wang Fu felt more confident and continued to plead, "Master, madam, I know the young master is angry, but he shouldn't demean people like this. Enough." Qin Zhan spoke lightly, interrupting him. Wang Fu's heart leaped with joy, thinking Qin Zhan was going to reprimand Qin Lang. But Qin Zhan didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his gaze to Qin Lang. What happened? Qin Lang met his father's scrutinizing gaze without flinching, his tone equally calm. "It's just a small matter. A dog that doesn't understand the rules barking at its master. It's only right that I deal with him." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Fu's face turned pale, even forgetting to cry. The guests around them were all shrewd and immediately understood the implications. Qin Zhan looked deeply at Qin Lang, a trace of imperceptible fluctuation passing through his eyes. He turned to a black-clad bodyguard beside him, whose aura was as steady as a mountain, and instructed, "Qinin, drag this insolent person who has violated the family rules and tarnished the family name out. Deal with him according to family law, and then throw him out of the Qin family." Huh? Wang Fu was stunned. This script was not right. "Yes, master." The bodyguard named Qinin, clearly far more powerful than Wang Fu, stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the now limp Wang Fu as if he were a chick, ignoring his cries and pleas, dragging him away. After driving Wang Fu away, Qin Zhan turned to the guests and cupped his hands, saying, "Just a family matter. Please forgive the disturbance. We will talk again another day." The guests quickly exchanged polite remarks and left tactfully. Only the Qin family of 3 remained in the courtyard. Qin Zhan stood with his hands behind his back, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Qin Lang. "I heard you got into a fight at school?" Su Wan hit forbarth, grasping Qin Lang's hand. "Langer, tell Mom the truth. Are you hurt? How did you end up fighting? Did someone bully you?" Facing the inquiries and concerns of his parents, Qin Lang felt a surge of mixed emotions. He remembered his parents from his previous life, who kicked him around like a football after their divorce and never really cared about his well-being. He worked harder than most people, exhausting himself to finish college. He thought he could finally make a name for himself, but in the job he managed to get, He was ostracized and suppressed everywhere due to his lack of connections and networks, suffering endless grievances. Proud and arrogant, he eventually couldn't take it anymore, angrily resigned, and chose to deliver takeout. Yet, the parents before him, although once disappointed and strict because of his failures, had never truly given up on him. They silently protected him under immense pressure from both within and outside the family, providing him with the best life possible. This heavy love stood in stark contrast to the indifference of his previous life. Absorbing the memories of the original owner, combined with his own experiences from 2 lives, Qin Lang felt a surge of emotions. He steadied his mind, looked at his parents with sincere eyes, neither humble nor arrogant. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine. The school incident was provoked by the other party first. I was just defending myself. As for that dog earlier, he was just bullying others with his power and insulting me. If I didn't teach him a lesson, wouldn't it undermine the prestige of the Qin family and make outsiders look down on you?" His response was well-reasoned, his attitude calm and confident, his gaze clear and resolute, no longer showing any trace of the past's weakness and gloom. Qin was silent for a moment. The stern lines on his face gradually softened, eventually turning into a sigh filled with complex emotions as he nodded. You made some progress. You know how to defend yourself and also how to uphold the family's dignity." Suwan's eyes were red, tightly holding Qin Lang's hand, her voice choked with emotion. Good. My son has finally grown up. It's good to know you're okay, that you weren't hurt. Come on, let's go inside. After all this time, you must be hungry and tired. Mom had the kitchen prepare your favorite. Looking at the tears in his mother's eyes and the recognition in his father's gaze, a warm current surged in Qin Lang's heart, and he revealed a genuine smile. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." This time, he truly returned home. Chapter 35. S-Class Martial Arts. A father's love, as steep as a mountain dinner, was held in an elegant and spacious dining room, with a long redwood dining table filled with exquisite dishes, all rich in color, aroma, and flavor, clearly prepared with great care. Qin sat at the head of the table, his expression as serious as ever, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Suwan sat beside Qin Lang, her face adorned with a gentle smile. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat subtle. Qin put down his chopsticks and turned his gaze to Qin Lang. In half a month, the family's year-end meeting would take place, where the younger generation from each branch would return to showcase their cultivation achievements over the past year. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, but what he said still carried a hint of admonishment. "I heard that your third uncle Qin has stabilized at the peak of the 6th rank at Southwest Martial University, just a step away from the 5th rank. And your elder brother Qin Feng has long stepped into the 5th rank. His current strength is difficult to gauge. As for over in the capital, your second uncle Qin Wei is also making waves at Qingbei Martial University." He did not make it explicit, but his meaning was clear. Don't think that just because you've made some noise at Northwest Martial College, you can become arrogant. The top talents of the Qin family possess strength far beyond your imagination. Qin Lang understood that his father was reminding him not to be arrogant. He also knew that his father must have learned about his performance over the past 6 months through the family's intelligence network. From a 9th rank first level upon enrollment to now an 8th rank 10th level of combat power. Although this speed was astonishing, his father's character was such that even if he acknowledged it in his heart, he would not easily offer praise verbally. Instead, he would be even stricter in his admonishments, fearing that Qin Lang might take the wrong path. "Dad, I understand." Qin Lang nodded, his expression serious. Seeing this, Suwan quickly picked up a large piece of his favorite braised lion's head and gently interrupted. All right, we're eating. Let's not talk about these serious things all the time. Langer, try this. Mom had the kitchen stew it for a long time. Are you eating well at school? Are you comfortable in the dormitory? You look thinner. Are you too tired from practicing? A series of concerns flowed like a warm stream, diluting the pressure brought by Qin. Qin Lang felt warmth in his heart. This was his parents, one as deep and imposing as a mountain, expressing paternal love through admonishment and expectations. The other as gentle and delicate as water, nurturing his heart with meticulous care. He enjoyed this feeling. This was the true essence of a complete and real home. While he ate heartily the dishes his mother served, he listened attentively to his father's continued analysis of the strength dynamics of the younger generation in the family. Although with hundreds of F and E-level martial arts mastered or perfected, along with the terrifying foundation laid by the dragon elephant prajna skill, his combat power far exceeded that of his peers. The foundation was solid to an astonishing degree, yet he was not the arrogant and ignorant youth. After all, in the path of martial arts, The gap in realms is often an insurmountable chasm, no matter how many low-tier martial arts one possesses or how solid the foundation. When facing opponents several ranks higher, even with extraordinary trump cards, it is difficult to compete. The 6th rank peak of Qin Hao, the 5th rank of Qin Feng, or even higher, these are tangible gaps in hard strength, far beyond what he could easily challenge now. What do you think about this family meeting? If you come up against Qin Hao or Qin Feng, how do you plan to respond? Qin Zhan, seeing that he was listening intently, suddenly asked, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Qin Lang put down his chopsticks, pondered for a moment, and replied steadily, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Qin Hao and Qin Feng are strong. My current realm is indeed inferior to theirs. If I encounter them in the family meeting, I will focus on being steady, trying to showcase the results of my cultivation during this time without being overly aggressive. Winning or losing is important, but recognizing the gap and clarifying the direction of future efforts is even more crucial. Of course, if they bully me too much, I won't let down the prestige of my parents. His answer was neither humble nor arrogant. It acknowledged the gap while also expressing his attitude and subtly hinting at his own confidence. Hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression remained unchanged, only emitting a low grunt from his nose. Yet deep within his stern eyes, there was a clear trace of unspoken comfort and appreciation. Suwan, on the other hand, was all smiles, directly picking up a rice spoon and adding a mountain of food to Qin Lang's already overflowing bowl. Well said. My son doesn't disappoint. Brave and wise. Come on, eat more. You need to be full to have the strength to practice. The meal ended in a warm and harmonious atmosphere of strict father and a loving mother. Afterward, Qin Lang returned to his spacious and comfortable room, took a hot shower, washing away all his fatigue. When he walked out of the bathroom in his bathrobe, drying his hair, he noticed that a book wrapped in ancient brocade had appeared on the redwood coffee table in the living room. Curiously, he approached, picked up the book, and unwrapped the brocade. On the cover, 5 large characters were written in strong and vigorous font. 9 Heaven's illusory phoenix technique. The brushwork flowed like a dragon and snake, subtly exuding an ethereal and dynamic yet overwhelmingly powerful aura. Just looking at these 4 characters, Qin Lang felt a slight tug on his mental energy. S-Class Martial Arts. Qin Lang's heart shook violently. S-Class Martial Arts, although there are SS and SSS levels above it, is already a presence standing at the very top of the martial arts pyramid in the entire Dine Federation. Each volume is enough to drive countless forces into a frenzy to compete for it. It is a true clan-defining ultimate skill. He immediately took the manual and excitedly ran to find his mother. Suwan was in the study handling group affairs. When she saw Qin Lang come in with the manual, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Did you see it? Mom, is this for me? Qin Lang asked excitedly. His mother came from the Su family, and the 9 Heavens illusory phoenix technique was the clan's ultimate skill, making it incredibly precious. Suwan shook her head, looking at him with complex eyes, and said softly, silly child, this is what your dad asked for you. Dad? Qin Lang was taken aback. Suwan sighed and explained, the Qin family has strict rules, especially regarding advanced martial arts. To obtain a legacy, one must not only pass extremely rigorous tests, but also gain the recognition of the family's elder council and all branches. Although you have progressed rapidly, your foundation is still shallow. It is nearly impossible to pass the Qin family's tests in a short time to obtain martial arts above B level. Your dad knew you were coming back for the family meeting and was afraid you would suffer losses, even more afraid you would lose your spirit. So, after learning about your performance at school, he personally went to the Su family and found your grandfather. At this point, Suwan's eyes turned a bit red. You know your grandfather has a stubborn temper. Over the years, due to some matters, his relationship with your dad has not been good. Your dad is also an extremely proud person. For so many years, he has never bowed his head in front of your grandfather. But for you, to obtain this secret clan skill, the 9 Heavens illusory phoenix technique, he humbled himself and bowed to your grandfather. Qin Lang stood there in a daze, holding the heavy S-Class manual. It felt as if something had struck him hard in the heart. He recalled his father's stern and rigid face at the dinner table, remembered his harsh admonishments and reminders. Beneath that imposing exterior lay a profound and clumsy paternal love. He had never bowed his head to anyone. Yet for his son, who had once disappointed him greatly, he set aside his pride and humbly sought out his estranged father-in-law. At that moment, Qin Lang felt that the 9 Heavens illusory phoenix technique in his hands was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Chapter 36. Spending Money on Nine Heavens Phantom Phoenix Technique. This is a fragmented ancient martial art that the ancestors of the Su family accidentally obtained. After generations of talented individuals in the Su family completed and perfected it, it ultimately became an S-rank, top-tier secret technique. This technique does not primarily focus on chi and blood or strength, but rather leans toward body techniques, mental power, and energy manipulation. Those who have successfully cultivated it move like ghosts, swift as shadows, and can condense the true chi of the phantom phoenix within their bodies. They can simulate the form of a phoenix and unleash terrifying power that can burn mountains and boil seas. It also has significant benefits on the mental level. Capable of creating illusions to confuse the enemy's mind, its power is undoubtedly immense. However, the difficulty of cultivation is equally outrageous. Not only does it have extremely demanding requirements for the cultivator's comprehension and mental power, but the energy required for each realm is also hundreds or even thousands of times that of ordinary techniques. Returning to his room, Qin Lang suppressed his excitement and sat cross-legged. Following the guidance at the beginning of the manual, he attempted to circulate his chi and blood. His current foundation was solid, far exceeding that of ordinary people, so following the steps wasn't a major issue. As for comprehension, what is that? Can it be eaten? Yet even so, he spent a full half-day on this, and even had to take an F-rank recovery potion midway to replenish his energy before he barely condensed a trace of feeble, almost imperceptible, strange energy with a faint warmth in his dantian. The system panel updated accordingly. Nine Heavens Phantom Phoenix Technique, Beginner 1, 1000000000. Indeed. Qin Lang looked at the despairing proficiency number, inhaling sharply but not surprised. It required a whole, small target's proficiency to go from beginner to minor success. He estimated that even if he exhausted all his current potions and worked tirelessly without rest, it would likely take him several years, if not longer, to cultivate this S-rank technique to minor success. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. It seems unrealistic to primarily cultivate the Nine Heavens Phantom Phoenix technique in a short time. Qin Lang quickly made a decision. The urgent task was to improve the cost-effective Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique as much as possible. Although Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique is only D rank and has a high difficulty level, its slow progress is notoriously tortoise-like, far slower than other techniques of the same rank. But this is not its flaw. Rather, it reflects its powerful characteristics. This technique does not pursue rapid breakthroughs in realms. Instead, it follows a domineering path that meticulously polishes the foundation of the body, raising the limits of strength and chi and blood. Each enhancement might not show significant changes in realm numbers, but the total amount of chi and blood and the pure enhancement of physical strength far exceed that of techniques of the same tier. Those who successfully cultivate Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique possess a thickness of chi and blood, a ferocity of strength, and a toughness of body that form a crushing advantage of the same realm. This technique is designed to build the strongest foundation, and the more advanced it becomes, the more its terrifying aspects will manifest, even laying an incomparable foundation for future breakthroughs to higher realms. As long as Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique can advance further to a higher level, even if my realm remains at the 8th rank, my actual combat power will undergo earth-shattering changes. This is currently the fastest way to enhance hard power in combat capability. Originally, according to his thoughts at the dinner table last night, he only needed to showcase his progress at this family meeting. To reassure his parents and not be looked down upon excessively, he didn't plan to vie for any spotlight. After all, the realms of Qin Hao, Qin Feng, and others were there. But thinking about how his father sought this S-rank technique at the cost of lowering himself to appeal to his grandfather, and recalling his mother's hopeful and caring gaze, Qin Lang's heart could not be calm. He could no longer afford to hide and develop like he did at the Northwest Martial Arts Academy. His parents had sacrificed so much for him and placed such high hopes on him. How could he comfortably settle for mediocrity? No matter what, he must give his all at this family meeting and shine. Even attempt to compete for that first place. This is not only for himself, but also to live up to his parents' good intentions. And the most direct way to quickly enhance Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique is to spend money. With this in mind, Qin Lang no longer hesitated and immediately got up to find his mother, Su Wan. Su Wan was handling documents when she saw her son come in, put down her tablet, and gently asked Langer what's wrong. Qin Lang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Mom, I want to borrow some money from you. Borrow money? How much? Su Wan smiled, not surprised at all. 10 million. Qin Lang stated a number. This amount would be enough to purchase a large number of D-rank cultivation resources. Suwon didn't even blink as she picked up her phone to operate. Okay, Mom will transfer it to you right away. Is it enough? If not, I'll add more for you. In her view, it was rare for her son to speak up. Not to mention 10 million. Even 100 million she could afford. Soon, Qin Lang received the transfer notification. Thank you, Mom. Silly child. Why are you being polite with Mom? Suwon smiled and tapped his forehead. However, this matter. Should I tell your dad? Qin Lang quickly shook his head. Mom, please don't tell Dad yet. Suwon smiled knowingly, thinking her son was afraid of being scolded or receiving extra training from his strict father, so she indulgently said, all right, Mom won't tell him. Just keep it in mind and don't overexert yourself. Seeing his mother's thoughts, Qin Lang shook his head playfully and said, I'm not afraid of Dad scolding me. I just want to give Dad a surprise. Suwon laughed even more, thinking her son wanted to perform well at the family meeting to bring glory to her and Qin Zhan. After obtaining the money, Qin Lang didn't delay. He immediately went to the largest martial arts supplies mall in Donghai City and directly purchased 10 bottles of D-rank Dragon Blood Body Refining Liquid. D-rank Dragon Blood Body Refining Liquid is primarily made from the essence blood of D-rank fierce beasts of the subdragon species, combined with dozens of rare medicinal materials. Its medicinal properties are extremely domineering and fierce, having remarkable effects on enhancing qi and blood and physical strength. It is especially suitable for cultivating techniques like Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, which require high levels of qi and blood and strength. Of course, the price is also very expensive, at 1 million per bottle. The side effects are considerable as well. An ordinary person would need months or even years of recuperation to eliminate potential hazards after using one. The reason Qin Lang didn't directly ask his mother for the potions is that, given her level of care for him, she would definitely worry about whether he could handle it, digging deeper and potentially restricting his usage. Buying it himself gave him much more freedom. Looking at the liquid that seemed to have a life of its own, gently flowing in the container, Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with determination and madness. With less than 10 days until the family gathering. Next, he would use these 10 bottles of domineering potions to elevate Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to a new height and create a miracle that would shock everyone. Chapter 37. Completely mad Qin Lang returned to his room and locked the door tightly. The next 10 days would be a gamble for him, allowing no disturbances. Taking a deep breath, he laid out all the prepared resources on the carpet in front of him. A dark golden elixir emitting a faint medicinal fragrance, with the ethereal images of dragons and tigers entwined around it. The D-grade Dragon Muscle Tiger Bone pill, specifically used to strengthen bones and muscles. A beast core the size of a fist, covered in strange blood-red patterns. The beast core of the D-grade Ferocious Beast, the three-eyed blood-pattern demon ape, containing the essence of its violent power. Dozens of bottles filled with a viscous, mercury-like deep red liquid, exuding a strong bloody scent. The blood essence of the three-eyed blood-pattern demon ape, rich in pure vitality energy. Finally, there were 10 freshly acquired D-grade Dragon Blood Body refining liquids, shimmering with an eerie glow under the light, radiating an overwhelming energy fluctuation. The Dragon Muscle Tiger Bone pill strengthens muscles and bones. The Beast Core provides core energy. The Demon Ape's Blood Essence replenishes vitality, and the Dragon Blood Body refining liquid is a domineering refining agent that elevates strength. Qin Lang looked at the luxurious package before him, his eyes flashing with a mixture of rationality and madness. Only 10 days remained before the clan meeting. If he wanted to maximize the enhancement of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, digesting one resource at a time each day would definitely not be enough. To create a miracle, he had to take extremes. A crazy thought took shape in his mind. Stacking, taking these various D-grade resources, all extremely potent, simultaneously. If this idea were known to other martial artists, they would surely think he was insane. It was practically a death wish, because the properties of different potions might conflict with each other and produce deadly toxins, even if he managed to select those that wouldn't conflict. How vast and violent would the energies of multiple D-grade resources be? Pouring them into his body all at once would overwhelm his fragile meridians and organs. The only outcome would be energy going out of control and exploding his body. Throughout history, there have been geniuses who tried similar methods to pursue rapid advancement. But without exception, they all ended in tragedy. But Qin Lang was different. His foundation was already extraordinary. With over 100 F-grade and E-grade martial arts, most had reached mastery or even perfection. The resilience and capacity limits of every cell in his body, every inch of muscle and bone, and every meridian far exceeded those of ordinary martial artists. My body should be able to withstand it, if worse comes to worst. I can refresh my state directly when I can't handle it anymore. He had a clear understanding of the system and strong confidence. Of course, he wasn't foolish. He wouldn't just swallow everything at once. What if he couldn't refresh his state in time and died immediately? That would be a huge loss. He would first operate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill normally to increase proficiency by 1 point. He would try the Dragon Blood Body refining liquid first to see how it worked. He devised a gradual, yet still extremely dangerous plan. If he could endure it, he would then attempt to take other resources step by step, and if he felt his body reaching its limits, he would stop immediately. With his mind made up, Qin Lang no longer hesitated. He picked up a bottle of D-grade Dragon Blood Body refining liquid, twisted off the cap, and drank it down in one go. Boom! It felt as if magma poured down his throat. An indescribable heat and violent energy exploded within him instantly. The unmatched force surged wildly through his limbs and blood vessels, crashing through his body. His skin turned bright red, and fine beads of blood seeped from his pores, as if he would be burst apart by this power. It's overwhelming. Qin Lang let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth, and immediately activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill with all his might. The operation of the skill was like a giant millstone, crazily absorbing and refining this violent energy. The ethereal images of the dragon and elephant appeared behind him, letting out a silent roar, forcibly guiding the rampaging energy into the trajectory of the skill's operation. Intense pain surged like a tide. Every inch of flesh and every bone groaned and trembled, as if they would be torn apart and crushed. When he finally completed the first cycle of operation with great difficulty, the system panel's notification sound rang out. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Proficiency 10. It was indeed effective. As expected of a D-grade potion, the proficiency had directly multiplied tenfold. Qin Lang felt a surge of joy. But what followed was even more intense pain and protest from his body. Not enough. The efficiency was still too slow. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. At the moment the effect of the Dragon Blood Body refining liquid began to take hold, his body was at the critical point of extreme pain and excitement, yet still bearable. Then he gritted his teeth, extended his trembling hand, and pressed it against the beast core of the three-eyed blood-patterned demon ape, carefully guiding a thread of equally violent energy, filled with a destructive aura, into his body. Boom! It was as if a bomb had exploded inside him. Two equally domineering energies, though slightly conflicting in properties, collided violently. Qin Lang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. His meridians felt like they were pierced by countless steel needles, sending waves of tearing pain through him. His internal organs seemed to be shifting. Give me, refined. Qin Lang's eyes turned blood red, and with ironclad will, he forcibly suppressed the energy's rampage, pushing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to its limits. The dragon and elephant images became more solid, roaring to the sky, forcing the power of the dragon's blood and the demon ape's power to merge together. Transforming into a more terrifying torrent of energy, it washed over and tempered his flesh again and again. The pain reached an unprecedented peak. Qin Lang felt as if he were placed on a forging table, being repeatedly hammered by an invisible giant hammer, every part of him in agony. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. When he once again completed a difficult cycle of operation, the system notification sounded again. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Proficiency, 20 success. Stacking is effective. The proficiency became 20 times. A grim and crazy smile appeared on Qin Lang's face, even though he was covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. He knew this was just the beginning. After slightly stabilizing the violent energy within him, he turned his gaze to the demon ape's blood essence, then to the dragon muscle tiger bone pill, and even to the second bottle of dragon blood body refining liquid. In the room, the energy storm surged wildly, various energy lights interweaving and shining, making the air thick and scorching. Qin Lang sat cross-legged at the center of the energy storm, enduring hellish pain, his body crazily cycling between extreme destruction and rebirth. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Proficiency, 35. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Proficiency, 40. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Proficiency, 42. The increase in proficiency became more frequent. But Qin Lang seemed not to hear it, still madly squeezing his potential, absorbing the massive energy. At this moment, he brought madness to its extreme. To give everyone a surprise at the clan meeting in 10 days. To live up to his parents' expectations. He chose this most painful most dangerous and fastest path. The hellish 10 days of bitter training officially began. Chapter 38. The Qin family gathering. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The annual year-end gathering of the Qin family arrived as scheduled. This day was not only an important occasion for the Qin clan to summarize the past, look to the future, and assess the younger generation, but also a grand social event for the upper class of Donghai City. As a colossal presence in the Donghai province, the Qin family naturally attracted countless eyes. Early in the morning, the main residence of the Qin family was already festooned with decorations, bustling with activity. Expensive luxury cars continuously drove into Yunding Mountain Villa, parking in designated areas. Those invited were none other than prominent figures from Donghai City and even the Jiangnan province, government officials, business tycoons, martial arts masters, representatives of noble families. The gathering of such distinguished guests clearly reflected the Qin family's extraordinary status in Donghai. In a luxurious side hall of the main residence, many young members of the Qin family had already gathered. They were in small groups, dressed elegantly, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation, whispering to each other. "Have you heard? Brother Qin Hao is back this time, and he's even more impressive than before. It said he's already touched the threshold of the 6th rank." A young man from a branch of the family spoke with admiration. "That's for sure. Brother Qin Hao is the pride of our 3rd branch. Looking at the entire Federation's younger generation, he's definitely among the top talents." Another person immediately chimed in, intentionally emphasizing the 3rd branch. "Brother Qin Feng is truly unfathomable, right? He was already at the 5th rank years ago. Who knows what realm he has reached now? It's a pity he's always low-key. He probably won't give his all during the sparring later." And Qin Wei, "I've heard she's also a prominent figure at Tsinghua and Peking University. She must have made significant progress this time. Sigh, compared to them, we're like fireflies to the bright moon." The conversation naturally revolved around the most dazzling talents in the family, filled with envy and awe. By the way, suddenly, someone lowered their voice. The head of the family's uncle, Qin Lang, seems to have returned this year. Last year, he didn't even dare to show his face. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the side hall became a bit strange. "Qin Lang? Ha, that useless one. What is he back for? Doesn't he think our Qin family has lost enough face already? Especially from the direct line, it was really, exactly, a genius at the 1st rank of the 9th tier. It's truly unheard of. I don't know what the uncle is thinking. Sending him to study at college in the Northwest. It's just a waste of resources, utterly disgraceful. I heard he even got into a fight at school not long ago. I bet he was beaten black and blue and ran back here in shame." "Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the main family hear," someone symbolically advised, but their expression was one of anticipation for the drama. Just then, a commotion came from the entrance of the side hall. Qin Hao strode in, surrounded by a group of people. He was dressed in a well-tailored black martial arts uniform, his face handsome and his gaze sharp. He exuded a powerful aura of arrogance and disdain. The pressure of being at the peak of the 7th rank subtly spread, causing some younger members with lower cultivation to feel a moment of difficulty in breathing. "Brother Qin Hao, how go is here?" Everyone hurriedly stepped forward to greet him, their tone respectful. Qin Hao merely nodded casually, his proud gaze sweeping across the room, and when he didn't see the person he was looking for, a strong disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. "Brother Qin Hao, I heard that Qin Lang has returned as well?" The young man who had scoffed earlier approached with a hint of provocation in his tone. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard something extremely ridiculous, and let out a cold snort. "Oh, that useless one who isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes dares to come back. He probably got beaten up outside and realized that only the Qin family can protect him. Right? Just right. It saved me the trouble. This year's family gathering. I'll make him understand why the flowers are so red in front of everyone, and let him know what the difference between heaven and earth is. Let some people see who the true future of the Qin family is, so that he won't dare to show off the title of the Qin family's young master in the future and embarrass himself." His voice was not loud, but it carried a full measure of contempt and provocation, clearly spreading throughout the entire side hall. Everyone fell silent, not daring to refute, and many eyes showed an expression of eager anticipation for the drama. Qin Lang's existence had long become a target for many younger branch members to balance their psychology and even to attack the main family. Meanwhile, in the main hall and front yard of the Qin family's residence, it was a different scene altogether. A huge crystal chandelier emitted dazzling light, and melodious classical music flowed through the air. The head of the family, Qin Zhan, and the matriarch, Su Wan, along with Qin Lang's second uncle, Qin Zhan, and third uncle, Qin Xiong, stood at the entrance, warmly welcoming the continuous stream of distinguished guests. Qin Zhan was dressed in a sharp dark suit, his face stern and dignified, exuding the authority of a family head. Su Wan wore a custom-made dark green qipao that accentuated her perfect figure, her demeanor elegant and capable, her smile appropriate and in sync with her husband. Second uncle Qin Zhan wore a warm smile, his eyes revealing shrewdness. Third uncle Qin Xiong was burly, his personality seemingly straightforward. However, when he looked at his son Qin Hao, his eyes were filled with undeniable pride. The guests were either rich or noble, and when they chatted with Qin Zhan and Su Wan, they showed just the right amount of respect. Head of the Qin family, General Su, congratulations. The Qin family truly has an abundance of talent. Brother Qin, sister-in-law, it's been a year, and you both look even more impressive. Brother Qin, I heard your son Qin Lang has returned this year. It seems he's learned his lesson and is determined to do better. Qin Zhan and Su Wan smiled and responded one by one, handling everything flawlessly. However, standing aside, second Uncle Qin Zhan and third Uncle Qin Xiong exchanged glances, both keenly sensing the unusual behavior of their elder brother and sister-in-law this year. In previous years' family gatherings, although Qin Zhan and Su Wan would also put on a brave face, the frustration and embarrassment stemming from their son's lack of achievements was evident to everyone. They always appeared somewhat lacking in confidence, and even avoided certain topics in response to the guests' probing and comparisons. But this year, although elder brother Qin Zhan still wore a stern face, he stood tall and straight, and there was an indescribable calm and confidence in his eyes, as if he had some backing. And sister-in-law Su Wan was even more radiant, her smile dazzling to the point of being blinding. Completely unlike someone with a useless son at home, it seemed like there was some great joy. Second brother, did you see that? Taking advantage of a guest's departure, third Uncle Qin Xiong elbowed second Uncle Qin Zhan, lowering his voice with a hint of mockery. The way elder brother and sister-in-law are today, anyone who doesn't know would think that Qin Lang suddenly became enlightened and turned into a martial arts master. Second Uncle Qin Zhan squinted slightly, his gaze flickering behind his glasses, and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. It is indeed unusual. At this time in previous years, didn't he look this glorious? Are they just putting on a show? Or is that useless nephew of theirs really up to something? Something? What could he possibly have done? Qin Xiong scoffed, curling his lips. A piece of rotten mud that can't stick to the wall. Even if he got lucky and won a match in a small place like Jiangnan, could he turn things around? How Air is back this time, and he is genuinely at the peak of the 7th rank. I think elder brother and sister-in-law are just trying to save face, deliberately putting on this act to avoid looking too bad when Qin Lang gets knocked down by How Air later. That is one way to put it. Qin Zhan's eyes rolled, but he added, better to be careful. We both know elder brother is a person who seems stern, but is actually deep in thought. His confidence today feels a bit off. I wonder if the Su family has given him some support again? Relying on a woman as family isn't real capability. That said, there was a hint of sourness in his tone. So what? Qin Xiong waved his hand dismissively. No matter how powerful the Su family is, can they directly turn Qin Lang into a genius? In the end, martial arts cultivation relies on oneself. I'll let Howard take the stage later. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll find out. I want to see how long this spirited appearance of my big brothers can last. The two brothers exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of disdain and calculation in the other's eyes. Whether Qin Lang has truly made progress or is just bluffing, they are happy to see the main family make a fool of themselves, especially in front of so many prominent figures. The elder brother has held the position of head of the family for too long. It's time for everyone to see where the future of the Qin family truly lies. Chapter 39, the first round, instant victory. The clinking of glasses at the banquet was just the prelude. The real highlight was the demonstration of strength by the younger generation at the Qin family's martial arts arena. This was both an internal assessment and a stage for the Qin family to showcase their power to the outside world, intimidating those with ulterior motives. Soon, the guests moved to the spacious outdoor martial arts arena. In the center of the venue was a competition platform paved with a special alloy, surrounded by spectator stands. The main seats were naturally occupied by the clan elder of the Qin family and important guests, while other guests and Qin family members filled the sides. A family steward stepped onto the stage and announced the competition rules. Drawn matches, stopping at the point of contact, aimed at friendly exchanges and showcasing talents. The drawing began. Soon, the first lucky contestant appeared. A young man from a collateral branch looked at the name he had drawn, his face instantly turning pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He walked onto the stage with a mournful expression and, bowing deeply to the proud Qin Hao standing opposite him, said from a distance, "How, brother Hao, he concede?" A low murmur arose from the audience, but no one was surprised. There was no way around it. The gap was too great, and going up would only be self-humiliation. Peak of the 7th rank. Who would dare to fight him? Qin Hao didn't even lift his eyelids, as if this were only natural. Soon, another person drew the name of Qin Wei. This was a rather robust-looking young man. Although he wasn't as pathetic as the previous one, he could only manage a bitter smile and shook his head, cupping his hands as he said to the gracefully walking, cool-tempered Qin Wei, "Sister Wei, your strength is formidable. I humbly concede." Qin Wei gave a slight nod in response. It was a pity that Brother Qin Feng didn't come. I heard he seemed to have made a breakthrough in seclusion this time. Otherwise, it would have been even more exciting. Yes, but with Brother Qin Hao and Sister Qin Wei here, it's enough to hold the stage. The atmosphere felt somewhat natural due to the effortless victories of few talents. Until the next name was drawn, the scene suddenly changed. A slightly plump young man with a somewhat foolish look on his face stared at the slip of paper in his hand, frozen for a moment. Then, he rubbed his eyes, confirmed it was correct, and instantly erupted with joy, almost unable to contain himself from jumping up. He had drawn Qin Lang. "Ha ha, my luck is too good." He nearly danced as he ran toward the competition platform, as if he had already secured victory. Laughter erupted from the audience. Look at Qin Ming's silly look. He struck gold. This luck, TSK, directly gifted him around. Alas, poor uncle. He has to watch his son make a fool of himself again. Many Qin family members looked at Qin Zhan and his wife with sympathetic and slightly gloating expressions. Even the guests in the spectator stands mostly showed knowing smiles and whispered among themselves. It seems that this young master of the Qin family really, still needs more training. After all, his foundation is thin. What a pity for the likes of the Qin family head and President Su. It's already commendable that he has the courage to come up. However, to everyone's surprise, regardless of how the audience discussed it, Qin Zhan and Su Wan's expressions showed no change. Qin Zhan's face remained as stoic as water, revealing no joy or anger. Su Wan mantanda praperismai. Her gaze calmly fixed on the arena, seemingly indifferent to the humiliation about to come. This unusual calm made second Uncle Qin Zhan and third Uncle Qin Xiong furrow their brows slightly. Finally, Qin Lang stepped onto the stage. He wore a simple training outfit, walking steadily and calmly up to the competition platform, standing opposite the overjoyed Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, I've met my cousin." Qin Ming, suppressing his laughter, cupped his hands. But the contempt in his tone was evident. "Qin Lang, hello, cousin." Qin Lang returned the greeting with a plain voice. Seeing Qin Lang's feigned calmness, Qin Ming felt even more disdain and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Cousin, I didn't expect you to really dare to come up. I thought, don't worry, we're all family. I'll go easy." Before he could finish his sentence, everyone felt a blur before their eyes. Qin Lang's figure seemed to vanish for an instant, then reappeared in place. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's smile froze, his eyes bulging. Maintaining his cupped fist posture, he fell off the competition platform with a thud, losing consciousness. The entire arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded, including those Qin family members and guests who had been waiting to see a joke. What happened? What just occurred? I didn't even see it clearly. How did Qin Ming fall? After a brief silence, an uproar erupted. Although Qin Ming was only at the first layer of the 8th rank, which could be considered below average among the younger generation of the Qin family, he was not someone to be easily handled. Yet he had been taken down in an instant. No one even saw how Qin Lang made his move. This stirred quite a commotion. Many people's gazes toward Qin Lang changed from previous disdain and sympathy to surprise and scrutiny. In the spectator stands, Qin Hao squinted slightly, snorting coldly, and thought to himself, "Humph, just a bit faster. It's only an 8th rank first layer. Just let you show off this time." The smiles on Qin Zhan and Qin Xiong's faces stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal, but there was an added layer of seriousness in their eyes. Qin Zhan and Su Wan remained unperturbed, but Su Wan's hand gripping the armrest turned slightly pale, revealing her inner excitement. The next few matches quickly drew everyone's attention back. Qin Hao and Qin Wei returned to the stage, and although their opponents were stronger than before, reaching the 3rd or 4th layer of the 7th rank, they were still not enough to be considered a challenge. Qin Hao's strikes were domineering, often with just a punch or a kick. His opponents would spit blood and fly backward, clean and decisive, eliciting gasps and admiration from the audience. Qin Wei's movements were agile. Her strikes were both graceful and fierce. And her opponents often lost themselves in her ghostly figure, only to be accurately hit in vital points and lose their combat ability. Their strong performances reignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. So strong. This is the strength of the top talents of the Qin family. Brother Qin, how is mighty? Sister Qin Wei is amazing. Second Uncle Qin Zhan and third Uncle Qin Xiong once again wore bright smiles, proudly accepting compliments from the surrounding guests, occasionally casting meaningful glances at Qin Zhan and his wife. Hee, big brother, it seems that Hauer and Weier, these two juniors, haven't slacked off this year. Qin Zhan appeared to praise, but was actually showing off. Qin Xiong laughed in agreement. Yes, big brother, judging by the matchups in this draw, if Langer is lucky enough to win a couple more rounds, he might end up facing Hauer early. But young people, it's good to have a spar. Let Hauer give him some pointers. The sarcasm in their words was evident, seemingly implying that Qin Lang's continued success was all due to luck, and that encountering Qin Hao would be the end of his good fortune. Qin Zhan's expression remained unchanged, merely making a faint sound of acknowledgement. Suwanfronit slightly, her eyes flashing with worry, but more of it was relief. They were already very satisfied with the current outcome. After all, in the past, Qin Lang was the type to directly forfeit if he drew a match, lacking even the courage to step onto the stage. Now, being able to stand on the stage and win a match cleanly was a world of difference. Taking advantage of the break between matches, Qin Zhan quietly approached Qin Lang and said in a voice only the two could hear, "Langer, do your best, but don't push yourself. Safety comes first." Even seeing his son's progress, he was still worried deep down about his son getting injured from a hard fight. Qin Lang felt his father's concern and warmed inside, showing a confident and steady smile. "Dad, don't worry. I know my limits." The determination and calmness in his eyes made Qin Zhan pause for a moment, and surprisingly, the worry in his heart dissipated by more than half. He patted his son's shoulder and said no more. Chapter 40 Waste Versus. Genius in the next 2 rounds of competition. Qin Lang's luck seemed to continue. His 2 opponents were an 8th grade, 3rd level practitioner and another 8th grade, 9th level side branch disciple. Both battles were exceptionally difficult for Qin Lang. He still relied on his somewhat unreasonable speed to dodge, wielding the great eagle-long knife in his hand, executing a basic F-level knife technique, the Raging Wind Knife technique. This technique is known for its speed, density, and relentless attacks. However, in Qin Lang's hands, it seemed a bit overexerted, and the movements appeared somewhat chaotic, as if relying entirely on brute force and that strange speed to hold on. Several times, he found himself in dire straits, forced into a flurry by his opponents, seeming on the verge of defeat. But in the end, he managed to capitalize on his opponent's inexplicable mistakes or his incredible resilience, seizing fleeting opportunities to knock them off the stage. Such victories, lacking in technical skill, not only failed to earn respect, but instead drew more ridicule and disdain. TCH, I thought he really made some progress, but it turns out he's still a brute. The Raging Wind Knife technique is said to be chaotic, but he really misused it like this. It's all just brute strength and speed, with countless flaws in his moves. Winning looks too ugly. Those 2 opponents were really unlucky, too careless. Otherwise, he would have lost long ago. It's just luck. There's no way he'll make it in the next round. His strength is nothing compared to a real genius. The Qin family disciples in the audience were chattering, their tones filled with contempt. Even some guests who had previously had a change of heart shook their heads, thinking he was just a flash in the pan, with too weak a foundation. Reaching this point was already his limit. Uncle Qin Zhan and Uncle Qin Xiong wore increasingly radiant smiles, their gazes toward Qin Zhan and his wife filled with unabashed mockery, as if to say, "See, this is your good son, at his wit's end." Suwan's brow was furrowed tighter, her palms sweating, worry evident on her face. Only Qin Zhan remained expressionless, but deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a glimmer of absurd hope that even he was unaware of. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the draw results placed the 2 on opposing sides. Qin Lang versus Qin Hao. Here it comes. The main event is finally here. Look, the waste is about to face the genius. Now the rest a good show to watch. Let us see how Brother Qin Hao uses the Thunderbolt knife technique to split him in half. The atmosphere of the entire martial arts arena was instantly ignited. Everyone's gaze focused on the 2 about to take the stage. Qin Hao walked onto the stage first, a cruel and arrogant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His peak 7th grade aura unleashed without reservation. Like a raging wind, it swept across the venue, making many lower-level practitioners feel short of breath. He looked down at Qin Lang, who was slowly ascending the stage, as if he were gazing at an ant. Qin Lang. Qin Hao elongated his tone, his voice filled with mockery. I have to say, your luck is quite good, managing to get here with just brute strength and that unrefined movement technique. But your luck ends here. He extended a finger and shook it. Considering you're my cousin, if you kneel and admit defeat now, I might allow you to leave the stage with some dignity. Lest you end up being beaten by my thunderbolt knife technique like a dead dog, embarrassing uncle and aunt. Laughter erupted from the audience. Qin Lang, unfazit, calmly walked to face Qin Hao, standing firm as he slowly drew the great eagle from his waist. What? Lost your voice? Qin Hao's expression darkened when he saw Qin Lang not speaking, but instead drawing his knife. Are you stunned by my aura? A waste is still a waste. You don't even have the courage to speak? Since you refused my offer, then don't blame me. However, before he could finish, Qin Lang's figure flashed like a ghost, instantly closing the distance. The long knife in his hand struck with a sharp sound, aimed directly at Qin Hao's face. This time it wasn't the raging wind knife technique, but the E-level martial art gale knife technique's opening move, and it was faster than before by more than double. Qin Hao's pupils constricted sharply. He had never expected Qin Lang would dare to take the initiative to attack with such astonishing speed. With a cold snort, he hurriedly drew his knife to block. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Qin Hao felt a tremendous force surge from the blade, numbing his arm and causing him to involuntarily step back half a pace. What? Qin Hao's heart trembled. His strength. Something isn't right. Gasps arose from the audience. Did I see that right? Brother Qin Hao was forced back? That hit was so fast and fierce. Having landed a hit, Qin Lang did not pause, moving with the knife as the gale knife technique unfolded completely. The blade light was relentless, like a torrential wind and rain. Each strike faster and fiercer than the last, completely engulfing Qin Hao. Seeking death, Qin Hao was both shocked and furious, his expression growing serious. The long knife in his hand radiated bright light as he unleashed the full power of the thunderbolt knife technique. The moves were grand and forceful, like thunder, each strike imbued with tremendous force and the might of thunder, attempting to crush Qin Lang with absolute power and speed. Clang, 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 clang. On the competition stage, the blade light flickered and the energy surged. The two figures moved rapidly, colliding, the sound of metal clashing dense like raindrops, sparks flying. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Is this really the Qin Lang who only knew how to rely on brute force and had rough knife techniques? The gale knife technique he was executing now was so fast it dazzled the eyes, with each strike either perfectly blocking Qin Hao's thunderbolt knife technique or targeting his flaws. Completely devoid of the previous clumsiness and luck, he was actually able to hold his own against Qin Hao, who was using the family's advanced knife techniques and was at peak 7th grade. This is impossible. Uncle Qin Xiong suddenly stood up, his face pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. Uncle Qin Zhan also wiped the smile off his face, his expression dark enough to drip water. Su Wan was so excited that her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, tears shimmering in her eyes. Although Qin Zhan remained seated, the slight tremble of his fingertips and the sudden constriction of his pupils betrayed the turbulent emotions within him. Defeat for me. Qin Hao, unable to gain the upper hand, felt utterly humiliated and exploded in anger. He roared, pouring all his internal energy into the blade, unleashing the ultimate move of the thunderbolt knife technique. The thunderclap strikes the heavens. In an instant, the long knife in Qin Hao's hand erupted with dazzling white light, the blade seemingly extending several feet long, its edge crackling with electric light, producing a deep, thunderous sound, exuding a terrifying might capable of splitting mountains and breaking stones, ready to cut through anything in its path. Hiss! Internal energy released. The blade light solidified. Chapter 41. Hesitation leads to defeat. On the observation platform, a well-informed guest gasped in shock. That's right. This is the hallmark of a 7th grade warrior. Qin Hao's blade aura is condensed with a hint of thunder, showcasing the pure and tyrannical internal energy within, ranking among the top in the 7th grade peak. An elder from the Qin family stroked his beard and nodded, his eyes filled with both admiration and concern for Qin Lang. The thunder attribute blade light is extremely rigid and yang, with astonishing destructive power. It seems that Qin Lang is likely to lose this time. It's impossible to take it head-on, facing the earth-shattering, seemingly capable of severing everything, thunderous blade aura. When everyone thought Qin Lang was undoubtedly going to lose, or even had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. It's over. Qin Lang's deep voice clearly rang out amidst the fierce clashing of blades. Having exchanged blows with Qin Hao and even been subtly suppressed, Qin Lang's momentum suddenly changed. A breath far more piercing, swifter, and harder to grasp than Qin Hao's erupted explosively from within him. That breath had clearly surpassed the 8th grade realm, firmly stepping into the 7th grade. And not just the initial stage, but the mid-stage of the 7th grade. What? 7th grade? 5th level? He has been hiding his strength? Was everything before just an act? The entire audience was stunned. Qin Hao's pupils trembled. He never expected that this cousin he had always regarded as useless could hide his strength so deeply. The long knife in Qin Lang's hand instantly glowed with a sharp, piercing azure light. This brilliance was solidified as if it were real, extending nearly a foot long in blade aura. Unlike Qin Hao's tyrannical thunderblade aura, Qin Lang's blade aura appeared more agile, swift, and unmatched in sharpness. It seemed to be compressed from countless fine wind blades, accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing sound as it sliced through the air. The air around the blade aura seemed to distort. Wind attribute blade aura, and it's so condensed. Another knowledgeable person exclaimed, the Gale Blade technique has actually been mastered to this extent. Not good. Qin Hao's heart raced with alarm. But with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to release it. He could only place all his hopes on his strongest strike. However, Qin Lang's next move sent chills down Qin Hao's spine. Facing Qin Hao's full-force strike, the thunderous 9 heavens, Qin Lang did not dodge or evade, nor did he block. The blade aura in his hand also shone brightly, taking on a determined, fierce, and unyielding posture, with a piercing scream that tore through the air. Slashing towards Qin Hao's vital chest, he completely ignored the thunderblade aura aimed at his shoulder, opting for an exchange of injuries. It was even a life-for-life tactic. Qin Hao was stunned. If his strike landed, Qin Lang's shoulder, or even half his body, could be completely destroyed by the violent thunder force. He would die on the spot. But at the same time, Qin Lang's lightning-fast, razor-sharp wind blade aura would absolutely pierce through his dantian in an instant. The outcome would be much better for Qin Lang. He wouldn't die on the spot, but he would definitely have no future in martial arts. Exchanging life for injury. This madman, how dare he? Is he that desperate to win? In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Hao's mind. He is the pride of the Qin family, with a boundless future. How could he perish alongside a useless person? He still has a bright future ahead. In this fleeting moment of hesitation, the instinct for survival, the fear of pain, made him subconsciously, almost instinctively, slightly shift the originally full-force thunderblade aura outward, while simultaneously circulating his internal energy, focusing on self-defense. He wanted to avoid Qin Lang's fatal blow. However, in a battle of experts, victory and defeat lie in the slightest margin. Hesitation leads to defeat. Qin Hao's slight change in tactics and hesitation caused his originally awe-inspiring, immensely powerful thunderous 9 heavens to lose at least 30% of its power in an instant, and he also lost that unwavering, determined momentum. Meanwhile, from the moment Qin Lang unleashed his strike, he showed no hesitation whatsoever. His gaze was cold and resolute. The blade aura carried the will to tear everything apart. Advancing boldly, Poof, that dazzling azure blade aura, incomparably sharp, sliced through the air with a sharp scream. It easily tore through the protective inner energy that Qin Hao hastily set up, striking directly at his chest. Although due to Qin Hao's last-minute evasion, it didn't hit a vital point directly, it still left a wound on his chest. On the other hand, Qin Hao's slightly deflected thunderblade aura merely grazed Qin Lang's shoulder, tearing his clothes with a sizzling sound. It left a charred wound, with arcs of electricity sparking and a spray of blood, but it failed to cause significant damage. Qin Hao let out a piercing scream as a tremendous force violently sent him flying. The long knife in his hand slipped from his grip and flew away. His whole body flew back like a broken sack for over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground below the martial arts stage. The outcome was decided. Qin Lang stood holding his blade, the sharp blade aura slowly dissipating. The wound on his shoulder was still bleeding, with even faint arcs of electricity jumping. But he seemed to feel no pain at all. His expression was calm, his chest slightly rising and falling, as his gaze swept across the entire area. The previous stalemate had vanished, replaced by a steadiness and strength that came from having survived a life-and-death battle. The entire martial arts arena was eerily silent. Everyone, including Qin Lang and his wife, the second and third uncles, all the guests, and all the younger members of the Qin family, stared blankly at the figure on the stage, blood streaming from his shoulder, yet standing proudly. Their faces were filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. He won. That useless Qin Lang, who had been ridiculed for over a decade, actually defeated the 7th grade peak genius Qin Hao. Moreover, in such a decisive and overwhelming manner, not only had he hidden his strength, but he also possessed a heart far fiercer than ordinary people. At the critical moment, he even dared to adopt a life-for-injury tactic, forcing Qin Hao to make a choice. And Qin Hao, the so-called prodigy, faltered at the brink of life and death. He hesitated. He was defeated. At this moment, all the previous ridicule, disdain, and contempt seemed so pale and laughable. They turned into invisible yet resounding slaps that ruthlessly struck everyone's faces. The pain was searing. Chapter 42. The Worth of the Patriarch. Oh my. Qin Hao actually lost, subdued by Qin Lang with a single move. He is actually at the 5th level of the 7th rank, hiding it so deeply. This is just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. That last strike was terrifying in terms of speed, skill, and timing. It was simply perfect, and he even managed to hold back. The guests were shocked, amazed, and in disbelief. Most of the young members of the Qin family had complex expressions, a mix of shame, jealousy, and fear, especially those who had mocked Qin Lang earlier, wishing they could find a hole to hide in at this moment. Second Uncle Qin Zhan's face was dark, his gaze behind his glasses flickering, a storm brewing in his heart. Third Uncle Qin Xiong's face turned from ashen to purple, looking at his son Qin Hao, who was being helped up by family members on the stage, and the strange looks from those below directed at him, and his son ignited an uncontrollable rage and humiliation. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, Qin Hao broke free from support, pointing at Qin Lang on the stage and shouting madly, "Qin Lang, you used trickery. You are despicable." The cold sensation at his neck seemed to linger, the threat making him fearful, but what followed was an even stronger sense of humiliation. The clan meeting was supposed to be an exchange, yet you forced me with such a deadly approach, knowing I valued family ties and wouldn't dare to strike hard. You took advantage of my consideration, winning through unfair means. Qin Hao incoherently accused, tried to regain some face for his failure. That's right. Qin Xiong suddenly stood up, his voice booming, exuding a powerful aura directed at Qin Lang, sternly saying, "Qin Lang, how vicious are your intentions? The clan meeting is meant for exchanges, yet you harbor malicious intentions, using such insidious methods against your cousin. Do you have no regard for family rules?" At this moment, an elderly member of the Qin family, with white hair and a respected status, also stood up with a serious face, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his murky eyes. Qin Xiong's argument was reasonable. The clan meeting aimed for mutual verification and should be limited. Qin Lang's methods were indeed overly ruthless, violating the original intent of the exchange. If everyone followed suit, where would family ties be? This trend cannot be allowed to continue. With the elder support, Qin Xiong's arrogance grew bolder, directly targeting the patriarch Qin Zhan in the main seat. Eldest brother, as the family head, you have witnessed this child's cruel nature and insidious methods. He is truly a root of disaster for the family. And today, we must have an explanation, otherwise, it will be hard to convince the others. His words were severe, not only denying the outcome of the match, but also openly pressuring the patriarch with the elders' backing. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Many eyes turned to scrutinize Qin Lang and Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan remained calm, while Su Wan's expression darkened. But at this moment, Qin Lang spoke up, still standing on the stage. Facing the accusations from Qin Xiong and the third elder, his expression was calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. He slowly raised his hand, pointing vaguely in the direction of Qin Hao's neck, his voice clearly resonating throughout the venue. If I truly had malicious intent, that last strike would have taken your head. Simple, direct, but containing absolute confidence and undeniable coldness. Yes, he had held back. This itself was the greatest proof. The third elder frowned tightly, seemingly wanting to say something. Qin Xiong was even more choked, his face turning red, shouting, You dare to argue. Disrespecting your elders. Your nature is obstinate. Patriarch, this child must not be spared. He must be severely punished. He hadn't even completed his sentence about abolishing Qin Lang's cultivation. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying pressure, like a long-dormant divine mountain awakening, suddenly erupted from the main seat, instantly enveloping the entire martial arts arena. The air seemed to turn into thick amber. All noise, all discussions, all breaths were forcibly cut off at this moment. Thud, thud. Guests and Qin family members with slightly weaker cultivation could not withstand this pressure, their legs giving way. Even third and fourth rank warriors turned pale, trembling violently as if bearing an immense weight. The third elder, who had still wanted to speak, was instantly replaced by boundless shock, his body shaking uncontrollably, mouth agape but unable to make any sound. And Qin Xiong, who bore the brunt of it, felt as if struck by lightning. The pressure was like an invisible iron claw, tightly gripping his throat and soul. The arrogance and anger on his face vanished without a trace, leaving only extreme fear. His body shook like chaff. The entire world fell into silence. All gazes fearfully converged on the figure sitting in the main seat, slowly raising his head. Qin family patriarch, Qin Zhan. He remained seated, his expression calm, even not looking at the kneeling Qin Xiong or the horrified third elder. His indifferent gaze swept across the entire arena, as if looking at a group of ants. For many years, for his son, for the harmony of the family, he had endured, had retreated, concealing all his sharpness. So long that many had forgotten how this seemingly gentle patriarch had once ruthlessly suppressed all dissent to ascend to the position of head of the family. So long that some had forgotten his true terror. Qin Zhan has progressed again, second rank. Peak. Finally, a guest from a prominent family, with boundless fear and trembling voice, managed to utter a few words. Second rank, 10th level. Peak of the master. This realization exploded in everyone's minds like thunder. Qin Zhan's gaze finally slowly shifted to Qin Xiong, his voice flat, but carrying an undeniable absolute authority. The outcome is already determined. He paused, turning his gaze to the similarly trembling third elder. Who has any objections? These four calm words fell like the final judgment, heavily landing. The power contained within was enough to crush all doubts. The third elder's lips trembled, struggling with all his might not to collapse. Would he dare to say another word? Qin Xiong couldn't even raise his head, only boundless fear spreading. The entire martial arts arena was silent as a grave. Qin Zhan, with just 2 sentences and 8 words, along with that undisguised, terrifying power, completely crushed all noise and doubt. He reasserted his unshakable absolute authority as the head of the Qin family. Chapter 43, a greater surprise, the overwhelming pressure from Qin Zhan gradually receded like a tide. But the entire martial arts arena remained shrouded in a heavy silence. Everyone looked at the family head in the main seat with eyes full of awe and fear. Qin Xiong was drenched in cold sweat, no longer daring to act recklessly. The third elder also turned pale, silently retreating to his seat, not even daring to breathe heavily. Qin Hao was supported by several clan members, lost and dazed, his eyes vacant, clearly impacted not just physically. At that moment, a cool and somewhat mocking voice broke the silence. TSK, really ugly. Qin Hao. Qin Wei gracefully stepped forward, looking down at the disheveled Qin Hao, her lips curling into an unabashed sneer. Claimed to be one of the strongest geniuses of our generation at the peak of the 7th rank, yet scared out of his wits by a waste at the 5th level of the 7th rank, hesitating at the moment of life and death. Truly embarrassing for us geniuses. Qin Hao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with humiliation and anger, glaring fiercely at Qin Wei. However, Qin Wei seemed unfazed and continued in her sharp tone, "But don't be too upset. After all, he is a master at playing the pig to eat the tiger. Us real geniuses don't have that many insidious thoughts, do we?" At this point, she leaned slightly closer to Qin Hao's ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. "Don't worry, I will help you reclaim this situation. I'm not as useless as you. Just a lucky waste who rose by relying on schemes dares to be arrogant in front of us real geniuses. How disgusting. I don't want to be compared to a waste who climbed to power through tricks. Later, I will personally beat him back to his original form, letting everyone see that there is an insurmountable chasm between genius and waste." Having said that, she ignored the increasingly ugly expression on Qin Hao's face and turned to the drawing area, preparing for her next match. That air of superiority stirred up new waves in the atmosphere that had just settled down. Soon, Qin Wei's opponent appeared, a young man named Qin Yuan from the collateral line, at the 10th level of the 7th rank. He was known for his steadiness among the younger generation of the family, and his strength was quite good. Qin Yuan stepped onto the stage, his expression extremely serious. He knew very well how formidable Qin Wei was and dared not be careless. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, channeling his internal energy and focusing intently on Qin Wei. Match begins. Qin Wei did not rush in like Qin Hao, nor did she explode like Qin Lang. She simply swayed slightly, her entire being seeming to transform into a weightless blue smoke, gently swaying in place with an eerie rhythm. Qin Yuan's pupils constricted. He couldn't see how Qin Wei moved, only feeling that her aura became erratic and hard to pin down. In the next moment, Qin Wei moved. Her speed was astonishing, but it was not a straight charge. It was like willows swaying in the wind, a crescent moon reflected in water. With light footfalls, her figure traced incredible arcs and angles on the stage. Many in the audience could only see a series of blurred afterimages. What incredible footwork! What kind of movement is this? So strange. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Yuan's forehead. He felt as if he had fallen into an invisible net, with Qin Wei's elusive figure surrounding him from all directions, making it impossible to judge her true attack direction. Just as his mind was highly tense, a chilling glint, like a snake strike, silently approached his ribcage from an unexpected angle. That was the soft sword in Qin Wei's hand. The blade was soft, but under the infusion of internal energy, the tip condensed in astonishing sharpness. The strike was silent, and the angle was so strange that it completely defied logic. Qin Yuan was taken aback, hastily raising his sword to block. Clang! A light sound rang out as the soft sword was deflected, but Qin Wei's wrist merely flicked, and the soft sword seemed to come alive again, wrapping around at an even more bizarre angle. The tip aimed directly at Qin Yuan's throat. The speed was even faster than before. Qin Yuan felt a surge of panic. Qin Wei's attacks were relentless, each wave faster than the last, and every angle was unexpected, making them impossible to defend against. Her movement was ghostly, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes retreating like light smoke, and sometimes advancing like a startled swan, completely disrupting his rhythm. He attempted to counterattack, swinging his sword towards what seemed to be an open spot on Qin Wei's back, but the blade only struck a fleeting afterimage. Meanwhile, 3 sharp sword lights had already simultaneously attacked him from 3 different directions. Too fast, I can't keep up. This sword technique is too strange, completely unpredictable. Qin Yuan was exhausted from evading. After just a few exchanges, he was already drenched in sweat, feeling his internal energy and spirit being rapidly depleted. Qin Wei was like an elegant yet deadly dancer, moving gracefully outside his defense circle, every strike precise and efficient, every dodge effortless and poetic. Finally, when Qin Yuan exposed a slight gap during one of his blocks, a cold light flashed in Qin Wei's eyes. Her figure seemed to teleport in front of Qin Yuan, the soft sword in her hand transforming into a nearly imperceptible silver line. Swish! The silver line lightly touched the fabric of Qin Yuan's chest. Qin Yuan's whole body stiffened. He felt a cold and sharp internal energy instantly penetrate his body, sealing several acupoints in his chest, causing his internal energy to stagnate, and he could no longer muster any strength. Qin Wei stood with her sword retracted, still maintaining her cold and elegant posture, as if the dazzling and shocking battle just now was as simple as brushing off dust. Qin Yuan forced a smile, cupping his hands towards Qin Wei. "Cousin, your footwork is strange, and your swordsmanship is divine. I humbly admit defeat." He lost with full acceptance, even feeling a bit of fear. If Qin Wei had wanted to hurt him, that last sword strike would have been enough to send him to the underworld. The entire process seemed like dozens of exchanges, but in reality, it took only half a minute. It fully showcased Qin Wei's fast, strange, and decisive combat style. Once again, a wave of admiration and praise erupted, slightly diluting the shock brought by Qin Lang earlier. On another side, during the time that Qin Wei was competing, Qin Lang had already tended to his shoulder wound. Although his clothes were torn and bloodstained, his expression was calm. "Langya." Su Wan's voice carried an uncontainable excitement and a hint of fear as she carefully examined Qin Lang's wound, feeling both pain and pride. "Just now, you scared your mother to death. How could you use such a fighting style? What if?" "Mom, I'm fine." Qin Lang offered a reassuring smile. "It's just a minor injury. I know what I'm doing." Moreover, dealing with someone like Qin Hao requires some special tactics. He wouldn't easily admit defeat without them. But Su Wan still felt some concern. "Don't worry, Mom." Qin Lang interrupted her. "Everything is under my control." Su Wan looked at the unprecedented steadiness and confidence in her son's eyes, and her worries were gradually replaced by immense relief and pride. She reached out to smooth Qin Lang's somewhat messy hair, softly saying, "All right, Mom believes in you." But for now on, you mustn't take such risks again, understand? Qin Lang nodded with a smile. Not far away, Qin Zhan seemed to be looking straight ahead in the main seat. However, the occasional glances he cast towards Qin Lang exposed his inner concern. After a brief exchange with her son, Su Wan returned to sit beside Qin Zhan, her face carrying a relieved and unmistakably joyful smile. Qin Zhan sensed his wife's emotions and glanced at their son, who bore an injury on his shoulder yet remained calm. He finally couldn't hold back. Son, how bad is the injury? Su Wan looked at her husband, pretending to be composed, and couldn't help but chuckle softly, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief and tenderness. Don't worry, it's just a little superficial injury, nothing serious. Qin Zhan hummed in response, seemingly wanting to ask something more, but hesitated. Su Wan leaned in closer and whispered, our son has really grown up. Just now, I asked him what he plans to do next, and guess what he said? Qin Zhan raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Su Wan's smile grew even softer, her eyes filled with anticipation. He said, he wants to give us a bigger surprise. Chapter 44. The road, the climax of the clan meeting finally arrived. On the martial arts stage, there were only two people left, Qin Lang and Qin Wei. One was the biggest dark horse of this clan meeting, having risen through the ranks with a 7th grade 5th level cultivation, even defeating the 7th grade peak Qin Hao, stirring up a storm of waste. The other was already well known, a proud daughter of heaven on par with Qin Hao, possessing 7th grade peak cultivation, with strange body techniques and exceptional swordsmanship, easily winning with a crushing style. They were finally going to face off. Although Qin Lang was powerful, Qin Wei was different. She was stronger than Qin Hao, and with Qin Hao's previous example, she would definitely not underestimate him. Indeed, Qin Lang's previous tactics would be useless against Qin Wei. Her speed was too fast, and he would have no chance to exchange injuries. Their styles were somewhat similar, both excelling in speed, but with a 5-level cultivation gap. Qin Lang was likely to be crushed. It's hard to say. This kid Qin Lang is quite cunning. The discussions from the audience were more fervent than in any previous match. All eyes focused on the stage, eagerly anticipating this completely different peak showdown. Qin Wei looked at the calm-faced Qin Lang, who still bore injuries on his shoulder, her gaze cold with a hint of scrutiny. She truly did not expect that this cousin she had never taken seriously could make it this far, even forcing her third uncle to temporarily lower his head. Qin Lang. Qin Wei's cold voice rang out. I admit, I did underestimate you before. You've made it this far. It's interesting. However, this is where it ends. Luck and cunning are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. I will make you understand that waste is ultimately waste. You claim to excel in speed too? Then I will completely crush you in speed. I will not give you a chance to react. Before her words fell, a buzzing sound erupted. Qin Wei's figure suddenly blurred, a powerful wind pressure radiating outward from her center. Her speed instantly reached a terrifying level. It was a C-grade body technique, Phantom Step. Oh my god. She actually mastered Phantom Step to such a level. It's too fast. It's impossible to see. On the martial arts stage, it seemed as if 7 or 8 figures of Qin Wei appeared simultaneously. Each figure was vivid and fierce, swiftly weaving around Qin Lang, leaving behind trails of blue shadows. The air was sliced with sharp whistling sounds. The speed Qin Lang had previously exhibited was like a stumbling baby in front of Qin Wei's explosive Phantom Step. It's over. This speed is too terrifying. Qin Lang won't even be able to react. He will definitely be killed in an instant. The crowd didn't even have time to blink. One of the shadows suddenly solidified, appearing behind Qin Lang as if teleporting. It was incredibly fast. A cold, sharp sword tip, imbued with inner strength, silently stabbed toward the back of Qin Lang's neck. However, just as the sword tip was about to touch the skin, it came to a steady stop. Qin Wei's figure clearly appeared, a smirk of pride on her face, her eyes filled with condescension and mockery. It's over. Below the stage, Qin Zhan revealed a satisfied smile, nodding in approval. As expected, Wei Air is superior. Who can react to this speed? Qin Lang's loss is not unjust. The crowd murmured, believing the outcome was already decided. But at that moment, Qin Lang's oddly calm voice floated out from beneath Qin Wei's sword tip. Did I lose? Qin Wei's smile froze. She heard Qin Lang continue, his tone even carrying a hint of innocence. Your sword doesn't seem to have pierced me, right? Since it didn't pierce, how can I be considered to have lost? The audience was in an uproar. What? Yes, being shameless. How thick-skinned can he be? The sword is already at his neck, and he's still one to admit defeat? Again with this trick, he wants to use the bond of kinship to bet that Qin Wei wouldn't dare to truly harm him. Mockery and disdain arose again. Even stronger than when dealing with Qin Hao. Qin Wei's face instantly turned extremely ugly, her hand holding the sword trembling slightly. Not because she was tired, but because she was angry. She felt as if she had punched cotton, powerful yet ineffective. Qin Lang seemed not to hear the surrounding ridicule and continued in his bland tone. Qin Wei, the rules didn't say that having the sword stop in front means losing. To make me admit defeat, there are only two ways. He slightly tilted his head, glancing at the cold sword tip close by, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk that infuriated Qin Wei. Injure me, or kill me. Rogue. Simply the epitome of a rogue. Everyone was stunned by Qin Lang's words. This was practically written on his face. I don't care. What can you do about it? Qin Wei felt a surge of anger rise up. She really wanted to stab down with her sword. But she couldn't. In front of so many people, in front of the clan leader and numerous guests, injuring or even killing her cousin, especially after the clan leader had just shown his thunderous power, she didn't dare. She couldn't bear the consequences. She felt once again trapped in an incredibly suffocating, nauseating situation. The last time she felt this way was when she went with Su Qinxue to ask Qin Lang to cancel the engagement, only to be left speechless by his words. How could this guy, just attending a vocational school, make her feel this way? No matter how beautifully or fiercely she spoke, at this moment, she was completely roasted over the fire by Qin Lang's nearly shameless declaration. Trapped with no way out. To act? No. To withdraw and admit defeat? Unacceptable. How outrageous. Uncle Qin Zhan finally couldn't hold back, standing up sharply with a pale face, ready to confront Qin Zhan again, questioning why he was indulging his son's shameless behavior and breaking the clan meeting's rules. However, just as he was about to speak, Qin Zhan, seated at the main position, calmly looked at the stalemate on the stage. Before he spoke, he lightly said, "It's just a spar." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the visibly frustrated Qin Wei and the calm Qin Lang. His voice not loud, but clear to everyone's ears. Sustaining some injuries is normal. Boom. Upon hearing this, the whole place fell silent again. Everyone understood the clan leader's meaning. This was equivalent to tacit approval. Tacit approval that they could use real force. As long as it didn't lead to death, injuries were inevitable and allowed by the rules. He was indirectly telling Qin Wei and Qin Lang to go all out. Don't hold back. Su Wan's face instantly filled with worry, instinctively grabbing her husband's arm, wanting to say something but hesitating. Qin Zhan gently patted his wife's hand, his eyes deep. Trust our son. Chapter 45, one word. Exhaust. Qin Zhan's words were like a thunderclap, completely breaking the invisible shackles in the arena. Qin Wei, whose face had turned red from Qin Lang's rogue behavior, instantly lost all color, replaced by a cold determination. She took a deep breath, and her gaze toward Qin Lang no longer held any hesitation or scruples. Only pure combat intent and icy killing intent. Of course, it was a killing intent controlled within the range of serious injury. Very well. Qin Wei's voice became exceptionally cold. Since the head of the family has said so, then I will. Not hold back. Buzz. An even more terrifying speed erupted. The Phantom Steps was pushed to its limits by Qin Wei. This time, there were not just 7 or 8 afterimages on the martial arts stage. Instead, dozens of blurry, ghostly blue shadows appeared. These shadows swirled around Qin Lang at a dizzying speed, weaving, changing direction, and folding. The air was violently sliced, emitting a piercing shriek, even leaving shallow airflow scratches on the alloy floor. My God, this speed. It's even faster than before. Qin Wei is serious now. Qin Lang should have no way out this time. There's absolutely no way to defend against this. The audience gasped in astonishment one after another. And this time, Qin Lang's expression finally became grave. He no longer stood still like before, but instead changed his steps, his figure like a leaf in the wind. He dodged and blocked at high speed amidst the dense afterimages and sharp sword lights. His speed was also fast, but under Qin Wei's full display of C-grade movement Phantom Steps, it still felt inadequate. The overall impression he gave was like a small boat in a stormy sea, ready to be completely engulfed at any moment. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was as dense as raindrops. Qin Lang's long knife collided continuously with Qin Wei's snake-like soft sword, sparks flying. But anyone with keen eyes could see that Qin Lang was completely suppressed. Almost all of his energy was focused on defense and evasion, and any occasional counterattacks were easily neutralized by Qin Wei. Qin Wei's attacks were like mercury flowing, penetrating everywhere. with sword lights coming from various tricky and bizarre angles, forcing Qin Lang into perilous situations. Langya. Suwon nervously grabbed Qin Zhan's arm again. Qin Zhan's face was as serious as water, his gaze firmly locked on the arena, silent, but his tightly clenched fist revealed his inner unrest. Now, after a fierce exchange of dozens of moves, a sharp glint flashed in Qin Wei's eyes as she seized a moment when Qin Lang was exhausted and had not yet gathered new strength. Her figure cut into Qin Lang's inner circle like a ghost, her speed reaching its peak. The soft sword in her hand gathered all her inner strength at the pinnacle of 7th rank, transforming into a dazzling blue light, sharp enough to tear everything apart, and aimed directly at Qin Lang's right chest. This sword was fast, precise, and ruthless. The angle was tricky, and the timing was perfect. The inner strength contained was enough to easily pierce steel. It's over. This sword cannot be dodged. Since the head of the family has spoken, Qin Wei will definitely not hold back. Even if it doesn't kill, it will heavily injure. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Second, Uncle Qin Zhan's mouth couldn't help but curve slightly upwards. However, clang, a dull sound, like metal colliding with thick leather, echoed. The anticipated scene of blood splattering and a body being pierced did not occur. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Qin Wei's sword, which had gathered all her strength and was capable of breaking stones, deeply pierced through the fabric on Qin Lang's chest, but it seemed to hit an invisible, indestructible wall, forcefully being blocked. The sword body even bent exaggeratedly due to the immense recoil. Qin Lang's figure only swayed slightly before standing firm. He looked down at the sword tip pressed against his chest, only a layer of torn fabric away from his skin. Instead of showing any pain, his face revealed a strange smile. What? Qin Wei's pupils shrank suddenly, her face filled with disbelief. She could clearly feel that her sword tip seemed to stab into a piece of refined alloy. That resilient counterforce made her wrist numb. How is this possible? Iron shirt? No, it's golden bell shield. No, not that either. My God. He took a full force sword strike from the peak of 7th rank, without a scratch. Is he still human? The audience erupted in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by this scene that shattered their understanding. Horizontal training? When did the Qin family have such strong horizontal training? Moreover, considering Qin Lang's previous movement, how could he possibly master both such top-tier movement and horizontal defense simultaneously? At this moment, Qin Lang slowly raised his head, looking at the astonished Qin Wei, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. I wanted to say earlier, you cannot break my defense. If you can't break the defense, how can I lose? He extended his finger, lightly flicking away the sword tip pressed against his chest, producing a crisp sound. Your approach is too skewed, like a top assassin, with speed and technique reaching perfection. But if the lethal strike is blocked, or simply cannot penetrate the target's defense, what will the result be? Qin Lang's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. The result is that all your advantages will turn to nothing. The path of martial arts leads to the same destination, but each has its own emphasis. Whether genius or ordinary person, they often choose to walk the path they excel in to the extreme. For example, Qin Wei chose speed and bizarre sword techniques. This is correct, very strong. But there are always some exceptions. What exceptions? Qin Lang is that exception. Qin Wei stared firmly at Qin Lang. She couldn't understand how a person could train both speed and defense to such a terrifying level simultaneously. This completely violates the common sense of martial arts. After all, a person's energy is limited, and specializing in one path is already difficult, let alone advancing on two different paths at the same time. Even the genius among geniuses might not be able to. Who has that much time? Who has that strong comprehension? On the other side, Qin Zhan suddenly sat up straight, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. It seemed he had thought of something, and his breathing became somewhat hurried. Suwon was also filled with confusion and shock. Qin Wei refused to believe it. She launched another attack, her speed still astonishing, her sword moves even more fierce. She attacked Qin Lang's vital points frantically, eyes, throat, joints, trying to find the weak point in his defense. But Qin Lang was like an Iron Man with no flaws. No matter how fast or bizarre Qin Wei's attacks were, he always managed to block and dodge just right. Until finally, he simply took it head on. There was no other choice. He didn't want to be passively beaten. Qin Wei's attack power was low, but her agility was maxed out relative to him. Coupled with the fact that her opponent was 5 realms higher, this was a gap that basic martial arts could not bridge. Since counterattacks were ineffective, the only method was to exhaust. Chapter 46 Family, first time passed second by second. Qin Wei's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and her breathing became rapid. The consumption of internal energy and physical strength from the Mizong illusionary steps and high-intensity sword techniques was enormous. Her complexion gradually turned pale, and the speed and power of her attacks began to inevitably decline. In contrast, Qin Lang, although also consuming energy, seemed to maintain steady breathing and abundant vital energy at critical moments. The internal energy within him seemed inexhaustible, and every defense was as steady as a mountain. Several times, just when Qin Wei felt he was about to collapse, he inexplicably unleashed a set of F-grade martial arts. Then he seemed to rejuvenate, his defenses still impenetrable. Finally, after yet another fruitless all-out attack, Qin Wei stumbled, her internal energy nearly exhausted, and she struggled to hold her soft sword. Qin Lang seized the opportunity. No longer merely defending, he suddenly charged forward. His speed, though not as peak as Qin Wei's, was still as fast as lightning. He did not use a knife, but simply struck out with a palm. Qin Wei wanted to dodge, but her body felt unresponsive, and she could only barely block with her soft sword. Bang! A tremendous force surged in. Qin Wei felt an irresistible power rushing in, her tiger's mouth aching, and her soft sword flew out of her hand. She staggered back several steps and finally fell to the ground, her face pale, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep helplessness. I actually lost? To a waste I've always looked down upon. In the most humiliating and helpless way, I was completely drained of my energy. Qin Lang stood in front of her, looking down at her. He said nothing, but the calmness in his eyes was more painful for Qin Wei than any mockery. The outcome was clear. The venue fell into a dead silence once again. This time, it was a complete, shockingly profound silence. If defeating Qin Hao before was unexpected, then defeating the speed and skill perfected Qin Wei in such an unbelievable manner was simply a subversion of everyone's understanding. Speed, defense, endurance. What kind of monster is this Qin Lang? Qin Zhan slowly stood up, looking at his son who stood calmly on the stage. His eyes were filled with complex and inscrutable emotions, shock, confusion, and relief. Eventually, all transformed into a light laugh filled with endless sentiment that only he could hear. This surprise was simply too great, so great that even he, a peak second-grade master, felt his heart and mind stir, unable to remain calm. If Qin Lang's defeat of Qin Hao was an unexpected dark horse reversal, then using this almost roguelike approach, yet built on absolute defense and terrifying endurance, to exhaust the speed and skill-oriented Qin Wei was a complete subversion of everyone's martial arts common sense. The head judge took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions in his heart. He stepped onto the stage, his voice carrying a complex emotion, and announced loudly, "The final winner of this Qin family competition is Qin Lang." A definitive conclusion. This name, before today, was synonymous with shame and ridicule for the Qin family. Yet at this moment, it sounded like the loudest thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Qin Lang, with an undisputed performance, became the rightful first person of this family meeting. The waist label he had worn for over a decade was, at this moment, personally taken off and smashed to the ground, crushed to pieces. After a brief silence, the guest seats erupted first into warm applause and congratulatory voices, all rushing towards Qin Zhan and Su Wan at the main seat. "Congratulations, head of the Qin family. Congratulations, Mrs. Qin. Your son is truly a tiger born of a dragon, astonishing everyone. Yes, yes. Previously thought your son was low-key. Didn't he expect him to be so well prepared? Today's brilliance is truly amazing. A tiger father has no dog son. Head of the Qin family is powerful, and Mrs. Qin is also a heroine. Having such a prodigious child is only natural. Late bloomers, late bloomers. Cousin Qin Lang's future is limitless." These guests changed their expressions faster than turning a page. The previous doubts and observations vanished without a trace, replaced by smiles of flattery and enthusiasm. They didn't even doubt the source of Qin Lang's strength. What a joke. Qin Zhan is who? A peak second-grade master. Su Wan is also a business tycoon. With such parents teaching diligently, plus top resources, cultivating a son who bursts forth with talent is simply the most normal thing. Some even believed that the head of the Qin family and his wife must have deliberately concealed their talents to temper their son's character. Qin Zhan and his wife wore appropriate smiles, accepting the congratulations from everyone, especially Su Wan. The tears at the corners of her eyes and her proud smile could not be concealed. Although Qin Zhan still exuded authority, The relaxation between his brows and the pride in his eyes could not be hidden. Compared to the guest's enthusiasm, the reaction within the Qin family was much more complex. Second, Uncle Qin Zhan wore a stiff smile, continuously nodding in agreement with the guest's compliments, but the eyes behind his glasses were terrifyingly gloomy. His carefully nurtured daughter, the hope for the future, was defeated in such a way. Defeated by a waste nephew he had never regarded highly. This not only disrupted his plans, but also made him feel an unprecedented threat. Third, Uncle Qin Xiong and Qin Hao were completely devastated. Qin Xiong sat slumped in his chair, looking lifeless. Qin Hao kept his head down, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, his body trembling slightly from extreme humiliation and resentment. Other Qin family disciples had various thoughts. Some were shocked into silence. Some had flickering eyes of jealousy. A few even showed relief and delight. More were filled with confusion and awe. But no matter what, looking at the figure slowly walking off the stage, everyone knew that the sky of the younger generation of the Qin family had completely changed. As the focus of it all, Qin Lang, at this moment, felt exceptionally calm. Listening to the compliments, whether true or false, he felt no waves in his heart. First, waste. These titles meant little to him. Everything displayed today, whether it was the cultivation of the 7th grade and 5th layer, or the speed, defense, and endurance far surpassing his peers, all stemmed from the perfection of the dragon elephant prajna skill. This martial art did not merely strengthen the body. After reaching perfection, it directly propelled his cultivation level to its current height. It also endowed him with a physique comparable to a dragon elephant. Chapter 47. The banquet. Qin Lang secretly sensed the vast and mighty power within him, as if the strength of an ancient giant beast lay dormant. A subtle smile, understood only by himself, curled at the corners of his mouth. However, even with the crushing victory, his greatest trump card remained hidden. The perfection of the dragon elephant prajna skill granted him the most fundamental advantage, which was not speed or defense, but that power that was pure to the extreme. Just the basic strength of his physical body had likely already reached a terrifying 30,000 pounds, not counting the enhancement from internal energy. This dragon elephant power was his true killer move. In the earlier battle against Qin Hao and Qin Wei, he relied more on the comprehensive qualities brought by over 100 F-level and E-level perfected skills to confront and exhaust his opponents. The absolute power capable of overwhelming them had not truly been unleashed. After all, concealing one strength was necessary. At the 7th rank, 5th level, he possessed speed and defense far beyond the peak, which was already astonishing, attributed to his parents and the concept of accumulating strength over time. If people were to know that he possessed a terrifying strength of at least 30,000 pounds that far exceeded his realm, and that he had intentionally held back in a battle at a higher level, they would surely be shocked. When the time came, it would not just be admiration, but an endless stream of trouble and scrutiny. Qin Lang slowly walked down the martial arts stage, greeted by the excited and proud gazes of his parents. From this day forth, the Qin family, and even the entire Donghai city, would look at him in a completely different light. But this was just the beginning. As night fell, the Qin family's main residence was brightly lit, and a grand banquet was in full swing. The shock and turmoil of the day seemed to be temporarily suppressed, and amidst the clinking of glasses, a lively scene of hosts and guests enjoying themselves unfolded. The absolute protagonist of this banquet was undoubtedly Qin Lang. In past family gatherings, he had always shrunk in a corner, unnoticed, even enduring various open and covert mockeries. But tonight, for the first time, he found himself surrounded in the center, with various guests and family members, whether sincere or not, approaching him with glasses raised, toasting, flattering, and trying to get close. Young Master Qin, truly a talented youth. Hidden and unassuming. Today's battle was impressive, and your future achievements are limitless. Come, let me toast you. Faced with this sudden attention, Qin Lang remained exceptionally calm, even indifferent. He simply responded politely, neither getting carried away by the praise, nor feeling annoyed by the insincerity. This nonchalance made it even harder for some perceptive individuals to read him. However, there are always those who were unwilling to accept this. Oomph. A cold snort, ill-timed, came from the still, gloomy-faced Qin Hao. After drinking a few glasses, he felt braver and, looking at Qin Lang surrounded by the crowd, grew increasingly agitated, unable to resist making a jab. So what if you won? You relied on underhanded tactics. My brother Qin Feng didn't come back this time, but when he does, he will definitely take back what's rightfully mine, and you will know what true strength is. The Qin Feng he mentioned was the most dazzling yet low-key genius among the younger generation of the Qin family. His strength surpassed that of Qin Hao and Qin Wei, reaching the peak of the 5th rank, but he did not participate in the family gathering this time. As soon as Qin Hao finished speaking, Qin Wei approached with a glass in hand. Although her face showed no expression, the coldness in her eyes had not faded. She did not directly mention the defeat from earlier, but instead changed her angle, casually stating, "Qin Lang, even if you were lucky enough to top the family gathering, don't get too complacent. Some people are simply beyond your reach, no matter how hard you try. Just 2 days ago, Sister Qin Xue contacted me, and she has successfully broken through to the 4th rank. The gap between you and her will only widen." What? The young lady of the Zhou family broke through to the 4th rank. Hiss. A 4th rank before 20? That's terrifying. Now, Qin Lang's engagement with her. The surrounding Qin family members immediately erupted in a flurry of whispers, their gazes fixed on Qin Lang. Shock, envy, jealousy. But more than anything, it was schadenfreude. His engagement with Zhou Qinxue had once been the only glory on Qin Lang's shoulders. But now, with Zhou Qinxue's breakthrough, this engagement seemed to them almost like a confirmed joke. The gap between the two was simply too vast. Since Zhou Qinxue had not made it public, they naturally did not know that the engagement had long been dissolved. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and immediately seized the opportunity. Oh, the young lady of the Zhou family also broke through to the 4th rank? What a coincidence. My brother Qin Feng didn't come back to participate in the family gathering because he's also in seclusion, fully focused on breaking through to the 4th rank. It seems that my brother and the young lady of the Zhou family truly make a match, unlike some people who think they can reach for the swan meat without even looking at themselves. These words were extremely vicious, directly belittling Qin Lang to the ground and implying that he was not worthy of Zhou Qinxue, while his own brother Qin Feng was the better match. In an instant, all eyes were on Qin Lang, waiting to see how he would respond to this double blow and humiliation. In the past, Qin Lang would have probably turned red with embarrassment, unable to refute. However, today was different. Qin Lang put down his glass, first glancing at the cowardly Qin Hao, and said lightly, "A defeated opponent like you, besides bringing up your absent brother for self-justification, what else can you say? Wait until your brother really comes back and dares to stand in front of me to talk." Then he turned to the frost-faced Qin Wei, his tone laced with amusement. "As for my matters, you needn't worry. Instead of fretting over others, you should think more about how to improve yourself, after all. If you can't even defeat a waste like me, your future path might not be easy." As for Zhou Qinxue, he didn't even mention her. She was simply not someone worth his attention. 2 sentences, and they hit right at the heart. They struck at the most painful spots of Qin Hao and Qin Wei. Qin Hao was left speechless, turning red in the face, pointing at Qin Lang, but unable to utter a complete sentence. The 4 words defeated opponent felt like knives stabbing at his heart. Qin Wei also trembled, her face turning pale instantly. Qin Lang's remark about not being able to defeat even a waste like him was like publicly exposing her wound, more humiliating than any vicious words. The surrounding younger members of the Qin family, who had originally prepared to watch the show, were also dumbfounded. Was this still the same Qin Lang who used to be bullied and endured in silence? This counterattack was too sharp. On the other side of the banquet, Su Wan elegantly engaged with the various noblewomen while keeping an eye on her son. When she saw Qin Lang not only crushing his opponents on the martial arts stage, but also effortlessly silencing Qin Hao and Qin Wei during their verbal sparring, she felt both gratified and proud, her eyes misting over. After exchanging polite words, she quietly walked over to her husband, Qin Zhan, and whispered with a smile, "Dear, look at our Langer. Not only has his fist grown strong, but his tongue has also become sharp. He has truly grown up, and isn't taking any losses." Qin Zhan, holding a glass, merely responded with a nonchalant his expression unchanged. "It's just a small scene. Don't get carried away." But Su Wan noticed that her husband, who usually drank with moderation and restraint, seemed particularly unrestrained tonight. No matter who came to toast him, he almost welcomed them all, draining his glass. Although he still maintained the air of the family head, the occasional spark of light in his deep eyes could not be concealed. Su Wan checked inwardly. Knowing her husband's tough exterior hid a soft heart, this trait would probably never change. Her son had made an impressive debut, and he was happier than anyone else. Chapter 48. Mom and Dad want to practice the trumpet? The atmosphere in the Qin family manor was markedly different from usual the next morning. The servants looked at Qin Lang with a mix of awe and curiosity, no longer holding any contempt. The head of the family had overnight transformed from a waste to the most sought-after figure in the family, and this dramatic change required time for everyone to digest. After having breakfast, Qin Lang was pondering how to approach his parents to request a few D-level or even C-level martial arts manuals to enrich his skill set. Unexpectedly, Qin Hao and Qin Wei arrived together. The two stood in the courtyard, looking somewhat awkward. Qin Hao still bore the lingering resentment and unwillingness on his face, while Qin Wei maintained her usual sharpness, though a hint of complexity hid in the depths of her eyes. Qin Lang Kuzing. Qin Hao spoke stiffly, his tone as if it had been squeezed out from between his teeth. My dad asked us to come. To invite you to the spring auction held in downtown Donghai City today. Qin Wei added, this is the largest auction in Donghai City before the spring festival, and many good items will be available. My dad means that as members of the family, we should socialize more. An invitation? An auction? And it was them who came? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, a sense of vigilance immediately rising within him. Just yesterday, he had pressed them down, and today, their father sent them to invite him? Clearly, it was a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year with ill intentions. Not going. What he cared about now was improving his strength, not some auction. However, before he could voice his refusal, his mother, Su Wan, came out with a gentle smile. Oh, it's the spring auction. Indeed a grand event. Langya, since your cousins are so eager to invite you, why not go with them and have a look? Saying this, Su Wan walked to Qin Lang's side and discreetly nudged him, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, Langer, your status is different now. In the future, you will lead the Qin family. You can't rely solely on martial prowess, but also need to understand winning people over with virtue and show grace. Since they're taking the initiative to be friendly, you might as well be generous. Qin Lang. When did I say I wanted to be the head of the family? Looking at his mother's eyes filled with expectation and earnest teaching, and then at the two obviously ill-intentioned cousins, he felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. But he also felt it was inappropriate to refute his mother's goodwill, especially in front of outsiders. Fine. Ultimately, Qin Lang nodded and agreed. Watching Qin Lang leave with Qin Hao and Qin Wei, Su Wan's smile remained unchanged until their figures disappeared. Then she turned and went back inside. Qin Zhan was sitting in the study, enjoying tea. When he saw his wife come in, he put down his teacup and said in a deep voice, is the second and third up to something? He didn't even need to ask. He could guess this must be the idea of Qin Zhan and Qin Xiong. In the past, they never thought of Qin Lang for such occasions. Just yesterday, Qin Lang had just overshadowed their children, and today they were eagerly sending their offspring to invite him. This attitude was suspicious no matter how he looked at it. Who else could it be? Su Wan sat down beside her husband, took a sip of tea, and a knowing glint flashed in her eyes. They just want to regain some face at the auction or set some trap to embarrass Langer. But she shifted her tone, revealing a confident smile. Let them go. After all, Langer is the future head of the family. He can't go through life without experiencing Donghai City's largest auction. That would be too unreasonable. Besides, our son has grown up so much, and apart from the rare treasures and elixirs we've prepared for him, he has never really spent any money on his own. This time, let him go out and relax. Learn how to splurge a bit, so he doesn't end up not knowing how to spend money in the future, which would be quite a joke. Hearing this, Qin Zhan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, over the years, a lot of resources have been spent to lay the foundation for their son and nurture his health. However, all of it had been directly used on him, and he had hardly had the chance to manage his own wealth. Letting their son go out to see the world and spend some money didn't seem like a bad idea. But then, he looked at his wife curiously and asked, how much did you give him? Su Wan smiled slyly and waved her finger in front of him. Don't worry about that. Rest assured, it will be enough for our son to hold his head high in front of that group of kids, buying whatever he wants without losing face over money. Seeing his wife so confident, even a bit afraid that their son wouldn't spend enough money, Qin Zhan shook his head helplessly, but he couldn't help but keep a smile on his face. Su Wan put down her teacup and suddenly leaned gently against her husband from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, her tone laced with a hint of laziness and teasing. Honey, look, our big guy has completely risen up now. Not only strong in power, but also becoming more stable in mind. Qin Zhan's body stiffened slightly, feeling his wife's soft body and warm breath. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Su Wan seemed oblivious, or perhaps deliberately ignoring it, continuing in a teasing tone. I still remember who was worried when Langer was slow to show any progress, sighing and saying to me, how about we hurry up and practice for another little guy? Cough, cough. Qin Zhan felt his wife's revelation of his past embarrassment and couldn't help but cough twice to cover his awkwardness. I was just saying that. Besides, isn't Langer doing well now? Su-won burst out laughing, but her arm tightened around him, her breath soft as orchids. Yes, yes, yes. Everything my husband says is right. But I took it seriously. Qin felt a rush of heat as he sensed the implications in his wife's words and her restless hands, and he hurriedly pushed her away. Nonsense, this. This is still broad daylight. Su-won laughed even more happily, her cheek pressed against his back, her voice teasingly brushing against his ear. Broad daylight. So what? You. Qin felt his heart race, and he couldn't get the words out. Soon, only subtle, suggestive sounds remained in the study. The bright sunlight outside seemed to take on a hint of ambiguity. Chapter 49. Flattery and Sabotage in Donghai City. The largest auction house, Jujioj, was bustling with activity today, with distinguished guests filling the place. The opulent hall was fragrant and lively, and the luxurious private boxes on the second floor were fully occupied, showcasing the high standards of this spring auction. Qin Lang, Qin Hao, and Qin Wei were led by a servant into the Qin family's exclusive box. The view was excellent, allowing them to see the entire auction stage and most of the guest area below. Qin Lang, please take your seat. Qin Hao unusually piled on a fake smile, enthusiastically guiding Qin Lang to the prime position. Today, you are the pride of our Qin family, representing the family's face, so make sure to take a good look. If you see something you like, don't hold back. Qin Wei handed Qin Lang a cup of fragrant spirit tea, her voice cool yet pointed. The auction at Jujioj gathers rare treasures from all around. Some things are not only about value, but also about opportunity and courage. As the future heir of the Qin family, it's important to showcase the proper demeanor. Qin Lang sneered inwardly, but maintained a calm facade as he accepted the teacup and sat down. The two of them were not simply urging him to buy a specific item. Instead, they approached it from the angles of family reputation, heir status, and the elusive yet irrefutable notions of demeanor and courage, trying to create a psychological pressure on him that it would be unreasonable not to buy something to make statement. Flattery and sabotage. These two arrogant and sharp-tongued individuals know how to play such high-level tactics. It must be taught by the second and third uncles. However, flattery is one thing. Whether they can sabotage him is another. The auction officially began, and rare treasures were presented in a steady stream. Soon, a fragment of an ancient book titled Baichao, Suede annotation appeared, starting at a price of 30 million. Qin Hao's eyes lit up immediately, saying to Qin Lang, your foundation is solid. Although this annotation is a fragment, it might be useful for your physical refinement. Qin Lang indeed had some interest in this foundational theory. After a moment of thought, he raised his paddle and participated in a few rounds, ultimately acquiring it for 50 million. Good courage. Qin Hao immediately clapped. A mere 50 million is worth it. His outward flattery concealed an inner smirk. As expected, he couldn't hold his composure and spent 50 million on a broken book. Next, a rare star-pattern black iron ore was presented. It was a top-notch material for forging C-grade weapons, but its weight was limited, making it somewhat impractical on its own. Starting at 80 million. This time, Qin Wei encouraged him. This star-pattern black iron is indeed rare, but unfortunately, it lacks weight. However, if you integrate it into your existing weapon, it might enhance its quality. Qin Lang felt the power of the dragon elephant prajna skill within him and realized he indeed needed a more suitable heavy weapon. This material might come in handy later. So he made another bid, and after several rounds of bidding, he acquired it for 120 million. Seeing Qin Lang make another purchase, particularly of such a high and low-quality material, Qin Hao and Qin Wei exchanged knowing glances, secretly delighted. He really fell into their trap. Thinking he had unique insight and wanted to get involved in everything, a classic rookie eager to show off. He would surely regret it later. Around them, whispers arose from the boxes and the hall below. What's up with that kid from the Qin family? Why is he buying such miscellaneous items? Question annotation, star-pattern black iron. These are all niche or impractical things, and he has spent almost 200 million. Haha, young people just got first place, feeling high-spirited, wanted to show off. It seems the Qin family's foundation isn't that great. This young master's judgment is really lacking. Qin Lang paid no mind to these discussions. Everything he bought was based on his own needs. What others couldn't understand had nothing to do with him. At that moment, a maid brought out a tray covered with red silk. The auctioneer unveiled the silk, revealing a rusty, broken ancient sword. Only the fracture point faintly glimmered with a trace of dark light. The next item for auction is a mysterious broken sword. The auctioneer's introduction was lackluster, clearly not optimistic about this item. The material was special and irreparable, starting at 5 million federal coins. A wave of good-natured laughter erupted from the audience, as no one took it seriously. However, the moment the broken sword appeared, the ancient ring on Qin Lang's finger suddenly vibrated with a clear pulse, as if it encountered its destined counterpart. 5 million. What does it matter if it's related to the Valkyrie's ring? If it's interesting, just bye. 5 million for junk? Is this young master of the Qin family really foolish or pretending to be foolish? It was fine to buy those miscellaneous items earlier, but this thing too. In the box, Qin Hao nearly laughed out loud, quickly covering it with a cough. He exchanged glances with Qin Wei, both revealing unabashed ridicule and disdain. It's over, he has completely gone mad, treating this scrap metal as treasure. 5 million wasted. Perhaps Qin Lang's previous extravagant spending had startled some people, or perhaps this broken sword was truly too inconspicuous, as no one else raised the price. 5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer struck the gavel, his tone oddly surprised, as if he didn't expect this worthless item to actually sell. Guests downstairs exchanged glances, each seeing the smugness in the other's eyes, confirming that Qin Lang was indeed a foolish young master with too much money. The auction continued, the atmosphere gradually building to a climax. Finally, it was time for one of the highlight items. The maids carefully presented a gorgeous brocade box. Upon opening it, a dazzling feather robe, seemingly woven from starlight and glass, appeared before everyone. The feather robe was light and flowing, adorned with countless small gemstones that reflected a dreamlike glow under the lights, stunning and mesmerizing. The highlight treasure starlit glass feather robe. The auctioneer's voice became excited. This robe is made from star glass from meteorites, woven with 1,000-year-old ice silkworm silk. Not only does it emit a soft starlight, but it is also incredibly beautiful and possesses certain defensive and cleansing properties. Most importantly, wearing this robe enhances the wearer's extraordinary elegance. Whether as a gift for a beloved or for personal collection, it's an excellent choice. Starting price, 300 million federal coins. Each bid must increase by no less than 50 million. Wow, so beautiful. If only it were on Little Wu. No, Little Lou. That would be something. 300 million starting price. TSK. Although it's pretty, its practicality isn't strong. The defense is probably only C grade at best. This is prepared for the women of those top-tier families, right? Indeed, it's easier to earn a woman's money. Chapter 50. Incitement. Bidding. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Many were stunned by the unparalleled beauty of the starry glass feather robe. Its shimmering colors seemed to drape the entire starry sky over the wearer. Indeed, a rare treasure. However, after the initial awe, rationality returned. An opening bid of 300 million was simply too high for an item with relatively limited defensive capabilities and practicality. Those truly interested in bidding were mostly from top families with deep roots and beloved female members at home, or those looking to use this item as a stepping stone to connect with powerful figures. At that moment, a lazy voice came from the adjacent box. 500 million. This robe is quite nice, looks very luxurious. I'll bid, and later I'll see who it's suitable for, or I might just hang it up as a decoration. It's quite eye-catching. Hearing this voice and the bid, Qin Hao's expression darkened immediately. He quickly leaned closer to Qin Lang, lowering his voice, his tone filled with obvious hostility and indignation. Damn it, it's Zhao Tianyu, that brat from the Zhao family. Seeing that Qin Lang seemed unresponsive, he hurriedly explained. Qin Lang, you might not often deal with them, but the Zhao family is our Qin family's arch-nemesis. For decades, from open strife in business to the fierce competition for cultivation resources, even our younger generations have had endless conflicts, and the grudges run deep. Qin Hao's eyes flickered, as if recalling something, and his voice became even lower. I heard my dad say that the worst incident was back in our grandfather's generation. To compete for a very important energy mine, our family made the Zhao family suffer a tremendous loss, which almost shook their foundations. Since then, the Zhao family has seen us as a thorn in their side, opposing us at every turn and trying to regain face. At this point, he pointed in the direction of the Zhao family, his tone filled with incitement. Now, Zhao Tianyu jumps out, casually throwing out 500 million, and he acts as if it's no big deal. Does he really care about this robe? He is doing it on purpose. He wants to crush our Qin family in front of everyone, to slap us in the face with money, show off how wealthy the Zhao family is, how they look down on us. Can we tolerate this? After saying this, Qin Hao's gaze was piercing as he looked at Qin Lang, seemingly waiting for this newly appointed head of the family to step up and defend the honor of the Qin family. Qin Lang sneered inwardly. So eager. You must have ulterior motives, brother. Qin Hao's words, 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood, mixed family grievances with personal emotions, were highly inciting. Only someone with ulterior motives would be so eager. But knowing there were ulterior motives, Qin Lang pretended to be stirred up by anger and competitiveness, slightly furrowing his brows, as if he were genuinely contemplating Qin Hao's words. Seeing this, Qin Hao was secretly pleased and immediately seized the opportunity. Qin Lang. This starry glass feather robe is simply tailor-made for Miss Qin Xue from the Zhou family. Just think about it, with her cool, moon-like beauty paired with this robe. How stunning would she be? I bet she would definitely like it. This isn't just a piece of clothing. It's an excellent opportunity for you to win back Miss Qin Xue's heart. Think about it. Even though you are now the head of the clan, the gap between you and Miss Qin Xue is still too big. If you can win this unique robe in front of all the elites of Donghai City and give it to her, what does that represent? It represents your determination, your strength, your sincerity. She will definitely see you in a new light, and this will bring immeasurable benefits to our Qin family and your future status. Moreover, we absolutely cannot let that brat, Zhao Tianyu, take it away. That would be slapping our Qin family's face. His gaze was terrifyingly sincere, and his expression was exceedingly earnest, as if he was truly pouring his heart and soul into thinking about Qin Lang and the future of the Qin family. Qin Lang sneered inwardly, but maintained a calm exterior. If it were the old him, he might have been truly swayed by these heartfelt words, especially since they involved Zhou Qin Xue and the family's reputation. But now, Qin Hao's poor acting skills, his overly excited demeanor, even showing a hint of abnormal excitement, and the blatant malice in his words, wanting him to jump into the pit as a fool, were all too obvious. Qin Lang keenly sensed that Qin Hao's excitement was not just because he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. It seemed to harbor deeper malice. The way he expressed excitement when mentioning Zhao Tianyu and his encouragement for Qin Lang to overpower the other side seemed a bit excessive. Interesting. Not only does he want me to be the fool, but he also wants to escalate the conflict between me and the Zhao family, even using Zhou Qin Xue as a pretext. It seems the lesson from yesterday wasn't enough. Qin Lang's thoughts raced. Well then, since you were so eager to set the stage for me, I'll play along. Qin Lang's face showed a hint of struggle, as if he were swayed, his eyes flashing with determination for his beloved and the family's honor. After an intense, internal struggle, he suddenly gritted his teeth, raised his paddle, and spoke with a decisive tone filled with resolve. 600 million. Zhao Tianyu was reveling in his easy dominance when he suddenly realized that Qin Lang had followed suit, and even increased the bid by 100 million. He was taken aback for a moment, then let out a more arrogant sneer. Oh, the young master of the Qin family. You're interested too? Too bad. Nothing I want to be snatched away. 700 million. 800 million. Qin Lang raised his paddle without hesitation. 1 billion. Zhao Tianyu was now angered. He felt that Qin Lang was just trying to save face, purely acting out of spite. I want to see how much a useless person like you can afford to buy this flashy item. Inside the box, Qin Hao was so excited that his cheeks turned red, almost jumping up as he continuously waved his fist to cheer on Qin Lang. Yes, Qin Lang, just like that. Overpower him. We can't lose to the Zhao family. For Miss Qin Xue, for the honor of the Qin family, what is this money? Let him know how formidable our Qin family is. Qin Wei, however, remained a cold observer, though her fingers gripping the teacup tightened slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile danced on her lips, clearly also anticipating the final outcome. 12 billion. Qin Lang's voice remained steady. 15 billion. Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth. 20 billion. Qin Lang's expression remained unchanged. 25 billion. Zhao Tianyu's voice had turned frantic, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at Qin Lang's box. He couldn't believe that Qin Lang could keep up. 25 billion, even for the direct line of the Zhao family. Using such a large sum to buy a luxury item would still be a burden back home. But he was convinced that Qin Lang was completely caught up in the pursuit of Zhou Qin Xue and face. And today he had to make Qin Lang pay a painful price. The price soared like a rocket, instantly breaking through everyone's psychological expectations. The entire auction house was in a frenzy. Chapter 51, the show has gone on long enough. My goodness, 25 billion. For a piece of clothing. Crazy. The Qin family and Zhao family have completely lost their minds. This is no longer a matter of pride. They're throwing money around like it's nothing. No matter what happens. There's going to be a good show today. I just don't know who will end up being the biggest fool. Countless gazes, mixed with shock, confusion, schadenfreude, and excitement about the spectacle, darted back and forth between the boxes of the Qin and Zhao families. Zhao Tianyu was also feeling a bit trapped, his heart racing. 25 billion. This was definitely his limit. Looking in the direction of Qin Lang's box, he seemed to see Qin Lang's face twisted in despair. He took a deep breath, ready to give up the moment Qin Lang raised the bid again, letting Qin Lang take the blame for this exorbitant price. However, just as everyone held their breath, waiting for the next bid, Qin Lang suddenly put down his paddle. Zhao Ershau's obsession with this feather robe must be for the most important person in his heart, hoping to win a smile from her with this unparalleled treasure. Qin Lang deeply admired this sentiment. Since that's the case, a gentleman does not take what someone else loves. This starry glass feather robe shall be given to Zhao Ershau. May he win the heart of his beloved with this treasure. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. The ferocity and madness on Zhao Tianyu's face instantly froze, as if he'd been hit by a paralysis spell. His mouth opened wide, the price he was about to shout stuck in his throat, his eyes wide as saucers. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning from iron blue to a ghastly white. The auctioneer was stunned for several seconds before reacting. 25 billion once, 25 billion twice, 25 billion 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to Zhao Ershau. With a staggering price of 25 billion federal coins, he successfully acquired this unparalleled treasure. Let's give a round of applause to Zhao Ershau. The applause was sparse, but more so with the forced laughs and countless sympathetic or schadenfreude-filled gazes directed at the Zhao family's box. Zhao Tianyu felt darkness descending before his eyes, his blood boiling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. 25 billion. He spent 25 billion on a piece of clothing that looked good but was useless, and when he got home, he would definitely be scolded to death. Moreover, what made him want to vomit blood the most was that he was labeled by that bastard Qin Lang as a lovesick fool, giving a gift to his beloved. This hat used to represent a romantic, but in today's society, it means a simp. He wasn't a simp. He was purely trying to mess with Qin Lang. Now this thing had completely backfired on him. He could even imagine how the entire second-generation rich circle in Donghai City would mock him. The big shark arm charging for love. Meanwhile, in the Qin family's box, the excitement, enthusiasm, and pride on Qin Hao's face had completely vanished, replaced by a pale fear. As if he had seen a ghost, he stared blankly at the indifferent Qin Lang, a chill suddenly shooting from his feet to the crown of his head. He suddenly realized. He seemed to have been plotted against by Qin Lang from the very beginning. It was him. He had been the one urging Qin Lang to bid so fiercely. He had used Zhou Qinxue as an excuse. He had built up the atmosphere to that extent step by step. Most critically, he had secretly contacted Zhao Tianyu, colluding to set a trap for Qin Lang. Now that Zhao Tianyu had suffered such a huge loss and was furious, he would definitely direct part of his anger, if not a large portion, towards him, the instigator. Am I shooting myself in the foot? Qin Wei also stared at Qin Lang, her cold face revealing an unprecedented shock and deep wariness. This guy, not only was his strength unfathomable, but this level of forbearance, this scheming, this ability to manipulate situations, was simply terrifying. He had lured Qin Hao and Zhao Tianyu step by step into the trap he had set. Qin Lang leisurely sipped his tea, as if the thrilling game involving tens of billions had nothing to do with him. He completely ignored Qin Hao's expression that looked like he had just eaten something disgusting. The corners of his mouth curling into a smile only he could understand. Want to trick me? Heh, you're still too inexperienced. As the auction concluded, guests left one by one, filled with various emotions and plenty of gossip. Zhao Tianyu's face was ashen, his gaze filled with resentment as he glared at the 3 members of the Qin family, as if he wanted to stab them with his eyes. Qin Lang remained calm and unbothered. Qin Hao and Qin Wei followed behind him, their expressions complex, the atmosphere awkward. Especially Qin Hao, who felt a chill down his spine at the thought of his earlier coaxing and Zhao Tianyu's murderous glare. Qin Lang, just as they exited the treasure pavilion, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but block their path with his men. You're going to pay for this. Although he was angry, he knew this wasn't the place to start a fight. The treasure pavilion had a deep background, and causing a scene here was tantamount to seeking his own death. Moreover, he couldn't find a suitable reason. The auction bidding was fair and reasonable. What could he say about Qin Lang's final withdrawal? That he had deliberately tricked him? Wouldn't that make him seem even more foolish? Qin Lang seemed oblivious to the murderous intent in Zhao Tianyu's eyes, only smiling faintly. Zhao Ershau, you're being too polite. Whenever you come to your senses and decide you don't want that feather robe, I'll take it for 5 million. Zhao Tianyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 5 million? To buy my 25 billion feather robe? He was so furious he trembled all over, stuttering as he pointed at Qin Lang. Yet he couldn't find an excuse to explode. Just then, Zhao Tianyu's eyes shifted, landing on the equally unpleasant-looking Qin Hao beside him, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I can't touch you, but I can still deal with him. Qin Hao, you come with me. Qin Hao's expression changed. Zhao Tianyu, what do you mean? What do you mean? Zhao Tianyu sneered. You know exactly what I mean. He deliberately raised his voice to attract the attention of guests who hadn't walked far away. Many stopped to look curiously. Qin Hao's heart tightened, both shocked and angry. If Zhao Tianyu exposed their private collusion to trick Qin Lang and it got back to the family, his father, Qin Xiong, would definitely break his legs. This wasn't just a matter of losing face. It was about family unity and reputation, a matter of principle. Zhao Tianyu, Just what? Zhao Tianyu pressed on. Come with me. We need to have a good chat. If you don't want to, I'll just go find your dad. You. Qin Hao's face turned green and white as he was cornered. Zhao Tianyu was capable of such things. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhao Tianyu, and it was uncertain who would win in a fight. If this matter escalated, his reputation would be completely ruined. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, almost forced to follow Zhao Tianyu, his cousin spoke up. The show has gone on long enough. Chapter 52. Handshake and Reconciliation. The Smiling Tiger? What kind of crazy nickname is that? Qin Lang's languid voice suddenly rang out. He stepped forward, blocking Qin Hao, wearing a half-smile as he looked at Zhao Tianyu. What are you acting for? Please stop muddying the waters here. This is between me and Qin Hao. Zhao Tianyu shouted angrily. Muddying the waters? Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the shocked Qin Hao, the somewhat astonished Qin Wei, and the guests around them who were all ears. My cousin was just now so eager to incite me, encourage me to bid against you. Didn't you all realize that this was a play we two brothers had planned together to perform for outsiders? These words were like a thunderclap. Qin Hao suddenly looked up, staring at Qin Lang's back in disbelief, his mind blank. He knows that I'm plotting against him. Not only does he know, but he actively took the burden for me, made it sound like we were acting together. How? How is this possible? Why? Zhao Tianyu was also stunned, and then even angrier. Acting? You mean you two united to trick me? Why not? Qin Lang spread his hands, his tone relaxed and casual. Do you think I'm really stupid enough to spend over 2 billion on a piece of clothing? Do you think my cousin is really foolish enough to join forces with you, my sworn enemy, just to trick me? We just thought it was boring and wanted to see how far Zhao Shao could go as a sycophant. How's this play? Do you think the ticket price of 5 billion is worth it? Each of Qin Lang's words hit Zhao Tianyu and Qin Hao like a resounding slap in the face. The surrounding guests were suddenly enlightened, looking at Zhao Tianyu with sympathy, while their eyes towards the Qin brothers were filled with awe and wariness. So, this was not Qin Hao inciting Qin Lang to be the fool, but rather the Qin brothers joining forces to toy with Zhao Tianyu. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. These Qin brothers are indeed clever. Bastard. Zhao Tianyu was completely enraged, feeling an unprecedented sense of mockery and humiliation. He could no longer care about the occasion or the rules. His aura exploded, and with a punch, he swung at Qin Lang's face. Qin Lang, I'm going to kill you. Zhao Tianyu, you dare. Qin Hao almost instinctively shouted in anger, his figure swaying as he rushed forward, blocking Qin Lang, and directly sent Zhao Tianyu and his punch flying. Bang! Zhao Tianyu fell to the ground in a mess, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, looking at Qin Hao, who was blocking in front of Qin Lang, with a mix of shock and anger. Qin Hao, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Qin Hao himself was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, glancing at Qin Lang with a complex expression, but still said in a deep voice, Zhao Tianyu, if you want to touch my Qin family, you have to get past me first. No matter how much he struggled internally, no matter how dissatisfied he had been with Qin Lang before, no matter what Qin Lang's true intentions were, at this moment, Qin Lang had helped him out and defended him, so he had to stand up. This was his principle. Good, good, good. Zhao Tianyu was so angry that he repeated the word good 3 times. You Qin brothers are so deeply bonded. Huh? Fine. I'll remember this grudge today. Just as both sides were on the verge of a larger conflict, a gentle yet undeniably authoritative voice came through. Tianyu, what's going on? How can you lose your composure in public like this? A young man dressed in a white suit, with an elegant appearance and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly walked over surrounded by a group of people. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old, with a warm and jade-like temperament. However, in his deep-set eyes, there occasionally flashed a glimmer of sharpness that made one's heart race. It was Zhao Tianyu's older brother, Zhao Tianlong, a young talent of the Zhao family, known in Donghai City for his deep scheming and ruthless methods. Big brother, Zhao Tianyu saw the newcomer and, feeling like he had found his backbone, quickly got up. He pointed at Qin Lang and Qin Hao, exaggerating the events that had just transpired. Of course, he omitted the details of being made a fool and only emphasized how the Qin brothers were arrogant and teamed up to humiliate him. Zhao Tianlong listened quietly, his smile unchanged, only glancing over Qin Lang and Qin Hao. Finally, his gaze settled on Qin Lang, his eyes holding a hint of amusement and scrutiny. So it's Qin Lang, I've heard much about you. Meeting you today, you truly are a dragon among men, with an extraordinary demeanor. Zhao Tianlong smiled and cupped his hands, completely unconcerned about the previous conflict. It's just a small misunderstanding. It's normal for young people to have some friction. Tianyu is young and impetuous, causing trouble for the Qin family. I'm here to apologize on his behalf. His attitude was very low, and his words were quite polite, as if he truly came to resolve the conflict. However, Qin Hao and Qin Wei's expressions changed at his smile, and they instinctively took half a step back. Qin Lang, be careful. Qin Hao whispered a warning. He is Zhao Tianlong, nicknamed Handshake and Reconciliation, the smiling tiger who loves to use this method to numb his opponents and then strikes when shaking hands, crippling their hands. That's right, Qin Wei added with a serious expression. He has used this trick on countless people. His strength isn't that high, but many stronger than him have fallen for his trap. We must not shake hands with him. Qin Lang's lips twitched. Handshake and Reconciliation, the smiling tiger? What kind of crazy nickname is that? Zhao Tianlong did not hear their warnings, his smile widening as he extended his hand towards Qin Lang, saying, Qin Lang, it's better to resolve enmities than to create them. Although our families have had some small friction, we ultimately see each other often in Donghai City. How about we shake hands and reconcile? It would also be a favor to me. He smiled as if basking in spring sunshine, his eyes appearing sincere. Qin Hao and Qin Wei nervously watched Qin Lang, fearing he would fall for the trap. However, Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, as if he hadn't heard their warnings, and showed no regard for Zhao Tianlong's notorious reputation. He also extended his hand. Zhao Deshao makes a good point. Harmony brings wealth. Don't. Qin Hao and Qin Wei both exclaimed in alarm. Zhao Tianlong's eyes flashed with a gleam of success, his smile unchanging, and he suddenly applied force with his palm. A sinister and crafty inner strength surged from his palm, aiming to crush Qin Lang's hand bones. However, the next second, the smile on Zhao Tianlong's face froze. He felt as if he had grasped a piece of red-hot iron. An overwhelming force, as if it could crush mountains, surged back at him like a volcanic eruption. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, but it did not come from Qin Lang. It came from his own palm. Zhao Tianlong could no longer maintain the smiling tiger expression, letting out a suppressed groan of pain, his face turning pale in an instant, cold sweat pouring down. His hand bones felt as if they had been smashed by a 1,000-pound hammer, breaking inch by inch. That terrifying force even spread up his arm, numbing half of his body. He looked in horror at the still calm Qin Lang, wanting to withdraw his hand, but found that his palm was firmly locked by the other party like an iron clamp, unable to move at all. Qin Lang maintained that harmless smile, even asking with concern, Zhao Deshao, what's wrong? Your face looks so bad. Are you tired from pretending to be impressive? Chapter 53. Asian, are you serious? Qin Lang's light and casual words, even carrying a hint of concern, felt like the most vicious curse, nearly making Zhao Fengyun grind his teeth to dust. Showing off? Can your family's showing off really break all the bones in my fingers and palms? The surrounding guests were dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. What just happened? The Zhao family's eldest son, known for his cunning and treachery, was unexpectedly rendered useless in his strongest tactic by Qin Lang. This playboy? He was a peak 6th-grade martial artist. What kind of strength does Qin Lang possess? How could he have such terrifying power? Everyone felt their understanding of the world shattered. The way they looked at Qin Lang no longer held the previous disdain and mockery, but was replaced by deep wariness and suspicion. Even Qin Hao and Qin Wei were now filled with shock, looking at Qin Lang's back, seemingly getting to know him for the first time. You. Zhao Fengyun's face twisted in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, but he suppressed his screams, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Good. Very good. Qin Lang, I, Zhao Fengyun, will remember this debt. He waved his other, uninjured hand fiercely, signaling his subordinates. Several bodyguards from his Zhao family were shocked and angry, but seeing their young master's pale face and almost deformed hand, they didn't dare to rush forward. They could only glare fiercely at Qin Lang, help Zhao Fengyun, and hurriedly leave in a sorry state. Zhao Tianyu also shot a venomous glance at Qin Lang and Qin Hao, leaving with a hasty remark to wait and see. Watching the Zhao family leave like lost dogs, Qin Lang dusted off non-existent dirt from his hands, still wearing that harmless smile. Zhao Fengyun indeed had some skills, being a peak 6th grade martial artist with a vicious inner strength. Unfortunately, he chose the hard way of a handshake, which, compared to his 30,000 gene of brute force, was like an egg hitting a rock. Self-inflicted suffering, what a way to go. On the way back, the atmosphere in the Rolls-Royce was oddly quiet. Qin Wei sat in the passenger's seat, frequently glancing at the back seat where Qin Lang was resting with his eyes closed. Her expression was complex, filled with confusion, shock, and a hint of curiosity. Qin Hao was sitting beside Qin Lang, hesitating to speak several times, his expression changing. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and quietly said, "Qin Lang, thank you for what happened today." Qin Lang didn't even lift his eyelids, merely responding with a faint HM. Seeing his attitude, Qin Hao felt even more uncertain, gritting his teeth as he tentatively asked, Did you know about me and Zhao Tianyu? Is it important?" Qin Lang finally opened his eyes, glancing at him with a tone as flat as discussing a trivial matter. "Just a little trick." Qin Hao felt a chill from his gaze, steeling himself to continue. "So when you helped me just now, were you trying to use this to?" However, Qin Lang scoffed as if he had heard a joke. "Blackmail you? Qin Hao, you think too highly of yourself. What a trivial matter to even trouble myself over. All right, today's incident is over. Just don't act foolishly in the future." After saying that, he closed his eyes again, not bothering to respond further. Qin Hao was completely stunned. The anticipated reprimand, extortion, and conditions were all absent. Qin Lang actually just helped him out casually? Trivial matter, he muttered to himself, feeling his worldview shaken. Looking at Qin Lang's calm profile, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. In the front seat, Qin Wei also heard their conversation, and her gaze towards Qin Lang became even stranger. Back at the Qin family manor, Qin Lang declined Qin Hao's invitation to have a late-night snack, quickly took a shower, changed into clean loungewear, and comfortably leaned back on the bed. Only then did he curiously raise his left hand. The ancient ring was quietly worn on his index finger, inconspicuous. It was the space ring of the Valkyrie he had obtained by chance earlier. Then, he took out the black broken sword he had bought for 5 million. The sword was only half a blade, rusty, engraved with ancient and vague runes. Exuding a femme mélancolique. Is this the Valkyrie's sword? Qin Lang played with the broken sword, glancing at the ring on his finger. These two items, one being a space gear and the other a weapon fragment, were both related to the Valkyrie. Could there be some connection? He tentatively brought the broken sword closer to the finger wearing the ring. No reaction. A little closer. Still no reaction. Pressing it directly against it. Still silent as a chicken. Could it not be as I imagined? Qin Lang felt a bit disappointed, casually tapped the broken sword against the ring, producing a crisp sound. It can't be. That I have to use the most kitsch, outdated, and uncreative method, right? Qin Lang's lips twitched. Countless classic plots from novels flashing through his mind. He stared at his finger and the broken sword, disdainfully muttering to himself. No way, no way. Do I really have to drop blood to recognize the master? What era is this? Isn't it too kitsch? What if it gets infected? This broken sword looks like it hasn't been disinfected for over 1,000 years. While he was frantically complaining, he hesitated over whether to really let a bit of blood out to try. After all, what if? What if this broken ring and broken sword were into that? It's an antique. Having a few quirks is normal. Forget it, it's just a drop of blood. Just think of it as feeding mosquitoes. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, picked up the broken sword, carefully avoiding the rusty spots that looked dirty, found a relatively clean break, and aimed it at his fingertip. Hiss! Not controlling his strength well, he cut a bit deeper, and a drop of bright red blood immediately emerged. That really stung. What a loss. Qin Lang shook his hand, quickly pressing the bleeding fingertip against the bronze ring, still muttering in his heart. If this doesn't work, I'll throw this broken sword in the toilet. However, just as his blood made contact with the ring, buzz! The previously unremarkable bronze ring suddenly exploded with a blinding blue light. A powerful suction force suddenly coming from the ring, as if it wanted to suck in his soul. At the same time, the broken sword he had casually placed aside flew up with a whoosh, violently trembling. The ancient runes on the sword were instantly illuminated, emitting a buzzing resonance. Asian, are you serious? Chapter 54. Blood, Oath of Mastery. Qin Lang was startled as he watched the broken sword transform into a stream of black light, darting towards the ring on his finger like a mouse fleeing from a cat. He even felt his finger being pulled by that force, causing a tingling sensation. Hey, merging is one thing, but don't turn it into a human sacrifice, Qin Lang exclaimed. Fortunately, just as the black light was about to collide with his finger, it suddenly shrank. Ultimately, it precisely merged into the surface of the ring, like a drop of water merging into the sea. The green light on the ring surged dramatically, then gradually receded, returning to its ancient appearance. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed to have gained an indescribable spirituality, with a faint, blurred rune appearing on the surface. At the same time, Qin Lang felt a strange connection established between him and the ring. Hey, it really is a blood oath of mastery, this plot. Is so glitch. Qin Lang grinned while sucking on his still bleeding finger, sensing the changes in the ring, his face lighting up with surprise. The most intuitive change was the space. The ring, which originally had about 10 cubic meters of space, suddenly expanded with a bang, as if breaking through a dimensional wall, directly increasing to nearly 100 cubic meters. Not bad. It went from a single room to a 3-bedroom apartment. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. Now Mom doesn't have to worry about me not having enough space for my things. What surprised him even more was that he seemed to be able to control this ring. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he focused. Buzz! The ring on his finger twisted. The next second, it transformed into a black dagger, shimmering with black light. The shape, size, and even the remaining runes were exactly the same as the tip of the broken sword he had just seen. The hilt of the dagger was the ring itself, and it felt quite comfortable to hold. A transforming ring? So cool? Qin Lang's eyes lit up as he swung it a couple of times. This dagger was exceptionally sharp, likely reaching D grade, comparable to the Grey Eagle. It was definitely a weapon for stealth. He became interested and tried again. Transform. Long sword. Buzz. The dagger-shaped ring twisted again, transforming into a long sword. But the blade was clearly too thin, with visible cracks in the middle, looking like it would shatter at the slightest touch. Transform. Spear. Buzz. The ring turned into a spear, but the tip was crooked and the shaft's glow was dim, as if it were malnourished. Transform. Hammer. Buzz. The ring transformed into a hammer, but the hammerhead was indistinct, feeling like it would fall apart if swung. Qin Lang, after trying a few times, he understood. After merging with the broken sword fragment, the ring indeed gained the ability to transform, but it could only perfectly transform into a small dagger. To turn into other weapons, it probably lacked the corresponding components or data, resulting in subpar transformations. After all this time, did this Valkyrie leave me a fragment collection quest? Qin Lang stroked his chin, deep in thought. This means that I currently only have fragment 1, so I can only synthesize a complete dagger. If I want to synthesize something else, like a complete longsword or spear, I need to find other fragments? Damn, isn't this just like collecting cards in a mobile game? I need to gather all the fragments to synthesize a complete SSR. This Valkyrie can't be a planner from some game company, right? Leaving a legacy like this is so grindy. Do I really have to search the whole world for her fragments? What if the drop rate is low? Although he was ranting internally, Qin Lang felt quite pleased. Alright, if it's grindy, then let it be. It's better than having nothing. He weighed the solid and sharp energy dagger in his hand. The space had increased tenfold, and he got a handy top-notch dagger for free. This 5 million must be the most worthwhile item at this auction. As for offending the Zhao brothers for Qin Hao, a cold glint flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. They're just minor players. Are they worth remembering? Early the next morning, Qin Lang stepped out of his room, feeling refreshed. He had studied the ring's new functions until midnight last night. Though he didn't refresh his state, the powerful recovery from the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill kept him energized. After breakfast, Qin Lang went straight to the main house's study, where he found his father, Qin Zhan, dealing with family affairs. Dad, Qin Zhan looked up, and upon seeing Qin Lang, a rare, gentle smile appeared on his face. A Lang? Without beating around the bush, Qin Lang said, I want to see our family's martial arts classics. Qin Zhan was momentarily surprised, then felt a sense of relief. His son had finally begun to take an interest in the family's roots. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and operated it a few times, then said to Qin Lang, I've granted you basic access to the family martial arts library. You can log in directly with your phone. So convenient. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, thinking he would have to go to some library or something. Times are changing. Stagnation only leads to backwardness. Qin Zhan smiled. Important classics are naturally well-preserved, but accessing and learning through an electronic library is more convenient. You can now view all martial arts of D grade and below. A total of 37 forms. Qin Lang nodded, trying to log in with his phone. Sure enough, an encrypted family internal application appeared. After verifying his identity, a vast list of martial arts was presented before him. He glanced through it and found that the family martial arts library contained a total of 72 martial arts, ranging from the lowest F grade to the highest S grade. It was less than what the school library had. Qin Lang explained. The school caters to all students and naturally pursues quantity and breadth. A family's inheritance focuses on quality. Each martial art has been refined and optimized by generations of ancestors, making it more suitable for our Qin family's bloodline and characteristics. One cannot master too many at once. Mastering a few is enough to dominate a region. As for access levels, Qin Lang continued. Once you break through to the 6th rank, you'll automatically unlock C-grade martial arts. Reaching the 5th rank unlocks B-grade, and so on. The S-grade Ultimate Clan technique requires the Elder's comprehensive assessment of your strength, character, and contributions before it can be granted. Qin Lang understood. This was a form of protection and motivation. One must eat gradually and walk step by step. Showing him S-grade ultimate techniques, right away Woon Ti help him practice anyway. For instance, the Su family's 9 Heavens Illusion Phoenix art has an entry-level goal. Without a solid foundation, one can only borrow ideas. I understand, Dad. Having ambition is good, but don't be too eager for success. The foundation is the most important in martial arts practice. Although he gained access to the martial arts library, Qin Lang did not immediately dive into study. With the Spring Festival approaching, it was a rare time for family reunion. He chose to temporarily set aside his training to spend quality time with his family and also to take a good rest. Chapter 55, School Opening Martial Arts Exam. Challenge D-Class Beasts 10 hours later. The plane landed smoothly at the airport in Zagobi City. Grandpa is back. Qin Lang stretched lazily and took a taxi back to the Northwest Martial Arts College. The school still looked the same, shabby as ever, but after the holiday, it seemed a bit deserted. Just as he returned to the dormitory and hadn't even warmed his seat, the school's app pinged with a notification. Attention all students. According to the latest instructions from the Martial Arts Education Department of the Dian Federation, to assess students' training results during the holiday and to encourage martial arts practice, a unified martial arts exam will be held at the beginning of this semester. Exam results will be directly converted into credits and will serve as an important basis for evaluation and selection. Please attend on time. An exam right at the start of the semester? Are they trying to ruin our lives? Damn, I spent the entire holiday wandering in the King's Canyon. What is training? Can it be eaten? These old men in the Ministry of Education are really bored. 2 major exams a year aren't enough. And now they want to add another one at the start of the semester? A chorus of wailing erupted in the dormitory building. Clearly, this sudden exam disrupted many people's plans to recover from their holiday syndrome. The education department suddenly emphasizing the assessment of holiday training results was likely more than just a simple reminder. Perhaps there was some new movement at the federal level. Or maybe the overall requirements for martial artists were quietly increasing. However, Qin Lang didn't care. An exam? Easy peasy. The next day, the big exam was held as scheduled. The first item was martial arts theory. For other college students, this might be even more daunting than advanced mathematics. Titles like Outline of the Development History of Federal Martial Arts, Introduction to Dimensional Rift Studies, Analysis of Common Beast Behaviors and Weaknesses, College Edition, Compilation of Federal Martial Artist Codes of Conduct and Laws. Just hearing the names made one want to drop out on the spot. In the examination room, some were scratching their heads, some were staring blankly at the ceiling, and others had already started using eye contact to cheat across time and space. Meanwhile, Qin Lang wrote as if inspired. Of course, he had the system and had read countless books in the library, although most of the time he was referencing martial arts. That theoretical knowledge was etched in his mind like a photocopy. These college-level theoretical questions were no different from reading a storybook to him. In fact, some questions could even be analyzed from a deeper perspective. In less than half an hour, Qin Lang submitted his paper early, amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, who wondered if he had given up or was a real genius. He left gracefully. When the results came out, it was no surprise, full marks. This amazed the teacher responsible for grading the papers, who suspected Qin Lang had stolen the standard answers. The second item was the practical combat test. The location was set in a small dimensional rift on the back mountain of the school, periodically cleared by the federal military, making it relatively safe. The rift was not large. and the internal environment was relatively simple, mainly to test students' direct combat abilities without complex environmental interference. The test was fully networked, monitored and scored by an AI system and teachers. According to regulations, first and second-year students could challenge E-class beasts at most, while third-year students could challenge D-class beasts. The scores would be comprehensively assessed based on the level and number of beasts killed. Since it was a direct confrontation, without the use of complex terrain to maneuver, it tested hard power even more than hunting similar-level beasts in the wild. Students entered in batches by class. Wu Yi and Chu Tian were among them. The moment they saw Qin Lang, their expressions were somewhat complicated. The experience of being tricked by Qin Lang during the midterm martial arts exam was still fresh in their minds. They had been training hard over the holiday, wanting to reclaim their honor. The new regulations from the education department provided them with the perfect opportunity. Qin Lang, this time it's a test of hard power. Let us see how you can cheat. Wu Yi gritted his teeth and was the first to enter the testing area. He indeed had made progress in strength. After a fierce battle, he successfully killed 2 E-class beasts and 5 F-class beasts, panting heavily but with a hint of pride on his face. Chu Tian performed well too, killing 2 E-class beasts and 10 F-class beasts, equally satisfied with the results of his holiday training. When it was Qin Lang's turn, as soon as he entered the rift, the teachers in the monitoring room and the students waiting outside perked up. After all, he was the top student from a midterm martial arts exam. Although the process was a bit convoluted, he had real strength. Qin Lang was first transported to the F-class beast area. What he saw were several F-class spiked porcupines and scythe-claw swift-hounds, which other classmates would have to handle with caution. In Qin Lang's eyes, they were no different from cabbages waiting to be cut. With a flash of his figure, he didn't even draw his weapon. Mountain-crushing fist, flowing cloud-piercing palm. Bang, bang, bang. With punches and palms everywhere, those F-class beasts were like being hit by a high-speed train. The sound of their bones shattering echoed, and they didn't even have time to scream before they kicked the bucket. In less than a minute, the F-class area was cleared. Monitoring AI. F-class beasts exterminated. Efficiency rating S. Transporting to E-class beast area. What the hell? That was fast. He didn't even use a weapon? This fist and palm technique. Is it E-class martial arts? Why does it feel so powerful? The students outside were in an uproar. Wu Yi and Chu Tian's eyelids twitched. Their little pride instantly vanished. In the E-class beast area, 3 E-class armored bulls and 2 E-class shadow wolves appeared. Moo! The armored bull charged first, shaking the ground. This time, Qin Lang finally drew his great eagle-long knife. Storm blade technique. The blade light flickered like a fine whirlwind, accurately slicing towards the relatively weak joints and eyes of the armored bull. At the same time, he skillfully dodged the shadow wolves' attacks, employing the perfect realm's wind walking step. Clang, clang, clang. The blade clashed against the armored bull's tough skin, producing a sound of metal colliding. But each strike perfectly dissipated the opponent's impact and caused effective damage. The shadow wolves' sneak attacks couldn't even touch his clothes. The rhythm of the battle was entirely controlled by Qin Lang. Minutes later, all 5 E-class beasts were defeated. Monitoring AI. E-class beasts exterminated. Efficiency rating S. Skill rating S. Comprehensive rating S. Candidate Qin Lang, do you wish to end the test? It's already S. Killing E-class beasts felt like child S play. This strength is way stronger than during the midterm exam. The teachers in the monitoring room exchanged shocked glances. Just when everyone thought Qin Lang would choose to end the test, he used the built-in communicator to make a request to the chief examiner. Teacher, this E-class, doesn't he feel quite satisfying? Can I apply to challenge a D-class beast? As soon as he said this, the entire room fell silent. Monitoring room teachers? Outside students. Wu Yi, Chu Tian. I'm losing my mind. Chapter 56. The young talent's hidden dragon list. Wu Yi jumped up directly, pointing at the screen with disbelief and jealousy written all over his face. What a joke. How could a freshman like him challenge a D-grade ferocious beast? The school rules stated that freshmen and sophomores could only challenge E-grade at most. Who did he think he was? Just because he got first place through some tricks in the midterm exam, did he really think he was something special? As soon as he said this, many students who had been quietly criticizing Qin Lang also began to whisper among themselves. Indeed, a D-grade ferocious beast represented a qualitative leap. Even top students in their third year might not be able to secure a win against it. How arrogant. What if he got hurt? In the monitoring room, several teachers exchanged glances. The theoretical course teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle adjusted his glasses and pondered. According to the rules, Freshmen indeed do not have the authority to challenge D-grade ferocious beasts. However, Qin Lang's performance just now was indeed far beyond his peers, even stronger than many sophomores. A chief examiner responsible for the practical test frowned and said, "Rules are dead, people are alive." If he really has this strength, making an exception, this once ISNT out of the question. How long has it been since our Northwest Martial Arts College has produced such an ambitious talent? Another teacher expressed concern, but D-grade ferocious beasts are not to be trifled with. If he fails. In the end, the chief examiner made the final decision. First, ask him if he is confident. If he insists and is willing to sign a liability waiver, he can be allowed to try. The entire process will be closely monitored, and if any danger is detected, the test will be immediately terminated and rescue measures will be taken. Soon, Qin Lang received communication from the chief examiner. "Qin Lang, are you sure you want to challenge a D-grade ferocious beast? This requires you to sign a safety liability waiver." "Sure, teacher. I'm confident in myself." Qin Lang's response was straightforward and decisive. Moments later, the electronic liability waiver was signed. The monitoring AI's voice sounded again. "Candidate Qin Lang has confirmed the challenge to the D-grade ferocious beast. He is being transferred to the D-grade ferocious beast testing area." Wu Ye's face turned pale, staring at the screen, muttering curses. He doesn't know the sky is high and the earth is thick. Just wait to be torn apart by the D-grade ferocious beast. Let's see how he ends up. Chu Tian remained silent, but the shock and a hint of defeat in his eyes grew even stronger. With a flash of light, Qin Lang appeared in a somewhat dark, simulated mountainous area. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as a D-grade ferocious beast, the azure-armored earth dragon lizard, which was larger than an armored bull and covered in dark green scales, lunged out from the dense forest, its fangs bared and exuding a fierce aura. However, facing this ferocious charge, Qin Lang did not retreat, but advanced instead. "Come on," he shouted, activating the dragon elephant prajna skill with full force. And as his vital energy surged, a faint golden sheen seemed to appear on his skin. The Gale Blade technique was no longer a mere probe, but a full-blown eruption. Clang! The gray eagle long knife clashed with the azure-armored earth dragon lizard's hard claws, producing a dull thud and sparking flames. Qin Lang felt a slight numbness in his arm, but the azure-armored earth dragon lizard was also momentarily stunned by the tremendous force of his strike. What incredible strength! Qin Lang praised inwardly, as expected of a D-grade ferocious beast. But he felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. Windwalking steps were unleashed, his figure darting like a phantom around the azure-armored earth dragon lizard's side. The knife light continuous as he struck at the gaps in its scales and its relatively weak underbelly. The azure-armored earth dragon lizard roared in anger, its thick tail sweeping and claws slashing, stirring up a bloody wind. But Qin Lang was elusive, relying on the perfected windwalking steps to dodge attacks by mere inches, while his long knife left deep and shallow wounds on the beast's body. He was actually fighting back against a D-grade ferocious beast. This agility, this knife technique, and that raw power, a monster. The students outside were completely dumbfounded. Wu Ye's mouth hung open, unable to utter a word, his earlier mockery turning into a daze. The battle lasted nearly 10 minutes. Qin Lang began to sweat, but his eyes grew brighter. The power and endurance brought by his perfected dragon elephant prajna skill, combined with his perfected Gale Blade technique and windwalking steps, made it possible for him to contend with this D-grade ferocious beast, though it was challenging. Now was the moment. Seizing an opening when the azure-armored earth dragon lizard's attack missed, Qin Lang abruptly crouched down, his knife slicing upward with all his might across its soft neck. Puffed. Blood spurted. The azure-armored earth dragon lizard let out a heart-wrenching wail, its massive body crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Monitoring AI. D-grade ferocious beast azure-armored earth dragon lizard killed successfully. Efficiency rating, B. Technique rating, A. Overall rating, A. Candidate Qin Lang, test concluded. Final score assessment. Theory full score 100 points, awarded credits 50. Practical F grade clearing S, awarded credits 20. E grade clearing S, awarded credits 50. Successfully challenged D grade ferocious beast. Rating A, awarded credits 80. Total credits earned, 150 points. In this major exam, Qin Lang received a total of 200 credits. 200 credits. My God, he earned 200 credits in one major exam? That is almost equivalent to what others earn in a whole semester. So strong. Is this really a student from our school? The monitoring room and the outside area erupted into chaos. The teachers stood up excitedly, their eyes filled with admiration and disbelief as they looked at Qin Lang. Wu Ye's face turned ashen. His legs went weak, nearly unable to stand. He had worked hard to earn just over 30 credits, while Qin Lang had nearly 7 times that. This gap made him feel deeply hopeless. Just as everyone was discussing, shocked by Qin Lang's achievements, a teacher suddenly sighed. With the strength Qin Lang displayed this time, he might have a chance to push for a spot on the Great Yin Federation Young Talents Hidden Dragon list. The Young Talents Hidden Dragon list? Many students showed confused expressions. That teacher explained, "This is a list jointly released by the Federal Martial Arts Education Department and the Martial Artists Alliance, specifically recording the rankings of all martial arts students across the Federation, including top martial arts universities, key martial arts colleges, and specialized schools like ours, all of whom have outstanding performances. Those who make the list are all true prodigies, and it only includes 10,000 names." He paused and smiled self-deprecatingly. Of course, our Northwest Martial Arts College has never had anyone make it onto this Hidden Dragon list since its establishment. Even the last 10,000 names are out of reach for us. Some students curiously asked, "What kind of monsters are on that list?" Monsters? They are truly monsters. The teacher opened his phone and projected the Hidden Dragon list page. Look, this list updates in real time. Currently, the first place is Degu Jian from Qingbei Martial Arts University, at the 4th rank, 7th level. Second place is also from Qingbei Martial Arts University, Lin Qinyan, also at the 4th rank, 7th level. Third place is Nan Xie from Moda Martial Arts University, at the 4th rank, 6th level. Of course, they're all 4th-year students about to graduate. Hiss, 4th rank, and at the 7th and 6th levels. They're about to graduate and are already at the 4th rank, 7th level. That's astonishing. Compared to them, we're like fireflies next to the bright moon. The students looked at the golden names and the terrifying cultivation realms on the list, all gasping in awe, deeply feeling the disparity in the world. At this moment, Qin Lang had already stepped out of the testing fissure, listening to the discussions around him, and glanced at the so-called Young Talents Hidden Dragon list. His gaze lingered for a moment on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places. Tsinghua and Peking University Martial Arts University. Magic City Martial Arts University. 4th rank, 7th level, 4th rank, 6th level. Qin Lang's eyes flashed, as if weighing something. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze. For him, these were still too distant for the time being. The most important thing now was to improve his own strength. Rankings and such are just empty titles. Only strength is real. As for the shock and admiration of others, Qin Lang paid no attention to it. He had earned credits and confirmed his progress in strength, achieving his goal. Thus, amidst the noise and attention, Qin Lang quietly squeezed out of the crowd and walked directly towards the school gate. After resting for so many days, it was time. Now, activate the Liver God. Chapter 57. Want to have a portable grandpa? With a flick of his hand, Qin Lang refreshed his state and began to cultivate martial arts with an almost obsessive intensity, his mind highly immersed, pursuing maximum efficiency every moment. However, amidst this extreme focus, a faint yet discernible anomaly caught his attention, like ripples quietly spreading on the water surface, especially when he switched weapons to practice different martial arts. He keenly sensed that the spatial ring on his finger seemed not just a passive tool, it seemed to be actively cooperating with him. Whenever he used the ring to transform into knives, guns, swords, halberds, and other weapons and began practicing the corresponding techniques, there would always be a subtle, indescribable thought or assistance flowing silently from the ring. This power did not interfere forcefully, but instead guided his movements like a gentle spring breeze, intricately correcting the slightest deviations in his exertion. It even allowed him to capture the center of gravity, force sensation, and the essence of the transitions between different weapons more quickly. This feeling was mysterious and extraordinary, as if a martial arts master, seasoned through countless years, was standing beside him, personally teaching him in a way that transcended language and form. Although the cold, observable proficiency numbers on the system panel did not show explosive growth like taking drugs, Qin Lang could clearly feel that he had avoided many detours in applying techniques and controlling his power. Initially, Qin Lang was naturally surprised. It was like a pie falling from the sky, giving him a year-round, all-around super tutor for free. For a liver emperor pursuing extreme efficiency, why not take advantage of such good fortune? Of course, he also sensed the strangeness in this. The origins of the ring were already somewhat suspicious, and its function of changing weapons seemed tailor-made for him. Now, It was even showing some subjective initiative, actively intervening, and even attempting to guide his cultivation process. If it were someone else, they might become wary, fearing being secretly controlled or left with hidden dangers, and thus keep their distance. But who was Qin Lang? He was a man with a system. He had absolute confidence in any potential tricks this ring might have. Interesting. Does this ring want to be my portable grandpa? Qin Lang couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile. You want to influence me? Guide me? Even control me? Come and give it a try. I have a system, and I fear nothing. If there really is any negative impact, I can simply refresh my state. No matter your schemes or subtle influences, I'll restore everything to factory settings and eliminate all unfavorable factors. In the path of cultivation, autonomy is certainly important. But if there are good teachers and friends to assist, making fewer detours is something to be welcomed. The guidance from this ring seemed to bring more benefits than drawbacks, significantly enhancing his understanding and application efficiency of martial arts. As for any potential hidden dangers, in the face of absolute system purification ability, any unknown risks can be quantified and eliminated. It was like a super antivirus software. You can surf the internet and viruses can come, but I can clean it all with one click, remaining untouched. Since I have the system backing me up, what do I have to fear? With this thought, Qin Lang's earlier doubts vanished instantly. This top-notch training partner and insight accelerator that had come to his door was too good to pass up, no matter what its intentions. Securing the benefits first and genuinely improving his martial arts realm was the way to go. If there truly were any malicious intents, the system would be his most solid backup. With one refresh of his state, he could ensure that all its plots would turn to vapor. Thus, Qin Lang not only continued to use the ring to change weapons, but also became even more enthusiastic about his cultivation. He began to actively feel and even cooperate with the guiding power from the ring, trying to draw more insights about weapon usage and the true meaning of martial arts from it. He found that under this semi-active cooperation, his understanding of martial arts techniques and power changes indeed rose to another level. Although the proficiency on the system panel did not show explosive growth, his comprehension of the essence of martial arts deepened subtly. Name: Qin Lang. Realm: 7-tier tenfold. Martial arts: 9 heavens illusory phoenix technique. Entry 356241000000. Dragon elephant prajna skill: perfect. Mountain shaking fist: perfect. Meteor blade technique: perfect. 8 steps to catch cicadas: perfect. 58 E-level martial arts omitted, mastered. 116 F-level martial arts omitted, perfected. Looking at the clearly listed results on the panel, Qin Lang noted in satisfaction. This month of closed-door cultivation, treating the library as his home, had brought his liver emperor nature to the extreme. The results were gratifying. In the Qin family's martial arts library, the dozens of F-level and E-level foundational martial arts he could access had all been perfected through his efforts. Only a dozen or so remained, just a little proficiency away from perfection, reserved for refreshing his state. Although these low-level martial arts might have limited direct enhancement to combat power, they covered various aspects of the foundational martial way, including fists, palms, fingers, legs, body techniques, and basic internal energy manipulation. This greatly expanded and solidified his martial arts knowledge system, laying an incredibly broad and solid foundation for future skyscrapers. Now, when he executed any technique, it was smooth and effortless. At the same time, the carefully selected D-level martial arts from the Qin family, mountain shaking fist, meteor blade technique, and 8 steps to catch cicadas, had steadily reached perfection under the irrigation of vast amounts of potions and relentless practice. Their power was already considerable. As for the S-level 9 heavens illusory phoenix technique, it had only increased by over 30,000 in proficiency, far from minor completion. However, within his Dantian Qi Si, a weak yet strangely spirited, light golden phoenix flame, true Qi had emerged, although it was currently extremely thin, likely visible only under a microscope. Its high quality and the enhancement it brought to his senses during operation were quite beneficial. Of course, behind this significant progress was an equally terrifying resource consumption. Qin Lang's gaze swept over the single-digit D-level potions and double-digit E-level potions left in his backpack, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. The problem had arisen. Chapter 58. Pharmacy liver. Money, or rather, the continuous supply capability of resources. The effects of cultivation potions are remarkable, but their prices are extremely high. The higher the grade, the more the price skyrockets exponentially. Ordinary martial artists might only grit their teeth and buy a couple of corresponding potions as aids during breakthroughs or special periods. Moreover, As they improve their own grade, their efficiency in obtaining resources also increases, allowing them to maintain a dynamic balance between cultivation consumption and resource acquisition. But Qin Lang, is different. He is a human-shaped perpetual motion machine. He is an endless pit for potion consumption. He can ignore fatigue and bottlenecks to keep grinding around the clock. Theoretically, as long as there are enough potions, he could even max out the proficiency of an unfamiliar martial art in a very short time. This monstrous consumption speed is simply incomparable to normal martial arts cultivation logic. Although his mother gave him a black gold credit card with no spending limit, and he previously spent hundreds of millions at an auction without batting an eye, proving her financial power is extraordinary. However, his bottomless pit truly devours resources. In just this 1 month, to support his martial arts training, Qin Lang has purchased thousands of E-grade potions and consumed nearly 100 D-grade potions. Altogether, the expenditure on paper has quietly surpassed 1 billion federal coins. 1 month, 1 billion. And this is just the starting phase of focusing on D-grade martial arts. Qin Lang can foresee that as he steps into higher realms in the future, the requirements for and consumption of potions for BAS grade and even higher level martial arts will only become more terrifying. By then, let alone 1 billion. Spending tens of billions or hundreds of billions may just be a drop in the bucket, unable to fill his cultivation black hole. Over time, even the deeply rooted Qin family of the East Sea and his mother's corporation cannot withstand the insane consumption of such a super spendthrift. Being drained to the point of financial deficit and running out of resources is no exaggeration. He must find a way to increase income and reduce expenditure. Self-sufficiency. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened as it fell on the almost mountain-like pile of empty potion bottles. He had previously conducted some simple market research and cost analysis in his spare time, taking the most basic and widely used F-grade blood tonic as an example. A finished product sells for about 10,000 federal coins. If he purchases raw materials for refining himself, the total material cost is just over 1,000, merely a tenth of the finished product price. And if he goes a step further and obtains the raw materials needed for alchemy for free by delving into dimensional rifts, hunting monsters, and gathering spiritual plants, wouldn't that be equivalent to a nearly zero-cost business? A bold and highly tempting idea ignited like a raging fire in Qin Lang's heart. Instead of waiting for resources to run out and feeling constrained, he should take the initiative to enhance productivity. Qin Lang decided to formally incorporate the potentially limitless skill of alchemy into his grinding emperor cultivation system. He would refine potions himself and consume them, achieving potion freedom. Not only could he save future astronomical procurement costs, greatly alleviating his family's financial pressure, but even after mastering the craft, he could sell the surplus high-quality potions to fund his own cultivation. This would create a perfect, sustainable positive cycle. With this thought, excitement and determination sparkled in Qin Lang's eyes. This was simply the best solution tailored for him. Qin Lang immediately ended his training plan for the day, tidied up briefly, and left the library where he had stayed for almost a month. He headed straight to the martial arts supply street in Zagobi City and found the grand and antique medicinal herbs and elixirs trading center, Baichao Hall. With his astonishing purchasing power, having spent over 1 billion federal coins on cultivation potions in just a month, Qin Lang was now a well-known top VIP customer at Baichao Hall. As soon as he stepped into the intricately carved entrance, filled with the fragrance of herbs, a manager with a professional and enthusiastic smile quickly approached him. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? If you need potions, just let us know, and we can deliver them to your usual spot. You don't need to come in person. The manager bowed respectfully, his attitude incredibly humble. What do you need today? The usual? We just received a batch of new stock in the warehouse, with pure medicinal power and absolutely top quality. Qin Lang waved his hand with a smile and said, Manager Liu, you're too kind. Potions aren't urgent for now. I'm here to buy some other items. His gaze swept over the tall bookshelf on one side of the hall, which occupied an entire wall filled with various ancient texts, jade slips, and special scrolls. And he got straight to the point. You at Baichao Hall should have collections on the basics of alchemy, common medicinal herb illustrations, and some widely circulated low-level formulas, right? I need the most comprehensive and detailed set of introductory materials. Whether books or jade slips, just give me a complete set of the basics. Manager Liu's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, doubting whether he had heard wrong. Alchemy? Basic guides? Introductory materials? This super customer, who had been shopping like a whirlwind for a month, now actually wanted to buy introductory books on alchemy? What is this operation? Manager Lu's mind struggled to comprehend. He instinctively glanced at Qin Lang, then at the dusty area of basic knowledge on the bookshelf, and stammered to confirm. Mr. Qin, are you saying you want to learn alchemy? Start from the basics? Not only was Manager Lu stunned, but the nearby staff members who had been eavesdropping were also flabbergasted, unable to help but whisper, I can't believe it. This gentleman wants to buy introductory books on alchemy? What a joke. The finished potions he buys could fill the outdoor swimming pool of the Crown Hotel, right? Spending $1 billion on potions. And now he says he wants to learn how to make them? What kind of new rich person's quirk is this? Does he think our potions are too expensive and want to save money by making them himself? But he doesn't seem like someone who cares about that little money. Could it be he's tired of buying potions and wants to waste money in a different way? Various speculations and comments were quietly exchanged among the staff, their gazes towards Qin Lang filled with confusion and absurdity. The feeling was akin to seeing someone who drives a limited edition supercar suddenly enroll in a driving school to learn how to operate a manual tractor. It was filled with a strong sense of incongruity and contrast. Qin Lang naturally noticed all these reactions, but didn't care at all, merely nodding affirmatively. That's right, Manager Lu. I'm preparing to study it myself. Money is not an issue. Looking at Qin Lang's serious demeanor, which was clearly not joking, the manager took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult in his heart, and managed to squeeze out a professional smile. Yes, of course. Mr. Qin, rest assured, while we may not dare say much else, our collection of foundational texts on alchemy is definitely the most complete in Zagobi City. Please wait a moment. I'll personally go find them for you. Saying this, the manager quickly turned and walked towards that almost forgotten corner, leaving behind a group of staff still whispering and casting peculiar glances, as well as the calm and collected Qin Lang, who seemed as nonchalant as if he were just buying a pound of cabbage. He, Nicholas Qin, the Grinding Emperor, was about to embark on a new chapter of becoming the alchemy Grinding Emperor after refining his cultivation. Chapter 59, A Bountiful Harvest of Medicinal Ingredients Since the Spring Festival Holiday. Qin Lang had not been seen in the library. This made Grandpa Wang, who was accustomed to Qin Lang's almost rigid clocking and routine, feel a bit puzzled. This kid, has he changed? He hasn't come to grind. Grandpa Wang lay in his usual spot, holding his signature enamel teacup, his murky gaze sweeping over the empty entrance of the library as he muttered to himself. Could it be that he got entangled with that girl from the Lu family? That shouldn't be the case. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Qin Lang was not being lazy. Instead, he had simply changed locations and projects, continuing his tireless endeavor as a grinder. In the suburbs of West Gobi City, within an inconspicuous industrial park, was a small pharmaceutical workshop that had just been taken over. After some simple renovations and cleaning, it had been completely transformed. Originally, this was a small factory producing low-end F-grade medicines, which had been poorly managed and was now up for transfer. Although the equipment was not top-notch, it had all the basics: ventilation, sewage disposal, high-temperature reaction kettles, centrifuges, precision weighing instruments, and so on. At this moment, Qin Lang was dressed in a brand-new white lab coat, wearing goggles and specially made gloves, standing meticulously in front of a half-human-high peculiar furnace that combined modern alloy materials with ancient runes. This was his new battlefield, the alchemy laboratory. In this high martial world, technology and martial arts developed in parallel, and the field of alchemy and pharmaceuticals also exhibited a peculiar state of fusion. The Western Federation leaned more towards pure modern chemical synthesis and biological extraction techniques, pursuing standardization and mass production. On the other hand, the Dian Federation had also widely absorbed the achievements of modern technology, but retained and developed the ancient tradition of alchemy, known as furnace alchemy. Especially when refining potions that directly benefit martial artist cultivation, this method, which combined precise instrument control with the mysterious techniques of furnace alchemy, proved to be more effective. Modern instruments were responsible for precise ratios and control of physical parameters like temperature and pressure, while the furnace, engraved with special patterns, could better guide and fuse the spirituality of the medicinal materials, activating their potency. It could even, to some extent, lock in the free spiritual energy from heaven and earth into the potions. Because of this, although low-grade cultivation potions below D-grade had already formed large-scale industrial production lines, capable of mass manufacturing like beverages, there still existed a mysterious issue of success rates and purity during the refining process. The same materials, the same procedures, operated by different people, or even the same person in different states, could yield potions with vastly different success rates, purity of efficacy, and even the possibility of harmful impurities. This gave rise to the prestigious profession of pharmacist or alchemist. Higher-grade pharmacists not only mastered more advanced formulas, but, more importantly, often possessed stronger mental power, more exquisite manipulation techniques, and a keen perception of the changes in timing and medicinal properties, significantly improving the success rate and final quality of high-grade potions. A perfect quality potion crafted by a master-level alchemist could be worth several times, or even dozens of times, that of mass-produced products. However, all of this was temporarily unimportant to Qin Lang. What he cared about at this moment was not the success rate, nor the purity of the potency, and certainly not any mysterious tactile sensations. What he cared about was only one thing: proficiency. The stack of introductory alchemy texts and basic formulas he purchased from Baikayatang had already been forcibly stuffed into his brain within just a few days. Although he had yet to reach a state of complete understanding, he could still operate according to the steps without any problem. At this moment, beside the furnace in front of him, dozens of preliminarily processed medicinal materials were neatly arranged. The oldest was a 10-year-old blood ginseng, dried dendrobium, powdered red copper, ore. These were all materials required for refining the most basic F-grade potion, blood energy powder. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his gaze focused. He completely ignored the warnings in the open copy of detailed explanation of introductory alchemy next to him, which highlighted that beginners had a failure rate as high as 90 on their first attempt at refining, cautioning to control the heat to prevent explosions. Failure? Explosions? Those are not a big deal. According to the experience derived from his research system, as long as it was a skill recognized by the system, whether it was cultivating martial arts or life skills, as long as he took action, even failed attempts could yield some degree of proficiency. In other words, when others blew up a furnace, they might have an explosive mindset, suffer heavy losses, and lose confidence. But when Qin Lang blew up a furnace, hey, proficiency 1. How delightful. A month later. Name: Qin Lang. Realm: 7th rank. 10th level. Martial arts. 9 Heavens Illusory Phoenix Technique. Entry 1860001000000. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Perfect. Mountain Shaking Fist. Perfect. Falling Star Blade Technique. Perfect. 8 Steps to Catch Cicada. Perfect. Basic Alchemy Insights. Perfect. Advanced Alchemy Insights. Perfect. High-Level Alchemy Secrets. Proficient 2750000, 500,000. Omitting 58 E-grade martial arts, all mastered. Omitting 116 F-grade martial arts, all perfected. Looking at the refreshed skill panel, a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Lang's face. The harvest from this month had been extremely rich. In the first few days, the workshop was almost constantly filled with the sounds of exploding furnaces. Thick smoke billowed, and those who didn't know would think some dangerous demolition experiments were taking place here. However, for Qin Lang, each explosion was an accumulation of experience, a tangible growth in proficiency on the system panel. With this cost-ignoring and failure-averse brute force trial method, in less than a week, the basic alchemy insights was declared perfected. He was already able to stably refine qualified F-grade potions, with a success rate far exceeding those so-called skilled practitioners on the market. Ordinary medicinal material stores, like Baikayatang, although well-stocked with basic texts, lacked the more advanced, especially rare formulas and core refining techniques involving C-grade and above potions, as these were secrets not easily shared by major factions. Thus, he decisively contacted his mother, Suwan. Although she was a bit surprised by her son's sudden strong interest in alchemy and his amazing talent for wasting money, she was more supportive. Soon, through her connections, she gathered a set of insights on refining E, D, C, and even B-grade potions, as well as rare formulas and key techniques for processing materials, all transmitted to Qin Lang in encrypted form. These insights, if any one of them were shared, would be enough to drive countless pharmacists mad. With the advanced materials in hand, Qin Lang felt like he had struck gold and immediately threw himself into a new round of grinding for proficiency. The advanced alchemy insights was soon perfected as well. Refining E-grade potions had become second nature to him. As for the high-level alchemy secrets, although he had already mastered the theory for refining D and C-grade potions, limited by the quality of materials available in West Gobi City and the precision of the workshop's equipment, he could only raise his proficiency in the D-grade potion refining aspects to the proficient level. Even so, he was now already able to refine high-quality D-grade potions. The potency and effectiveness of the drug are significantly better than the ordinary D-grade agents circulating in the market. Chapter 60. Task Sweep. Forum explodes. A review of this month's achievements. He personally refined more than 1,000 basic potions, such as F-grade Qi blood powder and concentration powder. There are also over 500 E-grade potions like bone strengthening liquid and Qi gathering pills. As for D-grade potions like dragon power pills and scarlet flame pills, which are quite precious on the market, he successfully refined more than 200. If these potions were sold, they would definitely bring in a fortune. More importantly, during the potion refining process, Qin Lang was fully focused on controlling the furnace, sensing the changes in medicinal properties, and attempted to incorporate a hint of phoenix flame, true Qi from his own cultivation as a catalyst into the refining of some special potions. Surprisingly, this also had unexpected benefits for the cultivation of the Nine Heavens illusory phoenix technique. Over the past month, the intense concentration and precise control of energy allowed the proficiency of Nine Heavens illusory phoenix technique to increase by more than 150,000 points, reaching 186,000. While the hint of phoenix flame, true Qi, within him had also grown significantly. Qin Lang exhaled a long breath, releasing a faint medicinal scent. For now, the potion supply was sufficient. The high-quality D-grade potions were enough for his current cultivation needs. Higher-grade potions were either hard to find in terms of materials or the equipment couldn't keep up, so forcing the refinement would be a waste. While life skills were important, providing a guarantee for cultivation, the path of martial arts ultimately relies on the improvement of one's realm. The potion supply chain was stabilized for the time being, and next, he had to continue training martial arts to enhance his hard power. Upon examining himself, he found that nearly 200 martial arts had essentially reached the perfect realm, with about 10 E-grade martial arts proficient, reserved specifically for refreshing his status. Continuing to practice them would not only limit his improvement space, but also be a waste. However, his credits were still a pitiful 410 points. He was still far from the 1,000 credits needed to unlock D-grade martial arts access at the Northwest Martial Arts Institute Library. He needed to earn credits to cover the D-grade martial arts of the school. After 10 days without training, he felt uncomfortable all over. Opening the school app, Qin Lang did not search aimlessly but conducted targeted fuzzy queries. The last time he accidentally stumbled upon the dimensional rift where he found that female martial god's ring, along with several nearby rift areas. He always felt that place was a bit mysterious. Or rather, it seemed to bring him good fortune, now that his strength had greatly improved compared to before. Even if he encountered D-grade ferocious beasts, he could run away if he couldn't win. Soon, the task list refreshed. Sure enough, the area, being remote and complex, and newly explored by the Martial Alliance, had quite a number of tasks. Most of them were about collecting specific materials, exploring designated areas, or hunting certain low-level dimensional creatures. Qin Lang glanced over without delving into the specific requirements and difficulties of the tasks, as the app had its built-in limitations. Like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, his fingers quickly clicked on the screen. Dimensional Rift Number C, 137. Collect 3-leaf ice crystal grass, credits 20. Dimensional Rift Number C, 137 East District. Investigate small energy wave sources, credits 30. Dimensional Rift Number D, 125 Outskirts. Hunt 5 iron-skinned earth dragon cubs, credits 15. Dimensional Rift Number D, 125. Draw a map of the southwestern safe zone, credits 25. In one breath, Qin Lang accepted more than 30 tasks. The individual credit rewards for these tasks weren't too high, but the quantity was impressive. Moreover, the area was relatively concentrated, allowing for a one-time resolution. Completing all 30 tasks would yield exactly 600 credits. Adding to his current 410, he would just break through 1,000 credits. Almost at the moment Qin Lang accepted the last task, the app's internal forum exploded. Pin highlight, wow. Unprecedented. A divine person clears over 30 tasks in C, 137 and D, 125 regions at once. Clicked on the avatar and I'm blind. First floor, Martial Path Mad Destroyer Brothers. I just saw the task list refresh, and I watched as the tasks in C, 137 and D, 125 disappeared like an avalanche. I thought it was a system bug, but then I opened the task acceptance records, and they were all accepted by one person. Over 30. I clicked on that guy's avatar. This is a college student. Is the college so competitive now? Second floor, martial arts training for 2.5 years, incredible. I glanced at those tasks, they're all kinds of stuff. Collect 3 different types of crystals. Draw a precise topographic map of the scavenger crow's nest within a 3-kilometer radius and mark water sources. Hunt lurking leeches in the toxic swamp. track and recover lost research detectors. Is this guy planning to establish his own sect, taking on all the tasks of an exploration team himself? Third floor, one punch cries crybaby monster. ID: the more you grind, the more enjoyable? College student? Is he sure he's not playing Minesweeper and accidentally clicked on the entire task list? Fourth floor, king of competition, the person above. Is there a possibility that this student is actually a hidden martial arts master? Mastering 18 different martial arts, such as soaring cloud technique, literally flying dagger, golden bell shield, mysterious footsteps, disguise technique, sound discrimination, and has reached a transformative realm. So he dares to play like this? A college student is just his disguise. He is actually a true disciple from some hidden sect, focusing on being an all-rounder. Fifth floor, Rift is my home. I previously studied the task list for the C, 137 and D, 125 areas in detail. It's simply an encyclopedia of martial arts skills and survival knowledge. Collection tasks require precise control, identification of various exotic flowers, rare minerals, and may even need special collection martial skills. Hunting tasks test hard combat skills, deep understanding of the weaknesses and habits of different ferocious beasts, and might require some trap setting and tracking skills. Exploration tasks have high demands for body movement, stealth, environmental awareness, danger prediction, and even basic formation knowledge. Sixth floor, Rift is my home. The above has reached the word limit. Continuing. How many different schools and focuses of martial arts must one master to handle all these tasks? Even those exceptionally talented senior students in their fourth year would feel their scalp tingle, right? A one-man all-rounder? I don't believe it. Unless he is a living martial arts encyclopedia, and one that comes in a deluxe, unabridged full-color edition with a DVD. Seventh floor, passerby eating melon. The summary above is spot on. This is no longer something that can be described as mixed martial arts. This is simply a realm of martial arts mastery, where all methods are accessible. We mere mortals can only look up in awe. Eighth floor, salted fish stab. So, this student, the grinding emperor, is he actually a berserker who specializes in combat, or a rogue who specializes in stealth, or a life player who specializes in gathering? Why do I feel like he has mastered all professions and has even reached high levels in all of them? 177th floor, disciplinary committee management after investigation. This student meets the task acceptance conditions. Please discuss rationally and do not spread false information. 178th floor, melon-eating badger. Wow. Meets task acceptance conditions. So those previous guesses weren't jokes? The all-rounder is terrifying. The college indeed has hidden talents. I was shallow. This big shot, please accept my knee. By the way, does the big shot accept apprentices? Sweeping floors, guarding doors, warming beds, and folding blankets are all fine. Chapter 61. C-Class Wanted Criminal, Mad Butcher. In the midst of the bloody storm on the forum, Qin Lang was completely unaware and indifferent. At this moment, he was fully armed and stepping back into the familiar dimensional rift teleportation area. The light flickered and the space shifted. Qin Lang appeared at the outer area of the C-137 dimensional rift with familiarity. Without any pause, he moved like lightning, efficiently clearing tasks according to the task list. Collecting 3-leaf ice crystal grass done. 20 credits in hand. Investigating a small energy fluctuation source. Oh, it turned out to be a fading spatial marker recorded. 30 credits. Hunting 5 baby iron-skinned lizards. These little lizards were easily dealt with. 1 punch each. Pleasant and easy. 15 credits. With strength far surpassing that of warriors of the same rank and mastery of various martial arts, Qin Lang completed these E and F level tasks as if slicing through vegetables. Credits flowed into his student card account like a torrent. 210, 350, 500, 720. Having completed more than 20 tasks in less than half a day, the process was so smooth that it became somewhat tedious. As he delved into the D-125 rift, preparing to complete a mission to explore an abandoned mine and search for traces of a blue crystal or vein, he raised an eyebrow slightly. His perception, sharpened by practicing nearly 200 martial arts, caught a hint of something unusual. Someone was tracking him. Moreover, it wasn't just one group. The first group had 5 people. Their auras mixed but sharing a certain unified trait. Their coordination was awkward, clearly a hastily assembled team, likely students from the school on similar or the same mission, hoping to pick up the scraps or see if they had a chance to intercept. They thought they were hiding well, but their little movements were as obvious as fireflies in the night. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, not alarming the snake in the grass. But then his gaze sharpened. Further away, in a more concealed position, there was another presence. Only one person, yet This person's aura was clearly more restrained than that of the previous group of novices. Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, silent and stealthy. The slight fluctuations caused by their movement blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding environment. If it weren't for Qin Lang's extensive training in various martial arts and his acquaintance with different styles of movement and breath-concealing techniques, he might not have noticed the traces left by a human from the faintest air currents, the rustling of grass, or even the slightest vibrations in the ground. Interesting. Qin Lang thought to himself, the first group is a noisy flock of sparrows, and this one behind is the real yellow oriole. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow oriole waits behind. However, I am not an easy cicada to catch. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Since everyone is so interested, why not? Let me add some fuel to the fire and create a conflict between the clam and the snipe to see who will laugh last. Feigning ignorance, Qin Lang continued deeper into the abandoned mine, but his footsteps inadvertently adjusted to a route more conducive to observation. Meanwhile, behind a rock on one side of the canyon, several young men and women dressed in standard combat uniforms were watching the solitary figure in front of them leave. Their expressions filled with reluctance. They all wore the emblem of the Northwest First Martial Arts University on their chests. The leader, a proud-looking young man named Li Hao, was the captain of this small team. Damn it, it's that lone wolf again. This is the 7th time, one team member whispered, his tone filled with frustration. Every time we work hard to track our target, this guy resolves it first. Where the hell did he pop out from? Another female team member frowned and said, yeah, Captain Lee, this person is elusive, always showing up when we're about to close in. It's as annoying as a fly. Our target this time, the mad butcher Hu Biao, is a tough one. The data says he's very cunning. We've been preparing for so long. We can't let this unknown guy steal our thunder again. Li Hao's face darkened. He snorted coldly. A guy who hides and shows himself must just be lucky, picking up a few scraps. Real life-and-death combat, ISNT, just about luck. This time we'll stick close to him. I want to see what he's made of. If he dares to have designs on Hu Biao, then he LLC what real strength is. Next to him, a tall young man with a steady aura. The deputy captain Zhou Feng, more composed, said, Captain Li, the data shows Hu Biao is a 6th-rank 5th-layer practitioner. But he is inherently cruel and excels at ambushes and survival techniques, so he shouldn't be underestimated. Since this lone wolf can repeatedly beat us to the punch, he must have some skills. Let us follow him first and confirm his intentions. If he really intends to deal with Hu Biao, we'll observe in the shadows and intervene if necessary to avoid being used as a pawn or letting Hu Biao benefit from the situation. Zhou Feng was already a 6th-rank 10th-layer warrior and an elite student at the Northwest First Martial Arts University. He was more concerned about completing the mission and ensuring his own safety. He better not get in my way, or I'll deal with him too, Li Hao said indignantly. The 5 of them silently followed, believing they were tracking perfectly thanks to Zhou Feng's rich field mission experience. Qin Lang's pace was unhurried, leading them deeper into the heart of the abandoned mining area. Naturally, he had long sensed the tail behind him, but remained unperturbed. The internal pathways of the mine were intricate, like a maze, with no maintenance for years, and many areas had collapsed. The light grew dimmer, and a strange smell of rust and dust filled the air. Strange, it seems that guy slowed down. Li Hao murmured quietly as they paused momentarily around a corner to observe. Zhou Feng frowned, just about to remind everyone to be cautious when suddenly, a chilling sense of danger surged from above. Watch out above. They saw a shadow silently drop from the nearly vertical mine wall above them like a gecko. A short-handled knife, stained with dark red blood, glimmered with a deadly light in the dim light, aiming straight for one of the weaker female team members in the group. The incident happened so suddenly that the female team member had no time to react. Puff! Blood splattered, and the female team member screamed as the knife sliced open a deep wound down to the bone on her shoulder. The force sent her crashing against the rock wall, instantly rendering her combat ineffective. It's Hu Biao. Li Hao was both shocked and furious, immediately drawing his weapon. Stand guard. Protect the injured. Zhou Feng reacted the fastest, blocking in front of the injured team member with his alloy staff. The shadow that had successfully ambushed didn't linger after the strike, rolling on the ground with the force of the fall and darting to the side of the team. Only then did his true form reveal itself. A thin but fierce-eyed middle-aged man. It was none other than the C-class wanted criminal, Mad Butcher Hu Biao. Chapter 62, One Strike. A palpable killing intent radiated from him, causing the students from the academy to feel a tightening in their chests. The little brats from the First Martial Arts University in the Northwest. Your noses are quite sharp to find this place. Hua Biao licked the blood off his machete, his gaze cruelly sweeping over the crowd. However, it seems that you have become someone else's stepping stone. His words were pointed, and his eyes seemed to glance deeper into the mind tunnel. Hua Biao, you dare to harm my classmate. Li Hao was seething with anger, but upon seeing Hua Biao's ghostly movement and vicious sneak attack, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Enough nonsense. Everyone, let's go together and avenge Xiaoya. Another male team member shouted as he prepared to charge forward. Don't be impulsive. Maintain formation. Zhou Feng sternly stopped them. He knew that Hua Biao, as a desperate criminal, was best at taking advantage of chaos. But Hua Biao clearly wasn't giving them a chance to regroup. He let out a strange laugh, his figure flickering again, like a ghost in the night, specifically targeting the weak points in the team. Clang! Another team member was forced back by his blade, leaving a blood mark on his arm, and the team's formation was instantly torn open. Damn it! Zhou Feng shouted in anger, unleashing his inner strength, the aura of the 6th rank 10th level fully displayed, as his alloy staff rushed towards Hua Biao with a gust of wind. You two, take care of the injured and look for an opportunity to retreat. I'll hold him off. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he knew this wasn't the time to be a hero. Hua Biao's strength and combat experience far exceeded their expectations. Senior Zhou Feng, be careful. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Feng, relying on his profound inner strength that was 5 small realms above Hua Biao, finally managed to temporarily entangle him. His staff technique was broad and powerful, momentarily matching Hua Biao's strange and cunning knife techniques. But Hua Biao's combat experience was too rich. Every strike was filled with a murderous aura, and he seemed to be extremely familiar with the terrain of the mine, always able to use narrow passages and obstacles to limit Zhou Feng's staff techniques. Other team members tried to help, but under Hua Biao's elusive harassment, even self-defense was a struggle, and they couldn't form effective support. Kid, your cultivation is not bad, but unfortunately, you're just a rookie. Hua Biao laughed maniacally, his knife techniques becoming faster and more ruthless. The more Zhou Feng fought, the more alarmed he became. The opponent's strength might not surpass his own, but that reckless, fearless madness and grasp of battle opportunities put immense pressure on him. Suddenly, Hua Biao feigned a weakness, luring Zhou Feng to strike down with all his might. He didn't T-dodge or evade, instead bracing part of the force with his left shoulder. At the same time, the machete in his hand slashed towards Zhou Feng's abdomen at an unbelievable angle. A trait of injuries. Zhou Feng wanted to retract his strength, but was already too late, so he could only try to twist his body. Puffed. The staff struck Hua Biao's shoulder, producing a sound like cracking bones. But Hua Biao's machete also carved a long gash across Zhou Feng's side, blood instantly staining his clothing. Now's the time. Bloodthirsty frenzy, unleash. Hua Biao took the hit, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, yet his face revealed an even more ferocious madness. Without hesitation, he activated his evil technique. Hua Biao's bones erupted with a series of cracking sounds, his veins bulging like coiling dragons, his eyes instantly turning blood red, and a violent, bloody aura burst forth from his body. His 6th rank, 5th level aura surged in just a few breaths, forcefully raising it to the 6th rank 10th level, even faintly showing signs of breaking through to the 5th rank. Not good. Zhou Feng felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Sensing the sudden change in Hua Biao's aura, alarms ringing in his heart. The strength of the 6th rank 5th level wasn't enough to qualify him as a C-level wanted criminal. But Hua Biao was different. According to the report, he cultivated an evil technique that could nearly double his combat power for a certain period. It must be this. After transforming, Hua Biao's speed and power underwent a tremendous change. The machete in his hand, reeking of a gruesome blood scent, lunged once more at the already injured Zhou Feng with an overwhelming force. Clang! A deafening crash. Zhou Feng felt an uncontrollable, violent force coming from the staff, causing his palms to split, his arms to ache, and his entire being was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Crashing heavily against the mine wall and sliding to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Zhou Feng, Li Hao, and the others were horrified. Kid, still has some backbone. Hua Biao panted heavily, stepping closer to the powerless Zhou Feng. He himself was also injured, but the stimulation from the evil technique made him temporarily ignore the pain, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Your flesh and blood will perfectly replenish my consumption. He raised the machete high, aiming for Zhou Feng's head. Li Hao and the others were terrified, wanting to intervene, but being firmly suppressed by Hua Biao's aura. And they knew that even if they charged in, it would be a death sentence. Just at this critical moment, whoosh, a sharp and unmatched cold light, like a startled swan emerging from the depths of the underworld, with a piercing scream that tore through the air, shot out from a deeper shadow in the mine tunnel behind the crowd. The light was incredibly fast. Hua Biao, who was about to strike, and whose perception was slightly dulled due to the evil technique and his injuries, only sensed a deadly crisis coming from behind. Just as he wanted to turn around a block, it was already too late. Puffed, a muffled sound of a blade entering flesh. Hua Biao's raised machete froze in midair as he incredulously lowered his head, watching a glinting cold blade pierce through his chest, carrying a spray of hot blood. Immediately after, a figure flashed out from the shadows like a ghost, twisting and pulling back. The blood color in Hua Biao's eyes quickly faded, his spirit dimmed, his body swayed. And with a thud, he fell back lifeless. Silence. A deathly silence. Li Hao, Zhou Feng, and their surviving teammates trembled as they opened their eyes, seeing the corpse of the mad butcher Hua Biao lying on the ground, and beside the body stood Qin Lang, holding a seemingly ordinary yet exceptionally bright long knife. His expression impassive. He was spotless, as if the shocking, lethal attack that just occurred was merely the act of swatting a fly. One strike. Just one strike. And notorious C-level wanted criminal Hua Biao, who even activated his evil technique, was slain under the blade. Chapter 63, Who is the Fugitive? Qin Lang looked expressionless at the fallen Hua Biao on the ground, raising the gray eagle high and aiming it at Hua Biao's neck. Clearly, he intended to behead him, completely cutting off any chance of survival. Stop. This classmate. He is already dead. Death is a big deal. Zhou Feng did not know what the name of the mysterious young man who had saved their lives was, but the other party's clean and decisive killing of Hua Biao made him feel uneasy. At this moment, seeing him about to dispose of the corpse in such a manner, he couldn't help but speak up. Li Hao and the others were also still in shock, just pulled back from the brink of death. Now, looking at the cold, killing intent radiating from the young man and the unhesitant posture of delivering a fatal blow, they felt a chill in their hearts, but still followed up in a low voice. Yes, this classmate, Zhou Sr. is right. He has already received his punishment. A vicious criminal. Not worth regretting, but there's no need for this. Death is a big deal. Qin Lang's movement paused slightly, and a trace of faint mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the group of students, yet his grip on the gray eagle showed no sign of relenting. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. It seemed that your school's teachers had not taught you this. Any carelessness with such a desperate criminal could be fatal. Now you want to act like a saint? Are you out of your mind? However, just as the gray eagle was about to fall, the previously motionless Hua Biao suddenly opened his eyes wide, a flicker of malicious and crazed triumph flashing in his gaze. He had been holding his breath, waiting for this opportunity. Little bastards, all of you die. Hua Biao sprang up like a zombie, unleashing the last of his accumulated strength. His body twisted at an unnatural angle, evading the blade that Qin Lang might have delivered, and struck a palm fiercely at Zhou Feng, who was closest to him. This palm used the last bit of power from the wicked technique, fast as lightning. Puff! Zhou Feng never expected such a shocking turn of events. At this moment, he didn't even have time to react. He only felt a tremendous force crashing into his chest. The whole person was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, blood mixed with internal organ fragments spewing out. Zhou Feng, Li Hao, and the others were terrified, their souls flying away, their eyes wide in disbelief. Who would have thought that a fugitive who had already been stabbed through the chest could still pull off such a counterattack? Zhou Feng fell heavily to the ground, his face instantly pale as paper. A large area of his chest caved in. If he hadn't been wearing a specially made high-quality embedded soft armor from his family, which absorbed some of the force at a critical moment and protected his heart, this vengeful strike from Hua Biao would have been enough to take his life on the spot. Even so, he was already gasping for breath. Qin Lang's blade was forcefully halted the moment Hua Biao sprang up. His cold eyes calmly watched this dramatic scene. Everything was as expected. He even had the leisure to comment. The life of a saint is usually quite resilient. But I suppose this teaches you a lesson. Then, he turned his gaze to Hua Biao. You really have no professional qualities or insight as a C-level fugitive. That palm strike just now, you should have learned from me and directly smashed his head. Wouldn't that have settled everything? Still lacking experience, poor execution. Puff! Zhou Feng, already severely injured, felt his blood surge again upon hearing Qin Lang's words. Another mouthful of blood almost spewed out, His face turned from pale to a pig liver color, filled with endless shame and regret. He wanted to refute, but couldn't utter a word. Li Hao and the others exchanged glances, their faces burning. Just a moment ago, they had echoed Zhou Feng. Now it seemed like an incredibly foolish joke. "You little bastard. I'll fight you," Hou Biao roared, the side effects of his wicked technique starting to backlash intensely, but he stubbornly suppressed it with sheer will. "Come on." Qin Lang uttered 2 words, his gaze calm. His footwork executed a strange move, precisely the D-class movement technique, 8 steps to chase the cicada. The blade of Great Eagle flashed, and he executed the D-class sword technique, meteor blade technique. This blade technique is known for its speed, ferocity, and tricky angles, like a meteor falling from the night sky. Impossible to defend against. On the other side, under the extreme enhancement of the mad demon blood devouring technique, Hou Biao's breath had surged to a terrifying peak of 6th grade, 10th level. He was a whole major realm, and 10 minor realms above Qin Lang. Logically speaking, such a gap should lead to Qin Lang being instantly killed. However, as soon as they engaged, Hou Biao's expression changed in horror. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades produced sparks. Hou Biao felt that although the opponent's sword technique was not of high grade, every strike was as fast as lightning and ruthlessly precise. Even more terrifying was the internal energy and explosive power. How could he be like a 7th grade martial artist? This kid's combat power was at least 6th grade 5th level, or even higher. Damn it, how could a 7th grade 10th level kid possibly unleash combat power of 6th grade 5th level? What a huge leap. Hou Biao became increasingly shocked. If it weren't for the fact that he forced his strength to 6th grade 10th level using wicked techniques, he would have been cleaved by this kid within 3 moves. A college student challenging me, a C-level fugitive at a higher level and fighting back. What a ridiculous international joke. More crucially, if Hou Biao was mad, then Qin Lang was even madder. More insane. Hou Biao's sword technique was filled with the ruthlessness of a desperate criminal. Every strike carried a determination to perish together. While Qin Lang's sword technique was wrapped in an icy, chilling brutality, executed with extreme precision. He seemed completely unaware of pain, disregarding his own injuries. His eyes only focused on the enemy and how to more efficiently tear them apart. Clang! Hou Biao swung his sword viciously toward Qin Lang's left shoulder. The speed was astonishing, and the angle tricky. It looked as if he was about to succeed. Qin Lang did not dodge or avoid, and even showed no intention to block. Instead, a near-manic smile spread across his face. The Gray Eagle stabbed at Hou Biao's heart with even greater speed and decisiveness. This was a blatant exchange of injury for life. No, it was an exchange of lives. You crazy bastard. Hou Biao's soul was terrified. He was fierce, but his instinct to fear death was still there. Qin Lang's move completely exceeded his expectations. If he insisted on striking Qin Lang's shoulder, his own heart would definitely be pierced as well. In the blink of an eye, Hou Biao forcibly changed his move, the blade pressed down, trying to block Qin Lang's life-threatening strike. Puff! Although the tip of the blade was blocked, it deviated from the heart, but it still plunged fiercely into Hou Biao's right chest, causing a large gush of blood. Meanwhile, Hou Biao's hasty change in response only managed to leave a deep cut on Qin Lang's left arm, instantly staining his sleeve with blood. Qin Lang didn't even furrow his brow, as if it wasn't him who was injured. The intense pain in his left arm instead acted as a catalyst, causing his madness to intensify. He even extended his tongue to lick the blood foam at the corner of his mouth, letting out a low, beast-like laugh. Then, twisting his waist, he suddenly stirred the Great Eagle inside Hou Biao's chest. Hou Biao let out a wail that was so tragic it barely resembled a human voice, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. Can't handle it already? Qin Lang's voice carried a hint of mockery, yet was as cold as ice. I thought C-level fugitives were supposed to be tough. He withdrew the Gray Eagle, not giving Hou Biao any chance to catch his breath. He lunged forward, the blade light like a maggot on bone. Each strike landed accurately on Hou Biao's old wounds or new vulnerabilities. Every strike drew blood, merciless and ruthless. Hou Biao wanted to suppress Qin Lang with his experience, but he found that Qin Lang's combat instincts were terrifyingly savage, even surpassing his own adaptability to bloodshed. He tried to forcefully compete with the residual power of his evil skills, only to realize that Qin Lang's momentum resembled that of a demon crawling out of hell even more. Qin Lang's attacks became faster and crazier, as if he were a ferocious beast unleashed from the wild. He had dozens of wounds on his body, blood streaming down, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he grew braver with each battle, displaying a reckless ferocity that instilled a deep fear in Hua Biao, a true desperado. He was not fighting a person. He was fighting a mad beast wearing human skin. Hua Biao's left knee was struck by Great Eagle, and the sound of shattering bones was clearly audible. He could no longer support himself and fell to one knee on the ground. Raising his head, he looked at Qin Lang, who was drenched in blood, yet had a terrifyingly bright gaze, even carrying a hint of excitement. Hua Biao finally broke down completely. Who exactly is the wanted criminal? Chapter 64. Mom. I want to go home. Li Hao, Zhou Feng, and the few remaining students from the Northwest First Martial Arts University, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, were completely petrified at this moment. They gaped, their throats dry, staring at the bloody and brutal scene before them. Looking at Qin Lang, who was covered in blood and had a strange, satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth, they felt a bone-chilling cold surge from their feet straight to their heads, their very souls trembling. Is this really a battle that a person can fight? Zhou Feng covered his caved-in chest and bleeding abdomen, leaning against the coal mine wall. His eyes were filled with awe, horror, and an indescribable fear as he looked at Qin Lang. He had thought this mysterious lone wolf was merely cold and possessed unfathomable strength. Now it seemed this guy was a complete battle maniac at heart, a being more dangerous than a C-level wanted criminal. The level of his commitment to battle and his indifference to bloodshed was simply inhuman. Li Hao and the others felt their legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just moments ago, he had harbored resentment towards Qin Lang for stealing his mission and even thought about finding an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Now, even if he had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare. What kind of human is this? This is clearly a prehistoric beast disguised in human skin. Compared to him, that arrogant mad butcher, Hua Biao, seems like a docile little lamb. Hua Biao's cries echoed in the dark mine tunnel. However, Qin Lang was deaf to them. To die under my newly practiced sword technique is also your honor. Qin Lang charged forward again. His footwork, 8 steps to chase the cicada, still swift, and the light of the knife in his hand, Great Eagle, transformed as he switched to an E-level triple wave blade technique. Although he still bore patches of blood and looked disheveled, his entire spirit seemed to quietly return to its peak state at this moment. Hua Biao, already terrified, saw Qin Lang switch to another knife technique. Although the rank was lower, the relentless determination to not rest until he killed him filled Hua Biao with utter despair. No. A head flew high into the air, its face frozen in extreme fear and disbelief. Hua Biao's headless corpse swayed and then fell down lifelessly. Inside the mine, a deathly silence ensued. Li Hao and the others jolted, their bodies covered in cold sweat, watching Qin Lang's blood-soaked, demonic appearance and recalling his brutal methods of slaughtering Hua Biao. Their hearts nearly leaped out of their throats. A small student, the youngest and timid in the group, couldn't help but tremble, whispering, "He won't be so bored as to want to kill us for fun, will he?" This voice was not loud, but in the eerily silent mine tunnel. It was particularly clear. Just as Qin Lang took 2 steps forward, the small student exclaimed, Big brother, hero, good man, we were wrong. We didn't recognize the mountain. We shouldn't have followed you. Please, have mercy, let us go, treat us like a fart, no, like a gust of wind, and let us go. We will never dare again. We have elders above us and young ones below us. His shout prompted the other few remaining students to follow suit, and soon the mine was filled with a chorus of pleas for mercy. Qin Lang's mouth twitched violently, somewhat speechless at this sudden scene. Did he really look that much like a bloodthirsty psychopath? Well, he had been a bit invested just now. He walked expressionlessly to Li Hao's front, his voice devoid of any emotion. You have to pay a rescue fee, right? Li Hao and the others were taken aback. And then joy burst in their eyes. As long as it's not their lives, that's fine. We'll pay. You name a number, Li Hao hurriedly said. Qin Lang wiggled his fingers. I'm not greedy. I just want something practical. You are outstanding students from the Northwest First Martial Arts University. So you must have quite a few martial arts manuals, right? D level, no matter the rank, I accept all. As for you, Qin Lang's gaze turned to Zhou Feng. Your C-level stick technique is quite good. Hand it over as well. Of course. I'll also take that evil technique I found on Hua Biao. Consider it an extra reward for my trip. Zhou Feng's face paled further as he struggled to say, This classmate, we can gather F, E, and D-level martial arts for you. My cracking stone stick technique is my family's martial arts and is not a secret, so I can give it to you. But we absolutely cannot leak the core martial arts taught by the school. That would not only be a grave personal offense, but would also tarnish the reputation of our families and the school. If you force us, we would rather die than comply. Although he spoke with weak breath, there was a hint of resolve in his eyes. Oh, you have some backbone. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows, his tone flat. I didn't say I wanted your school's core martial arts. Those things come with too many rules. Why one of the martial arts you have personally cultivated that you can present? Besides, I'm not robbing. This is your voluntary payment for rescue and guidance. He glanced around the ominous mine tunnel and said leisurely, Look, the smell of blood is so strong here. It's possible that some beast with poor eyesight might be attracted here soon. You're all injured, especially you. You're the most seriously wounded. As for me, I'm not in a hurry to leave. I'll find a place not far away to rest for a bit. If you unfortunately encounter any mishaps, I'll come over to help collect your corpses and see if you have any precious remains. I think that shouldn't be against the law, right? At most. It's just a moral shortcoming. But what do I need that for? Can I eat it? Zhou Feng and Li Hao felt their hearts drop as if they were plunged into an ice cave. This Qin Lang is simply a devil. No, he understands how to manipulate people's hearts even better than a devil. His thoughts are meticulous, his methods ruthless, and he knows how to exploit loopholes better than anyone. Speaking without missing a beat, what he said was true. In this desolate dimensional rift, given their current state, especially Zhou Feng's serious injuries, if Qin Lang really chose to ignore them, their chances of survival would be minimal. Weighing the situation carefully, a trace of humiliation and helplessness flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, All right, we'll give it. Except for the school's core secret techniques, we will give you everything we can. He gestured for Li Hao and the other team members. Although they were pained, they knew this was their only way to survive. Soon, they all took out data cards recording martial arts techniques from their storage gear. Qin Lang took them one by one, scanned them with his phone, and confirmed their accuracy. There were as many as 15 or 16 F-level martial arts, 7 or 8 E-level martial arts, 3D-level martial arts, and Zhou Feng's C-level top-quality cracking stone stick technique, plus the C-level evil technique, mad blood, devouring technique acquired from Huobiao. For the current stage of Qin Lang, these low-level martial arts didn't hold much value anymore. However, their quantity was significant and could be used to stockpile, state refresh. Qin Lang satisfactorily tossed these spoils into a spatial ring, then stretched and yawned. All right, we're even now. I'll be leaving first. I still have tasks to continue with. After saying this, Qin Lang identified the direction, executed 8 steps to chase the cicada, and in a few leaps, disappeared into the darkness of the mine tunnel, leaving behind a faint smell of blood and medicinal fragrance. The group of proud students from a Northwest First Martial Arts University exchanged glances in confusion, feeling disoriented in the cold mine tunnel. Li Hao opened his mouth, then closed it again, trembling as he pointed in the direction where Qin Lang had disappeared, his voice changing pitch. What? What did he just say? Continue. Continue. Doing tasks? Another surviving student stared blankly, mumbling as if in a dream. We just went through a life-and-death battle, nearly losing the entire army. Xiaoya is gravely injured and dying. Senior Zhou Feng has only half a life left. The Class C wanted criminal mad butcher Huobiao was cut down like a watermelon, and then he just acted like nothing happened, patted his butt, and said he was going to do a mission. Zhou Feng clutched his chest, coughing violently, spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of blood mixed with black clots. Yet a bitter smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. How terrifying! How terrifying indeed! The worldview and martial arts understanding built over 20 years were completely shattered today, then thrown on the ground and stomped on a few times. Li Hao collapsed on the ground, thinking, did he really think that taking down a Class C wanted criminal was just a trivial task, like clearing out a small monster blocking the way? The real main quest hasn't he even started yet? Beside him, a student who had previously wet his pants in fear was sobbing softly, hugging his head. Oh my God, I want to go home. This world is too scary. Wanted criminals are terrifying. Ferocious beasts are terrifying. Some classmates outside are even more terrifying. Chapter 65, Northwest Martial Arts Specialized School Library Pass. After the little episode, Qin Lang's mood was not greatly affected. For him, dealing with Huobiao and that group of undergraduates was merely a dessert after a meal. The subsequent tasks naturally went smoothly without any waves. In less than 2 hours, he efficiently completed the remaining 10 or so collection and reconnaissance tasks. Leaving the dimensional rift, Qin Lang headed straight for the nearest official security bureau. At the window dedicated to handling wanted criminal affairs, he placed Huobiao's relatively fresh head on the counter. C-level wanted criminal, Mad Butcher Huobiao, verify. The officer responsible for registration was used to all kinds of situations, but seeing such a young boy with obvious battle scars, yet maintaining a calm demeanor, made him take a second look. After professional equipment scanning and database comparison, it was quickly confirmed to be correct. Confirmed to be Huobiao himself. The bounty of 5 million federal coins will be directly credited to your real name account. Qin Lang nodded and turned around without any hesitation. Huobiao's bounty of 5 million was credited. This time, with 30-odd tasks, he earned over 4 million. Adding it all up, this trip directly brought in 10 million federal coins. Qin Lang smacked his lips, not feeling much excitement over this pocket money. After all, he still had an unlimited black gold card in hand. This amount of money wasn't even enough to fill gaps between his teeth. Afterwards, Qin Lang found a nearby hotel and began to tally the specific gains from this trip. First was the credits. This time, he earned a total of 600 credits from the tasks. His total credits successfully broke the threshold of 1,000, officially unlocking the borrowing rights for D-level martial arts in the school library. Secondly, there was Huobiao's inheritance, some scattered E-level potions, and that D-level alloy machete, which had several notches from his strikes, could barely sell for some material money. The real treasure was 2 martial arts techniques. One was the C-level family martial arts stone splitting staff technique borrowed from Zhou Feng. The other was the C-level evil technique, mad demon blood devouring technique, found in Huobiao's spatial pouch. Stone splitting staff technique was derived from the Zhou family's ancestor observing the scenes of mountain floods and giant rocks collapsing, emphasizing breaking through with strength and overwhelming opponents with force. Its core is to condense one's internal energy highly at a single point or line of the staff, exploding in an instant to produce penetrating and shock power that is unstoppable. The staff technique is broad and powerful, with each strike containing the might of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Practicing this technique requires a solid foundational stance and rich internal energy as support. When mastered to perfection, even an ordinary iron rod can split mountains and cut rivers, and if paired with a specially made heavy alloy staff, its power would increase significantly. Qin Lang silently read through it and nodded. Indeed, the power of C-level martial arts is impressive. This staff technique follows a vigorous path. If practiced to perfection and paired with a good staff, he could have the upper hand against opponents of the same level or even those 1 or 2 small realms higher. The techniques are simple and practical, with higher demands on strength and internal energy. After putting away stone splitting staff technique, Qin Lang's gaze shifted to the other martial art. Evil techniques in the world often seek quick results, providing practitioners with powers far beyond their level in a short time. Being called an evil technique, the process of cultivation is of course extremely bizarre, often contrary to human ethics, requiring the aid of sinister energies, blood essence, and other chaotic external substances. Correspondingly, the effects of evil techniques are also unpredictable, sometimes distorting forms, manipulating hearts, or erupting with astonishing combat power. At the same time, without exception, the side effects are immense, ranging from lightly damaging one's foundation to severely leading to irreparable consequences. The mad demon blood devouring technique is certainly no exception. Cultivating this technique is painfully torturous and will cause irreversible damage to the body, shortening one's lifespan and distorting one's nature. When perfected, it can unleash twice the host's limit combat power in a short time. However, after the explosion, the side effects are tremendous. Lightly, it can damage meridians and regress in strength. Heavily, it can lead to mental confusion, turning one into a madman who knows only slaughter. Moreover, daily practice and post-explosion require a large amount of living essence and blood, particularly the blood of martial artists rich in vitality as the best supplement, requiring one to consume raw flesh and blood to alleviate the pain and bodily depletion caused by the backlash of the technique. Behind the martial arts, there are numerous tragic cases of practitioners ultimately going mad, self-destructing, or being annihilated by others. Ordinary martial artists seeing this would likely have their scalps numb and list it as a taboo. However, Qin Lang's eyes were growing brighter. What irreversible damage? What shortening of lifespan? What distortion of nature? State refresh can instantly reset everything back to factory settings. Huge side effects? After the explosion, I could just refresh myself, fully healed and energized, ready for action, consuming raw flesh and blood, martial artist's essence. That is something only a freak would do. I refresh, and my body feels fantastic. Everything tastes great. I can run up 5 flights of stairs in one breath. This is simply tailor-made for the system. Others practice it as an evil technique. But for me, it's a godly skill without side effects. Qin Lang couldn't help but let out a series of ambiguous villainous laughter, sounding particularly neurotic in the empty training room. With the window of evil techniques opened, the road to invincibility has broadened several times. Previously, he was only thinking about how to use state refresh for infinite stamina, injury-free cultivation, and confronting strong enemies head-on. Now he could even play with high-risk, high-reward evils like this. It was simply like adding wings to a tiger. Let's get started. Qin Lang wasted no time and rushed straight to the library. When he appeared before Old Man Wang again, the old man was leisurely picking his teeth. And seeing Qin Lang's fiery demeanor, he raised an eyebrow. "Oh, kid, you returned from your gentle retreat? I thought you were bewitched by Lu Hua and forgot which way the library's iron door opens." Old Man Wang squinted at Qin Lang, his tone still laced with mockery. Qin Lang didn't bother explaining, directly placing his student card on the sensor to display his credit balance. "Old Man Wang, I have enough credits. Please open the D-level martial arts area." Old Man Wang leaned in for a closer look, and his murky old eyes widened a bit. "Wow, kid, impressive. Over 1,000 credits? Didn't you just complain about being broke last time?" He looked Qin Lang up and down, his gaze filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Then he clicked his tongue and muttered, "All right, D-level martial arts. But you kid, hey?" Old Man Wang's gaze paused slightly on Qin Lang, as if he discovered something interesting and squinted his eyes to sense carefully. "7th rank? 10th level? Goodness, how long has it been since I last saw you? And you're about to touch the threshold of the 6th rank. Not bad, not bad. You're quite the material for cultivation." Old Man Wang nodded to himself, seemingly pleased with Qin Lang's cultivation speed. However, he didn't ask too much and directly granted him access to the D-level martial arts area. Qin Lang didn't care what Old Man Wang was thinking. After receiving permission, he rushed into the D-level martial arts bookshelf area that he could only gaze at before. The Northwest Martial Arts Specialized Technical School is ultimately just a specialized college. D-level martial arts is the highest level of ordinary martial arts available for borrowing here. The quantity is certainly not rich. Qin Lang glanced over. 15 D-level martial arts. In this way, the Northwest Martial Arts Specialized School Library. I can consider it cleared. Chapter 66. 6th grade. First level with the aid of a D-grade potion. Qin Lang spent just one day to cultivate 15 D-grade martial arts to a proficiency level of 1. He then headed straight to the highest-end star-rated hotel in Zagobi City, where he booked a top-tier luxury cultivation suite. This suite not only had excellent soundproofing and spacious interiors, but was also equipped with basic cultivation assistance facilities. Most importantly, it guaranteed absolute privacy and no disturbances. He first attempted to cultivate the mad blood devouring technique, just by practicing the method from the manual once. The proficiency on the panel jumped to 10. This was significantly faster than cultivating ordinary martial arts, and the rapid cultivation characteristic of the evil technique was beginning to show. Indeed, it was fast. Qin Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart, then uncorked a D-grade potion. The rich medicinal aroma, mixed with overwhelming energy, instantly filled the air. He drank it without hesitation, simultaneously using a D-grade energy cultivation potion to harmonize the medicinal effects. Boom! The violent medicinal power surged through his body like a volcanic eruption, creating a tremendous impact on his internal organs. Qin Lang endured the discomfort and immediately began to cultivate the mad blood devouring technique. This time, the effect was astonishing. Just completing the initial move, a cold, bloodthirsty, strange power surged from within him, gathering at his fingertips. As he swiped with his claw, the air seemed to carry a hint of bloodiness. Ding! Mad blood devouring technique proficiency 1,000. Wow, 1,000 points. Qin Lang was taken aback. Cultivating an evil technique with potions was simply extraordinary. It was 10 times more efficient than the 100 points he would gain from using potions while cultivating ordinary D-grade martial arts. Evil techniques were indeed evil techniques. This rapid cultivation effect was too tempting. But soon after, Qin Lang sensed something was off. As the proficiency of the mad blood devouring technique soared, a faint impulse of violent bloodlust rose in his heart, and his eyes slightly reddened, as if craving real blood. At the same time, a chilling aura began to erode his meridians, bringing waves of stabbing pain. The side effects came so quickly. Qin Lang frowned, but was already prepared. Refresh status. As a certain F-grade martial art level upgraded, a cool sensation spread throughout his body. The violent emotions, bloodthirsty impulses, and the cold, stabbing pain in his meridians disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. His body and spirit returned to their optimal state. Having a golden finger allows one to do as they please. Qin Lang laughed heartily. Now, with no worries, he began to frantically cultivate these evil techniques, one after another. Under the powerful catalysis of degrade potions and the unlimited endurance from refreshing his status, his proficiency skyrocketed at a visible rate. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the cultivation suite, Qin Lang slowly finished his cultivation, letting out a long breath of turbid air. This breath was long and condensed, drawing a faint white air arrow in the air before dissipating, faintly accompanied by a sound like a cracking wind. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them, and his entire demeanor became more stable and profound. Finally, he had broken through, a breath far more condensed and powerful than at the 7th grade 10th level radiated from his body. The air in the room seemed to momentarily freeze because of it. Name: Qin Lang. Level: 6th grade, 1st level, martial arts, 9 Heaven's Phoenix technique. Entry 36760010000000. Mad blood devouring technique. Perfection, stone splitting staff technique. Minor achievement 8526001 Omitted 18 D-grade martial arts. All reach perfection or mastery. Omitted 78 E-grade martial arts. All reach perfection or mastery. Omitted 156 F-grade martial arts. All reach perfection or mastery. Looking at the changes on the panel, Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. The hard cultivation over the past half-month consumed a total of 200 D-grade potions and 7 or 800 E and F-grade potions. A true drug-consuming beast. But the results were remarkable. Not only had he successfully broken through to the 6th grade level, but he had also brought all the newly acquired martial arts to perfection or mastery. This significantly improved his overall combat power, making it basically no problem to defeat a 5-fold 6th grade opponent. With the perfected C-grade mad blood devouring technique, when used, it could even unleash double the combat power. Confronting a 6th grade 10th level was no longer out of the question. How about against a 5th grade? Perhaps he was still a bit lacking. In martial arts levels, each grade represented a massive leap. The 9th grade involves refining the body and bones, laying the foundation for martial arts. The 8th grade involves cultivating internal energy in the dantian, using that internal energy to nourish and strengthen oneself. The 7th grade allows internal energy to be projected outward, enabling distant attacks that greatly increase power. Upon reaching the 6th grade, one can condense energy into a barrier. Martial artists can highly refine the internal energy within their bodies, forming an invisible protective barrier on the surface, impervious to blades and fire. This layer of energy not only has astonishing defensive power, but can also be attached to attacks, making them more penetrating and destructive. It can be said that stepping into the 6th grade truly marks the entry into the ranks of masters. As for the higher 5th grade, it involves the attribute attachment of the energy. The energy will carry the attributes of the main cultivation method. For example, if cultivating a fire-based technique, the energy will be extremely hot. If cultivating an ice technique, the energy will carry a cold essence, greatly enhancing its power and flexibility. Of course, attribute-based techniques are at least B-grade. Feeling the surging power within him, the enhancement brought by the 6th grade realm was all-encompassing. There were still some D-grade martial arts and a portion of E and F-grade martial arts that had not yet been perfected. However, the D-grade potions were already exhausted, and there were few low-grade potions left. Such a massive quantity of potions had vanished in just a month. The speed at which money was burned would truly scare people if spoken of. But in fact, what prompted him to stop this frenzied cultivation, besides the depletion of potions, was a more important reason: a text message he received from the school 7 days ago. He pulled out his phone and opened the pinned message. Northwest Martial Arts College Academic Affairs Office Notice. Dear students, the triennial martial arts competition of the Northwest Province is about to commence. Our school is honored to have qualified for participation in this competition. We are currently recruiting participants from all students to represent our school and compete with the top talents from various colleges in the province. Registration deadline, May 24th, 6 p.m. We hope aspiring students will actively sign up to bring glory to our school. For details, please consult your class advisor. The Northwest Province College Martial Arts Competition. Qin Lang stroked his chin, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. Now that the school library had been expedited, if he wanted to continue cultivating higher-level martial arts, besides the family martial arts library, he would need to gather more on his own. This competition where Northwest Martial Arts College also had qualification. Although it was likely just to be cannon fodder, for him, it was a great opportunity to access more martial arts. Chapter 67. Martial Arts League at the Northwest Martial Arts College. A temporary registration desk for a college martial arts league has been set up. However, contrary to the expected hustle and bustle, the scene can only be described as desolate. A simple table stands with a teacher sitting behind it, bored and dozing off. A few registration forms lie lonely on the table, and only a couple of names are filled in on the statistics sheet. Occasionally, a few passing students cast a curious glance, but they quickly avert their eyes, as if the registration desk were some kind of danger. Qin Lang is not surprised by this. In this world, martial power reigns supreme, and the gap in strength is stark and difficult to bridge. The disparity between colleges, especially between vocational schools and prominent martial arts universities, is like a chasm. This is not the era where technical skills can be compensated with experience or where insufficient degrees can be made up with ability. Here, the difference in martial levels often creates an insurmountable divide. Students at the Northwest Martial Arts College may be kings in their school, but when placed in the context of the entire province, facing the geniuses from those undergraduate institutions, most have no qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. Going would only bring humiliation. Thus, even though the school issued a notice, very few dare to sign up. Qin Lang glanced at the already completed registration forms, which bore only two names: Lei Hao, sophomore, cultivation level, 7 rank, first layer; Xiaozhan, junior, cultivation level, 7 rank, 5th layer. Oh, Lei Hao has actually broken through to 7 rank, and Xiaozhan has reached 7 rank, 5th layer as well. It seems these two have not been idle. These two are recognized as the top students in their respective grades. Lei Hao was at 8 rank, 7th layer during the midterm martial exam, while Xiaozhan was at 7 rank, 2nd layer. Now both have made significant progress. Only those at the pinnacle of the school would have the courage to participate in the league. Just as Qin Lang was about to step forward to register, a familiar figure approached. "Qin Lang, you're here to register too?" A crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Turning around, Qin Lang saw Lu Qingyao. Today, she was dressed in a neat martial arts outfit, looking particularly poised and spirited. To Qin Lang's surprise, he could sense that Lu Qingyao's aura was much stronger than it had been 2 months ago at her birthday banquet. Lu Qingyao's cultivation level had actually reached 7 rank, 10th layer. Qin Lang was quite astonished. 2 months ago at the birthday banquet, Lu Qingyao was at 7 rank, 1st layer, and now she had already touched the threshold of 6 rank. Such a speed of cultivation is impressive, even with the support of a governor's family. But if she were truly this talented, why would she come to a vocational college? It seems this senior sister has her own secrets. Senior sister Qingyao. Qin Lang greeted with a smile. "Yes, just gonna take a look. Are you here to register too?" Lu Qingyao nodded, her bright eyes showing a hint of eagerness. "Yes, I want to see what it's like. What about you? You've been mysterious since returning from the break. I thought you had disappeared. Now you seem full of energy. Your strength must have improved, right? You flatter me, but you, senior sister, have made rapid progress. 7 rank, 10th layer, impressive." Lu Qingyao's face showed a hint of pride in response to his compliment. "It's all right. Mainly my family provided some resources. What about you? What level are you at now? As for me, you'll know in a moment." Qin Lang teased, then turned to the drowsy registration teacher. "Teacher, I'd like to register." The teacher responsible for registration was jolted awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Qin Lang and then looking at Lu Qingyao, he seemed a bit surprised. "Oh, Lu Qingyao, you're here to register, right? Please fill out the form." The teacher clearly recognized Lu Qingyao. This school flower-level genius is quite famous in the school. Lu Qingyao took the form and began to fill it out. "Teacher, I'd like to register too," Qin Lang said again. This time, the teacher truly focused on Qin Lang, clearly taken aback. A few students watching nearby exchanged surprised glances and whispered among themselves. "Isn't that Qin Lang from the first year? He registering too? Is he crazy?" Although he the top of his class and performed well in the midterm martial exam, this is the provincial league. The opponents are all monsters from various universities. Right. Even senior Lei Hao and senior Xiaozhan are just going to gain experience. What does a first-year student think he's doing? The teacher adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Qin Lang. "Student, do you know what kind of competition this is?" "This isn't just our school's midterm martial exam. The opponents are elites from various undergraduate institutions in the province, all very strong." "I understand, teacher." Qin Lang calmly nodded. "Please give me a registration form." Seeing his insistence, the teacher sighed and handed him a form. "All right, it's good for young people to have ambition. It's good to see the world. However, you must keep a balanced mindset. Don't take it too hard if you lose. Just don't let the geniuses from the undergraduate institutions crush your spirit. In his view, Qin Lang, as a first-year student, even if he's talented, would at most be at the mid-level of 8 rank. Participating in the league is simply inviting trouble. Qin Lang took the form and quickly filled out his personal information. Lu Qingyao looked at him curiously from the side, wanting to know what level this miracle-performing junior has reached. Meanwhile, to save time, the teacher pulled out the statistics sheet and asked, "Name, Qin Lang, grade, first year. What is your cultivation level?" Qin Lang put down his pen and calmly replied, 6 rank, first layer. The office instantly fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. The teacher, about to write in the cultivation field, trembled upon hearing 6 rank, first layer, and his hand shook, leaving an unnatural ink mark on the paper as he froze. 6 rank, first layer? The nearby students who had been whispering also gaped, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Qingyao's pretty eyes widened in shock. Her red lips slightly parted, her face filled with disbelief. She had originally thought that if Qin Lang could break through to the mid-level of 7 rank, that would be impressive enough. After all, how long has it been? 6 rank, first layer? How is that possible? Chapter 68. The Hope of Northwest Martial Arts College 6. 6 rank 1. The pen in the teacher's hand fell onto the desk with a loud thud. He then abruptly stood up, and due to the sudden movement, his chair slid back, making a screeching sound. What did you say again? What is your cultivation level? 6 rank 1, teacher. Qin Lang remained calm, even wearing a polite smile. Gulp. Not only the registration teacher, but also the students nearby who were watching the commotion instinctively swallowed. 6 rank. What does that mean? In a specialized institution like Northwest Martial Arts College, 7 rank is already considered top-tier combat strength, able to serve as student council members, and even have opportunities to be recruited by some small companies early. And 6 rank? That's the level of many teaching staff, and even some deputy department heads. A freshman. How long has it been since enrollment? At most 7 or 8 months. And he has already reached 6 rank 1? This is no longer a genius. This is a freak. A monster. No. It's impossible. A student in the crowd exclaimed. During the midterm martial arts exam, he was only 9 rank 10. How long has it been since then? Half a year? No. It might not even be that long. How could he jump to 6 rank? Exactly. Even if he ate elixirs like they were meals, it wouldn't be possible to progress this fast. Lu Qingyao was also greatly shaken. She prided herself on her rapid cultivation speed, supported by her family, possessing a special physique and lacking in resources. It took her 2 months to progress from 7 rank 1 to 7 rank 10, and that was during the 7 rank stage. Yet Qin Lang jumped directly to 6 rank. This was simply absurd. The registration teacher, having seen a lot, took a few deep breaths to force himself to calm down, but his voice still trembled. Qin Lang, this can't be a joke. The cultivation level must be reported to the League Organizing Committee, and if it's falsely reported, the consequences are serious. Qin Lang helplessly spread his hands. Teacher, I have no need to joke about such matters. Saying this, he focused his thoughts, and a dense, heavy aura suddenly flashed from within him. Although it was just for an instant, the unique aura fluctuation of a 6-rank warrior was clearly perceived by everyone present. It's real. It's truly the unique aura of a 6-rank warrior. Hiss! Gasps of surprise arose one after another. The teacher felt his scalp tingle. This matter had far exceeded his ability to handle. He immediately grabbed the phone on the desk. Hello, Director. Is this the Director of the Academic Affairs Office? A big deal has happened. A huge deal? Yes, regarding the Martial Arts League registration. Our school has a 6-rank freshman. The news of Qin Lang being 6 rank 1 spread like a bomb. Within half an hour, it circulated throughout the entire Northwest Martial Arts College campus and quickly ignited various levels of the school. Have you heard? That freshman, Qin Lang, registered for the Martial Arts League, and his cultivation level is 6 rank 1. That must be fake, right? Who brags without a script? Does he think 6 rank is like cabbage? It's real. People from our school felt his aura on the spot. Wow, what kind of cultivation speed is this? It's like he is cheating. Half an hour later, Qin Lang sat in the principal's office, undergoing a 3-part examination by the highest leaders of the school. Principal Sun Jiangwo, Academic Affairs Director Wang Jianhua, Transmission Department Director Zhang Meng. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat tense. The 3 high-ranking officials focused their gazes on Qin Lang, their eyes filled with shock, scrutiny, and a hint of undeniable doubt. Qin Lang. Principal Sun Jiangwo was the first to speak, his voice low. Are you sure your cultivation level is 6 rank 1? Yes, Principal. Qin Lang replied with composure, his expression calm. Academic Affairs Director Wang Jinhua adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. Qin Lang, you must understand that in martial arts cultivation, the worst thing is to seek quick results, especially by relying on some unorthodox methods to forcibly enhance your level. Such practices may yield short-term effects, but can lead to endless troubles and even ruin your martial arts future, or worse, endanger your life and affect others. Though not explicitly stated, the implication that they suspected Qin Lang had practiced forbidden techniques was already very clear. After all, Qin Lang's promotion speed was too shocking, completely exceeding the normal bounds of martial arts cultivation. They couldn't help but think in that direction. Transmission Department Director Zhang Meng was even more straightforward. He was a rugged man. Kid, tell us the truth. Did you obtain some unorthodox inheritance or practice some forbidden techniques? Although our school is just a college, we have a zero-tolerance policy for evil techniques. Faced with the scrutiny and veiled accusations from the three high-ranking officials, Qin Lang remained unperturbed. Principal, directors, I understand your concerns. My cultivation speed is indeed faster than most, but I can assure you that every technique I practice is orthodox martial arts, with absolutely no hint of the evil. As for the reason, it might just be a bit of my effort. He certainly wouldn't reveal that he had a golden finger and consumed elixirs like drinking water. He could only use the vague excuse of a bit of effort to deflect. Principal Sun Jiangwo looked deeply at Qin Lang, then signaled to the director of the infirmary beside him. An elderly man in a white coat, also at 6th rank, approached. Qin Lang, to alleviate the school's doubts and to be responsible for you, we need to conduct a health check on you. We hope you can cooperate. No problem. Qin Lang accepted calmly. The examination process was not complicated. It mainly involved checking the attributes of Qin Lang's internal energy, the condition of his meridians, and whether his blood energy was pure. Those who practiced evil techniques would, regardless of how they concealed it, often have internal energy that carried some sinister and violent aura. Their meridians might also suffer damage due to the backlash of the techniques, and their blood energy would appear chaotic. Of course, Qin Lang had practiced evil techniques. And not just one, but he had state refreshes. He would have any hidden ailments. Moments later, the infirmary director retracted his probing hand, solemnly nodding to Sun Jiangwo and the other two. Principal, directors, Qin Lang's internal energy is extremely pure. His foundation is solid. His blood energy is vigorous like a furnace. And his meridians are clear and resilient. There are no signs of practicing evil techniques. His physical condition is even healthier and more perfect than many 6th-rank warriors, and even 5th-rank warriors. Upon hearing this conclusion, Sun Jiangwo, Wang Jinhua, and Zhang Meng exchanged glances. They saw a hint of relief and even greater shock in each other's eyes. If it's not evil techniques, then it's true exceptional talent. Northwest Martial Arts College has indeed produced such a monstrous student. Good, good, good. Principal Sun Jiangwo repeated 3 times, his serious expression vanishing, replaced by uncontrollable excitement and joy. Qin Lang, we underestimated you. Rest assured, the school will definitely not neglect any talented student who is willing to work hard. Academic Affairs Director Wang Jinhua also smiled. Qin Lang, since your situation is genuine, the school will fully support you. From today on, the top-level cultivation rooms will be open to you for free, and all martial arts books in the library, including those rare versions not open to the public, you can borrow freely. Additionally, the school will also provide you with 5 million in cultivation subsidies. Transmission Department Director Zhang Meng even patted his chest and said, Kid, if you encounter any difficulties in your practice in the future, feel free to come to me. As long as I understand it, I will share everything. The school's martial arts resources will also be focused on you. This sudden allocation of resources surprised Qin Lang a bit, but he quickly understood the school's intentions. Sure enough, Principal Sun Jiangwo cleared his throat and, with a hint of expectation, said, Qin Lang, this Northwest Provincial College Martial Arts League is a rare opportunity for our Northwest Martial Arts Academy. You also know that our specialized college has always been constrained by the rating of the Martial Arts Alliance regarding martial arts resources. If you can achieve a ranking within the top 1,000 in this competition, even if it's the 999th place. He paused and emphasized his tone. Then, according to the regulations of the Martial Arts Alliance, our school will be eligible to apply for an upgrade in resource allocation from the Alliance. This is of great significance for the future development of the school and for all students currently enrolled. So, Sun Jiangwo looked at Qin Lang, his eyes full of sincerity. The school hopes you can give your all. To this end, The school can promise you that as long as you can enter the top 1,000 after graduation, the school will directly handle your retention procedures and grant you a director-level treatment. I see. Qin Lang understood that the school was betting on him, hoping to leverage him to influence the resource distribution of the Martial Arts Alliance. No wonder they were willing to invest so much. Opening all martial arts permissions, a 5 million training allowance, retaining a director-level position after graduation. This is a leap for a college student, akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. But for him, the complete openness of resources and permissions was the most important thing. Chapter 69. The predecessor of the Martial Arts College, the Starfall Academy, stealing a glance. The principal wore a serious expression and said to Qin Lang, "Qin Lang, since you bear such high hopes from the school, there are some things you should know. Follow me." Saying this, he stood up first, and Wang Jinhua and Zhang Ming, the director of the propagation department, followed solemnly. Qin Lang felt a bit curious, not knowing what they were up to. They did not head towards the usual office area, but instead passed through several quiet corridors to a small building that looked quite old-fashioned, even somewhat out of place among the surrounding modern architecture. The small building's door was tightly shut, with an old-looking brass lock hanging on it. Principal Sun Jiangwo personally stepped forward, took out an ancient-looking key from his pocket, and unlocked the brass lock. With a creak, the heavy wooden door slowly opened, and a faint scent of sandalwood and a long-sealed atmosphere rushed out. To Qin Lang's surprise, the interior was not filled with cobwebs and dust as he had imagined. Instead, it was exceptionally clean and tidy. The floor was polished to a shine, and there was no hint of mildew in the air, indicating that it was regularly cleaned. This was a place resembling an ancestral hall or a memorial hall. The space was not very large, but it was arranged solemnly. The most striking feature was a lifelike statue of a woman standing quietly in the center of the hall. When Qin Lang clearly saw the statue's face, his pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. The statue depicted the Starfall Valkyrie, a figure he'd seen countless times in history textbooks and illustrations of martial arts classics. The Valkyrie was dressed in military attire, exuding a heroic aura, with a mix of pride and compassion in her expression. She held an ancient-looking longsword, gazing into the distance, as if looking out at the endless sea of stars. "This is the Starfall Valkyrie?" Qin Lang said uncertainly. He never expected to see such a lifelike statue of the Valkyrie in this hidden corner of his school. Principal Sun Jiangwo approached the statue, bowed slightly in great respect, and then turned to Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, do you know that the Starfall Valkyrie was born in our Great Yin Federation's northwest province, in the city of Shigabai?" Qin Lang nodded. He was aware of this historical fact. The Starfall Valkyrie was a legendary figure from 1,000 years ago in the Great Yin Federation, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts as a woman. She had saved the Federation from peril on multiple occasions and was a faith and idol for countless martial artists. Director Wang Jinhua from the Academic Affairs Office added, "And our Northwest Martial Arts Technical College was originally founded by the Starfall Valkyrie herself 1,000 years ago, known as the Starfall Martial Academy." Director Zhang Ming from the Propagation Department reminisced. Back then, the Starfall Martial Academy was incredibly prestigious. Students were spread across the Federation, and powerful figures were abundant. It was one of the most renowned martial arts sanctuaries in our Northwest Province, and even the entire Great Yin Federation. Qin Lang was taken aback. He never imagined that the unremarkable college he was attending had such a glorious past and such deep ties to the legendary Starfall Valkyrie. So, what happened later? Principal Sun Jiangwo's face revealed a hint of bitterness and shame. Later, as the Valkyrie shattered the void and left, the Academy lost its strongest support. Coupled with several reforms in martial arts education in the Great Yin Federation, many new martial arts universities emerged, and our Starfall Martial Academy became stagnant, unable to attract new talent, and gradually began to decline. What embarrassed us, the younger generation, even more, was that Director Wang Jinhua's voice carried a hint of pain. In one martial arts competition after another, the Starfall Martial Academy's performance worsened, falling from the top ranks to the middle and then to the bottom. In the end, we nearly lost our qualification to compete. We feel ashamed of the legacy left by the Starfall Valkyrie, ashamed of the name Starfall. Zhang Ming sighed heavily. To prevent the Valkyrie's great name from being tarnished by us unworthy descendants, successive school leaders made the difficult decision to bury the glorious history of the Starfall Martial Academy and rename it to the present Northwest Martial Arts Technical College, declaring to the outside world that it was just an ordinary college. This statue of the Valkyrie was quietly moved here from the original main teaching building square. Since then, Every principal and the directors of the academic and propagation departments have come here every morning to clean, offer incense, as a small token of respect and repentance from us unworthy descendants to the Valkyrie. Principal Sun Jiangwo's voice was choked with emotion. He looked at Qin Lang, his eyes filled with hope. Qin Lang, you may be the person with the most potential in our school in 100 years to restore even a glimmer of the former glory of the Starfall Martial Academy. After hearing this secret, Qin Lang's heart was filled with mixed feelings, but more than that, he was at a loss for words. Good heavens, I just want to quietly cultivate my martial arts. Why have you all given me such a grand mission to revive the school's former glory? Just as he was about to say something, the ring on his finger, which was possibly related to the Starfall Valkyrie, suddenly emitted a faint, familiar warmth. Exactly like the sensation he felt when sensing that broken sword at the auction. It was even clearer and stronger. Qin Lang's heart stirred, and his gaze unintentionally fell upon the ancient longsword in the Valkyrie's hand. There seemed to be a small groove at the guard of the sword's hilt. The shape seemed somewhat similar to a pattern on his ring. A bold thought flashed through his mind. Qin Lang immediately hid the expression of being overwhelmed and instead revealed an expression of utmost sincerity and respect, deeply bowing to the Valkyrie statue. Principal, directors, after hearing this long-buried history of the school, I am deeply shocked. I am also moved by the efforts of the predecessors to protect the Valkyrie's honor. Please rest assured, I, Qin Lang, will do my utmost to live up to your expectations and strive to bring glory to the school in this competition, not tarnishing the name of Starfall. After saying this, he took a few steps forward, approaching the statue, pretending to admire the Valkyrie's grace carefully. With his right hand, he subtly brushed over the hilt of the sword the Valkyrie was leaning on. At the moment his ring touched the inconspicuous groove on the sword's hilt, an almost imperceptible pulling force came, and the ring extracted something from the groove. The entire process was as quick as lightning, with hardly any unusual signs. Success. All right, principal. Directors, now that I know the school's expectations, I should go back to prepare. Qin Lang finished admiring and turned to say, I plan to enter seclusion for a while longer to adjust my state to the best, striving to improve my strength before the competition starts. Good. That's how it should be. Principal Sun Jiangwo nodded repeatedly. You go. The school will arrange everything for you, and no one will disturb you. After Qin Lang left, Principal Sun Jiangwo looked at the Valkyrie statue, letting out a long sigh, his eyes shimmering with unusual brilliance. Director Wang Jinhua was also somewhat excited. Principal, do you think this student, Qin Lang, can really bring us surprises? I believe in him. Principal Sun Jiangwo spoke with conviction. Qin Lang's gaze is different from those students we've seen before. He possesses a momentum of relentless forward movement. Director Zhang Meng stroked his chin and suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the long sword in the Valkyrie's hand. Principal, Lao Wang, don't you think? The sword in the Valkyrie's hand today seems a bit different. The two men leaned in to take a closer look. Why is it different? Zhang Meng frowned. I remember that the groove on the sword hilt was always empty, right? But just now, I feel like I saw something shiny in that groove. It seemed like a gem? A gem? The two of them looked closely at the groove. The groove was still completely empty, with nothing there. Lao Zhang, have you been too tired lately? Are you seeing things? Wang Jinhua laughed. Zhang Meng also rubbed his eyes uncertainly. Maybe. I've been a bit mentally strained lately because of the students. But I really feel like I saw something just now. Principal Sun Jiangwo patted his shoulder. All right, don't think too much about it. Since this kid Qin Lang has given us hope, let's support him well. Who knows? Our Northwest Martial Arts College might really be able to regain a bit of the fallen star brilliance through him. Although the three of them had some doubts, they had no solid evidence. Plus, their expectations for Qin Lang were high, so they didn't pursue it further. They just regarded it as a small illusion. What they didn't know was that during that casual contact just now, Qin Lang had already completed a significant act of sleight of hand. Chapter 70. The wishful golden cudgel Qin Lang left the historical shrine, but did not head directly to the top-notch training room specially approved for him by the school. Instead, he turned his steps leisurely towards the library. Along the way, the rate of people turning to look at him was a staggering 200%. Ever since his cultivation level of the first rank of the 6th tier was exposed, the entire Northwest Martial Arts Academy was in an uproar. No matter where he went, he could feel countless gazes, shock, envy, jealousy, admiration, disbelief, a mix of emotions intertwined, making him the most eye-catching person on campus. Look, that's Senior Qin Lang. A younger female student tugged at her companion, her face flushed with excitement. Senior? Yes, just a freshman. He might even be younger than you. But with that kind of strength, calling him senior is not a loss. 6th tier. It's been years since our school has had such an impressive freshman. I heard the principal personally met with him and even arranged special training for him. Among the crowd, 2 figures were particularly trembling. One was Zhao Feng, who had bullied Qin Lang in the past and was now scared to death, looking like a mouse facing a cat, wishing he could shrink into a ball to avoid Qin Lang's notice. The other was Zhou Kuan, who had questioned his life after being defeated by Qin Lang on the arena. He had originally thought about seeking revenge later, but now, revenge? Can that be eaten? He just wanted to pray that the big shot Wu Ti remember him, the former defeated opponent. Qin Lang naturally noticed these gazes and discussions, including Zhao Feng and Zhou Kuan's frightened expressions. However, he didn't take it to heart. They were just small fries, not worth wasting any of his emotions on. His goal was the library's Elder Wang. When Qin Lang reappeared before Elder Wang, the old man was holding his signature enamel cup, sipping tea leisurely. "Oh, isn't this our school's famous Qin Lang? What's going on?" A 6th tier expert not in the training room, but coming to this old man's place to show off? Elder Wang said slowly, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Qin Lang chuckled and leaned closer. "Elder Wang, you're quite well informed. I just got special approval from the principal, saying I can freely browse all the books in the library, including those not open to the public. So, here I am to do some treasure hunting." The D-grade martial arts were already the limit of the library, but since the principal said all the books, there must be higher-level hidden treasures. And these things were likely in the hands of the seemingly ordinary Elder Wang in front of him. Elder Wang put down his teapot and glanced at Qin Lang. "All the books? That is quite a bold statement. What good stuff could our shabby library possibly have?" Qin Lang's eyes twinkled. He always felt that Elder Wang was not as simple as he appeared. He might just be a hidden master. "Elder Wang, don't hide it. I've heard that our school was once called Fallen Star Martial Academy, personally founded by the Fallen Star Valkyrie. The legacy left by the Valkyrie can't be simple, right? You guard this treasure vault every day. You must know quite a few good things." Elder Wang paused slightly while holding the teacup, and a flicker of emotion passed through his murky old eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. "Fallen Star Martial Academy? That is ancient history, a matter from many years ago. Now it's just an ordinary college. What good legacy could it possibly have? Don't tell me you heard some rumor and came here to bluff this old man." Qin Lang chuckled inwardly. He had found an opening. Elder Wang's reaction clearly indicated he had touched a sore spot. "Elder Wang, what you said is exactly right. It's precisely because of the Fallen Star Martial Academy's heritage that it's precious. The principal and others all said that the future of the school relies on me. If there are any hidden treasures that R&T brought out to arm me, what if I get beaten black and blue in the league? That would be a disgrace to our Fallen Star. At that time, wouldn't the treasures you guard every day also gather dust? Hey, you little rascal." Elder Wang was amused by Qin Lang's words, puffing out his cheeks in mock anger. "Don't flatter me. As for the face of Fallen Star, with your slippery little self, don't lose your own face first." Despite saying this, Elder Wang rummaged for a while under the recliner and eventually tossed a few thick books, their covers slightly yellowed, onto the table with a loud slap. "Here, just these. 3 C-grade martial arts and 1 B-grade martial arts. All unique copies passed down from the Fallen Star Martial Academy. This is the last bit of our school's hidden treasure. If you lose or ruin them, this old man let you off easily." Elder Wang said grumpily, but his eyes held a trace of unnoticeable expectation. Qin Lang's eyes lit up, quickly stowing the 4 books into his possession, feeling as if he had struck gold. Split Sky Sword Technique, C-grade. Thunderclap Hand, C-grade. Shadow Phantom Body, C-grade. And a B-grade martial arts book titled Ice Fire Palm with ancient seal characters on the cover. "Thank you, Elder Wang. Rest assured, I will definitely practice diligently and will not let down your expectations, nor the great name of the Fallen Star Valkyrie." Qin Lang patted his chest in assurance before swiftly running off, fearing that Elder Wang would change his mind. Elder Wang watched Qin Lang's departing figure, shaking his head helplessly, raising his teacup for another sip while the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. This kid is quite an interesting slippery one. I hope he can bring something different to this dull world. After all, it's about to get chaotic. With the top-notch martial arts he had acquired, Qin Lang returned contentedly to the specially arranged top-notch training room in the school. This training room was even more professional than a luxury hotel suite, not only larger, but also equipped with more complete auxiliary training facilities. However, he did not immediately begin practicing the newly acquired martial arts. Instead, he took out a fragment that emitted a faint starlight from his spatial ring. which looked like a piece of some gem. It was the item he had previously obtained from the groove of the Valkyrie statue's sword handle. He wondered if this thing could upgrade the ring like the broken sword had. Qin Lang rubbed his hands together and once again performed the classic blood recognition technique. A drop of bright red blood fell onto the gem fragment and was instantly absorbed cleanly. Immediately afterward, the mysterious ring on his finger shone brightly. A stronger pulling force than before came, completely swallowing the gem fragment. The starry patterns on the surface of the ring became even more brilliant and intricate, and an enigmatic aura spread out. Moments later, the light dissipated, and Qin Lang felt the connection between the ring and himself had become even closer. With a thought, the ring immediately transformed into a long sword glimmering with a cold light. The blade flowed with a faint starlight. Its sharpness had improved significantly compared to before. It worked, and it definitely reached the level of a C-grade weapon. Qin Lang was overjoyed. Even more surprisingly, he found that after this upgrade, the weapon form created by the ring seemed to be more versatile. Whether it was a sword, spear, halberd, or axe, as long as he could think of the weapon's shape, the ring could perfectly transform it, and its power did not seem to decrease due to the change in form. It had always been C-grade. Was it stronger than the previous broken sword fusion? Qin Lang suddenly had a whim. Seahorse needle. No, wishful golden cudgel. Transform for me. The ring flashed, quickly elongating and thickening. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. Qin Lang's eyes widened as he watched the stick in his hand grow larger and larger. When the Dinghai Shenzhen reached about 10 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, looking like a gigantic stone pillar, standing tall, the ring's light suddenly dimmed for a moment, and its form stabilized. Qin Lang tried to make it grow bigger and thicker again, but found that it had reached its limit. 10 meters long and 2 meters thick, this weight. It must be several tens of thousands of pounds, right? Qin Lang swung the giant pillar a couple of times, causing the air to whoosh as it was stirred up. Although it wasn't at the level of breaking the sky like the great sage, this size would be impressive enough to use to smash someone. Chapter 71, C-Class Martial Arts. Jing. After some playful fun, Qin Lang put away the somewhat exaggerated Rui golden cudgel and immediately threw himself into a new round of intense training. First, he opened the family martial arts library terminal that his father, Qin Zhan, had given him earlier. After entering his new realm, the permissions for C-Class martial arts in the library were unlocked. The screen shimmered with light, revealing rows of C-Class martial arts names and descriptions. Qin Lang glanced over. The Qin family's collection of C-Class martial arts was quite considerable, with a total of 7. It included boxing, palm techniques, movement techniques, sword techniques, and a special internal skill. Li Waiing fist, Su Xing finger, Zhu Xing step, Li Wai N sword technique, J Ngh knife technique, TB skill, Jiju and Guyu and formula. Each one sounded quite extraordinary. With 7 family C-Class martial arts, plus 3 from school, there were a total of 10 C-Class martial arts, along with a B-Class HNB Ing Li Hu Palm. Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly contacted Bai Chao Hall again and, familiar with the process, directly ordered a large batch of C-Class blood condensing agents and D-Class Qi cultivation agents. Although the prices still made him wince, these were necessary investments for a rapid increase in strength. He even gritted his teeth and bought a few more expensive B-Class foundation cultivation pills, preparing to use them when he attempted the B-Class martial art, HNB Ing Li Hu Palm. The agents were quickly delivered. Qin Lang took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions, and completely entered the Liver Emperor mode. There was still nearly a month until the official start of the Northwest Province University Martial Arts League. This month would be a crucial period for his strength to leap forward again. He aimed to master these 10 C-Class martial arts and that B-Class martial art to the highest proficiency possible, starting with the family martial arts. He opened the manual for Li Waiing fist and simultaneously uncorked a bottle of C-Class body refining agent, the rich medicinal aroma immediately spreading. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, at the headquarters of the Qin Group, the head of the family, Qin Zhan, was currently sitting behind a large desk, frowning as he dealt with a stack of thick family documents. Ever since Qin Lang's sudden rise, transforming from a marginalized waste into the second top genius of the younger generation in the family after Qin Feng, the pressure on his shoulders had not only not decreased, but had actually increased. Within the family, the attention on Qin Lang was unprecedentedly high. There were supporters, jealous ones, and onlookers. How to balance the various forces, how to secure more resources and a voice for Qin Lang, and how to deal with potential covert attacks and schemes were all exhausting Qin Zhan. He not only had to handle the daily operations of the family business, but also had to remain vigilant against those side branches and opposing forces that were stirred up by Qin Lang's rise. Sigh, this kid, not only won't he lie flat himself, but also keeps me from lying flat. Qin Zhan rubbed his temples. Yet a trace of undisguised gratification and pride appeared on his face. Just then, his phone on the desk vibrated gently. Qin Zhan picked it up to see a secure notification. Family Martial Arts Library Permission Change Notification. Qin Lang's cultivation has reached the first level of the 6th rank. C-Class Martial Arts Library Permissions have been unlocked. A total of 7 C-Class Martial Arts can now be accessed. Upon seeing this message, Qin Zhan was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes burst with surprise. The first level of the 6th rank. This kid, how long has it been since he returned to school? And he has already broken through? He clearly remembered that during the Spring Festival, Qin Lang's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the 7th rank. How long has it been? He is already at the 6th rank. This rate of cultivation is simply astonishing. Good boy. Truly worthy of being my Qin Zhan's son. Qin Zhan excitedly slapped the table, feeling all his fatigue from the past few days wash away, his whole body filled with energy. He had originally been worried about Qin Lang's future development, fearing that this kid would struggle with resources in the remote Shiga Desert City, affecting his training progress. Now it seemed he was completely overthinking it. No, I have to work harder. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, his eyes becoming incredibly determined. With my son being such a prodigy, I, as his father, absolutely cannot hold him back. I must clear all obstacles for him before he grows, leaving him a family platform without any worries, allowing him to soar. He picked up the documents at hand and plunged back into his intense work. His previously somewhat irritable mood now turned full of motivation. It felt as if he was no longer dealing with tedious family affairs, but rather laying bricks for his son's glorious future. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan province, at the top floor of the Huangtian Group headquarters building, in a lavishly decorated conference room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Dressed in a well-tailored high-end professional suit, exuding a noble and dignified aura, Su Wan was seated at the head of the table. Her long fingers lightly tapped on the smooth conference table, her sharp gaze sweeping over the group of directors and executives present. So, your explanation to me is that the marketing department's performance decline last quarter is due to the poor overall environment? The energy department's cost overruns are because of large-scale disturbances in the dimensional rifts recently? Su Wan's voice was calm, yet it carried an unsettling, oppressive force. Ladies and gentlemen, Huangtian Group did not invite you to reiterate the news broadcast to me. If you can't solve the problem, then let someone who can take over. A group of directors who usually commanded great respect in their respective fields fell silent, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. This beautiful president's methods were never as gentle as her appearance suggested. Just then, the exquisite watch on Su Wan's wrist vibrated slightly. She raised her hand to take a look, and a hint of softness and surprise flashed across her originally cold phoenix eyes. It was a secure message from the Qin family, identical to what Qin Zhan had received. Family Martial Arts Library Permission Change Notification. Qin Lang's cultivation has reached the first level of the 6th rank. C-Class Martial Arts Library Permissions have been unlocked. 6th rank? A charming smile appeared on Su Wan's stunning face, and the cold atmosphere in the conference room seemed to thaw a bit because of it. The unlimited black gold card she had given to Qin Lang had seen spending flows in the past few months that could only be described as shocking, with tens of billions being spent at a time. At first, Su Wan was indeed a bit worried. Not because she was concerned about the money. For her, money was just a number. She was worried that her precious son had been stimulated by something, buying so many cultivation agents and pouring them all into his body. What if he developed some health issues? What if he hit a bottleneck in his training and tried to force a breakthrough with pills, leaving behind some hidden dangers? For this reason, she had even inquired about it and learned that all the agents Qin Lang purchased were high-quality products from legitimate channels, which eased her concerns slightly. Now seeing that Qin Lang not only was fine, but had made rapid progress, directly soaring to the 6th rank, Su Wan's last bit of worry completely vanished. As expected of my son Su Wan, so outstanding. But then, a new problem surfaced in her mind. At the rate Qin Lang was spending money now, if he didn't consume several tens of millions of agents in a day, it would mean he hadn't worked hard that day. At this pace, even the Huangtian Group, with its vast resources and ample cash flow, might not withstand such a bottomless pit of consumption. I need to think of a way to increase revenue and cut costs. No, to special supply for my son. Su Wan's beautiful eyes turned, and she had already made her decision. She cleared her throat, originally feeling grateful that the president's mood had improved. The board members, who had been under pressure in the meeting room, immediately straightened their backs. Notify everyone. The group will immediately establish a new project team with the goal of entering the pharmaceutical industry. Have the legal department and the strategic investment department contact the National Medical Association and major herbal suppliers right away. I want to establish our own pharmaceutical production line for Huangtian Group in the shortest time possible. Chapter 72. Mother and Son Squandering. The eve of the league, what? As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent in shock. A vice president responsible for strategic investments in the group cautiously spoke up. President Su, our Huangtian Group's main businesses have always been energy, real estate, and high-end manufacturing. We have absolutely no experience in the pharmaceutical industry. We lack technical reserves and connections. Entering this field rashly poses too great a risk. Another seasoned director echoed, yes, President Su. Among the three major business groups in Jiangnan province, aside from our Huangtian and the finance focused by Chuanhui Hai, the other, Qin Lang Pharmaceutical, is one of the top 5 pharmaceutical giants in the Federation with a solid foundation. Are we not asking for trouble by entering now? Su Wan raised her eyebrows, her tone still strong. Blank spaces can be filled, resources can be integrated, and technology can be purchased or poached. As for Qin Lang Pharmaceutical, they will do their thing, and we will do ours. The market in the Dian Federation is so vast that it can accommodate our Huangtian Group sharing a piece of the pie. She was determined to provide her son with direct access to pharmaceuticals, whatever he needed, as much as he wanted, however he wanted. Although the investment in raw materials and production lines was costly, it was still more economical than daily high-price purchases from places like Baiketang. Moreover, producing in-house would allow for 100 quality control. The directors exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Once this strong woman made up her mind, nothing could change it. Finally, the strategic investment vice president mustered the courage to ask President Su, may we ask why the group suddenly wants to spare no expense to enter a completely unfamiliar field? Suwon picked up her coffee, took a gentle sip, her posture elegant, yet her words carried a maternal dominance that brooked no opposition. My son needs it. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. All the directors and executives, including those who had just been ready to argue, were now, as if under a spell, mouths agape and unable to speak. The reason was that simple and blunt. My son needs it. At the end of the table sat the group's financial director, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously combed hair, whose expression was particularly vivid. He had recently been troubled by the expenditure reports for Qin Lang's black gold card. In just a few months, it had racked up tens of billions. Initially, he thought this young master was just wasting money. It was one thing for him to spend extravagantly. After all, he came from a wealthy family. But now it seemed he was not only squandering his own fortune, but also dragging his mother and the entire Huangtian Group down the path of wasteful spending. To satisfy my son's needs, they would have to pour countless funds into an uncertain pharmaceutical industry and compete head-to-head with industry giants. The financial director felt a dull pain in his heart, as if foreseeing the glaring deficits on the group's future financial statements. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something like urging President Su to think twice, that this didn't align with business logic, that their cash flow might become very tight. But seeing Su Wan's resolute expression that seemed to say, I made up my mind, you all be quiet, he ultimately fell silent. Only 3 days remained until the official opening of the Northwest Province College Martial Arts League. In the principal's office of Northwest Martial Arts College, the atmosphere was both tense and filled with an uncontainable anticipation. This year's league was still dominated by a few well-established strong schools. For instance, Northwest First Martial Arts University, whose ace player, Li Chuang, was said to have reached the terrifying realm of 5th rank, 8th layer, making him the most formidable contender for this year's championship. There was also Bai Chun from the Tianlong Military Martial Arts Academy, who had mastered the Tianlong blade technique to perfection and was also a 5th rank, 7th layer powerhouse with unfathomable strength. Although Gobi Pearl University had slightly weaker overall strength, their top student, Murong Shui, employed a whip technique that was extremely unusual, also at 5th rank, 6th layer, and should not be underestimated. On the tablet, each name was followed by intimidating ranks and records. The so-called favorites for the championship were almost all of 5th rank high-tier existence, which were stars that ordinary martial artists could only look up to. However, when Lei Hao, Lu Qingyao, and Xiao Zhan heard these names and information, their expressions did not show much fluctuation. Lei Hao, with his bold personality, grinned. Hey, 5th rank, 8th layer? That doesn't concern us. We're not here to compete for first place. Let us just watch the gods fight. Xiaozhan was more low-key and reserved, simply nodding in agreement. Lu Qingyao, however, frowned slightly, as if deep in thought. Principal Sun Zhangwo noticed this and nodded slightly, satisfied with their mindset. The students were self-aware and not aiming too high, which was very important. That's right, Zhang Ming took over. Those top talents are not within our reach at this stage. Our goal this time is to strive for a ranking within the top 1,000. He swiped his finger across the tablet, switching the display to a new list. Based on data analysis from previous leagues and information released by the schools this year, the strength of the 1,000 gatekeepers fluctuated roughly between 7th rank, 10th layer to 6th rank, 5th layer. In other words, to enter the top 1,000, they needed to have the strength to defeat opponents in this range, or even stronger, to have a chance. At this mention, the expressions of Lei Hao, Lu Qingyao, and Xiao Zhan clearly became serious and tense. This was the battlefield that directly related to them. After a month of rigorous training and the school's generous resource allocation, all three had made significant progress in their strength. Lei Hao had now reached 7th rank, 10th layer, just one step away from challenging 6th rank. Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan had also made breakthrough progress, both successfully entering the realm of 6th rank, 1st layer. It's worth noting that in the history of Northwest Martial Arts College, there had never been a case of students continuously breaking through to 6th rank, 1st layer in the past 100 years. This was enough to prove their talent and hard work. And it also gave the school's higher-ups hope for other contenders for the top 1,000 line aside from Qin Lang. Lei Hao, you are now at 7th rank, 10th layer, just a step away from 6th rank. At this level, you have almost no opponents. Even against 6th rank, initial layer, you might still have a chance to fight, Principal Sun Zhangwo said, looking at Lei Hao with anticipation. Your goal is to secure as many victories as possible and earn points for the school. Yes, Principal. Lei Hao replied loudly, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, both of you have successfully broken through to 6th rank, 1st layer, which is very remarkable. You will be key to challenging the top 1,000 line. When facing opponents of 6th rank, 2nd layer, or 3rd layer, you also have opportunities. Remember, take steady steps and unleash your full strength. Understood. Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan replied in unison, their expressions focused. After a round of encouragement and tactical analysis, Director Zhang Ming glanced at the time and frowned slightly. Where is Qin Lang? Why hasn't he arrived yet? He should have received the notice about the meeting time, right? Upon hearing Qin Lang's name, Lei Hao and Xiao Zhan's expressions changed subtly. Lei Hao, being straightforward, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, muttering, Director, that kid Qin Lang hasn't shown up since he registered last time. He said he was in closed-door training. We're about to head to the competition venue. And he's even late for the pre-competition mobilization meeting. ISNT that showing a lack of respect for the group. Although Xiao Zhan did not speak, his slightly furrowed brows indicated that he also disapproved of Qin Lang's behavior. The three of them had been gathering every day to study their opponents and conduct simulated confrontations for this league. But Qin Lang had gone completely missing. Zhang Ming said in a deep voice, Qin Lang's talent is indeed astonishing, and his 6th rank 1st level cultivation is enough to make him proud. But if he becomes arrogant and disregards collective discipline because of it, that's not a good sign. Principal Sun Zhangwo waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. But he was also somewhat anxious inside. Forget it. Perhaps he was in seclusion at a critical moment and got delayed. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous sound suddenly came from deep within the campus, followed by the entire administrative building where the principal's office was located shaking violently. The teacup on the table jumped, splashing water everywhere, and the chandelier on the ceiling swayed rapidly, making a screeching sound as if it would fall at any moment. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Chapter 73. 6th grade, 5th level. Is the principal asking us to play dumb? Everyone in the office, including Principal Sun Zhangwo, was startled by the sudden loud noise, their expressions changing instantly. Lei Hao jumped up from his chair and dashed to the window, looking in horror towards the source of the sound. It wasn't an earthquake. It was, from the training area, in the direction of the special training area at the back of the campus. A visible cloud of thick smoke mixed with dust shot up into the sky like a small mushroom cloud, and faint flashes of fire could be seen. Even from such a distance, they seemed to feel the heat and shockwave from the explosion. Sun Zhangwo, Wang Jinhua, and Zhang Ming crowded by the window, staring at the astonishing scene with expressions of disbelief. The school's special training room was reinforced with special alloys, And even a 6th grade high-level warrior exerting their full strength inside shouldn't cause such massive destruction. What on earth happened? Could it be a beast invasion? Or, gulp. Zhang Meng swallowed hard, looking at the rolling smoke, and a figure involuntarily came to his mind as he muttered in disbelief. That kid, it couldn't be. He didn't cause this, did he? Aside from Qin Lang, that unpredictable genius. He couldn't think of anyone else who could create such a commotion in the school's special training room. Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, seeing the same unease and speculation in each other's eyes. If it was Qin Lang, what on earth did he do? Just as everyone was anxious and speculating, there was a knock on the office door. Guomin, Sun Jiangwo replied in a deep voice, still staring out the window. The door opened, and a tall, upright figure walked in slowly. The newcomer was wearing a slightly loose black training outfit, which had some fresh dust and charred marks on it. But this did not affect his imposing demeanor at all. It was none other than Qin Lang, the very person they had just been discussing. However, at this moment, Qin Lang's aura had undergone a tremendous change compared to a month ago. If he was previously a sharp sword, now he resembled a dormant volcano, seemingly calm, yet harboring terrifying energy capable of destruction. He merely stood there casually, and an invisible but extremely dense pressure naturally spread throughout the office, causing Lei Hao, Lu Qingyao, and Xiao Zhan to feel an inexplicable heart palpitation and shortness of breath. Especially Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan, both at the first level of the 6th grade, felt like a small boat in a storm, insignificant and powerless in front of Qin Lang. 6th grade, 5th level. Principal Sun Jiangwo suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Qin Lang, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. He could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Qin Lang had reached the terrifying level of 6th grade, 5th level. Just half a month ago, Qin Lang was only at the first level of the 6th grade. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation speed was this? Wang Jinhua and Zhang Meng exchanged glances, gasping in shock as they looked at Qin Lang, as if they were staring at a monster. Lei Hao's mouth fell open, pointing at Qin Lang and then at the still-smoking training area outside, stuttering, Qin Lang, that noise outside. It couldn't really be you who caused it, right? Qin Lang scratched his nose somewhat awkwardly, a hint of an apologetic smile on his face, contrasting sharply with his terrifying aura. Principal, director, fellow students, I'm really sorry for being late. I just had a bit of a breakthrough in my training, and on a whim, I wanted to test the power of a new technique but didn't control my strength well, and accidentally blew up a top-level training room. The air in the office instantly froze. Everyone, including Principal Sun Jiangwo, stared at Qin Lang in shock, as if they had heard a fairy tale. Blew up the training room because he didn't control his strength while testing a new technique? Is this even humanly possible? Lei Hao's mouth twitched. He felt his worldview had been refreshed once again by Qin Lang. Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, feeling not just shock, but a deep sense of helplessness. Can the gap between people really be this vast? They had worked hard to break through to the first level of the 6th grade and thought it was a tremendous achievement. Yet, this person had in the blink of an eye reached the 5th level of the 6th grade and could casually blow up a training room. After a brief silence, Principal Sun Jiangwo suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Good. Well done. What a marvelous explosion. He slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement, showing no sign of caring about the destroyed training room. 6th grade, 5th level. Good boy. You didn't disappoint me. No, you far exceeded my expectations. Having a student like you is my greatest pride at Northwest Martial Arts College. What's a mere training room? If it's blown up, then let it be. I'll have them build you a bigger and stronger one. Wang Jinhua and Zhang Meng beside him could only smile wryly, but their eyes were also filled with shock and a hint of joy. 6th grade, 5th level. This level of strength. In the entire Northwest Province's College Martial Arts League, while not comparable to those top 5th grade geniuses, was certainly among the upper echelon. Perhaps Northwest Martial Arts College could really create a miracle. As Principal Sun Jiangwo's laughter subsided, the excitement on his face did not diminish. He looked at Qin Lang with burning eyes and suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Qin Lang, your current strength is our school's biggest trump card. In this league, those so-called strong schools will definitely be watching us, want to see how black this dark horse really is. But they absolutely won't expect that our true killer weapon is you. He paused, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. So my idea is to play dumb and eat the tiger. Externally, we still claim that you are at the first level of the 6th grade, or even a bit lower key. Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan's strengths are already enough to attract most of the attention. You'll be our secret weapon, giving a huge surprise to those who underestimate us at the critical moment. Hearing this, Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. This old principal was quite clever. However, he didn't mind playing dumb. No problem. I'll follow the principal's arrangements. Sun Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. Students, this Northwest Province College Martial Arts League is of great significance. It's not just for the honor of the school, but also for the future development of our Northwest Martial Arts College. Therefore, I have decided to lead the team personally. At this statement, Wang Jinhua and Zhang Meng were taken aback. Then their eyes showed realization and excitement. Since Sun Jiangwo became the principal, he had never personally led a team to participate in any competition. His personal involvement this time showed just how much he expected from this league. Lei Hao, Lu Qingyao, and Xiao Zhan felt a surge of spirit. The principal's personal presence undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into them. Principal, you can rest assured. We will give it our all. Good. Sun Jiangwo waved his hand. Everyone, go back and rest early today. Conserve your energy. Tomorrow morning, we will hold a rally in the playground, and then we will set out. Chapter 74. Safe Journey. Victorious start the next morning. The playground of Northwest Martial Arts College was adorned with colorful flags and teeming with people. The annual Martial Arts League was undoubtedly a grand event for these martial arts students. Even if they could not participate personally, cheering for their school's team was an exhilarating experience. On the podium, Principal Sun Jiangwo looked particularly spirited in his formal attire. He delivered an impassioned speech, reflecting on the school's glorious history, although he conveniently omitted the distant brilliance of the Starfall Martial Arts Academy. He also envisioned a bright future and expressed high hopes for the upcoming competitors. However, when introducing the participating students, Sun Jiangwo deliberately focused on Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan, elaborating on their remarkable achievement of breaking through to the first level of the 6th rank, which drew waves of astonishment and applause from the audience. In contrast, he merely mentioned Qin Lang in passing, glossing over his presence. The students below naturally did not think much of it. After all, Lu Qingyao was the school beauty and Xiao Zhan had been famous for a long time as a third-year senior. Their breakthrough to the 6th rank was indeed worth celebrating. I said it, Senior Lu and Senior Xiao are the real pillars of our school. Breaking through to the 6th rank, that's incredible. Yeah, I used to think Qin Lang was impressive, but it seems our school has many talented individuals. Though Qin Lang has also reached the 6th rank. He is only a freshman. The seniors are definitely more reliable. Exactly. This league will mainly depend on Senior Lu and Senior Xiao. These murmurs were not loud, but they clearly reached Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan's ears on the podium. The speakers were unaware, but both of them felt a fleeting sense of discomfort and a bitter smile. They knew very well that if it came down to true strength, the one whose presence was intentionally downplayed by the principal, Qin Lang, was the real enigma. The rally concluded amidst cheers of triumphant return and pride for the school. Principal Sun Jiangwo waved his hand energetically. Let us go. Accompanied by the farewell of all the faculty and students, the group boarded the bus heading to Zagobi City Airport. At Zagobi City Airport, in the VIP lounge, Sun Jiangwo was checking in with Qin Lang and the others when several familiar faces approached. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure and a slick-back hairstyle, wearing a professional smile. He was Qin Lang, the deputy principal of the Hanheim Martial Arts Academy, another university in Zagobi City. Behind him were several young students, likely competitors from Hanheim Martial Arts Academy as well. Ah, Principal Sun, what a coincidence. Your Northwest Martial Arts College arrived so early? Qin Lang greeted enthusiastically, although a hint of mockery in his eyes was hard to conceal. Next to them were another group from Fashionably University, also a local undergraduate institution, led by a shrewd-looking female director named Huang. Sun Jiangwo maintained a polite smile. Good morning, Deputy Principal Qian, Director Huang. ISNT the league starting soon? We wanted to arrive early to help the students acclimate to the venue. Qin Lang's gaze swept over Qin Lang and the others, lingering a few seconds longer on Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan, before feigning surprise. Oh, Principal Sun, why are you personally leading the team this year? I remember in previous years, it was usually the directors from the academic affairs or the teaching department who led, right? Could it be Northwest Martial Arts College couldn't find a suitable teacher to lead, so you had to step in yourself? The implication was that Northwest Martial Arts College couldn't even find a competent teacher, necessitating the principal's direct involvement. Director Huang giggled softly, adding, Deputy Principal Qian is joking. Principal Sun must be taking this league seriously, wanting to personally lead your school's young talents to showcase their prowess. However, her emphasis on young talents carried a particularly sarcastic tone, further mocking them. After all, in their eyes, no matter how talented students from a junior college might be, how far could they really go? Sun Jiangwo maintained his polite demeanor. TSK, is this the Northwest Martial Arts College team? They don't look that impressive. I heard they produced 2 6th-ranked students, Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan, purely by luck. The other 2 have no fame at all. They're just from a junior college. What depth could they possibly have? They're probably just here to make up the numbers and will be eliminated in the first round. The students behind Qian and director Huang also cast scrutinizing and contemptuous glances at Qin Lang and the others, whispering among themselves. Although these remarks were deliberately kept low, everyone present was a martial artist, and their hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people, so they heard everything clearly. Lu Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly, and Xiao Zhan's expression darkened. Lei Hao, with his explosive temper, clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. If it weren't for Principal Sun's prior instruction to stay calm and not cause trouble before the competition, he would have charged forward to confront them. Qin Lang remained as calm as ever, as if he hadn't heard the biting comments at all. Sun Jiangwo continued to smile, saying, "Not at all. Young people have their enthusiasm, and I, an old bone, want to bask in their glory and experience their youthful passion." Just then, the airport announcement echoed with a sweet voice. "Attention passengers on Xingyao Airlines Flight XY-886 to Longting City. Boarding is now beginning at Gate B12. We wish you a pleasant journey." Qian eyes lit up, and he feigned enthusiasm as he said to Sun Jiangwo, "Oh, Principal Sun, what a coincidence. Our Hanhai Martial Arts Academy and Fascia University are also on the same Xingyao Airlines flight. This airline is a luxury service with excellent service. Principal Sun, if your school needs any help coordinating, we could upgrade your students to a higher class. After all, it's a long journey, and it's essential for the students to be well rested for the competition." Director Huang added with a smile, "Yes, Principal Sun. Our 2 schools have some cooperation with Xingyao Airlines. A word from us would still carry weight. Don't let the kids be cramped in economy class. It could affect their performance." Their banter was laced with sarcasm. Sun Jiangwo's smile remained unchanged as he politely waved his hand. "Thank you for your kind offer, Deputy Principal Qian and Director Huang, but our school has already made arrangements, so we won't trouble you." Qian, with a forced smile, said, "Oh, arrangements made? Principal Sun, this is not a small matter. The comfort of the students." Before he could finish, the airport announcement sounded again. This time clearer. "We are now announcing that the charter flight for the Northwest Martial Arts College team, Flight ZG001 to Longting City, is ready. Please Principal Sun Jiangwo and all team members proceed to VIP Gate 1 for boarding. We wish you a safe journey and a victorious start." Chapter 75, Differentiated Treatment. Big store bullying customers, charter flight, private jet. In an instant, the air in the VIP lounge seemed to freeze. Qian Dahai's fake smile froze on his face, his mouth still in a speaking posture, but unable to make any sound. Director Huang's smile also vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and disbelief. The students behind them were even more dumbfounded, their previous whispers abruptly stopping, each one resembling a duck with its neck caught. A specialized college chartering a plane for competition? What the hell is this operation? At this moment, the smile on Sun Jiangwo's face finally carried a hint of genuine pleasure. He cupped his hands toward the dumbfounded Qian Dahai and Director Huang, elegant and calm. He said, "Hee, Vice Principal Qian, Director Huang, it seems our boarding time has arrived. Thank you both for your concern. We will take our leave now." After speaking, he glanced at Qin Lang and the others, giving a slight nod. "Kids, let's go." Qin Lang smirked, Lei Hao puffed out his chest proudly, and Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan felt a sense of vindication. The 4 followed Sun Jiangwo, walking with calm strides towards the VIP passage amidst the stunned and complex gazes around them, leaving Qian Dahai and Director Huang in disarray. The interior of the plane was luxuriously decorated, spacious, and the seats comfortable, several levels above the first class of commercial airlines. Lei Hao touched and looked around, excited like a child. "Wow, Principal, your generosity is astounding. This plane is even more comfortable than the first class I took with my dad on a business trip last time." Principal Sun Jiangwo wore a modest smile, but inwardly he was quietly pained. The cost of this charter flight had indeed made him bleed a lot. He had initially only wanted the team to have the best rest and state before the competition. After all, the soldiers haven't moved, but the supplies must be prepared first. This saying applies here regardless of whether it's right or wrong. After all, Comfort is also very important. But he never expected that this decision would unexpectedly achieve an effect at the airport, hitting the face of the two undergraduate schools that had always looked down on their Northwest martial arts school hard. Just thinking of Qian Dahai and Director Huang's embarrassed expressions made Sun Jiangwo feel that this money was worth it. At least, his mood was pleasant at this moment. Qin Lang smiled from the side. Principal, no wonder you made it sound so natural when you asked me to play the pig to eat the tiger. This trick, you've mastered it yourself. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiangwo stroked his non-existent beard and said with a proud smile, low profile, low profile. It's mainly to let you all be in good spirits. The competition is the priority. As for the rest, they are all trivial side effects. Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed a lot. The plane took off smoothly, soaring into the clouds. Since Qin Lang had been in seclusion before and was unaware of many specific details about the league, Lu Qingyao took the initiative to take on the role of the commentator. Qin Lang, since you didn't participate before, you might not be very clear. This University Martial Arts League is the highest level student event in the Northwest Province, held once every 3 years. The biggest feature is that there are no grade distinctions. All competitors compete on the same platform, so the difficulty is very high. Previous competitions have mostly been dominated by senior students, and there are rarely any talented younger students who can stand out. Qin Lang nodded and asked, what about the competition rules? Is it a points system or an elimination system? Lu Qingyao replied, it's a point system. The league is divided into individual and team competitions. The individual competition accumulates points through a series of assessments, and the top-ranked competitors will receive generous rewards and even have the chance to be specially recruited by some top martial arts forces or the federal government. The team competition tests the overall strength and teamwork of each school. As for the final ranking, the personal points and team points are combined, which affects the school's reputation and the resource distribution of the Martial Arts Alliance for the next year. Principal Sun Jiangwo interjected at this moment. What Qin Yao said is correct. However, I've received some internal news that this year's league rules may have some new adjustments, adding some fun and uncertainty, but the essence remains the same. In the end, it still relies on strength. Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully. The plane shuttled through the clouds, and 3 hours later, it successfully arrived at the provincial capital of Northwest Province, Longting City. As the political, economic, and cultural center of Northwest Province, its level of prosperity is far beyond that of Shiga City. Tall buildings stood everywhere, and traffic was bustling, showcasing the vitality of a modern metropolis. Principal Sun Jiangwo waved his hand and directly led the team to the pre-booked top 5-star hotel in Longting City, the Longting International Hotel. This hotel has top-notch training facilities and services, and it's close to the competition venue. I reserved the best suites for you half a month in advance. Principal Sun Jiangwo said proudly, clearly satisfied with his arrangements. However, when they arrived at the hotel front desk and provided the reservation information, the sweet-smiling receptionist, after checking on the computer, revealed an apologetic expression. I'm very sorry, Principal Sunday, due to the recent peak period of the Martial Arts League, the rooms are very tight. The system shows that the several suites you reserved are temporarily unavailable for check-in due to some special reasons. We currently also do not have any other available luxury suites. Sun Jiangwo frowned slightly. None? I made a full payment reservation half a month ago. Is this how your hotel handles reserved guests? The receptionist maintained a professional smile. I'm truly sorry, Principal Sunday. This was indeed our oversight, and I apologize for the inconvenience caused. As a token of our apology, we can arrange other hotels of the same level for you and your students in the city and cover all accommodation costs. Would that be acceptable? Although Sun Jiangwo was unhappy, he also knew that arguing with the front desk was pointless. He was about to ask for recommendations for other hotels. Just then, a group of people entered the hotel lobby, exuding an extraordinary presence. Leading them was a well-dressed, middle-aged man, followed by several young men and women in uniform. Their eyes sharp. The emblem on their chests clearly belonged to the top-ranked Northwest First Martial Arts University. The middle-aged man walked straight to the front desk and said loudly, "Hello. We are the competition team from Northwest First Martial Arts University, and we have reserved 5 luxury suites, booked just yesterday. Please check us in." Upon hearing that it was Northwest First Martial Arts University, the receptionist's smile became even more enthusiastic. "Okay, Director Lee, your rooms are already prepared. Please wait a moment while we process your check-in." As she spoke, she kindly gestured for the bellboy to come forward to assist. Sun Jiangwo frowned and hadn't spoken yet when Lei Hao exploded. "Hey, what's going on with your hotel? We reserved our rooms half a month ago, And you say there's none, but they booked yesterday and have rooms available? Are you looking down on us? Lei Hao's voice was extremely loud, attracting many gazes in the lobby. The receptionist's smile stiffened slightly. This student, please calm down. Our hotel's room arrangement follows strict procedures. Northwest First Martial Arts University is our long-term important partner, and their reservations have priority. Priority? Priority to the extent of bumping us out of our rooms that were reserved and fully paid for half a month in advance. What kind of nonsense logic is that? Lu Qingyao's brows furrowed slightly, a flash of displeasure in her eyes. As a young lady from a good family, she had never been treated this way, but her good upbringing kept her composed. Xiao Zhan, on the other hand, wore a cold smirk, as he also had a certain background. This kind of sycophantic behavior, where one puts down the low and elevates the high, has been seen many times, but I never expected a five-star hotel to be so blatant about it. He exchanged a glance with Lu Qingyao, and both saw a hint of helplessness and disdain for this kind of atmosphere in each other's eyes. Director Li, who was leading the team from the Northwest's top martial arts university, glanced at the emblem of the Northwest Martial Arts Technical School on Sun Jiangwo and other chests, and said to the students beside him in a calm tone, "You must remember, whether in life or in martial arts, one must have self-awareness." The students behind him immediately cast scornful glances. Exactly. How could a technical school even be worthy of staying at Longting International? Just getting them in is already a favor. They probably want to ride the wave of the tournament and see the world. The lobby manager came over with a smile, as usual. "Are you President's son? I'm very sorry, but our hotel does prioritize providing good service to key institutions. After all, the annual flow of guests and influence brought to us by the Northwest Top Martial Arts University is not, well, something ordinary technical colleges can compare to. How about I help you contact a budget hotel over in the west of the city? The environment there is quite nice too." This blatant discrimination and disdain caused President Sun Jiangwo's expression to darken completely. He was already used to being looked down upon, but being treated this way in front of his students still made him feel embarrassed. He could ignore his own dignity, but he couldn't let his students suffer this kind of humiliation, just as he was preparing to argue back, even if it meant making a scene to demand an explanation. Qin Lang, who had been standing silently beside him, suddenly stepped forward. TSK, I originally thought that this kind of contemptuous treatment, where one looks down on others and treats guests differently, would only be seen on those short video platforms for a laugh. I didn't expect to experience a real-life version of it today. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the lobby manager, his expression turning cold. "All right, stop with your sarcastic tone and official rhetoric. Call out someone who can make decisions here. I want to see if Longting International Hotel really can bully customers just because of its size." Chapter 76. The blue emerges from the indigo. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The professional smile on the lobby manager's face froze for a moment before he quickly plastered it back on, though it was clearly tinged with impatience. "This student, our general manager, is extremely busy and not someone you can just meet whenever you want. I've already provided a solution by arranging for you to stay at other hotels for free, which is our greatest sincerity. After all, this is the peak season for the league, and the availability of rooms is very tight. If it weren't for our hotel coordinating this, you probably wouldn't even be able to book a budget hotel. If you're not satisfied with our arrangement, then we have no other options." His words were polite on the surface, but were filled with arrogance. "Accept our charity or get lost." Director Li from the Northwest Martial Arts University crossed his arms and looked at Qin Lang as if he were a clown, sneering. Today's young people really don't know their place. A student from a vocational school dares to speak so boldly and wants to meet the general manager of Longting International? Ridiculous. The students behind him laughed in agreement. Who does he think he is? Maybe he's read too many novels and thinks he can solve problems by shouting. Hurry up and accept their arrangement and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Even some other guests in the lobby cast disdainful looks, clearly not believing that a group of vocational students could make any waves. Lei Hao was so angry he wanted to argue back, but was pulled back by Sun Jiangwo. He sighed, a hint of bitter smile on his face. Continuing to argue would only lead to humiliation. The reputation of Northwest Martial Arts College, indeed, wasn't much to rely on. Just as he was about to speak to calm things down, Qin Lang interrupted Sun Jiangwo, saying, "Fine, since your general manager doesn't care, then let him really not care anymore." After saying that, amidst the gazes of scorn, mockery, and anticipation from the crowd, he slowly took out his phone from his pocket. "Lang, why are you calling, Mom? Have you arrived in Longting City?" "Mom, I'm here," Qin Lang replied calmly. "I've run into a small problem. Our principal booked rooms at Longting International Hotel, and paid in full half a month ago. Now the hotel says there are no rooms left and wants to transfer us elsewhere, claiming they prioritize key institutions. I just saw a Phoenix logo at the hotel. It seems to be a property of Huangtian Group. On the other end of the phone, Suwan was silent for a few seconds before her voice turned cold. Longting International? All right, I understand. Wait for me for 2 minutes. The call ended. The people around first froze, then erupted into louder laughter. Ha ha ha. Calling mom? What a mama's boy. This is hilarious. He even knows about Huangtian Group? Seems like he's not totally useless. Is this kid here to entertain us? Longting International is one of the top hotels in the Northwest. How could his mom have any influence there? Director Lee laughed, even brighter, telling his students, see? This is the outcome of being oblivious to one's own limitations, just a source of amusement. The lobby manager also laughed without holding back, thinking this kid must be a fool. Sun Jiangwo frowned. Although he knew Qin Lang was not simple, he didn't expect him to resolve the issue this way. Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of worry and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Lei Hao looked confused, not knowing what Qin Lang was up to. Suddenly, a hurried and heavy footstep sound came from inside the hotel. Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man in a high-end suit, his hair meticulously styled but now beaded with sweat, was almost running towards the lobby at an uncharacteristic speed for his status. His face showed urgency and a hint of unmasked panic. Lee, Mr. Liu? The lobby manager's smile froze instantly as he stuttered out the words. The man was indeed the general manager of Longting International Hotel. However, Lu Mingyuan didn't even glance at him and rushed directly to Qin Lang, deeply bowing in front of everyone's astonished gaze. Qin, young Master Qin, I sincerely apologize. It's my mismanagement that has caused you and your classmates distress. I just received a call from the chairman, and I understand the situation. Please don't be angry. I will handle this immediately. Young Master Qin, the entire lobby fell silent, everyone stunned by this sudden and shocking reversal. The director Li and his students, who had just mocked Qin Lang, had their smiles freeze, turning into disbelief. They wished they could find a hole to hide in, regretting their earlier taunts. They could never have imagined that someone they viewed as a nobody from a vocational school was hiding such a true young master. The lobby manager's legs went weak, nearly losing his balance, his face turning pale. Mr. Liu said what? Young Master Qin? Chairman? This vocational student is the son of the chairman of Huangtian Group? Sun Jiangwo, Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao were also dumbfounded. They never expected that Longting International Hotel was actually his family's property. Qin Lang looked at the sweat-soaked general manager in front of him without speaking. He had only just noticed the phoenix totem on the background wall, which seemed to be from his mother's group. It turned out that a single phone call had immediate results. Seeing Qin Lang silent, Lu Mingyuan felt increasingly anxious, cold sweat soaking the back of his high-end suit. He knew that if this young master was even slightly dissatisfied today, young Master Qin, this incident is entirely my fault. I failed to manage my subordinates properly, leading to such poor treatment of guests, damaging Huangtian Group's reputation. I will submit a report. No, I will apply to start from the grassroots level, beginning from the position of lobby manager, personally supervising on the front lines to completely rectify this lowly attitude of looking down on others. Please give me a chance to reform. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to the lobby manager, who was already slumped on the ground, and shouted sternly, "As for you, get out immediately. You are officially fired from today. Moreover, I will report your misconduct to the industry. Let us see which hotel would dare to employ someone without professional ethics like you." The lobby manager's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word of plea. It was over, completely over. Offending the prince of Huangtian Group, he would have no place in this city, let alone the entire hotel industry. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The entire lobby was silent. A pin drop could be heard. All eyes were focused on Qin Lang, filled with awe, fear, and disbelief. Director Lee from Northwest Martial Arts University wished he could shrink into a ball to reduce his presence. He regretted it to the core, realizing too late that the other party had such a powerful background. He didn't want to curry favor, but he certainly wouldn't have mocked him if he had known. Now it was clear. The one lacking self-awareness was actually me. The students behind him were even more afraid to breathe. Each one lowered their heads, fearing that Qin Lang's gaze would fall on them. In this extremely oppressive and shocking atmosphere, Qin Lang finally slowly spoke. He did not look at the fainted lobby manager, nor did he acknowledge the trembling general manager. Instead, he turned to Sun Jiangwo, the principal, and smiled, "Principal, How do you think I'm doing with the playing the pig to eat the tiger technique I learned from you? Principal Sun Jiangwo stared blankly at Qin Lang for several seconds, finally coming back to his senses from the shock. He looked at Qin Lang's sly smile, then glanced at the people around him who were silent as if frozen in place, and all the frustration in his heart vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. What a satisfying slap in the face. He then exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up and sincerely exclaimed, "The student surpasses the master." Chapter 77, League Rules Announced, Elite Path. Hotel booking turmoil comes to an end. With Qin Lang, the great deity, overseeing things, the hotel naturally provided exceptional enthusiasm and attentive service. Fearing any oversight that might upset this young master, the team members could finally relax and prepare for the upcoming league. However, the good mood did not last long. That evening, the league organizing committee officially announced the specific rules for this competition. When Principal Sun Jiangwo saw the detailed rules through official channels in his room, the smile on his face instantly froze, and he felt as if struck by lightning. The sense of pride brought by Qin Lang vanished, replaced by despair. How could this be? Sun Jiangwo looked at the rules on the tablet, his hands trembling slightly, muttering to himself. His expression could be described as one of profound grief. Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao also gathered to look, and the more they saw, the heavier their expressions became. The rules indicated that the team competition of this martial arts league would adopt a brand new model. All participating teams will be placed into a controlled danger level rift in another dimension. Points could be earned by hunting ferocious beasts in the rift, gathering specific resources, and prolonging survival time. There would be no divisions in the team competition, leading to a free-for-all. Lei Hao was the first to exclaim, his face filled with disbelief. Principal Sun Jiangwo chuckled bitterly. The team competition. I never expected to achieve a good ranking. I just hoped you could gain some experience and broaden your horizons. But now, it seems even safety is a concern. Of course, this was anticipated, but what truly filled him with despair was the significant change in the individual competition rules. This year's individual competition would no longer follow the previous model of straightforward arena battles based solely on combat strength. Instead, it had been finely categorized. Depending on the martial arts type the competitors excelled in, there would be numerous different competition units, including fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, leg techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, gun techniques, and more. Worse still, the scoring criteria for each competition unit would not simply assess the contestants' practical combat abilities, but would focus more on their depth of understanding, skill application, and specialization in their chosen martial arts type. The organizing committee clearly stated that it encouraged martial artists to pursue specialization, delving deeply into a specific martial arts field. Of course, a student could still register for multiple competition units simultaneously. However, to achieve high scores in any given unit, they must demonstrate a level of specialization far beyond their peers. This meant that if they spread their energy thin by registering for multiple projects, they might end up with poor results in each. This rule is practically tailor-made for those established undergraduate strongholds with deep foundations and a wealth of talent. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brows and said solemnly, "They have a wealth of talent and can send numerous competitors specializing in one field to vie for high scores in various events. And we," Lu Qingyao softly continued, "and we, the Northwest Martial Arts College, including Qin Lang, have only 4 competitors in total. If one person registers for just one event, even if they miraculously achieve a high score in that single event, the total score from 4 events would be pitifully low, making it impossible to compete with other schools. If one person registers for multiple events, spreading their energy, it's even less likely they will achieve good results." The hope for the team competition was already slim, and now the individual competition rules have become so elite. For the Northwest Martial Arts College or similar institutions with few competitors and overall weaker strength, it's practically a death sentence. Principal Sun Jiangwo sat dejectedly on the sofa, letting out a long sigh. It's over, all over. This trip has basically been in vain. No, it might even be worse than in vain if something goes wrong in the team competition. The atmosphere in the room became extremely heavy. What on earth is the Federal Ministry of Education doing? Lu Qingyao furrowed her brows, her tone filled with confusion and uncertainty. First, they suddenly decided to implement martial arts exams in regular high schools, significantly increasing the importance of martial arts education. Now, they have included us specialized institutions in the league, but then turned around and created such an extremely elitist competition rule. What do they want? She vaguely felt that these unreasonable changes seemed to hide a deeper intention. Sun Jiangwo waved his hand, forcing himself to muster some spirit, and squeezed out a faint smile. Well, it has come to this. Thinking too much is useless. The rules are fixed, but people are alive. If we can't do it this year, we'll treat it as experience accumulation, and in 3 years we'll come back. The first time is a learning experience. The second time will be familiar. There will be a day for our Northwest Martial Arts College to shine. He took a deep breath and looked at everyone. Kids, don't feel too much pressure. Since we're here, let us take it as an opportunity to broaden our horizons and experience the atmosphere of a big competition. Now, you all choose the individual competition events you are most familiar with and confident in on your tablets. Just do your best. No need to force yourselves. After hearing the principal's words, although Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao still felt heavy-hearted, they were somewhat calmed. Lei Hao scratched his head and said gruffly, I practiced my family as Thunder Fist for over 10 years, so I'll register for fist techniques. Lu Qingyao, with her family's flowing cloud-piercing heart palm skills, chose palm techniques. Xiao Zhan also had a family inheritance, specializing in knife techniques, so he chose that. After the three completed their selections, their gazes coincidentally fell on Qin Lang. Qin Lang had remained calm throughout, and the sudden rule changes had no effect on him. He picked up the tablet and casually scrolled through the dazzling list of competition units on the screen. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Qin Lang's finger gently swiped across the screen. Then, another swipe. Another. Fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, leg techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, gun techniques. He swiped through all visible individual competition units one by one. Seeing this, Lei Hao couldn't help but speak up, Qin Lang. Have you decided which one to register for? I saw you fighting before. You're pretty fierce, your fist and foot skills must be good. Why not register for fist techniques too? Lu Qingyao gently added, Qin Lang, you don't need to feel too much pressure. Just choose the one you're most skilled at, as the principal said. This competition is mainly about participation and experience. Xiao Zhan pondered for a moment and said, Qin Lang, I heard you once defeated a sophomore with a single strike in the arena and even challenged a higher level. Your knife skills must be quite high. Why not choose knife techniques? This individual competition only looks at understanding and skill scores for a single item. It doesn't see conflict if we choose the same project. And we might even learn from each other. Principal Sun Jiangwo also nodded in agreement, saying, yes, Qin Lang, don't hesitate. If you have an idea about fist, palm, or knife techniques, just choose. It's not conflicting. Qin Lang smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across the concerned faces of everyone, and he shook his head gently. His finger continued to scroll down to the bottom. Finally, at the very bottom of the registration screen, he found an inconspicuous but indeed existing option. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. Chapter 78. Undergraduates make choices. Vocational students just select all ding dong. A light sound and a confirmation box popped up on the tablet screen. Are you sure you want to select all personal competition items? Qin Lang again decisively clicked confirm. The room instantly fell silent. Sun Jiangwo, Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao all stared at Qin Lang in disbelief. They glanced at the densely packed list of selected items on his tablet. For a moment, they thought they were seeing things. Qin Lang, did you click the wrong option? Lu Qingyao was the first to react, asking uncertainly. Lei Hao rubbed his eyes vigorously. What the hell? Select all? Principal Sun Jiangwo was also in shock. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start. This kid's actions were always so unexpected. Qin Lang put down the tablet, shrugged casually, and asked back, click wrong? No way. I actually want to ask, do those top undergraduate schools, ace competitors, dare to select all? Everyone was taken aback. Indeed, even those top geniuses usually excelled in only a few martial arts. Selecting all items was simply a fantasy and would be seen as arrogant or out of touch. Qin Lang chuckled, Principal, everyone, think about it. Undergraduates are wealthy and have many talents, so of course they can carefully choose and specialize in a few. But we at the Northwest Martial Arts College only have a few people. If we don't sign up for more projects, how can we get returns? Undergraduates make choices. But we vocational students have limited resources, so we must invest our limited resources into unlimited experiences. What is called experience? Selecting all is what we call experience. In fact, as soon as he heard this new rule, his previously uncertain feelings suddenly became clear. Wasn't this rule tailor-made for him? Team competitions or ring competitions were indeed hard confrontations, and he didn't have an advantage. But this personal competition wasn't about who fought harder. It was about who had deeper comprehension, skill application, and specialization. The value of his hundreds of perfected martial arts was not to be underestimated. Although these were all basic things, They might not shine in practical combat when taken out individually. But when it comes to understanding these types of martial arts and skills, this scoring-based competition was undoubtedly a way to give him easy points. Once this was said, Sun Jianguo and the others felt that Qin Lang was a bit too confident. But Lei Hao seemed to have been awakened and slapped his thigh. Right? How'd I not think of that? Qin Lang, your brain works so fast. Lu Qinyao and Xiao Zhan still hesitated. But, Qin Lang, there are too many items in terms of energy. Qin Lang waved his hand, interrupting, hey, what is energy? Didn't the principle say it's for gaining knowledge and enriching experience? Since we're all here to gain knowledge, why worry about what to choose? Just select all and experience every type of competition. That's what we call rich experience. What if one of the projects scores high? How will we know if we don't try? Principal Sun Jianguo initially thought Qin Lang's reasoning was nonsense. But as he listened more, especially to the term experience, his eyes gradually widened. Yes, there was no hope for a win. Why couldn't they experience it instead? With experience, they could go back and teach others, providing information for the next competitors. Thinking of this, Principal Sun Jianguo's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, suddenly became lively again. He looked at Qin Lang's confident, even somewhat lazy smile, and suddenly felt that although this kid was sometimes out of line, this calmness and even somewhat whimsical mindset was precisely what was needed at this moment. Good kid, you really have a good mindset. Sun Jianguo patted Qin Lang on the shoulder, his face once again breaking into a smile. You're right. Since it's about gaining knowledge, let us go all out. Lei Hao was even more impressed with Qin Lang, saying, Qin Lang, you're just my type. I heard you were a sly fox during the midterm martial arts exam, and I was skeptical, thinking you just got lucky. Now I'm convinced, totally convinced. This brain, this operation, it's simply divine. Lu Qinyao and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, somewhat amused and bewildered by Qin Lang's bold words and the principal's attitude. But the heaviness in their hearts had indeed dissipated quite a bit. Yes, since it was already like this, why not go crazy with Qin Lang? So, what about us? Lu Qinyao tentatively looked at Sun Jianguo. Sun Jianguo waved his hand grandly. Change them all to select all. Since we're playing, let us play big. Thus, under Qin Lang's influence, the registration forms for Northwest Martial Arts College all showed 4 neatly aligned selections of Select All. At midnight that night, registration for the individual competition officially closed. Teachers leading teams from various universities and those paying attention to the league began to check and discuss the registration status of popular competitors through internal channels or information platforms. On the league forum, a post analyzing the registration status of popular individual competitors quickly rose to the top. The poster announced, breaking news. According to the currently known registration status, Murong Shui, the ace of Gobi Pearl University, is indeed focusing on her family's unique skill, flying rainbow whip technique. In addition, she has also registered for palm techniques, finger techniques, light skills, and hidden weapons, totaling 5 items. Truly a talented beauty, this confidence and strength cannot be underestimated. Hold on, the news is outdated. Bai Chun from Tianlang Military Martial Arts Academy is the real powerhouse. His major, Tianlang knife technique, is already incredibly domineering. It said he has reached the threshold of the 5th rank, 7th level. This time, in addition to the knife technique, he has also registered for fist techniques, staff techniques, leg techniques, and spear techniques, also totaling 5 items. 5 items? You haven't seen the registration form of Li Chuang, the ace of Northwest First Martial Arts University, right? That is a real monster. It said he has reached the terrifying realm of 5 ranks, 8th level, and is the strongest contender for the individual championship in this league. I just got news that Li Chuang registered for 8 items at once. Fist, palm, finger, leg, knife, sword, staff, and spear, a total of 8 items. 8 items. Is he planning to sweep the field alone? Too amazing. 8 items. Wow. Li Chuang really lives up to his reputation. How strong must his foundation and energy be to support that? The forum was filled with astonishment and heated discussions, all shocked by these top geniuses registering for multiple items. Just then, someone weakly posted, have you seen the registration situation of Northwest Martial Arts Vocational Technical School? Northwest Martial Arts Vocational? What is so interesting about a vocational school? Probably just filling in numbers. One person registering for 1 item at most. Someone replied disdainfully. No. You should go see for yourselves. Soon, someone posted screenshots of Northwest Martial Arts Vocational's registration. The screenshots clearly showed Northwest Martial Arts Vocational Technical School, contestant, Qin Lang, freshman, registered projects, Select all Northwest Martial Arts Vocational Technical School. Contestant. Lei Hao, sophomore, registered projects. Select all Northwest Martial Arts Vocational Technical School. Contestant. Lu Qingyao, junior, registered projects. Select all Northwest Martial Arts Vocational Technical School. Contestant. Xiao Zhan, junior, registered projects. Select all four glaring, select all items in a row. The forum fell silent for a few seconds. Then, it erupted into discussions even more intense than when they discussed Li Chuang's 8 selections. What the hell? Select all? All four of them selected all? Is the system bugging out, or am I seeing things? Northwest Martial Arts Vocational? Are they crazy, or just throwing caution to the wind? Select all. Do they know what they're doing? Chapter 79. Enlightenment Simulation Training Chamber. The entire forum erupted in a frenzy. However, the instigator was completely unaware of the storm brewing outside, enjoying a good night's sleep at the hotel. Early the next morning, Principal Sun Jiangwo brought Qin Lang, Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao to the venue of the University Martial Arts League in Longting City, riding in a special car arranged by the hotel. The Martial Arts Center occupied an extensive area, with the main building resembling a sprawling silver dragon, exuding a sense of modern technology and power. The square was bustling with people, flags flying, as teams from various universities in the Northwest Province, dressed in distinctive uniforms, entered their designated areas in an orderly manner under the guidance of their teachers. Wow, is this the competition venue? It's so grand. Lei Hao's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, his tone filled with shock. The municipal competitions he had participated in before paled in comparison to this spectacle. Although Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan came from prestigious backgrounds and had seen much, they were also affected by the grandeur of the scene, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and seriousness. It was no wonder this was the highest level event in the Northwest Province. The scale was indeed impressive. Principal Sun Jiangwo was also stirred by the sight before him. Let us go in. Remember, competition is secondary, experience is primary. The group entered the designated waiting area for participating schools, instantly attracting countless curious and scrutinizing gazes. Among these gazes were curiosity, inquiry, confusion, and unabashed mockery and ridicule. Look, those are the people from Northwest Martial Arts College. Which ones? Oh, ISNT, that the strange school that signed up for all selections? TSK. They really came. I thought they were just joking. Courageous, but not very smart. The aftermath of the all-selection incident was evidently still brewing. Northwest Martial Arts College had almost overnight become the biggest internet celebrity school of this league. However, this fame carried a hint of negativity. Faced with the blatant pointing and whispering around them, Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao felt a bit uncomfortable, like needles were pricking their backs. Only Qin Lang remained calm and composed, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his simple vocational school uniform. This guy has really good psychological quality. Principal Sun Jiangwo admired Qin Lang's performance inwardly. With such a backbone, he felt much more confident. At exactly 9 in the morning, as a majestic and stirring piece of music played, a huge circular screen in a martial arts center began to display a promotional video for the league. Following that, a well-dressed, capable-looking female host took the podium and announced the official opening of the Northwest Province University Martial Arts League. After enthusiastic opening speeches from leaders of the Provincial Education Department and the Martial Arts Alliance, the host began to explain the rules and rewards of the league. The team competition would rank teams based on their overall performance in the Dimensional Rift, with the top 1,000 teams schools receiving preferential martial arts education resources for the next year. The female host then shifted her tone to serious and solemn. Students and teachers, next, I will detail the competition format for the individual competition. Unlike previous years, in order to more accurately and comprehensively assess each participant's true level in their chosen martial arts field, this year's individual competition will use the epic-making device jointly developed by the Northwest Province Martial Arts Alliance and the Federal Ministry of Education, the Enlightenment Simulation Training Chamber. Upon hearing this, the venue first fell silent, followed by an explosion of discussion. What? Using machines for competition? Enlightenment Simulation Training Chamber? What is that? Many people showed expressions of confusion and surprise, clearly caught off guard by this brand new competition format. The female host raised her hand to signal for silence and continued to explain. The Enlightenment Simulation Training Chamber is a high-tech auxiliary device that integrates most of the known martial arts database. Participants will use high-precision neural connection technology to enter virtual simulation scenarios tailored to their chosen competition units. In the simulation scenario, Contestants will need to complete a series of targeted martial arts drills, skill applications, and demonstrations of specific martial arts concepts based on system prompts. The training chamber will capture every subtle movement of the participants during the simulation process in real time, analyzing their power application, energy flow, and even the concentration of their mental intent, as well as evaluating their depth of martial arts understanding, skill proficiency, innovation and techniques, and specialization across multiple dimensions for automatic scoring. Ultimately, the ranking of each competition unit will be determined entirely based on the comprehensive scores provided by the Enlightenment Simulation Training Chamber. Boom. This explanation was like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up waves. My goodness. So this is how the competition works. This is too sci-fi. Using AI to judge martial arts levels? Can that work? In other words, it's no longer a battle between people, but each person showcasing their martial arts understanding in the machine. This could be good news for those specializing in techniques and having high comprehension. But for those good at practical combat and explosive performance, might it be unfair? Participants and teachers were abuzz with discussion. Some showed excitement and anticipation, believing this method was fairer and more objective, better reflecting the contestants' true martial arts competence. Others frowned, filled with doubts and concerns, worrying about the rigidity of machine scoring and potential loopholes. Qin Lang listened to the host's introduction, stroking his chin. The Enlightenment Simulation Training Chamber. So this is how it works. Immersive simulation through neural connections, then AI analysis and scoring. TSK. AI technology in this world has indeed begun to be deeply applied in the martial arts field. It's no longer just about fighting, but about testing the understanding and application of the essence of martial arts. Interesting, doesn't this align perfectly with my strengths? He possessed hundreds of perfected martial arts techniques. What he feared the least was this kind of detail-oriented examination of understanding. And this so-called enlightenment, could it contain other deeper meanings? Chapter 80. The individual competition begins this. This completely turns the individual competition into a refined assessment that combines theory with practice. An old professor leading a team stroked his beard. It is no longer just a simple contest of combat power. Now it's about who has a deeper understanding of martial arts and whose foundation is more solid. The Federal Ministry of Education's move is likely to completely change the direction of martial arts talent cultivation. A teacher beside him nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, under this model, those brute force contestants who only know how to practice hard without focusing on understanding and technique will probably suffer greatly. Instead, those scholar-type martial artists with unique insights in specific areas or a very solid foundation will shine brightly." As for the second and third-tier undergraduate institutions, as well as specialized schools like Northwest Martial Arts College, their feelings are mixed. The good news is that this model seems to give them a glimmer of hope, no longer completely crushed by the absolute strength of geniuses from top institutions. The bad news is that this competition format, which demands high specialization and comprehension, poses an even more severe challenge to their already weak teaching foundation and students' talents. It's over. I was counting on relying on one or two special skills to make a splash. Now that it's changed to this machine scoring, ISNT, they're like stripping us naked for others to see? A teacher from a specialized school amended. Not necessarily. Perhaps our school's genius in a niche field can pull off a surprise in some obscure event. Some held on to a glimmer of hope. At this moment, in the rest area of Northwest Top Martial Arts University, Li Chuang and his teammates were also discussing in low voices. "Li Ye, what do you think of this simulation chamber competition?" A teammate asked. Li Chuang frowned slightly and replied solemnly, "It's a challenge, but also an opportunity. For schools like ours with strong overall strength, the impact isn't too significant. It's just a different way to showcase our strength. But for those who want to win through unconventional means, it will be difficult." Upon hearing this, his teammates showed excited expressions. Not far away, the chief of Gobi Pearl University, Murong Shui, dressed in a pure white long dress with an elegant and refined demeanor, was also exchanging views with her teammates. "Senior Murong, what do you think of this brand new competition format?" A younger student asked with admiration. Murong Shui smiled gently and said, "I think this is a good change. The flying rainbow whip technique emphasizes artistic conception and charm. If we were to fight in the traditional way, it would often fail to showcase its essence. This simulation scoring can better reflect the beauty and technique of martial arts." Her gaze swept across the arena and inadvertently met Li Chuang's eyes. Both slightly nodded, a spark of competition flashing in their eyes. On another side, Bai Chun from the Wolf Military Martial Arts Academy stood in a deep gray military uniform. his posture upright as he listened expressionlessly to the instructor's analysis. Bai Chun, you signed up for 5 events. According to our calculations, your Wolf Blade technique is expected to score above 95, which will earn the Academy at least 10 points, the instructor said seriously. Bai Chun merely responded with a light HM, but his gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over Li Chuang and Murong Shue's direction. These 2 strong opponents would be his biggest obstacle in competing for the individual championship. As for the students from Northwest Martial Arts College, Lei Hao scratched his head, looking confused. I still don't quite understand. So, we don't fight against others, but just enter that chamber and do a few moves. And the machine gives us a score? Lu Qingyao patiently explained. You can understand it that way, but more importantly, it will assess how deep your understanding of martial arts techniques is and how skillfully you use them, rather than just looking at your strength or speed. Xiao Zhan added, this puts more pressure on us, especially since we signed up for all the events. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Lang. Qin Lang still looked calm and composed. After the opening ceremony, the organizing committee quickly announced the specific process and schedule for the individual competition. The individual competition will be divided into 13 major categories, including fist, palm, finger, leg, claw, grappling, knife, sword, spear, staff, whip, concealed weapons, and body movement. Each major category is an independent competition unit, taking place simultaneously but in batches. Contestants can choose the order of competition based on their registration, using the Comprehension Simulation Training Chamber for the events. Each contestant has only one official simulation scoring opportunity for each project. At the same time, the organizing committee announced the scoring and points rules. Scores below 60 do not earn points. Scores from 60 to 70 earn 1 point. Scores from 70 to 80 earn 2 points. Scores from 80 to 90 earn 5 points. Scores above 90 earn 10 points. Students, please pay attention. The host at the podium spoke again. To ensure the orderly conduct of the competition, the number of simulation chambers in each competition unit is limited. We will display the current waiting status of each competition unit on the big screen. So please arrange your time reasonably and participate during off-peak hours. At the same time, to enhance the viewing experience of the competition, the real-time highest score and corresponding contestant names for each competition unit will be displayed on the electronic leaderboard in that area. After all competition units are completed, the total individual points will be compiled for final ranking. As the rules were further refined, the atmosphere in the arena became increasingly tense. Choosing all events? Just waiting in line might take a whole day, right? Lei Ao exclaimed. Moreover, each project requires intense concentration to understand and practice. And doing so many consecutively is a huge test of mental stamina, Lu Qingyao frowned. Principal Sun Jiangwo also looked at Qin Lang with some concern. Qin Lang, how about we adjust our strategy? Should we focus on 1 or 2 projects we are most confident in? He was starting to regret his earlier bold decision. Qin Lang waved his hand and smiled. Principal, didn't we agree? Experience comes first, competition second. It doesn't matter whether we conquer or not. We'll do it as we wish. Soon, all competition units opened simultaneously, but the contestants entered in batches according to order. The venue suddenly became lively. In the fist competition area, Li Chuang from Northwest Top Martial Arts University, looking proud, led a group of teammates as he walked toward the simulation chamber first. Look, it's Li Chuang. He chose fist techniques for his first event. It said that his blazing sun punch has reached the realm of perfection. I wonder how many points he can score in the simulation chamber. Meanwhile, in the sword area, Murong Shui also elegantly stepped into simulation chamber number 1, attracting admiration from those around her. Although she specializes in flying rainbow whip technique, her swordsmanship is also outstanding. In the knife area, Bai Chun had already begun his first project test. His cold demeanor and military-like precise movements made onlookers hold their breath unconsciously. Chapter 81. The gap between genius and junior college in the boxing area. Li Chuang calmly lay down in the simulation pod, and the pod door slowly closed. A few seconds later, the indicator light on the pod changed from red to blue, indicating that the simulation had officially begun. Li Chuang's name appeared on the huge electronic leaderboard in the boxing competition area, followed by a status prompt of in simulation. Time passed minute by minute, and about 5 minutes later, the indicator light on Li Chuang's simulation pod changed back to red, and the door slowly opened. Li Chuang walked out with a smile, looking relaxed and evidently quite pleased with his performance. Just as he stepped out of the pod, the score next to his name on the electronic leaderboard began to rapidly change, finally settling on an astonishing number. The entire venue erupted in gasps. 92, 7 points. My goodness. The full score is only 100, right? This is almost a perfect performance. No wonder it's Li Chuang. So strong. That's 10 points. He just took the lead. Listening to the praises around him, Li Chuang's smile widened. This score basically met his expectations. At the same time, the electronic leaderboard in the swordsmanship area also displayed Murong Shue's score. 91, 3 points. Another jaw-dropping high score. In the knife technique area, Bai Chen's performance was even more astonishing, directly scoring a shocking 95. 5 points, shocking the entire venue. How terrifying. The ace players from the 3 major universities scored above 90 points in the first round, already establishing their leading advantage. According to the scoring rules, scores above 90 earn 10 points. So these 3 each secured 10 points for their schools right off the bat. Next, the boxing experts from other schools entered the simulation pods one after another. The scores kept refreshing, but most hovered between 70 and 90 points, with no one able to approach Li Chuang's 92. 7 points. The scoring criteria for this simulation pod were indeed very strict. Principal Sun Jiangwo watched with a racing heart. Lei Hao also nervously swallowed, feeling that his Thunder Fist suddenly seemed less impressive when he saw Li Chuang's score. Next, from Northwest Martial Arts Technical College, Lei Hao, please proceed to simulation pod number 3 to prepare. At that moment, the broadcast in the boxing area announced Lei Hao's name. Is it my turn? Lei Hao shivered, his face turning red. Qin Lang patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Go ahead, don't be nervous, just treat it like your usual training, and show us your Thunder Fist. Lei Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and walked towards simulation pod number 3 with somewhat stiff steps. All eyes were on him, including those who had just mocked the students from Northwest Martial Arts Technical College, now filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to see what kind of surprising score this first contestant from the all-selection school would achieve. Feeling tense, Lei Hao lay down in the simulation pod, and the door slowly closed, isolating him from the outside noise. The light inside was soft, and a faint scent of grass and wood wafted through, seemingly designed to help participants relax. Welcome to the Wu Dao Simulation Training Pod. The boxing assessment is about to begin. Please relax your body and mind. A gentle female voice echoed in his ear. Lei Hao took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself. A few seconds later, he felt a slight prickling sensation, like countless tiny needles touching his skin. The neural connector device was establishing a connection with his sensory system. Soon, the darkness before him was replaced by an expansive martial arts arena. Lei Hao found himself standing in the center of an ancient stone martial arts arena. Surrounded by swirling mist, distant mountains appeared hazy, as if he were in a fairyland. Please demonstrate your boxing skills. The system will comprehensively evaluate your strength, technique, artistic conception, and depth of understanding. Lei Hao swallowed hard and began practicing his family's secret technique, Thunder Fist. First, he adjusted his breathing and assumed the starting position, then began to execute his moves one by one. As he progressed, he gradually regained his feeling. The wind from his punches whistled like thunder. Finally, after a powerful jab, Lei Hao completed the entire set of boxing movements. The system indicated that the evaluation was complete, and the simulation environment gradually faded, bringing him back to the pod. The pod door opened, and Lei Hao stepped out, drenched in sweat, immediately looking at the electronic leaderboard. The numbers rapidly changed, finally settling at 74. 8 points. Wow. Lei Hao scored 74. 8 points. Not bad. This is already above the average level for junior college students. Principal Sun Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. For a student from a junior college, achieving nearly 75 points was an outstanding performance. Many second-tier undergraduate students score only between 60 and 70 points. However, the students from other schools watching nearby clearly thought this score was insignificant. 74 points? The gap with senior Li Chuang is just too big. With this level, to select all 13 events, truly unaware of their own limitations. Junior college students are just junior college students. No matter how hard they try, they can only achieve this much. Although the mocking voices were lowered, the martial artists present had sharp hearing, and every word clearly reached the ears of everyone from Northwest Martial Arts Technical College. Li Chuang glanced at Lei Hao's score, a hint of disdain crossing his eyes, then continued discussing with his teammates about the events he would participate in next. In his view, this score was not even worth a second glance. Returning to the team, Lei Hao wore a mix of relief and disappointment on his face. He felt that he had performed adequately, but he didn't understand why his score was only 74. 8 points. Lu Qingyao comforted him. You did well. This score is enough to earn 2 points for the school. Xiao Zhan also nodded, The gap between top-tier universities and junior colleges is not just in cultivation. It's also in the depth of understanding and foundation in martial arts. Li Chuang must be practicing a renowned and authentic advanced boxing technique. It's already good for us to score in the 70s. Indeed, Principal Sun Jiangwo added, top-tier schools like Northwest First Martial Arts University have hundreds of years of heritage and accumulation. Their martial arts classics and unique secret teachings are far beyond our reach. Li Chuang's 92. 7 points are backed by the profound martial arts system of the entire school. The gap between top geniuses and junior college talents is vast. Northwest Martial Arts Technical College, Qin Lang, please proceed to simulation pod number 5 to prepare. The broadcast announced Qin Lang's name. Qin Lang, it's your turn. Lei Hao patted Qin Lang on the shoulder, encouraging him not to feel too much pressure. Just your best. Principal Sun Jiangwo advised, his tone no longer filled with high expectations. A passing score will be fine. Chapter 82. Full marks. Qin Lang nodded, walking calmly towards the number 5 simulation pod. A wave of whispers erupted around him. Isn't that the freshman who selected all? He really dares to come. Look at his confident demeanor. Does he really think he can score high? Haha, he clearly doesn't know the gravity of the situation. If he gets a failing score later, he'll probably cry on his way back. These mocking remarks were evidently more audacious than those directed at Lei Hao, as Qin Lang was only a freshman. His behavior of selecting all was, in the eyes of many, a provocation to the competition rules and a disrespect to other institutions. Li Chuang also looked at Qin Lang with interest. Is that the all-select maniac from Northwest Martial Arts College? This could be interesting. Let's see what kind of joke he makes. Murong Shui and Bai Chun had also heard about this freshman who selected all and cast scrutinizing glances at him. Qin Lang lay down in the simulation pod. The moment the pod door closed, the mysterious ring on his finger suddenly radiated a strong heat, as if resonating intensely with the simulation pod. Qin Lang's heart stirred. As the neurons began to connect, an unprecedented wave of energy surged through his body. At the same time, the ring trembled violently, quietly transforming into a pair of translucent, gossamer thin gloves. They fit perfectly on his hands, emanating a faint yet profound starlight. This reaction startled Qin Lang, but he quickly focused his attention on the simulation environment before him. Unlike the ordinary training ground scene by Lei Hao, what unfolded before Qin Lang was a vast and boundless starry sky, with brilliant stars and interwoven galaxies, as if the entire universe was providing the grandest stage for his martial arts demonstration. This environment, how fantastical! Please showcase your boxing skills. With the system prompt sounding, Qin Lang began his demonstration. He didn't choose any flashy advanced boxing techniques, but started with the most basic Tonbi fist, executing each move with terrifying precision. Every action encompassed his profound understanding of dozens of boxing styles. Every ounce of force displayed his ultimate control over the principles of basic power generation. Every breath harmonized perfectly with the boxing momentum, appearing seamless and natural. On the surface, the boxing technique seemed unremarkable, yet contained depths unimaginable to ordinary people. He completely dissected the essence and core of the boxing art, presenting it in vivid detail. The gloves formed from the ring acted like divine artifacts, perfectly transmitting every subtle force and intention, allowing the simulation system to capture the most minute changes in technique, even those that would normally be impossible to record. As Qin Lang's movements unfolded, the stars in the simulation environment began to resonate with the rhythm of his boxing wind, forming a bizarre and spectacular resonance. It was as if the entire universe had become an extension of his boxing technique. Countless starlights converged at the tip of his fists, and each punch felt like the opening of heaven and earth. The system seemed to have never encountered such a contestant before. The evaluation process took noticeably more than twice the time compared to others. Outside the pod, the crowd gradually fell silent. The operational indicator light above the simulation pod, which was originally a standard blue, now flickered with an unprecedented golden glow. What is happening? An experienced judge furrowed his brow. I've never seen the simulation pod react like this. When Qin Lang finally withdrew his fists and stood still, the system prompted that the evaluation was complete, and the simulation environment slowly dissipated. The pod door opened, and Qin Lang calmly walked out, as if he had merely completed an ordinary training session. However, he discovered that the surroundings were utterly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, some even with mouths agape, wearing expressions of disbelief, forgetting to breathe. Following their gaze, Qin Lang looked at the electronic leaderboard, where the numbers had stopped moving, fixed at a breathtaking figure. 100 points. Full marks. The entire venue was instantly engulfed in a terrifying silence, as if time had frozen. Soon after, a volcanic eruption of gasps and discussions exploded. Oh my god. Full marks. This must be a system malfunction. How could a college student achieve this? What on earth did he do? Even Li Chuang only scored 92 points. This scene immediately drew the attention of everyone in the competition venue, with contestants and spectators from various competition areas rushing to the boxing area to verify this incredible score with their own eyes. Li Chuang looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his face pale, staring incredulously at the glaring 100. His proud score of 92.7 suddenly felt like a joke in front of this full mark. His teammates were also dumbfounded, with some even questioning if they were hallucinating. Murong Shui and Bai Chun rushed over from their respective competition areas, their expressions grave as they looked at the leaderboard and then at Qin Lang in the distance. Their eyes filled with shock and confusion. How is this possible? Murong Shui murmured. I heard the simulation pod is designed according to the standards of martial arts masters throughout history. Full marks mean. Bai Chun solemnly interjected. It means his understanding of boxing has reached a theoretically perfect level. A few technical staff members from the league hurried over to check if the simulation pod had malfunctioned. However, the inspection results showed that everything was normal. This full mark was a genuine result given by the system based on strict evaluation standards. 100 points? Lei Hao stammered, his eyes wide as saucers. Qin Lang, how'd you do this? Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan were also dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. They had previously believed in Qin Lang, but at most thought he could score around 80 points. After all, compared to them, he was considered a genius. But full marks? What a joke. What kind of existence is this kid? Sun Jiangwo murmured to himself, his voice trembling. The team leaders from various universities were also shocked as they looked towards the Northwest Martial Arts College team, their expressions shifting from initial disdain and mockery to an indescribable horror and reevaluation, especially those who had just mocked the all-select behavior. At this moment, they felt utterly ashamed, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. All select. Hey, he can't possibly intend to score full marks in all events, right? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. But if he really does, this terrifying thought sent chills down the spines of many contestants from top universities. If a college student could truly achieve high scores, even full marks in all events, it would completely overturn the existing martial arts education system and talent evaluation standards. The faces of these self-proclaimed superior undergraduates might just end up swollen. Qin Lang, however, appeared exceptionally calm. He looked down at his hands. The gloves formed from the ring had reverted back to a normal ring, yet still glimmered with a faint starlight. Interesting. The Valkyrie-S ring actually has such a strong resonance. Is this so-called enlightenment connected to the legacy left by the Starfall Valkyrie? Chapter 83. See, meanwhile, in the VIP viewing room on the top floor of the Martial Arts Center, specifically the exclusive observation room set up by the Martial Arts Alliance's Northwest Provincial Branch. Several middle-aged men and elderly individuals with deep and steady breaths were attentively watching everything happening in the arena through a large light screen. When Qin Lang's perfect score in boxing appeared on the screen, one slightly plump middle-aged man with sharp eyes raised his eyebrows. Oh, a perfect score in boxing? It seems we have a promising talent in the Northwest Province. Beside him, an elderly man with graying hair and a refined demeanor slightly nodded. Indeed, quite impressive. The foundation is very solid enough to be hard to believe. However, there are many geniuses emerging across the leagues this year. Zhou Qinqiue from the capital not only achieved perfect scores in agility and swordsmanship, but is also said to have caused an anomaly with her boxing techniques. Lin Song from the Beima Lin family has exceptional marksmanship, and his swordsmanship is also perfect. Having a perfect score in boxing from our Northwest is not falling behind. What is this kid's name? The middle-aged man pondered. To achieve a perfect score in boxing in the Enlightenment Simulation Pod is indeed no small feat. The true purpose of this simulation pod is not just to assess the martial arts level of these students. Xiaoli, pull up Qin Lang's information. Yes, Director Wei. Old Lu, a young man responsible for information aggregation, immediately responded, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard in front of him. Elder Lu looked deeply at the light screen. The top 10-dimensional rifts have been fluctuating increasingly violently recently, and the ferocious beasts within are beginning to show signs of becoming more violent. Many high-level ferocious beasts have already seeped out. These signs are eerily similar to the early stages of the beast god catastrophe that swept the globe 1,000 years ago. Director Wei's expression became serious. Each of those 10 rifts corresponds to a source martial arts imprint of heaven and earth, boxing, palm, knife, sword. It is precisely because of the existence of these imprints that the rifts can barely be sealed. However, after 1,000 years of erosion, the power of the imprints has weakened. Now, it relies entirely on the 10 martial saints to reinforce them day and night with their will. But human strength is limited, and martial saints are not eternal. We must quickly select a younger generation capable of inheriting these martial arts wills and even comprehending deeper realms. Otherwise, if the 10 rifts go out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Lu sighed. Thus, the Enlightenment Simulation Training Pod is not merely a competition tool. It is more of a filter, one that can accurately identify those with extraordinary comprehension of specific martial arts. Those who can even evoke the resonance of heaven and earth martial arts. A seed. Director Wei said slowly. Only such seeds have hope of carrying the banner of defending the rifts and inheriting martial arts in the future. I hope this year's league can bring us some real surprises in the Northwest. Elder Lu looked at the light screen, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Soon, Qin Lang's detailed information appeared before them. Qin Lang, 18 years old, a direct descendant of the Qin family from Donghai City. Currently a first-year student at the Northwest Martial Arts Technical College. He began his martial arts training relatively late and was considered a martial arts waste. Upon seeing this information, Director Wei's brow first relaxed slightly due to Qin's family background, but then furrowed again at the labels of technical college and martial arts waste. Oh, he is actually a direct descendant of the Shi Gu by Qin family? That makes some sense. The family must have invested a lot of resources. However, why would a direct descendant of the Qin family attend a technical college? This genius was even labeled as a waste. Nonetheless, even with family support, achieving a perfect score in boxing is enough to demonstrate his talent, and effort far surpasses that of ordinary people. This level of comprehension is worth paying attention to. Elder Lu stroked his beard and smiled, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Heroes do not ask about their origins. One's background or the school they attend is not the only standard for measuring potential. Although the Qin family is prestigious, if the descendants lack corresponding comprehension and perseverance, no amount of resources can produce a perfect score. This Qin Lang achieving theoretical perfection in boxing is already commendable. Let's see his subsequent performance. A genius who can reach such heights in a single discipline is rare, even nationally. Before he could finish speaking, another wave of thunderous cheers erupted in the arena. Director Wei and Elder Lu immediately turned their attention to the light screen. They saw that on the electronic leaderboard in the swordsmanship competition area, an equally glaring score of 100 was prominently displayed. Name: Qin Lang. Director Wei's pupils dilated sharply, nearly losing grip of the teacup he was holding. Swordsmanship. Also a perfect score? ISNT, he's specializing in boxing? No matter how many resources the Qin family has, it shouldn't allow a descendant to achieve such an astonishing level in both boxing and swordsmanship, which are completely different martial arts. The earlier surprise that had slightly settled due to Qin Lang's family background surged back to the surface, even stronger this time. Elder Lu's smile completely faded, and a genuine look of astonishment crossed his eyes. Perfect in both boxing and swordsmanship. This is somewhat unbelievable. Ordinary geniuses, even if they exhaust their efforts, mastering just one is already remarkable. A talent like Zhou Qinxue from the capital, achieving perfect scores in agility, swordsmanship, and boxing techniques is already extraordinary. Lin Song from Beimao, excelling in both gun and knife techniques is impressive. But for a technical college student, I've never heard of such a thing. This Qin Lang is starting to become unfathomable. Is it possible that our Northwest province is truly going to produce an extraordinary prodigy? Before they could calm down from this double surprise, there was another deafening uproar from the direction of the knife technique competition area. The light screen switched, and the first line of the knife technique leaderboard displayed. Qin Lang, 100 points. 3 consecutive perfect scores. In the VIP room, Director Wei suddenly stood up from his seat. His face flushed with disbelief, and his voice trembled. A perfect score in knife techniques too. Boxing, swordsmanship, knife. All 3 completely different core martial arts have reached theoretical perfection. Is this even human? Even if the Qin family poured all their resources into training him, it's impossible to cultivate such a monster. This can no longer be explained by resources. Elder Lu's eyes widened suddenly, his once refined face now filled with deep shock and incredulity. In my decades of service in the Northwest, I've seen a lot, but something like this. understanding boxing, swordsmanship, and knife techniques to such an extent. No, achieving theoretical perfection. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it. This child truly is a prodigy born into the world. Director Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and nodded heavily. Indeed, a child like this must be contacted immediately. Xiaoli, you arrange it right away. No, I will go personally. Director Wei, Elder Lu. The young man responsible for recording, Xiaoli, stuttered as he spoke. Qin Lang is still in the competition. The information shows that he registered for all selections. All selections? Director Wei and Elder Lu were momentarily stunned, then suddenly seemed to recall something, their expressions of shock solidifying instantly. It then deepened, even carrying a hint of absurdity and disbelief. All selections. Director Wei's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, almost shouting. Are you saying those perfect scores in boxing, swordsmanship, and knife techniques were just the beginning? He intends to participate in all events. Elder Lu gasped. Previously, when I heard the term all selections, I thought it was just youthful arrogance, the bravado of a young calf not fearing a tiger. But now it seems our Northwest province is about to produce a prodigious talent that will shake the entire federation. Chapter 84 Grand Slam Shock. Horror. Collapse. Overturn. These words can no longer describe the atmosphere inside the martial arts center of Longting City. Any adjective that can express shock seems pale and powerless. Every corner of the martial arts center has fallen into an indescribable state of chaos. On the electronic boards of each competition area, like a spell, it repeatedly refreshes. Palm technique, full score. Finger technique, full score. Leg technique, full score. Body technique, full score. Starting from the first full score in the fist technique area, Qin Lang swept through all competition units with an almost crazy speed. Each time he walked out of the simulation chamber, it would trigger a breathless, dead silence. Then came the roaring applause like a tsunami. What was even more terrifying was that he seemed tireless, moving lightly and calmly from one competition area to another, looking as if he was just strolling in the park. 13 full scores. This is impossible. Is he even human? A freshman college student? Li Chuang from the Northwest First Martial Arts University was already pale, sitting in the corner of the rest area, looking as if all his spirit had been drained. His 8-item registration, which he thought would shock the audience, had now become the biggest joke. His proud score of 92.7 in fist technique was utterly insignificant in front of Qin Lang's full score. We were so wrong. So very wrong. Li Chuang murmured to himself, his eyes hollow. What kind of existence did I mock? Murong Shui, the top student from Gobi Pearl University, also wore an expression of disbelief on her originally dignified and elegant face. Her family's secret technique, the flying rainbow whip technique, only scored 93.5 in the whip technique unit, which was already a very high score. However, Qin Lang, a college student she had previously looked down upon, easily achieved a full score. The talent I was so proud of has become a child's play in front of him. Bai Chun from the Qin Lang Military Martial Arts Academy clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he felt no pain. His knife technique was supposed to be unrivaled in the entire league, yet was completely crushed by a college student. After 15 years of practicing the Qin Lang knife technique, enduring daily hardships and nightly reflections, he had only reached a score of 95.5. How could he achieve a full score? The leading teachers from various universities had dark expressions, and some even began to doubt life itself. Their talented students, their proud skills, were utterly useless in front of Qin Lang. The technical staff of the Martial Arts Center had conducted a comprehensive inspection of the simulation chamber 3 times. Each result indicated that the equipment was functioning normally, and there were no abnormalities in the scoring system. What does this mean? It's not a BUG. Qin Lang's performance truly reached theoretical perfection. How'd he do it? This question echoed wildly in everyone's minds. In the rest area of Northwest Martial Arts College, countless media and students from other schools had surrounded it tightly. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of this miraculous young man who created a martial arts miracle. Lei Hao, Lu Qingyao, and Xiao Zhan were completely dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. Their teammate, their classmate, turned out to be such a monster? My God, Qin Lang has already achieved 13 full scores. All full scores. Lei Hao was so excited he was incoherent, his face flushed. That's 13 tens, a total of 130 points. Just he alone surpassed the total scores of most schools. Lu Qingyao kept rubbing her temples, as if trying to confirm whether she was in reality. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that someone could reach the pinnacle in so many martial arts fields at the same time. This can no longer be explained by talent. It's simply abnormal. Xiao Zhan remained silent, but the shock in his eyes grew more intense. Not long ago, he was still proud of breaking through to the first grade of the 6th tier, thinking he was a top figure in Northwest Martial Arts College. Now, how ridiculous that self-satisfaction seems. President Sun Jiangwo could no longer speak, only tightly grasping his collar, fearing he might faint from excessive excitement. Our Northwest Martial Arts College has really struck gold. Blessed by the Starfall Valkyrie, we have truly found... In a whisper, he couldn't even find the right words to describe Qin Lang. On the big screen of the individual total score leaderboard, Qin Lang led with an absolute advantage of 130 points. Li Chuang in second place had only 18 points. The third was Murong Shui with 16 points. The fourth was Bai Chun with 14 points. These three were all recognized as top geniuses in the Northwest Province. The ace players cultivated with great effort by their respective schools. Now, a freshman college student single-handedly left them far behind with an overwhelming advantage. The atmosphere in the martial arts center grew increasingly eerie as the originally noisy discussions gradually lowered, and many began to look at the Northwest Martial Arts College team in the rest area with a mix of fervor and fear. Just then, Qin Lang walked out from the last competition area simulation chamber, his figure still steady, with a hint of calmness in his eyes. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, the entire martial arts center erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. It was unclear who started it, but a synchronized chant arose from the crowd. Qin Lang, Qin Lang, Qin Lang. More and more people joined in, the waves of sound rising higher and higher, even those who had previously looked down on Qin Lang. At this moment, they couldn't help but applaud and cheer for this miraculous young man. Full scores in the individual competition. An unprecedented martial arts miracle. Qin Lang, a college student, actually produced a martial arts prodigy. It's unbelievable. 13 items, all full scores. This is a feat that will be written into the annals of martial arts history. Just as reporters tried to rush forward, a team of martial artists in standard black combat uniforms suddenly appeared, quickly forming a wall of protection around Qin Lang. Although these martial artists had no obvious insignia, the deep, profound aura they exuded showcased their extraordinary strength. All personnel, step back. A leading female martial artist announced loudly. The emergency security plan for this special situation has been activated. All imaging data, assessment scores, and related reports regarding contestant Qin Lang must be reviewed by the Martial Arts Alliance. All personnel present must sign a confidentiality agreement. Violators will be seriously dealt with according to the Federal Martial Arts Information Control Act. The scene was immediately in an uproar, but no one dared to defy this order. Those reporters holding recording devices were quickly isolated, and their equipment was temporarily confiscated. Qin Lang frowned slightly and walked back to the rest area. Lei Hao was the first to rush up, hugging him tightly, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. Qin Lang, you are simply a monster. So amazing. Chapter 85. Talents are not scary. What is scary is when talents work harder than you. The emergency security plan of the Martial Arts Alliance was set into motion swiftly, and the entire martial arts center of Longting City was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. Journalists were cleared out, and the audience was required to sign confidentiality agreements. The shocking 13 full championships achieved by Qin Lang were temporarily suppressed and prohibited from being disseminated. In the rest area of the Northwest Martial Arts College, Principal Sun Jiangwo was still excitedly rubbing his hands. Lei Hao and his companions looked at Qin Lang as if he were a deity, their mouths twitching from time to time, clearly still reeling from the immense shock. Qin Lang, you really are the pride of our school. After much effort, Sun Jiangwo finally found his voice, his old face flushed with excitement, looking at Qin Lang with more affection than he would a biological son. 130 points. My goodness. Even if we score nothing in the team competition, just based on your individual points, our Northwest Martial Arts College is definitely going to break into the top 100 in the province. No, there is even a chance for the top 50. This is simply a windfall. No, it's like a mountain of gold falling from the sky. You have to know, in the past, the Northwest Martial Arts College didn't even qualify to participate, let alone squeeze into the top 1,000. Now it's great. Qin Lang alone has lifted the school to an unimaginable height. It's a total Lei win. This is a pure Lei win. Lei Hao exclaimed with excitement. He was now in complete admiration of Qin Lang, wishing he could bow down right on the spot. Lu Qingyao and Xiao Zhan also wore expressions of pride. Their own contributions seemed minuscule, but being witnesses to this historic moment was an honor in itself. At that moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the rest area. The previously impressive team of black-clad martial artists reappeared, surrounding several prominent figures as they walked in. Leading them were Director Wei from the Northwest branch of the Martial Arts Alliance and the ethereal Elder Lu. Principal's son, student Qin Lang, I apologize for the intrusion. Director Wei wore a formal smile, but his gaze toward Qin Lang was filled with unmistakable admiration and a hint of inquiry. Elder Lu walked directly up to Qin Lang, scrutinizing him from head to toe, making Qin Lang feel a bit uneasy. Young people are formidable indeed. Elder Lu stroked his beard in admiration. I have served in the Martial Arts Alliance for many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a gifted young man like you. Qin Lang. 13 full championships. Such an achievement is enough to shake the entire martial arts community of the Great Yin Federation. Principal Sun Jiangwo was flabbergasted and hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. Director Wei cleared his throat and said, Student Qin Lang, your performance this time has far exceeded our expectations. Given your substantial individual point advantage, even if the Northwest Martial Arts College does not participate in the upcoming team competition, it is sufficient to secure a very high ranking. Therefore, we would like to ask for your opinion on whether his meaning was clear. Qin Lang had already created a miracle and did not need to risk himself in the mixed and dangerous environment of the team competition. I want to participate. Qin Lang replied decisively before Director Wei could finish, his face displaying an expression of integrity, kindness, and a sense of collective honor. Director Wei, Elder Lu, since I represent the school in the competition, I naturally have to see it through to the end. The team competition is also part of the competition, and I cannot give up the collective just because I have achieved some personal success. Moreover, I also want to experience the joy of teamwork with my classmates. Such words were as grandiloquent as they could be. Hearing this made Principal Sun Jiangwo's eyes moisten. He wished he could immediately award Qin Lang a top 10 most inspiring figures on campus prize. Lei Hao and his companions were also moved. Director Wei and Elder Lu exchanged glances, both slightly touched by Qin Lang's lofty and noble words. Good. What a commitment to see things through. What a sense of collective honor. Elder Lu nodded in appreciation. It's rare for someone so young to have such a mindset. Since you, young friend Qin Lang, have made your decision, we will naturally respect your choice. However, the team competition is different from the individual competition, and the risks are higher, so I hope you will prioritize your safety. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he remained humble and respectful. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu. I understand. Just kidding. The reason he made such a huge commotion was not merely to show off and get a perfect score. During the test of the first boxing technique, he was pleasantly surprised to find that when he showcased his understanding of the boxing technique to the fullest and received a perfect score, the spatial ring on his finger trembled slightly, and then a stream of profound information surged into his mind. That feeling was as if the ring had directly replicated all the martial arts databases regarding the boxing technique from the comprehension simulation training pod. Although these martial arts were at most C-level, and most were basic theories and technique dissections, which had limited improvement for his current combat power, the sheer volume was substantial. Who is Qin Lang? He is a man determined to achieve perfection in all martial arts. The refreshed state is one of his great miracles. He has always believed that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Besides, this was a mountain of meat made up of hundreds and thousands. Thus, in the subsequent 12 events, he performed perfectly under the guidance of the ring, simultaneously demonstrating his understanding of each martial art to the fullest. The result was 13 full championships, and the ring also benefited immensely. A rough estimate shows F-level martial arts increased by about 1,000. E-level martial arts surged by more than 600. D-level martial arts also acquired nearly 300. Even the relatively precious C-level martial arts were obtained in a single go at 100. This was simply countless times more efficient than going to the library to shop. Now that he was here, wouldn't it be a waste not to take all the wool he could? Qin Lang thought happily to himself. Therefore, he had to participate in the team competition. What if there were fragments or similar treasures left behind by other star-falling female warriors in that dimensional rift waiting for him to pick up? Such good fortune must not be missed. After sending off the senior officials of the Martial Arts Alliance, Principal Sun Jiangwo's excitement was still hard to calm. The team competition was set to be held 3 days later, allowing all participating teams time to rest and prepare. However, what surprised Principal Sun was that Qin Lang did not choose to rest and relax. Instead, he directly booked a top-tier training room and dove in. once again entering his grinding mode. This child is really too hardworking. When Principal Sun learned this news from the hotel manager, he was moved to tears. In his view, after achieving such brilliant success, Qin Lang not only didn't he become proud and complacent, but instead worked even harder. This mindset and perseverance are simply a model for all martial arts students. Talents are not scary. What is scary is when talents work harder than you. This news quickly reached the ears of the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Alliance through certain channels. Oh, that child Qin Lang, after achieving 13 full championships in the individual competition, did not celebrate, but instead immediately devoted himself to closed-door training. Director Wei showed a hint of surprise upon hearing the report from his subordinate, which soon turned into deep admiration. Elder Liu laughed heartily, stroking his beard. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat. This child's calmness far exceeds that of his peers. With such talent and this mindset, his future achievements are limitless. If all the students in the Federation were like this, what is there to worry about? Chapter 86 Target of Public Criticism. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Martial Arts Center in Longting City was once again bustling with voices. Although the individual competition had ended, Qin Lang's remarkable achievement of winning all 13 events remained a hot topic among everyone. Have you heard? That Qin Lang from the Northwest Martial Arts College went straight into seclusion to train after the individual competition. He didn't even attend the celebration banquet. Is that true? That's too intense. He's already the undisputed champion, yet he's still working so hard. The world of geniuses is beyond our understanding. In the rest area, Li Chuang from the Northwest First Martial Arts University had regained clarity in his eyes, sharper than before. The loss in the individual competition was due to my lack of skill and my underestimation of the opponent. But in the team competition, what matters is overall strength and practical experience. The foundation of our Northwest First Martial Arts University is not something a specialized school can compare to. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. That Qin Lang, although his personal skills are extraordinary, he is ultimately only at the 5th rank, 6th layer. In actual combat, no matter how exquisite his personal skills are, they won't amount to anything against overwhelming strength. Moreover, he is now the target of public criticism. He might be eliminated by other schools before he even encounters us. On the other side, Murong Shui from Gobi Pro University had also adjusted her mindset. Her demeanor still cool and elegant. The scoring in the individual competition was more about the display of theory and skills. The team competition is the real life-and-death battle. Although Qin Lang is a genius, gains come with losses. Understanding martial arts requires a significant amount of time and energy. So his cultivation and practical experience will inevitably be his weaknesses. We need not be overly concerned. We can proceed according to our original plan. Bai Chun from the Tianlang Military Martial Arts Academy still wore a stern expression, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was even more pronounced. Instructor, please rest assured. The skill display in the individual competition is completely different from actual combat on the battlefield. In the dimensional rift, what determines victory or defeat is always the will of iron and blood, as well as the teamwork and execution. That Qin Lang only knows how to train hard. Once he encounters real storms, he will be easily defeated. Clearly, these top university geniuses, although they were severely humiliated by Qin Lang in the individual competition, quickly adjusted their mindsets. They understood that the rules of the individual competition amplified Qin Lang's advantages, while the team competition is truly their home ground. Whether it is the average cultivation level of the team members or the overall tactical literacy and coordination, they're confident that they can crush the Northwest Martial Arts College. At 9 a.m., the team competition officially began. When the Northwest Martial Arts College team entered the arena, the Martial Arts Center erupted with enthusiastic cheers and applause once more. Qin Lang, Qin Lang, Qin Lang. This time, the cheers were less mocking and more filled with genuine admiration and anticipation. Even though they did not believe that the Northwest Martial Arts College could go far in the team competition. Qin Lang's performance in the individual competition had already won over most people. Principal Sun Jiangwo led Qin Lang, Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao to the designated team area amidst the attention. On the podium, the host began to announce the rules of the team competition. Students and teachers, the exciting team competition is about to begin. In this team competition, all participating teams will be uniformly transported to the dimensional rift numbered G7, known as the Wind Erosion Valley. This rift is rated as A-level danger, with a complex internal environment and ferocious beasts roaming. Each team's main tasks in the rift are threefold. First, hunt ferocious beasts. Different levels of ferocious beasts correspond to different points. F-level beasts are worth 1 point, E-level beasts 3 points, D-level beasts 10 points, C-level beasts 50 points, and B-level beasts 100 points. If an A-level beast is killed, a high reward of 500 points will be directly awarded. Second, eliminate opponents. Each time a team successfully eliminates another school's team, they will directly gain 100 basic elimination points, as well as all the points that team currently has. The eliminated team will have their points reset to 0. Third, and most importantly, the host's voice suddenly rose. To accurately assess students' true levels, aside from spatial equipment, weapons, and communication devices, is strictly forbidden to bring any potions or auxiliary items into the arena. Moreover, all teams must successfully cross the entire wind erosion valley within the stipulated time and reach the only designated exit located at the other end of the rift. Only the teams that successfully reach the exit will have all the points they earned in the rift finalized and counted. In other words, if a team fails to reach the exit within the stipulated time, or if all members are eliminated on the way, then no matter how many points they earned before, it will all be for naught, and their final score will be 0. As soon as this rule was announced, the audience was in an uproar. What? We must reach the exit to score? The difficulty is too high. The wind erosion valley is notorious for its dangers. Who knows how many hazards await on the way? This is not just a test of strength, but also of survival skills and strategic planning. Principal Sun Jiangwo's smile also froze. This rule is simply adding insult to injury for a team like theirs, which has only 4 members and a relatively weak overall strength. After the rules were announced, the expressions of all teams turned serious. Especially those with slightly weaker strengths, their faces showed signs of distress. This rule nearly eliminated their chances of taking advantage of the confusion. All participating teams, please proceed to your respective transportation areas. Following the host's instructions, over 2,000 teams began to enter the designated transportation light gates in succession. The atmosphere in the Northwest Martial Arts College's area was somewhat oppressive. Lu Qingyao frowned slightly and said softly, "Principal, Qin Lang, this rule is too unfavorable for us. We only have 4 people, and if we are targeted by other teams, it will be difficult." Xiao Zhan and Lei Hao also had solemn expressions, although they had confidence in Qin Lang. The team competition was fundamentally different from the individual competition. Principal Sun Jiangwo took a deep breath and patted Qin Lang on the shoulder. "Do your best, safety first. Even if you don't achieve a ranking, you're the best in my heart." Qin Lang, however, appeared calm. His gaze swept around. Indeed, many teams' eyes were subtly glancing at them, some filled with hostility and greed. "It seems we have become quite the target. It's not just you. Your performance in the individual competition drew too much attention." Lu Qingyao glared at him reproachfully, but her worry was even more pronounced. "All right, it's time to prepare to go in." Chapter 87, Grade 5, First Level, Attribute Restraint, Qin Lang said, taking the lead towards the teleportation light gate. With a flash of light, the scenery before the 4 suddenly changed. A mix of decayed and bloody hot air rushed toward them, accompanied by the howling wind and distant beast roars. They were standing on a brownish-yellow desert, with rolling, jagged hills in the distance, and the sky was gray and oppressive. Is this the wind erosion valley? The spiritual energy here is indeed denser than the outside world, but is also filled with violent energy. Xiao Zhan cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Lei Hao tightened his grip on his battle knife, nervously asking, "What should we do now? Should we find a place to hide? Or—" Before he could finish, Qin Lang spoke up, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Senior sister, Xiao Zhan, Lei Hao, from now on, your only objective is to cross the entire wind erosion valley to the exit as quickly and safely as possible." The 3 were taken aback. Lu Qingyao exclaimed, "Qin Lang, what do you mean? Aren't you coming with us?" "That's right." Qin Lang nodded. "You can see that we are now the target of everyone. If we act together, we will be too big a target and easily surrounded by other teams. With our current numbers and strength, once surrounded, we have almost no chance of winning." "But—" Xiao Zhan wanted to argue. "There are no buts." Qin Lang interrupted him. "Your mission is to preserve your strength and safely reach the exit. Remember, do not provoke any fierce beasts, and if you encounter other teams, avoid them at all costs." "What about you? Isn't it more dangerous for you to act alone?" Lu Qingyao asked anxiously, her eyes slightly red. Qin Lang's strength far surpassed theirs, but because of that, he would undoubtedly become the primary target for all teams. Qin Lang smiled slightly. "Don't worry, senior sister. I have my own way to escape. I will attract most of the tails through by you time and space." "No, we are teammates. We should go together," Lei Hao said in a deep voice. Although he usually seemed somewhat simple-minded, he was very loyal at critical moments. Xiao Zhan also said solemnly, Qin Lang, we understand your intention, but we can't let you take risks alone. Qin Lang's smile gradually faded. This is strategy. Your task is to safely reach the finish line. After saying that, he no longer gave the three a chance to refute, and with a flicker of his figure, he sped off in the opposite direction of the exit, deeper into the wind erosion valley. Qin Lang, Lu Qingyao called out anxiously, wanting to chase after him, but was pulled back by Xiao Zhan. Don't chase him, he's already made up his mind. Xiao Zhan looked at Qin Lang's disappearing figure with a complicated expression. All we can do now is trust him. Lei Hao sighed heavily, his grip on the battle knife making his knuckles turn white. Lu Qingyao bit her lip and finally nodded. Meanwhile, on the huge screen at the martial arts center, the movements of each team entering the wind erosion valley were clearly displayed. When the audience saw the team from the Northwest Martial Academy split into two, and Qin Lang, astonishingly, moved alone deeper into the rift, an uproar erupted. What is going on? Why did the Northwest Martial Academy split up? What is Qin Lang trying to do? Is he seeking death? The direction he's heading is an area where sea-level fierce beasts might appear. Is he crazy? Even if he's a genius, he can't possibly take on a sea-level fierce beast alone. Look, dozens of other teams are following him. They're definitely targeting Qin Lang. On the screen, behind a light point representing Qin Lang, there were indeed 70 or 80 other light points from other teams, forming a clear tail. However, as Qin Lang's figure gradually approached the area marked on the map as the potential activity zone for the sea-level fierce beast, the tails behind him clearly hesitated, slowing down. These guys still have some brains. Even a 6th-grade martial artist needs to be cautious when encountering a sea-level fierce beast. Most of the teams following behind are led by 7th-grade martial artists, so they naturally dare not take risks. At this moment, Qin Lang, however, paid no attention to the pursuers behind him. The reason he chose this direction was not recklessness, but because the ancient ring on his finger was slightly warm and subtly pointing in a direction. It felt similar to the sensation during the auction and in the Martial Academy's ancestral hall. It was like a treasure-hunting compass. A fragment of the Valkyrie? Interesting. About 10 minutes after Qin Lang delved into the potential activity area of the sea-level fierce beast, a series of loud, cracking sounds, accompanied by a rich scent of vegetation, suddenly came from a dense jungle ahead. Following that, a giant tree demon, towering over 10 meters, with a trunk as black as iron, twisted branches, and countless dark green vines writhing like snakes, abruptly emerged from the jungle. Its two yellowish eyes formed from tree galls fixed on Qin Lang. My God, a sea-level fierce beast, the giant wood demon. Qin Lang's luck was too good to have directly encountered it. This is bad. How could he possibly defeat the giant wood demon alone? Would attribute fierce beasts generally have very strong vitality? What a pity. Would the champion of the individual competition fall in less than half an hour? However, the next scene left everyone wide-eyed. Qin Lang, facing the dozens of resilient vines charging at him, did not retreat but advanced instead, suddenly unleashing a powerful aura. A brilliant golden energy erupted from him, sharp and unmatched, covering his body like flowing molten metal. Even more astonishingly, this brilliant golden energy exuded a chilling sharpness, as if it could cut through anything. Clang! Qin Lang threw a punch, and the wind from his punch surged, resembling a storm composed of countless tiny metallic blades, directly colliding with the dense vines. Crack! Crack! The explosive sounds of metal clashing and the flying wood chips intertwined as the resilient vines were actually cut into pieces. Incredibly, the giant wood demon's hard vines, upon contact with Qin Lang's golden energy, seemed to have met their natural nemesis, instantly shattering with a series of piercing breakage sounds. Their attacks greatly diminished, and the sharp golden energy quickly eroded toward the giant wood demon's body through the vine's severed ends. Qin Lang's figure only swayed slightly before stabilizing his stance. In contrast, the giant wood demon let out an angry and painful roar, its broken vines wildly striking the ground in an attempt to stop the invasion of that golden sharp energy, forcing its massive body to retreat repeatedly. He actually blocked the giant wood demon's attack head-on. That brilliant golden energy, is it of the metal attribute? A 5th-grade martial artist? In the audience, after a moment of silence, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted. 5th grade, first level. He actually broke through to the 5th grade. It's only been 3 days since the individual competition ended, and he has gone from 6th grade, 5th level to 5th grade. First level? How is this possible? The characteristic of a 5th grade martial artist is that their energy carries attributes. Qin Lang's energy is unmatched with the metal attribute, according to the principle of the 5 elements. Metal restrains wood, perfectly countering the wood attribute of the giant wood demon. No wonder the giant wood demon's attacks are so ineffective against him. So he can easily suppress the giant wood demon? What incredible luck to encounter a fierce beast whose attribute is restrained by his own. Kill. There was almost no suspense. In the face of absolute attribute restraint and Qin Lang's astonishing combat skills, this sea-level beast, the giant wood demon, was enough to give a Tier 5 team a headache. It lasted less than 3 minutes before Qin Lang closed in, his palms shining with dazzling golden light, gathering an indestructible sharpness, and struck fiercely at the core trunk of the giant wood demon. The violent gold attribute energy erupted instantly, crushing its core from the inside, severing its life force. The massive body collapsed with a thud, turning into a pile of shattered rotten wood. Northwest Martial Arts Technical School, 50 points. Chapter 88. Kids make choices. I want them all looking at the fluctuating scores of the Northwest Martial Arts College on the screen. The entire martial arts center fell into a strange silence. If Qin Lang's 13 championships in the individual competition had broken common sense and overturned perceptions, then now, within 3 days, he had skyrocketed from the 6th rank, 5th level to the 5th rank, 1st level. And upon making his move, he displayed perfect attribute restraint, effortlessly killing a sea-level fierce beast, which completely shattered the worldview of everyone present. 3 days, 5th rank, 1st level, gold attribute vigor. A senior martial arts commentator had his mouth agape, large enough to fit an entire egg. The tactical analysis board in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, but he was completely oblivious. This is not scientific. This is not martial arts. Even if you consumed all the miraculous pills in the entire Northwest province, it would be impossible to jump from the 6th rank, 5th level to the 5th rank, 1st level in just 3 days, right? There's a major barrier between those ranks, and that gold attribute vigor. Only 5th rank martial artists can master the vigor attribute. How could someone who just broke through use it so skillfully? Countless questions, countless exclamations, countless incredulities, all converged into a commotion that swept across the entire venue. Principal Sun Jiangwo in the rest area was completely numb, staring blankly at Qin Lang's fiery figure on the screen, continuously muttering, "A monster, truly a monster. The ancestor has manifested." Little did he know, Qin Lang's achievements over these 3 days were not simply due to hard work. Name: Qin Lang. Realm: 5th rank. 1st level, martial arts, 9 Heavens Phoenix technique. Entry 3676001000. Devil Blood Devouring technique. Perfection. Flame Wave Palm. Minor success 100, 5000000. Gold Shattering Finger. Minor success 100, 5000000. Stacking Wave technique. Minor success 100, 5000000. Thick Earth Fist. Minor success 100, 5000000. Green Vine Twining Hand. Minor success 100, 5000000. Rending Wind Leg. Minor success 100, 5000000. Thunderbolt Strike. Minor success 100, 5000000. 130 D-level martial arts omitted. 38 D-level martial arts omitted. 679 E-level martial arts omitted. 1157 F-level martial arts omitted. After extracting nearly 2,000 F to C-level martial arts from the Dao simulation training pod, Qin Lang returned to the hotel that night and dived straight into the training room. With the help of the game-changing status refresh feature, he worked tirelessly, leveling up dozens of newly acquired C-level martial arts to perfection. It was this massive accumulation of perfected C-level martial arts that propelled him like a rocket, breaking through the barrier from the 6th rank to the 5th rank and successfully advancing to the 5th rank, 1st level. Stepping into the 5th rank allowed vigor to carry attributes. In this world, the 5 elements dominate, giving rise to the 7 forms. What restrains earth? Earth restrains wind and water. Wind and water restrain fire and thunder. Fire and thunder restrain gold. Gold restrains wood. Of course, while there are restraining relationships, they operate under equal conditions. If the weaker attribute side is significantly stronger than the stronger attribute side, then the so-called restraint is merely data on a panel. After advancing to the 5th rank, Qin Lang successfully unlocked the Qin family's treasured B-level core martial arts. Flame Wave Palm, guiding fire elemental energy. gold shattering finger, condensing gold sharpness, stacking wave technique, applying water's gentleness, thick earth fist, unleashing earth's heavy strikes, green vine twining hand, manipulating wood's resilience, rending wind leg, accelerating wind's swift changes, thunderbolt strike, triggering thunder's explosive power. Each B-level martial art was carefully collected or improved by the Qin family, specializing in the application of one elemental vigor. Mastering one of them is enough to gain an advantage among peers. As for Qin Lang, kids made choices, I want them all. Thus, with the help of the status refresh, these 7 distinct B-level attribute martial arts, along with their associated vigor attribute conversion and application methods, were cultivated by him as easily as eating and drinking, all reaching minor success in a very short period. At this moment, the gold attribute vigor he displayed was merely a small test. Roar. Another beast, roar, interrupted Qin Lang's thoughts. He saw 3 slightly smaller thorn tree demons, also exuding sea-level fierce beast energy, charging out from the nearby canyon, clearly enraged by the death of their companion and the dense fire elemental energy emanating from Qin Lang. This is great. In just a few minutes, the sea level would attribute fierce beast area of the Wind Erosion Valley, which other teams have been hesitant to enter, was completely cleared by Qin Lang alone. The ground was covered with burning ashes and broken charred tree trunks. Northeast Martial Arts Technical College, score 10. Northeast Martial Arts Technical College, score 3. Northeast Martial Arts Technical College, score 1. A series of score notifications rang out like the beating of a death drum, striking the hearts of every spectator. Qin Lang's personal showcase continued. He was like an efficient perpetual motion machine. Following the faint yet clear guidance from the ring, he advanced deeper into the Wind Erosion Valley. Every would attribute fierce beast he encountered, whether D-level, A-level, or F-level, was effortlessly killed by him using gold attribute vigor. The spectators had gone from initial shock to numbness, and now, too, collective existential doubt. Is this really a university martial arts league? Or is it a certain martial saint's alternate account blowing up the newbie village? I feel like all my years of martial arts have been in vain. Mom asked me why I was watching the competition on my knees. Finally, after clearing the last wave of D-level vine monsters ahead, Qin Lang stopped in front of a mountain wall covered by dense trees. The guidance from the ring had led him here. He pushed aside the vines and saw a palm-sized, entirely green, ancient wooden plaque embedded in the wall, emitting a faint life aura. The plaque was engraved with some incomprehensible, strange patterns. This is it. Qin Lang reached out to take the plaque, and the moment he touched it, the ring on his finger suddenly vibrated violently, and the plaque transformed into a green light, merging into the ring. A cool aura surged into Qin Lang's body through the ring, revitalizing his spirit and restoring a significant amount of vigor he had previously consumed. However, the increase didn't seem as substantial as the previous crystal. Even mosquito is still meat. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. However, to his surprise, after the ring absorbed the plaque, the slightly warm, guiding sensation did not completely disappear. Instead, it subtly pointed in several different directions. There's more? Qin Lang's heart stirred as he pulled up the Wind Erosion Valley map provided by the organizers. This was a simple electronic map that marked the exit directions and some previously explored dangerous areas. Qin Lang zoomed out the map to get an overview. When the entire Wind Erosion Valley came into view, he raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Wait a minute. The colors and terrain features of the 5 areas on the Wind Erosion Valley map seem a bit different. He carefully observed the color markings and terrain descriptions of the different areas on the map. The eastern area was lush with trees, appearing deep green. This was indeed the area he was currently in, where fierce beasts predominantly had wood attributes. To the west, there's a vast expanse of crimson volcanic terrain, marked by the presence of high temperature and fire attribute beasts. The southern region is a wide swamp area, presenting a deep blue color. The northern region features rugged metallic mountains, displayed in grayish-white. In the central area, there's a heavy lush plateau. Wood, fire, water, metal, earth. Qin Lang stroked his chin, and a bold guess surged to his mind. Could it be that this Wind Erosion Valley is divided into regions based on the 5 elements? Isn't it just a large-scale 5-element themed dungeon? Does that mean that the other 4 regions also hide fragments? Chapter 89, 1 against 100. The big stick is ready. In the eastern region of Wind Erosion Valley, Qin Lang was on a killing spree, his points skyrocketing. Meanwhile, fierce battles were also taking place in other areas. Li Chuang, from the Northwest Martial Arts University, was leading his elite team through the central area of Wind Erosion Valley. The Lust Plateau, wreaking havoc, with his team members averaging above the 6th rank and his own formidable strength at the 8th level of the 5th rank. They were almost crushing the sea level and below ferocious beasts they encountered. A bunch of worthless chickens. Li Chuang punched a D-level sandstorm pangolin into the air, a cold smile appearing on his face as he watched the points jump. His deputy captain said, "Captain, that Qin Lang from the Northwest Martial Arts University just disappeared in a flash. He probably ran into tough opponents or is hiding." Li Chuang disdainfully curled his lip. A vocational student, no matter how strong his personal skills are, what waves can he make in this real combat environment? The Eastern Forest area is full of would attribute ferocious beasts. A 6th rank 5th level like him would probably be flustered if he encountered a couple of strong D-level beasts. Not worth worrying about. Our goal is the championship. At the same time, in the volcanic region of the western part of Wind Erosion Valley, Murong Shui from Gobi Pearl University, dressed in white, was unfazed by the rolling heat waves. Her long whip danced like a spirit snake, each strike accurately hitting the vital points of the ferocious beasts. "Sister Shui, our points should rank in the top 3 now," an excited female teammate said. Murong Shui nodded slightly, her gaze cold. "Don't be careless. The First Academy and the Qin Lang Academy have high hunting efficiency. Our goal is to proceed steadily, ensuring a safe arrival at the exit while gathering as many points as possible. As for that Qin Lang, the halo of individual competition will quickly fade in team competitions. At Qin Lang Military Martial Arts Academy, Bai Chen showcased astonishing dominance in the metal mines. His cultivation of the Qin Lang blade technique was grand and powerful, combined with his pure fire attribute aura, making it as easy as cutting vegetables to deal with these ferocious beasts. "Report, Captain, we have cleared all E-level magma dogs in the number 3 volcano pit, gaining 145 points. Current total points, 487. Bai Chun listened expressionlessly to his teammate's report, his eyes sharp as knives. "Order all teams to speed up the clearing process while paying attention to the movements of other schools, especially the Northwest Martial Arts University. That Qin Lang may have performed brilliantly in individual competitions, but he is ultimately just a theoretical type. Once he encounters a real encirclement, his fate will be sealed." The geniuses from the 3 top universities were madly racking up points in their respective areas, all firmly believing that ultimate victory would belong to them. As for Qin Lang, in their view, he was merely a fleeting meteor that would soon be drowned by the harsh reality. At this moment, Qin Lang's teammates Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao were cautiously sneaking toward the exit as per Qin Lang's instructions. "I wonder how Qin Lang is doing now," Lei Hao said with some worry, glancing back at the direction Qin Lang had left. Lu Qingyao bit her lip. "All we can do now is believe in him and rush to the exit, not to slow him down." Xiao Zhan nodded, his voice serious. Since Qin Lang arranged it this way, he must have his reasons. Little did they know, the Qin Lang they were worried about was currently sweeping through Wind Erosion Valley in a way they could never imagine. In the audience seats of the Martial Arts Center, the atmosphere was entirely different. When they saw Qin Lang empty the entire eastern forest area of what attribute ferocious beasts and obtain the green wooden plaque, then immediately rush toward the western volcanic area, everyone was stunned. He ran to the volcanic area again. Isn't metal supposed to restrain wood? Isn't going to the volcanic area just asking for trouble? I don't understand this operation. The audience murmured, but more were in a mindset of watching a show. After witnessing Qin Lang's unscientific prowess, they now anticipated even more shocking maneuvers from him. Qin Lang was indeed running around chaotically, at least from the perspective of other teams. Guided by the ring, he accurately avoided most team searches, heading straight for the next area where fragments might exist. However, Wind Erosion Valley was not that big. Even if he intended to avoid confrontation, there would inevitably be times when paths crossed. As Qin Lang emerged from a rocky area and prepared to enter a canyon, he unexpectedly collided with a dozen teams. These teams had clearly schemed in advance, blocking the entrance to this canyon tightly. Leading them was a burly young man with a fierce aura, wearing the badge of the Gale Martial Arts Academy, whose cultivation had reached the 6th rank 10th level. "Ha ha ha, Qin Lang, you kept us waiting." The captain of the Gale Martial Arts Academy, named Feng Tao, sneered at Qin Lang, his eyes filled with greed and arrogance. "You dare to run around in Wind Erosion Valley alone, thinking you're invincible?" Behind him, over 100 students from different academies surrounded Qin Lang, each face wearing a mocking and malicious smile. "Qin Lang, you were so impressive in the individual competition, with 13 Grand Slams, truly terrifying. But unfortunately, this is a team competition. No matter how strong you are, Can you take on more than 100 of us? Be smart and crush your beacon to get lost. It'll save us some trouble. Otherwise, blades and swords show no mercy. If we injure you and affect your future as a genius, that wouldn't be good. The taunts and threats echoed. In the audience, those witnessing this scene had strange expressions on their faces, many struggling to hold back laughter, their shoulders shaking. Here it comes. The classic Group B down plot. 100 against 1, and led by a 6th-ranked 10th level. They really think highly of Qin Lang. I bet a bag of spicy strips that these guys are in for big trouble. Hold it in, don't laugh. Give them some face, ha ha ha. Feng Tao, seeing Qin Lang silent, thought he was scared, and his smugness deepened. What's wrong? Scared silly? It's understandable. As a vocational student, you probably haven't seen such a big scene before. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Roll away yourself, or let us escort you out. 1, 2, 3. Looks like you chose to drink the punishment wine instead of the celebratory wine. Brothers, go. Take him down. With Feng Tao's command, over 100 students roared in unison. Swords flashed and fists howled as they charged toward Qin Lang. It seemed they could already see the glorious moment of stepping on the shoulders of a monster to become giants. However, what awaited them was a lightly drawn sigh. Sigh. Why do some people always like to rush to send themselves off? Qin Lang slowly raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. In the next moment, the ring on his hand suddenly erupted with golden light. An unmatched sharp golden aura shot into the sky, the golden light rapidly condensing and stretching above his head, transforming in the blink of an eye into a giant golden metal stick 10 meters long and about 2 meters in diameter. It was precisely the Rui golden cudgel form he had previously experimented with. The stick gleamed brilliantly in gold, engraved with mysterious patterns. It exuded a terrifying might that seemed to suppress all things, warping the surrounding space slightly due to its weight. A cold glint flashed in Qin Lang's eyes as his mind moved, and the golden giant stick locked onto the crowd below. The sneers on the faces of over 100 students instantly froze, transforming into extreme fear and disbelief. They didn't even have time to let out a scream. Boom! The golden giant staff carried immense power, crashing down like divine punishment. In an instant, it crushed over 100 students along with the ground beneath them into powder. Northwest Martial Arts Technical School, 100 points. Northwest Martial Arts Technical School, 100 points. Chapter 90 Not Bro. Heroes Saving Beauty. You pull out a big stick? In the spectator seats of the Martial Arts Center, there was a dead silence. If the previous defeat of Feng Tao and the others was due to underestimating their opponent and carelessness, then now, this silence stemmed purely from the sheer fear of the giant golden metal stick in Qin Lang's hand. What the hell is that thing? That massive metal stick, considering its weight. It must be at least tens of thousands of pounds, right? P.S. Controlling it with one hand? It's most likely a weapon from spatial gear. That power, that destructive force, with one swing, over 106th or 7th rank martial artists would be obliterated along with the ground. Is this really something a first level 5th rank can do? The aura. Did you notice his aura? When he swung the big stick, the momentum. It hardly showed any signs of weakening. Looking at the screen, where Qin Lang effortlessly retracted the golden light, everyone felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet straight to their heads. This is no ordinary college freshman. This is clearly a humanoid, ferocious beast. No, even more terrifying than a ferocious beast. At least ferocious beasts have some patterns to follow. This guy is completely unpredictable. Principal Sun Jiangwo had completely given up thinking, just grinning foolishly. Valkyrie, our Northwest Martial Arts College is about to have a true dragon. In the Wind Erosion Valley, Western Volcanic Area. Boom! The sound of violent explosions echoed, and scorching lava splashed like a fountain. The team from Gobi Pearl University was currently in a bitter struggle. They were targeted by a huge B-rank ferocious beast. The lava giant lizard, which was covered in dark red scales and continuously spewed hot lava. B-rank ferocious beasts are quite intelligent, and after realizing that Murong Shui and the others were not easy to deal with, it let out a roar and summoned dozens of surrounding D-rank and C-rank fire attribute ferocious beasts, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Sister Shui, we can barely hold on. These little monsters are too annoying. A female team member's face turned pale, and her protective aura was already on the verge of collapse from the intense heat. Murong Shui gritted her silver teeth, her long whip swirling defensively, continuously repelling the smaller ferocious beasts rushing at her. But every impact from the B-rank lava giant lizard sent her blood surging. Hold on. Look for an opportunity to break out. Murong Shui shouted in a low voice. But her heart was heavy. The strength of this berrank ferocious beast exceeded her expectations, especially its thick scales, which had astonishing defensive power. Her attacks were hardly inflicting any fatal damage. The spectators in the martial arts center had also shifted their attention to this side. Oh no, the beautiful Murong is in danger. That lava giant lizard is so fierce. A B-rank ferocious beast is indeed no joke. Look, that light spot of Qin Lang. It seems like he is moving toward Murong Shui. No way. Is the classic hero saving beauty scene about to unfold? Haha, I knew it. Since ancient times, heroes have a hard time passing the beauty barrier. This kid Qin Lang, although he's a bit fierce, understands how to cherish a lady at critical moments. Roar. The lava giant lizard let out another earth-shattering roar. Its massive claws, carrying scorching lava, slammed down toward Murong Shui. Murong Shui's pupils contracted. She was about to use all her strength to block this fatal strike. Just then, a golden light descended from the sky like a meteor. Boom! That familiar 10-meter-long, giant, golden metal stick appeared in everyone's sight once again. However, this time, it didn't crash down directly. Instead, under Qin Lang's control, it swept out like an indestructible stirring stick. No, it was more like the stabilizing needle of the sea. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind swept across the field, and those D-rank and C-rank fire attribute ferocious beasts surrounding them were swept away like paper, instantly flying out, bones broken, turning into white light. With just one swing, nearly half of the surrounding minions were cleared. It's Qin Lang. The team from Gobi Pro University was both surprised and delighted. Murong Shui's beautiful eyes also lit up. Seizing the moment when the lava giant lizard was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, she quickly retreated to narrowly avoid that deadly claw. Thank you. Murong Shui nodded slightly to Qin Lang, who was descending with the giant stick. Qin Lang nodded expressionlessly, his gaze locked onto the furious lava giant lizard. This beast has tough skin and flesh. My metal attribute attacks are effective against wood, but they have a mediocre effect on it. Your flying rainbow whip technique can invoke water attribute aura, which should cause greater damage. Qin Lang succinctly stated. Murong Shui immediately understood. All right, I'll take the lead. You hold it down. The two instantly reached a tacit understanding and attacked the lava giant lizard together. Qin Lang wielded that golden giant stick with finesse. Sometimes he struck with great force, driving the lava giant lizard back repeatedly. Sometimes he moved as agile as a snake, striking precisely at the joints and other weak points of the giant lizard, disrupting its movements. Meanwhile, Murong Shui's long whip transformed into water blue ribbons. Sometimes it entangled, sometimes it lashed out. Each attack was imbued with the soft power of water, continuously penetrating the lava giant lizard's scale defenses. With their seamless cooperation, the originally ferocious lava giant lizard was gradually forced back, roaring in anger. So strong. Qin Lang and Murong Shui's teamwork is simply a perfect match. Talented man and beautiful woman. Extraordinary strength. I declare, I'm shipping this CP. The audience erupted in cheers. The team from Gobi Pro University looked at Qin Lang, who was fighting alongside Murong Shui, brave and unmatched, each one with hearts in their eyes. Sister Shui and Qin Lang are such a good match. Qin Lang is so handsome, strong, and reliable. In the heat of battle, Murong Shui couldn't help but sneak glances at Qin Lang. This guy, who was just a theoretical student in her eyes before, was now displaying such formidable strength and calm judgment, causing her heart to involuntarily stir with a different feeling. Roar. Finally, after a brilliant cooperation, Qin Lang used the giant stick to knock the lava giant lizard off balance, exposing a weakness in its chest. Murong Shui seized the opportunity, her long whip like a poisonous dragon emerging from its hole, accurately piercing the giant lizard's heart. Boom! The lava giant lizard let out a reluctant, mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, turning into countless light points. Gobi Pro University, score 100. We won. The team from Gobi Pro University erupted in cheers. Murong Shui retracted her long whip, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her face slightly flushed, and walked up to Qin Lang, sincerely saying, "Thank you, Qin Lang, for your help this time. I'll remember this favor." The teammates behind her also thanked Qin Lang, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude, according to the audience's expectations. Next should be a heartwarming scene of the hero and beauty exchanging smiles and developing feelings, then walking hand in hand. However, Qin Lang merely glanced at them indifferently. then silently aimed the golden giant stick at the crowd from Gobi Pearl University. No need to be polite, just a casual act. Murong Shui. The team from Gobi Pearl University. The audience? Just as everyone was still processing this, the golden giant stick in Qin Lang's hand came crashing down without hesitation toward the team from Gobi Pearl University. Now it's your turn. The entire martial arts center fell into silence. Everyone's expressions froze on their faces, as if collectively petrified. Not bro. Hero saving beauty, you pull out a big stick? This reversal is just too exhilarating. A steel straight man? No. He has simply a steel galu. Chapter 91, 3 Attributes. Mingzhu Academy eliminated the jaws of tens of thousands of spectators, dropped to the ground as if dislocated. Silence, a deathly silence. I. He. A spectator stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. In the end, he could only clutch his chest, looking as if he were having a heart attack. What? What is this operation? No way. Just now he was a hero saving a beauty, and I thought there would be some romantic development. He took off his pants. Ugh. I mean, the sunflower seeds were all ready, and you show me this? A heavenly beauty like Murong Shui, and he just smashed her? Not even a word of greeting? Points. He only sees points in his eyes. What essay beauty? Can it be eaten? Can it be exchanged for points? No. Then goodbye. After a brief silence, a wave of discussions erupted like a tsunami. The entire venue seemed about to be overturned by the sound waves. In the VIP area, Director Wei's mouth twitched, his hand holding the teacup, trembling slightly. Old Lu shook his head in disbelief. This kid, truly a complete pragmatist. Principal Sun Jiangwo wore a proud expression, as if to say, my child is just that excellent, you don't understand, which made others grit their teeth in frustration. Inside the wind erosion valley, Murong Shui's delicate face flushed red with extreme shock and anger. Qin Lang. She almost squeezed these two words out through her teeth. Her powerful aura of the 6th level of the 5th rank uncontrollably bursting forth, sending sand and stones flying around her. The other team members of Gobi Mingzhu University had already been eliminated, standing at the exit with blank and furious expressions. They couldn't understand it at all. One moment, he was a lifesaver, and the next he became a deadly villain. You, why did you do this? Qin Lang carried the huge metal rod, his expression indifferent for points. You. Murong Shui was furious, but years of combat training quickly calmed her down. Very well. Since that's the case, let's see the truth under our hands. I want to see what confidence you have to be so arrogant. Before her voice fell, Murong Shui moved. Her water blue whip like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, accompanied by a sharp sound as it aimed directly at Qin Lang's face. She was a genius at the 6th level of the 5th rank, 5 small realms higher than Qin Lang's apparent 1st level of the 5th rank. This whip, filled with anger, aimed to teach Qin Lang a lesson. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, not dodging but sweeping out with the giant rod in hand. Clang! The clash of whip and rod produced a sharp metallic sound. A tremendous force surged, and Murong Shui felt her arm go numb, almost losing her grip on the whip. Her heart suddenly startled. Such strong power. This guy's strength is definitely not just the 1st level of the 5th rank. The two instantly became entangled in battle. Whip shadows swirled. Rod shadows howled. The air rippled with energy, and they were actually evenly matched. How is this possible? Murong Shui was at the 6th level of the 5th rank. Qin Lang could actually fight her back and forth? This kid is hiding too deeply. The spectators were once again shocked. Just then, a flash of bloodlight appeared in Qin Lang's eyes, and a violent, bloodthirsty aura suddenly erupted from him. His muscles visibly expanded, and faint blood-colored patterns appeared on his skin. His momentum soared, instantly breaking through to a level comparable to the 5th level of the 5th rank. What? Secret technique? His combat power doubled instantly. What? What kind of secret technique is this? The audience and VIP area erupted in exclamations. Murong Shui's pupils constricted, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Qin Lang. Gritting her silver teeth, she suddenly shook the water-blue whip in her hand, and it ignited with blazing crimson flames. Heavens! Fire attribute energy. Murong Shui actually practiced fire attribute martial arts. Water and fire co-cultivation. How? How is this possible? Two completely opposite attributes. How did she achieve that? The flaming whip, carrying a high temperature capable of melting gold and iron, struck fiercely at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's metal giant rod was of the metal attribute, and fire can overcome metal, combined with Murong Shui's 6th level of the 5th rank foundation. Under this whip, Qin Lang instantly felt a great threat his offensive momentum stalling, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. The five elements share a common source. Change comes from the heart. Qin Lang, you underestimate others too much. Murong Shui snorted coldly, the fire whip's offensive growing more intense, completely suppressing Qin Lang. Just when everyone thought Qin Lang was about to lose under Murong Shui's astonishing dual attributes of water and fire, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, on the golden giant rod that had been scorched red by the flames, a layer of misty blue water light appeared. Sizzle. Water overcomes fire. The water attribute energy attached to the giant rod instantly extinguished most of the flames on Murong Shui's fire whip. Wow, what? How could his rod have water attribute energy? What the hell? Isn't he a metal attribute? Could it be that he also cultivates two attributes? The audience was at a loss for how to express their shock. Murong Shui's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could clearly feel the water energy coming from his rod. Pure and substantial, it was even comparable to her own dual attributes. To avoid being restrained, Murong Shui quickly made a decision, her thoughts moving. The flames on the whip instantly faded, transforming back into the previous water blue color. Using water against water. Although she lost her advantage, at least she wouldn't fall behind. However, just as she transformed her whip technique back to the water attribute, the giant rod in Qin Lang's hand changed once again. The layer of water light quickly faded, replaced by a heavy, solid yellow-brown glow. Earth overcomes water. Boom! The giant rod, infused with earth attribute energy, smashed down on Murong Shui's water whip with tremendous force. Murong Shui felt an overwhelming weight of power surge toward her, as if the entire earth was pressing down. The water whip was instantly suppressed, unable to move, her hands bursting open, blood flowing freely. Puffed. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Murong Shui's delicate body shook violently, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, disappearing in a flash of white light. Northwest Martial Arts Technical College, points 100. Northwest Martial Arts Technical College eliminates Gobi Mingzhu University, points 573. The entire martial arts center fell into dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. Metal, water, earth. 3 attributes? The audience was stunned. The commentators were stunned. Director Wei and Old Liu in the VIP area, along with major universities, were also all stunned. A college student simultaneously cultivating and demonstrating 3 attributes of martial arts? A monster. A freak. This is unscientific. Director Wei muttered to himself, his teacup falling to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Chapter 92. The struggle at the Martial Arts Center. The atmosphere was beyond description. It was as if everyone had collectively entered a state of enlightenment. Their minds were blank, and they were almost out of energy to complain. Metal, water, earth. Is the next one wood? The 5 elements are fully realized? Enough already. I suspect he is actually an undercover agent from the neighboring cultivation world. Specifically here to crush us in high martial arts. Judge, I report. Someone is cheating. The person in front, are you sure there are only 3? What if he's just too lazy to show the other 2? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shivered and dared not think further. In the VIP section, Director Wei was gluing together a shattered teacup, muttering as he worked. This is unscientific, so unscientific. Old Liu, do you think this kid secretly transplanted some ferocious beast core? No, that thing would explode the body. Old Liu stroked his beard, his gaze deep and contemplative, murmuring, this child is unfathomable. Beside him, an inspector from the Martial Arts Alliance, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, was frantically taking notes in a small notebook, reciting as he wrote. Name, Qin Lang. Suspected martial arts attributes, metal, water, earth, possibly also wood, fire, probably also wind and thunder. Recommendation. Conduct a comprehensive physical examination after the competition, including but not limited to DNA sequencing, meridian structure analysis, and Dantian anomaly investigation. If everything is normal, recommend directly promoting him to the national key training list with treatment. Special grade. His assistant quietly reminded him. Director. There is still top secret above special grade. The director's eyes lit up, and he wrote with a flourish. Then it will be top secret level. In Wind Erosion Valley, Qin Lang put away his giant stick and calmly stepped forward. After being eliminated from Gobi Pearl University, he picked up a crimson jade tablet from the light spots left behind. The jade tablet felt warm in his hand, its surface engraved with peculiar patterns similar to the previous green wooden tablet, but the color and the energy it emanated were completely different, filled with intense fire energy. With the fire tablet in hand, Qin Lang stored it in his ring. The ring trembled slightly once more, and a warm current surged into his body, making him feel even more energetic. Soon after, the ring's guiding sensation reappeared, pointing towards the south, towards a vast marshland. The next target, the water element area. Without any hesitation, Qin Lang dashed southward. For him, collecting these fragments was far more important than scheming against other teams. Meanwhile, to the south of Wind Erosion Valley, at the edge of the eerie blue marshland, the atmosphere was tense. Li Chuang from the Northwest's First Martial Arts University and Bai Chun from the Qin Lang Military Martial Arts Academy, two top teams, crossed paths. In between them was a team from Blue Ocean Martial Arts Academy, currently trembling and in a dilemma. Blue Ocean Academy, here's an opportunity for you. Li Chuang spoke arrogantly, lifting his chin slightly, with an undeniable tone. Attack Qin Lang Academy immediately and help us restrain them. I guarantee your safe passage to the exit afterward. Behind him, the team from Northwest's First Martial Arts University eagerly rubbed their fists, exuding an aggressive aura. On the other side, Bai Chun's expression was expressionless, his voice cold and hard as iron. Blue Ocean Academy, don't listen to his nonsense. Don't you know who Li Chuang is? Now, turn your guns and attack the First Academy. I can guarantee you will only eliminate them, without touching you at all. The members of Qin Lang Military Martial Arts Academy were like unsheathed blades, radiating a cold, killing intent. The captain of Blue Ocean Martial Arts Academy was a refined young man, wearing glasses, currently sweating profusely, his face greener than the marsh plants. Their academy's strength was already weak, and they had carefully navigated through various ferocious beasts to get here. Just as they were about to approach the exit, they unfortunately bumped into these two powerhouses. Ellie Captain, by Captain, we're just passing by and have no intention of making enemies with anyone. The refined young man tried to explain. Less nonsense. Li Chuang impatiently interrupted him. My patience is limited. 3 seconds. If you don't make a choice, I'll clear you out first. I'm with him. Bai Chun coldly spat out 3 words. The members of Blue Ocean Academy exchanged glances, filled with despair and frustration. Who should they fight? They couldn't win against either. Wasn't this just forcing them to be cannon fodder? The refined young man took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Brothers, it seems we have no way out. Since that's the case, rather than being used as pawns for them, we might as well. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, We Blue Ocean Academy, choose. Collective elimination. As he finished speaking, he was the first to crush the beacon on his wrist. Seeing this, the other team members followed suit, one after another, white lights illuminating. The Blue Ocean Martial Arts Academy team thus unceremoniously exited the competition. Li Chuang and Bai Chun were both taken aback, clearly not expecting the other side to make such a move. At least they know their place. Li Chuang snorted coldly, then turned his burning gaze towards Bai Chun. Bai Chun, now that no one is bothering us, it's time to settle our scores. Just as I intended. Bai Chun's fighting spirit surged. At that moment, among the light spots left behind from the collective elimination of Blue Ocean Academy, a deep blue jade tablet quietly lay there, emanating faint water energy fluctuations. What is that? Li Chuan Esa Gaza Sharpanat. Previously, he had obtained a yellow earth jade tablet from a hidden altar in the central Lust Plateau area. Although he didn't know its purpose, his intuition told him it was not an ordinary item. Bai Chun's gaze also fell on the blue jade tablet. He too had obtained a golden tablet from a powerful B-class metal beast lair in the northern metal mining area. The two moved almost simultaneously. That thing is mine, Li Chuang shouted and rushed towards the blue jade tablet first. Who do you think you are? Bai Chun refused to back down, his figure like lightning, arriving first. The two top geniuses instantly engaged in a fierce battle over the suddenly appearing blue jade tablet. They both sensed that these tablets were not simple, but what specific functions they had remained unknown to them. Instinctively, they felt that acquiring one more wound hurt. The shockwaves from their battle stirred the surrounding marshland into chaos. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, a figure silently appeared on the other side of the marsh. It was Qin Lang, following the ring's guidance. Wow, it's so lively? Qin Lang looked at the fierce battle between Li Chuang and Bai Chun, as well as the blue jade tablet that was flickering in the center of their fight. Raising his eyebrows slightly, the ring's reaction was exceptionally strong at this moment, not only pointing towards the blue jade tablet, but also towards Li Chuang and Bai Chun, the familiar fluctuations immediately making him understand. Water element tablet, earth element tablet, metal element tablet. Qin Lang stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. These three guys are quite lucky, each managing to obtain one. If I want to collect these 3 tablets from them, a direct grab might not be realistic. I need to come up with a good strategy. He watched Li Chuang and Bai Chun battling fiercely, then glanced at the neglected blue water element tablet. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait a minute. After being eliminated, the tablets can't be taken out? This seems to be some kind of rule restriction. If that's the case, then this is manageable. Chapter 93. The old silver coin goes online. The beast tide arrives. Qin Lang squinted, his brain racing. The 2 teams each had an average strength above the 5th rank, with core members Li Chuang and Bai Chun at the 8th and 7th levels of the 5th rank, respectively. A direct confrontation, even if I reveal all my trump cards, would likely be a loss, exposing even more of my secrets. Moreover, they are currently 2 tigers vying for dominance. If I rashly intervene, I might instead provoke them to temporarily join forces against me, the fishermen. Since they love surprises so much, I don't mind giving them an even bigger one. A mysterious smile crept onto Qin Lang's lips. The personal match does not allow the carrying of potions, but it doesn't say anything about gathering materials on site and concocting them. He had previously mastered high-level alchemy to an expert level. He had several special potion recipes designed to lure fierce beasts stored in his mind, but had been hindered by the lack of suitable materials and opportunities. However, this wind erosion valley, with its clear elemental zones, was like a natural treasure trove of medicinal materials filled with various rare herbs, minerals, and poisonous insects. With this in mind, Qin Lang no longer hesitated and quietly retreated. He avoided the area where Li Chuang and Bai Chun were fiercely battling and dived into a relatively dense patch of vegetation at the edge of the swamp. At the martial arts center, everyone was focused intently on the intense clash between the top geniuses Li Chuang and Bai Chun. They were fighting. Li Chuang's thick Earth Emperor fist faced off against Bai Chun's heavenly wolf blade technique. Wow, this is a real dragon and tiger fight. However, at this moment, the director's camera suddenly switched to a different segment, showing Qin Lang sneaking around at the swamp's edge, sniffing and examining the surroundings. Occasionally, he would pull up a bizarre herb from the ground or dig out a piece of mineral emitting a strange odor from the mud. What is Qin Lang doing? Is he playing in the mud? The things he's collecting seem to be toxic or have a strong pungent smell, right? No way. Could he be? A bold guess formed in the minds of some knowledgeable viewers, causing them to widen their eyes in surprise. Is he collecting alchemy materials? Planning to concoct potions on site? Old Lu was also taken aback, his hand that stroked his beard freezing, his eyes filled with disbelief. All-around martial arts. 3 attribute vital energy. Now he even understands alchemy? How many more abilities does this kid have that we don't know about? Director Wei was completely stunned. He felt that the shock to his heart today was more than in the past 10 years combined. In the footage, Qin Lang skillfully handled the collected materials, crushing, extracting juice, and using vital energy for preliminary catalysis and fusion. He took out a small reaction vessel, igniting a small cluster of azure flames with several special fire attribute minerals. His technique so proficient it seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. In just a few minutes, a thick, dark green viscous liquid, emitting a strong smell of fishiness and decay, took shape in his hands. The specially enhanced beast soul confusion powder was complete. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. As this potion spread without color or odor, it had a deadly allure for fierce beasts and could incite their violent emotions. Next, he just needed to choose a good spot and set the trap. He carefully divided the potion into several portions, then moved like a ghost through the swamp area, cleverly placing these potions at the upwind of the battlefield between Li Chuang and Bai Chen's teams. Having completed all this, Qin Lang quietly retreated to a safe high ground, leisurely waiting for the show to begin. Roar! A deafening beast roar suddenly erupted from deep within the swamp, carrying unparalleled pressure and a savage aura. Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble, and countless bubbles emerged from the once calm water surface. Various aquatic and terrestrial fierce beasts surged toward Li Chuang and Bai Chen's battlefield like a frenzy. F level, E level, D level, C level. There were even a few B level fierce beasts, their eyes blood red, exuding a violent aura. What is happening? A beast tide? Both Li Chuang and Bai Chun, locked in combat, changed their expressions simultaneously, forced to stop. My God, it really is a beast tide, and it's huge. Look, what is that? It seems like a huge creature is about to emerge from the depths of the swamp. In the horrified gaze of everyone, the water surface deep within the swamp suddenly exploded. A creature over 50 meters long, covered in thick dark green scales, with a single horn on its head. emanating a terrifying aura, broke through the water. An A-level fierce beast, the deep swamp terror crocodile. The entire martial arts center instantly erupted. An A-level fierce beast. They are finished. Li Chuang and Bai Chun are surrounded. At this moment, the expressions of Li Chuang and Bai Chun turned extremely grim. They could not comprehend why such a large-scale beast tide had erupted suddenly, even disturbing an A-level fierce beast. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Li Chuang decisively ruarat. Everyone, break through to the exit. Bai Chun issued the same command, his expression grave to the extreme. However, it was already too late. The violent beast tide surged like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing their teams. Even though they were powerful, faced with the endless assault of low-level fierce beasts and the looming threat of the A-level deep swamp terror crocodile, they were in grave danger. With team members continuously injured and eliminated. Bang! Li Chuang smashed the head of a sea-level venomous python with a punch, but was swept away by the massive tail of the deep swamp terror crocodile, spitting blood and flying backward. The yellowish token on him fell as well. Bai Chen's situation was even worse. He was entangled by 3 sea-level fierce beasts, and the deep swamp terror crocodile sprayed a foul breath at him, forcing him into a desperate situation. The golden token on him also rolled to the ground. The blue water attribute token they had previously fought for had long been submerged by the beast tide, its whereabouts unknown. Unwilling, I refused to accept this. Li Chuang and Bai Chun watched as more and more team members vanished in a white light, their hearts filled with frustration and anger. They knew they were being eliminated without even realizing it. This sudden catastrophic disaster was actually a man-made scheme. Northwest First Martial Arts University, all eliminated. Qin Lang Military Martial Arts Academy, all eliminated. A series of system prompts sounded, announcing the dismal exit of the 2 top institutions. Meanwhile, the instigator Qin Lang, at the moment the beast tide erupted, used his familiarity with the terrain and the faint sensing of his ring to swim through the chaotic beast horde like a fish. He cleverly avoided the attention of the A-level deep swamp terror crocodile and accurately picked up 3 tokens that had fallen into the muddy water. 3 different attributes of energy surged into his body, making him feel his strength advance a bit further. Done. 5 tokens, all set. Qin Lang grinned. Glancing at the still rampaging A-level deep swamp terror crocodile and the chaotic beast tide, without any hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the exit, concealing his merit and fame. He made a clean getaway. In the audience, everyone was dumbfounded. From Qin Lang starting to concoct potions, to triggering the beast tide, to taking advantage of the chaos, and finally making a stylish escape. The entire process was seamless and fluid. This is what a true old silver coin is. Killing without bloodshed. Using the beast tide to annihilate 2 top teams while escaping unscathed and profiting. So insidious. I love it. Li Chuang and Bai Chun, who were at least strong contenders for the top 3, were now both eliminated, their scores reset to 0. Forced to rely on the meager points from the personal match to rank, with the possibility of even making it into the top 1,000 becoming a problem. Indeed, the 3 strongest institutions all suffered a Waterloo this year, all because of Qin Lang, this old silver coin. Chapter 94, Education of Love at the exit of Wind Erosion Valley. There was a patch of charred rocky beach. Lu Qingyao, Xiaozhan, and Lei Hao were sneaking behind a huge rock, peering cautiously to observe the situation at the exit. My goodness, this exit looks like a vegetable market. There are at least a dozen teams blocking it. Lei Hao whispered, his tone filled with despair. The 3 of them had followed Qin Lang's principle of avoiding conflict, steering clear of any disputes along the way, and even daring not to provoke fierce beasts, carefully making their way to the vicinity of the exit. The result? Goodness. The exit was completely occupied by others. Xiao Zhan frowned tightly. It looks like several second-tier schools have joined forces to specifically block us who are trying to take advantage of the chaos. We don't have any points right now. Charging out will be pointless. Lu Qingyao was even more worried. I wonder how Qin Lang is doing. He led so many teams away by himself, and now there's no news. What if something happened to him? These past few days, she hadn't been able to eat or sleep well, her mind filled with Qin Lang's calm, yet capable face that always seemed to stir up earth-shattering events. Don't worry, senior sister, that kid Qin Lang is a disaster that will last for 1,000 years. Ugh, good people have their own blessings. He will definitely. Before Lei Hao could finish, he felt a tap on his shoulder. The 3 of them jumped in fright, almost dying on the spot. Turning around, they saw Qin Lang standing behind them with a beaming smile, not a speck of dust on him. Hey, you're all here? Qin Lang. Lu Qingyao was overwhelmed with joy and almost leaped forward, but upon seeing his carefree smile, she felt anger rising again. Where have you been? We were so worried. Xiao Zhan and Lei Hao also breathed a sigh of relief, but then became tense again. Qin Lang, it's good that you're fine. But the situation isn't good. The exit is blocked and we... Qin Lang waved his hand, signaling them to look at the exit, and said nonchalantly, blocked? Just a small scene. Let us go, it's time to get out. If we don't leave now, the competition will be over. Get out? Lei Hao's eyes widened. Qin Lang, are you kidding? We're 0-point players right now, and there are at least 100 fierce-looking opponents over there. Xiao Zhan chimed in. Yeah, Qin Lang. With our strength, charging out would just be serving ourselves up. How about we wait a bit longer, see if there's an opportunity? Although Lu Qingyao also felt it was risky, seeing Qin Lang's confident demeanor inexplicably calmed her a bit. Qin Lang, do you have a plan? Plan? Qin Lang grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Of course I do. My plan is to give them a lesson in education of love. Without waiting for the three to react, Qin Lang's figure flickered and he shot out like a cannonball. Hey, Qin Lang. The three were startled, trying to stop him, but it was too late. At the exit, the dozen or so teams blocking the way were idly waiting. Damn, why are these weak teams so good at surviving this year? Not many have shown their heads yet. Yeah, even those guys from Northwest Martial Arts College, who supposedly rely entirely on individual competition points, are nowhere to be seen. As they spoke, they saw a figure flash by like lightning. Oh, business is coming. Brothers, prepare. The leader of a bearded team, Hen Ti, finished a shout when he felt a blur before his eyes. And then, there was nothing after that. Qin Lang had no intention of wasting words with them, nor did he pull out any earth-shattering weapon like he did against Gobi Pearl University. Dealing with these small fries was unnecessary. He simply charged through. Punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee blows. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! The sound of bones breaking and piercing screams echoed throughout the entire exit area. Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao watched in shock as Qin Lang rampaged through the crowd like a humanoid beast. Those fierce-looking obstacles that seemed insurmountable to them were, in front of Qin Lang, weaker than paper. One punch for one kick for a group. In less than a minute, the originally bustling and blocked exit became completely clear, leaving only a ground full of moaning figures and swirling white light. Qin Lang clapped his hands as if he had just done something trivial, turned around, and waved at the still-dazed trio. What are you still dawdling for? Let us go. It's time to collect our rewards. Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao. Who are we? Where are we? What did we just see? So this is the education of love? We learned it, but it seems like we didn't learn anything. Because we can't learn it all. Lu Qingyao, Xiao Zhan, and Lei Hao followed behind Qin Lang, like three startled groundhogs, stepping through the teleportation light gate of Wind Erosion Valley. The noise